Chapter 1. The thunderous roar of engines reverberated in his ears, and the forceful gusts of wind struck against his face. The pervasive ache throughout his battered body compelled Sun Yu to instinctively move. He subconsciously opened his heavy eyelids, and in an instant, his muddled thoughts returned to his corporeal form. Where am I? Sun Yu discovered himself lying horizontally on the ground, with only the dim sky in his line of sight. A bird seemed to be soaring above, but as he noticed the elongated stream trailing from its tail, he suddenly realized that it was not a bird at all, but an aircraft, or rather, to be precise, an unidentified flying object. My goodness, what on earth is this place? A panicked Sun Yu attempted to lift his body, but as he swung his arm, he inadvertently made contact with a soft form resting atop him. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was a charming young girl, her body sprawled across his in a manner reminiscent of a letter T. The attire she wore was peculiar and tattered. Surrounding them were numerous individuals lying in disarray, presenting a scene akin to a battlefield strewn with blood and corpses, utterly chilling. Surely this can't be real. I distinctly remember arranging to meet a friend at an internet CAF to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse this afternoon, and then I encountered an elderly woman lying on the ground. I took the risk of my entire fortune to help her. Sigh, in this society, there are few young people like me who possess such compassion. However, I recall a speeding car hurtling towards me at that moment. I thought for sure I was doomed, yet here I am. At that thought, Sun Yu's eyes lit up. He had not perished, nor was he in a hospital thus. Only one possibility remained: had traversed to another world. Suddenly, Sun Yu turned his body to glance behind him, and a fluffy tail swayed in the wind. Upon seeing this tail, his heart began to tremble. Perhaps for others, they would not comprehend the significance of this appendage. However, Sun Yu is a quintessential otaku and an anime aficionado, having adored various Japanese animations since childhood. He was particularly well-versed in classic series such as Dragon Ball and Naruto, with character designs etched into his memory. The tail was the emblem of a Saiyan. Sun Yu had read numerous novels about traversing worlds, and he never imagined he would join the tide of universal translocation. Saiyan, I have transformed into a Saiyan, Sun Yu exclaimed in exhilaration. However, before he could revel in his newfound identity, the pain coursing through his body doused his joy like a bucket of cold water. Ouch, that hurts! Sun Yu touched his right rib, realizing that two of them were likely fractured. Yet, such injuries were trivial for a formidable Saiyan. Once he regained his composure, Sun Yu contemplated the circumstances of the Dragon Ball universe and let out a wry smile, saying, "The Saiyan I have become is likely a mere cannon fodder, and I have no idea how long it will be until Frieza annihilates planet Vegeta. I might as well seize this opportunity to leave planet Vegeta. Yes, to Earth, where I can train and grow stronger." Clearly, he had been dispatched with a group of other young Saiyans to this planet to fulfill a mission. Although he had witnessed several individuals evacuating, the spacecraft he arrived in must still remain somewhere nearby. Saiyan spacecraft were singular, spherical vessels. Perhaps he could utilize it to journey to Earth. Just as Sun Yu prepared to depart in search of a spacecraft, he noticed the girl who had previously been atop him. According to his memories, the Saiyan squad had endured a harrowing battle, and the young girl had shielded him with her own body from the onslaught. Regrettably, this act of valor had not preserved the life of his original host. Otherwise, he would not find himself in this predicament. Sun Yu gently turned the girl over and felt for her breath, discovering a faint pulse. It appears she is still alive. According to the memories of this boat's original owner, your name is Lana, my cousin, and a remarkably gifted mid-tier warrior. Sun Yu furrowed his brow. In the lore of Dragon Ball, Saiyans were supposed to be ruthless and devoid of compassion. They would never show sympathy towards the weak. Yet, why had this cousin of his sacrificed herself to save him? Perhaps this world differs from the Dragon Ball universe in certain aspects. Regardless, she was injured while attempting to rescue me, and I cannot simply stand by and let her perish. In that case, I shall perform artificial respiration. Sun Yu could swear on his integrity that his intentions were purely altruistic. He was not motivated by the cuteness of the girl before him, nor did he wish to take advantage of her. They were stranded in a desolate wilderness, devoid of any medical equipment, leaving him no choice but to administer artificial respiration. He believed in science, and more importantly, in his own character. As he flipped Lana onto her back, an object resembling glasses fell from her grasp. Sun Yu's heart leapt with joy. It was the scouter depicted in the Dragon Ball series. After stowing the scouter away, Sun Yu bent down, pinching the delicate bridge of Lana's nose with one hand, while cupping her chin with the other, gently parting her lips. He took a deep breath and, with determination, pressed his lips against hers, exhaling forcefully. Their lips met, and an unexpected softness accompanied the girl's fragrant essence, flooding Sun Yu's mind. A standard otaku, he had never held a girl's hand before, and now he had inadvertently bestowed upon himself his long-cherished first kiss. Yet, he firmly believed that his actions were solely those of a rescuer. After several breaths, he reluctantly straightened up, ready to administer CPR to his cousin. According to the textbook from his childhood, CPR required placing one hand's palm over the back of the other, then applying firm pressure to the patient's chest. However, when Sun Yu glanced at Lana's chest, he could not help but swallow hard in his memories. She was merely 15 years old. Saiyans truly were a warrior race. Even at 15, she had developed quite impressively, with her curves accentuated in all the right places. Her taut, powerful physique, coupled with her exquisite, classically beautiful Eastern features, was undeniably captivating. Forcing himself to suppress any impure thoughts, Sun Yu placed his right hand over his left and pressed it against the girl's heart. Despite Lana donning the specially designed soft armor from the Dragon Ball anime, it did not prevent him from feeling the astonishing elasticity beneath his hands. He cast furtive glances around, then applied a bit more force, intending to perform CPR on Lana. Just then, the girl, who had been unconscious, suddenly coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Sun Yu stood frozen in shock at this unexpected turn of events. Her gaze rapidly shifted from confusion to clarity, and upon noticing his hand resting upon her, her face paled, and she instinctively slapped him, shouting, "Kyle, you pervert." Beep, 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 battle power, 874. The scouter suddenly announced, revealing Lana's strength. Consequently, Sun Yu was sent flying 10 meters by his cousin's full force strike. Oh no, how am I going to explain to her that I was merely performing CPR? The name Kyle uttered by his cousin was indeed Sun Yu's Saiyan name, Kyle Sars, which in the Saiyan tongue meant bringer of death. Cough, cough, Lana. It's a misunderstanding, let me explain. Sun Yu stammered as Lana rushed towards him, fearing she would once again unleash her wrath upon him. After all, he had been on the receiving end of her blows throughout their childhood. Kyle, I do not fancy those weaker than myself. If you truly wish to win my favor, you must train diligently at the very least. You need to achieve a battle power of 3,000, Lana declared, attempting to elevate her chin in a bid to appear aloof. However, Sun Yu, with his keen insight, discerned a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. A battle power of 3,000. Sun Yu's lips twitched. Perhaps due to his identity as a traveler, he was not constrained by the traditional metrics of Saiyan strength. While Saiyans were inherently endowed with formidable physiques, their understanding of martial arts and the manipulation of ki was entirely rudimentary. They followed a simplistic survival of the fittest mentality, preventing them from realizing their full potential, striking parallel to the Dragon Ball universe. Thus, to better unlock his own potential, Sun Yu would inevitably need to journey to Earth, to seek out the guidance of the Elder Kai and master the control of ki. Noticing Sun Yu fall silent, Lana pouted slightly and spoke in a tone tinged with consolation. Kyle, although you are a low-class warrior, with hard work, it is not impossible for you to reach a battle power of 3,000. You must have faith in yourself. Upon hearing Lana's words, Sun Yu smiled and shook his head, slowly responding, Lana, I believe it is erroneous to assess one's talent based solely on the battle power of a newborn. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Lana furrowed her brows. You are clearly envious and jealous of my status as a mid-tier warrior, which is why you're saying such things. Sun Yu offered a faint smile and gently shook his head. Talent is a perplexing entity that defies a singular standard of evaluation. It is often intricately intertwined with the efforts, insights, and even the fortuitous circumstances that one encounters throughout life. Perhaps some individuals are inherently frail, yet through relentless learning and unyielding battles, they can repeatedly transcend their limits and emerge as formidable forces. Take, for instance, the character Sun Wukong from the Dragon Ball universe. He began his journey with a mere battle power of 2 to 3, derided as a worthless low-class warrior. Yet, this so-called weakling, through ceaseless learning and an unwavering quest for strength, ultimately transcended his former self and became one of the mightiest beings in the cosmos. While Sun Wukong's achievements can certainly be attributed to the Saiyan bloodline that grows stronger in the face of adversity, how many Saiyans from planet Vegeta have managed to break free from their own shackles to become true powerhouses? Most of them perished as mere souls under Frieza's dominion. Thus, to attain strength, one must rely 30 on innate talent, 70 on fortune, while the remaining 90 must be claimed through one's own relentless efforts. Perhaps due to his Saiyan heritage, Sun Yu harbored an almost obsessive fervor for power. He was unwilling to remain an ordinary Saiyan, destined to share grave with King Vegeta on planet Vegeta. He aspired to be a formidable warrior, one who could seize control of his own fate. Regardless, you must return to planet Vegeta and train diligently. Lana remarked with a smile. By the way, Sister Na, I noticed that many people have evacuated. Why didn't they clear the battlefield before leaving? I find that rather perplexing. To be honest, Sun Yu was reluctant to return to planet Vegeta, as the escalating conflict between King Vegeta and Frieza would lead to increasingly stringent surveillance of the Saiyans. It would be significantly more challenging to escape under such circumstances. Oh, you mean them? They received word from planet Vegeta that the king has welcomed his son, who was born with a battle power nearing 500. The king was so elated that he threw a grand banquet, inviting all Saiyans to planet Vegeta to celebrate. As she spoke, Lana's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly envious of this newborn with such remarkable strength. The king has a son. A jolt surged through Sun Ye's heart as a name flashed in his mind. Indeed, it was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who was born with a battle power of 500 and surpassed King Vegeta as a super genius by the age of 8. Sun Yu recalled the Dragon Ball anime, remembering that when Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, Vegeta was merely 5 years old. This indicated that the destruction of planet Vegeta was merely 5 years away. Just as Sun Yu was lost in thought, the battle power scanner in his arms suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps. Beep, beep, beep. High battle power unit detected ahead. 485, 397. Something is amiss. Sun Yu and Lana immediately braced themselves. Sun Yu handed the battle power detector back to Lana and quickly picked up a scanner from the corpse of a fallen Saiyan comrade. Beep, beep. No battle power units detected. Upon acquiring the battle power scanner, Lana swiftly placed it to her ear, searching for the enemy's position through the device's lens. However, this time, the scanner yielded no results. What the heck? Kyle, this old-fashioned scanner seems to be broken. I suppose it'll need to get a new model when we return. Lana muttered, removing the scanner and tossing it aside. This outdated model featured a voice prompt function, providing alerts for enemies within a certain proximity. However, due to its limited range and low precision, it was on the brink of obsolescence. That's not it. The issue lies not with the scanner, Sun Yu stated gravely. In this world, many races possess the ability to conceal or even alter their battle power at will. By learning the proper techniques, we too can master this ability. What? That's impossible. Lana seemed reluctant to accept such a reality, retorting, Kyle, you coward. Even if they can hide their battle power, what of it? My battle power is a staggering 874. I could easily obliterate these natives. Sun Yu shot Lana a disgruntled glance. It was evident today that Saiyans were a proud and arrogant breed. Although this planet was classified as a low-class planet with a maximum detected battle power below 1,000, who could guarantee that it harbored no powerful beings capable of hiding their energy? Until absolute strength was achieved, caution was the order of the day. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill washed over him, and Sun Yu felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved Lana aside and shouted, Sister Na, be careful. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted, obliterating the ground where Sun Yu and Lana had previously stood. Figures emerged swiftly from behind them, short, dark-skinned beings with hunched postures, the indigenous inhabitants of this planet. Damn Saiyan monkeys. How did you detect us? Our energy was perfectly concealed. A total of 6 figures approached quickly, surrounding Sun Yu and Lana. Sun Yu noticed that the leader among them, despite his efforts to mask his energy, emanated an unsettling aura that suggested his battle power was formidable, perhaps even surpassing Lana's. Lana hastily donned the battle power scanner again and pressed a button, which quickly revealed the current battle power indices of the 6 adversaries. Battle power 531, 499, 358. TCH, I thought you were formidable. With those paltry battle powers, do you intend to kill us? Haha. Lana's demeanor shifted from gentle to one of fierce eagerness for battle and bloodshed. Kyle, just stay out of the way. You'll dispatch these nuisances in no time. With that, Lana charged forward, focusing on the leader whom Sun Yu regarded with trepidation. Sister Na, be cautious. He's concealing his battle power. Foolish Saiyan monkey, prepare to die. Huh. As Lana approached the range of the leader's attack, he suddenly bellowed, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy that formed a swirling vortex around him. Beep, beep. Battle power 978. With a resounding crash, 2 waves of energy collided, propelling Lana several meters back, where she crashed heavily into a massive rock, fracturing it into countless shards. Cough, cough. Lana coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, enduring the pain as she stood tall and addressed Sun Yu. Kyle, you must escape at once. I was too arrogant before. I will hold them off for you. You must flee. None of you shall escape. Invaders. The idea of abandoning a girl to face certain death while he fled was something Sun Yu could not fathom. He possessed no savior complex. Yet he had his own principles. There were lines he would not cross, and betraying friends and family was one of them. Moreover, the situation was not necessarily hopeless. Sister Na, I refuse to leave. In fact, I believe these individuals are not our true adversaries. Sun Yu approached Lana's side. Casting a cold glance at the 6 adversaries surrounding them as he continued, the natives of this planet, though diminutive in stature, are ill-suited for combat. They excel in the manipulation of energy rather than close-quarters fighting. This is why they initially conceal their combat prowess, feigning weakness to catch us off guard before suddenly unleashing their true strength. They fear our capabilities. Damn you, you cunning Saiyan monkey, the leader of the dwarves snarled, evidently struck at a vulnerable point by Sun Yu's words. Upon hearing Sun Yu's insight, Lana quickly grasped the situation. Her expression regained its composure as she remarked, "Are you suggesting that as long as we avoid direct energy clashes and opt for hand-to-hand combat, we stand a chance? Haha. I never expected our little Kyle to reveal such a mature side. Humph, not everyone is like you, relying solely on brute force to solve problems." Sun Yu protested, though he refrained from voicing the thought that even if they adopted a close combat approach, their odds were still slim. Firstly, there were simply too many foes, and secondly, both he and his cousin Lana were already severely injured, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Yet, what did that matter? The Saiyan race was known for its ability to unleash unprecedented potential in the face of extreme adversity after each brush with death. They could surpass their previous limits and grow even stronger. Enough talk, let us charge together and annihilate these Saiyan monkeys. The dwarf bellowed, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere in his hands. The other 5 dwarves behind him took formation, preparing to assault Sun Yu and Lana. Beep, beep, combat power readings displayed 760. 820, 643. At that moment, the 6 adversaries fully unleashed their combat strength, while Lana intended to charge directly at the one with the highest power level, engaging him in a desperate battle. However, Sun Yu suddenly grabbed her, saying, "Sister Na, leave the 2 with the highest power levels to me. You handle the weaker ones first, then come to support me." In Sun Yu's memory, his combat power stands at a mere 569, undoubtedly the lowest among them. Should Lana become entangled with the strongest dwarf, it would lead to inevitable doom once both he and Lana exhaust their stamina. However, if Lana were to engage the weakest among their foes first, combined with his support, there might be a chance to defeat the 2 most formidable dwarfs. This strategy was inspired by the ancient tale of Tian G's horse racing from Earth. But Lana remained apprehensive about Sun Yu confronting the 2 strongest dwarfs. Yet, Sun Yu offered her no room for negotiation. With a swift stride, he declared loudly, "There is no but. Follow my instructions." The echoes of Sun Yu's voice still resonated in Lana's ears, yet his figure had already soared into the distance. Lana stared blankly in the direction of Sun Yu, momentarily struck by the realization that the timid little Kyle she once knew had grown up, now bold enough to command her, his elder sister. However, this new incarnation of Kyle seemed to exude a more masculine charm. Before Lana could ponder further, several energy spheres hurled by the diminutive natives came hurtling towards her. With a glint of determination in her eyes, Lana swiftly maneuvered her form, launching herself towards the group in the arena. Despite Sun Yu's prior existence as a reclusive individual devoid of athletic prowess, his transformation into a Saiyan had ignited the latent warrior spirit imprinted deep within his genes. His body moved with agility, leaping quickly towards 2 formidable dwarfs, his small fist imbued with terrifying might, aimed at his foes. The 2 dwarfs, perceiving the ferocity of Sun Yu's approach, promptly sprang aside to evade his onslaught. Undeterred by the miss, Sun Yu immediately redirected his assault towards one of the dwarfs, embodying the madness often associated with Saiyans. The sound of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. Sun Yu immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 dwarven warriors. The sharp pain radiating from his previously fractured ribs surged intermittently, exacerbated by the relentless assaults of his formidable opponents. Each pang of agony heightened his bloodlust and madness. The more grievous his injuries, the greater his combat prowess. Yet, this newfound strength was profoundly perilous, particularly against foes far superior to himself. Consequently, after a brief but intense offensive, the 2 dwarven warriors regained their rhythm, skillfully coordinating their efforts to distance themselves from Sun Yu while bombarding him with an onslaught of energy blasts. "Ah!" Sun Yu cried out as an energy blast struck him, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. His vision began to blur, and his legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. "Kale, I am here to assist you." Lana, a truly gifted mid-tier warrior, had swiftly dispatched 2 of the weaker dwarfs. However, her condition was equally dire. Upon witnessing Sun Yu, drenched in blood, she swiftly positioned herself in front of him. "Kale, I apologize for failing to eliminate those foes in a timely manner. But leave the remaining ones to me. You must escape first." Still contemplating his own retreat, Sun Yu let out a bitter laugh, lamenting his own inadequacy. The Saiyan body, after all, was not infallible. "Enough chatter, let us first eliminate this woman, and then we shall deal with the man. Kill. Slay them." The remaining 4 rushed towards Lana. Despite her talents as a gifted mid-tier warrior, her youth rendered her powerless against 4 assailants. She struggled valiantly, sustaining injuries in exchange for time. Sister Na. Sun Yu's heart bled as he watched Lana's wounds worsen. Please, leave. What will you do if I leave? Sun Yu roared inwardly. Consumed by self-loathing and a profound hatred for this merciless world, he bore no grudge against the inhabitants of this planet, which is why he had previously failed to seize opportunities to vanquish his adversaries. Now, his foolish compassion threatened the life of his cousin, deepening his self-recrimination. As he witnessed Lana's left shoulder pierced by a shockwave, Sun Yu finally erupted in fury. Beasts, I shall fight you to the bitter end. With a heavy thud, Sun Yu struck the ground, using the rebound to leap into the air. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, as if possessed. Kyle. Lana observed Sun Yu's appearance, her heart pierced with profound pain. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in Sun Yu's mind, and he noticed his pupils rapidly constricting, splitting into a hook-like shape. In the next moment, the entire world shifted to shades of gray, and the movements of those around him slowed. He could distinctly perceive the flow of energy within the bodies of the few in front of him. It was as if he had gained an omniscient perspective, controlling the very fabric of reality. Could this be the Sharingan? Joy surged within him, transforming his sorrow into elation. The prerequisites for awakening such a power should involve inheriting the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, yet here he was, transcending even the notion of crossing worlds, rendering such doubts trivial, though he sensed that this single Tomo Sharingan differed somewhat from the one depicted in the anime. This extraordinary ocular technique instilled in the near-death Sun Yu a glimmer of hope for survival. The diminutive foes around him appeared to be moving in slow motion. He could see through all their attacks and the flow of their energies. With this advantage, he stood invincible in battle. Sister Lana, hold on. I'm coming to save you. Since you seek death, we shall be the ones to end you. Die, Saiyan monkey. Boom, boom. Two massive energy blasts erupted around Sun Yu, and Lana watched helplessly as he succumbed to the waves of energy, collapsing to the ground. Kyle, how could you be so foolish? As the native dwarves reveled in their apparent victory, one of them suddenly froze, his face betraying sheer terror as he trembled and pointed behind another dwarf, exclaiming, "Watch out behind you." Crack. The dwarf's eyes widened in shock as an immense force struck his back, producing a sound akin to shattering bones. When did you get behind me? He crumpled to the ground, filled with resentment and regret. Struggling to rise, but finding Sun Yu's foot firmly planted on his back. Let us go, and I shall spare his life. Sun Yu's cold gaze swept over the others, causing the dwarves to shudder before his blood-red Sharingan. Lana looked at Sun Yu, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She wished for him to escape this perilous place, yet simultaneously longed to witness him stand resiliently on his own. What a joke. You Saiyan monkeys have slaughtered so many of our kin. I long to dismember you. Want to leave? Not a chance. Indeed, we shall avenge our fallen comrades, even if it costs us our lives. Yes, let us eliminate these vile Saiyan monkeys. Faced with the dwarves' fury, Sun Yu's heart trembled. He recognized that these few were the last bastion of resistance on this planet, yet what could he change? In his memories, King Bei had amassed substantial fees for purging this world. Even if Sun Yu fled now, it would not alter the inevitable invasion by mightier warriors. Such was the lament of the weak. I did not wish for this conflict, but you have brought it upon yourselves. I shall oblige. Sun Yu gritted his teeth, his right hand slowly lifting, a brilliant sphere of light forming in his palm. Impossible. How can you wield our energy blasts? Gazing at the luminous sphere, a wicked smile crept across Sun Yu's lips. He had replicated the skill of the dwarves through his Sharingan, controlling and compressing the chi within him, condensing it into his palm. This bore resemblance to the Kamehameha of Master Rashi, yet it was evident that the dwarves were less adept in their manipulation of chi, rendering their energy blasts far weaker by comparison. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 738. Battle power, 849. Lana gazed in astonishment at the sphere in Sun Yu's hand. Just moments ago, she had clearly seen the readings on the power detector soaring like a rocket. Battle power, 942. Battle power, 1011. So Kyle's assertion was true. Battle power could indeed be altered at will. Lana murmured, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She quietly stepped aside, watching the boy in the arena shine like a new star. Meanwhile, Sun Yu regarded the dwarves, who were desperately gathering their energy blasts. As his own energy sphere reached completion, he hurled it toward the strongest of the dwarves. While you are weak, I shall take your life. Suddenly, Sun Yu's energy sphere transformed into a shooting star, trailing a long after image toward the unfortunate native dwarf still struggling to condense his energy. Elder, the dwarves, desperate to protect their elder, ceased their energy gathering and hurled their half-formed energy spheres at Sun Yu's. Boom. The energy spheres collided midair, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that rattled the nerves of all present. Lana, unable to contain herself, covered her mouth. She had known from the detector that Sun Yu's energy sphere was formidable, but witnessing the explosion firsthand left her in awe. Considering Sun Yu's original battle power had been a mere 569. Curse it. The dwarves shielded themselves with their sleeves against the swirling debris, their frustration palpable. They had once been assured of victory, yet this boy had turned their triumph into chaos. But just then, a chilling voice emanated from behind the dwarf elder. I will ask you one last time. Let us leave, and I shall spare your lives. Do not force my hand. Yet Sun Yu's heart was conflicted. The Saiyan blood coursing through him fueled his combativeness, but perhaps due to his recent arrival in this world, he could not bring himself to commit cold-blooded murder. Moreover, the natives of this planet were victims as well. He did not wish to entangle himself in the morality of right and wrong. He simply wanted to pursue his own desires, nothing more. Feeling Sun Yu's formidable aura, the dwarves regarded him with trepidation, fearing he might snap and harm their elder. The arena fell silent for a long moment, until finally, the dwarf elder sighed deeply and said, "You may go. Elder, we cannot let them leave. They will surely return with reinforcements." "Indeed, Elder, we must avenge our fallen kin." "Enough," the elder interrupted, stating, "Do you wish for him to claim my old life?" "No." "Elder," the dwarves clenched their fists and lowered their heads, unwilling to see their beloved elder harmed. The elder regarded Sun Yu with calmness, hesitating for a moment before asking, "I wish to know, will there be more invaders seeking to invade our planet?" Upon hearing the words of the elder dwarf, Sun Yu released his grip from his neck, his eyes returning to their normal state from the condition of the Sharingan. Calmly, he replied, "Indeed. A substantial sum has been paid to employ the warriors of King Vegeta to cleanse your planet. Therefore, rather than engaging in feudal conflict here, it would be wise for you to hastily gather your belongings and flee." "What?" The dwarves, upon hearing Sun Yu's words, were filled with despair for the future. In these primitive galaxies, the name of King Vegeta was as fearsome as that of the Grim Reaper. "Why do you share this with us?" The elder dwarf inquired once more. As Sun Yu turned towards Lana, he pondered aloud, "Because we are all but weaklings." Observing Sun Yu's retreating figure, one of the dwarves exchanged glances with the others, signaling that now was an opportune moment for a surprise attack. However, the elder dwarf shook his head and sighed. "Let it be. Even if we were to slay them, it would change nothing. We should return and gather the remaining clansmen to deliberate on our next steps." It was only after several dwarves had departed that Sun Yu exhaled in relief, dissipating the energy orb that he had been ready to summon, and approached Lana, saying, "Sister Na, we should hasten our departure from this place. Oh my, our Kyle has become quite formidable." Lana's enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth, crescent-shaped as she appraised Sun Yu from head to toe, causing a flush to rise on his cheeks. "Kyle, I have a question." Lana fixed her gaze upon Sun Yu, her expression turning serious. Please go ahead." Sun Yu's demeanor became somewhat awkward as he speculated that his cousin would inevitably inquire about his Sharingan. It was not that he wished to conceal anything from Lana. The matter pertained to his identity as a traveler, and he felt compelled to approach it with caution. "Could you teach me how to control my combat prowess?" Lana smiled sweetly as she posed her question. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback by this query. He was uncertain whether Lana had noticed the peculiarity of his eyes. If she had not, it was perhaps for the best, as it spared him the need for further explanations. So it is this question, he thought. In truth, to master one's combat ability, one must first learn to control the energy within. At present, I cannot instruct you on that. However, you may accompany me to a place where we can explore advanced concepts regarding energy. Sun Yu did not utter a falsehood. He previously possessed the ability to wield energy spheres, relying solely on the mimetic capabilities of the Sharingan. To truly master the manipulation of chi, one must seek mentorship on Earth. Although the combat prowess of Earthlings is rather feeble, it is precisely their limitations that allow them to delve deeply into the study of chi. This meticulous examination enables them to maximize the potential of every fragment of chi within them, a skill that alone could surpass the Saiyans by several streets. "Where is this place? Please tell me," Lana exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she fervently shook Sun Yu's arm, eager to learn about the art of chi control. Sun Yu occasionally felt the gentle touch of Lana's arms on certain soft parts of her body. However, she remained blissfully unaware, which made Sun Yu feel a bit out of control. He cleared his throat, striving to maintain his composure, and said, "The place is called Earth, located in a small galaxy within the Milky Way." "Earth? Milky Way?" Lana repeated these unfamiliar terms, and soon they found the spaceship they had arrived in. Awkwardly, aside from the few ships taken by those who had departed earlier, only one intact spaceship remained. "Kai, now there's only one spaceship left. What should we do?" Lana said, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed as she gazed at the lone vessel. "How about we squeeze in together?" Sun Yu replied with a mischievous smile. "Hey, Kai, are you thinking of something inappropriate again?" Lana's face flushed like a ripe apple, seemingly recalling some indescribable past events. No, Sister Na, my thoughts are pure." Sun Yu insisted, clutching his chest as if speaking from the depths of his conscience. If I catch you doing anything improper, you better watch out," Lana warned, playfully shaking her fist at him. Thus, Sun Yu and Lana squeezed into the spaceship, originally designed for one. Once inside, Sun Yu immediately searched the database for Earth's location. And before long, all information about Earth appeared before them. Earth, with a maximum combat power detection below 300, its biosphere is fragile, temperature fluctuates erratically, and gravitational pull is low. Comprehensive evaluation, inferior planet, not worthy of invasion. For special needs, it is suggested to send newborns, with invasion expected to be completed in 3 years. Kai, are you sure this is the place you mentioned where one can learn to control chi? After reading the information, Lana cast a skeptical gaze at Sun Yu. Damn, to deem my Earth unworthy of invasion. I truly wonder whether the Earthlings would laugh or cry upon seeing this message. But Sister Na, it is indeed the place. I assure you, you'll love it when you go, Senzu replied. They then set the automatic navigation system and prepared to enter sleep mode. The journey to Earth would take a year, meaning Senzu would spend a year in this confined spacecraft with Lana, which excited him. Kai, what are you smiling about? Nothing, Sister Na. Let's enter sleep mode quickly. A year is not a short time. Once everything was ready, Senzu and Lana embarked on their journey to Earth. Earth of the Dragon Ball world. Here I come. Senzu silently cheered in his heart. In the year 738 of the A.E., as time sped by, their spaceship had entered the Milky Way, with only a few days left until they reached Earth. At this moment, Senzu had completely lost interest in sleep. He gazed through the spaceship's window at the familiar yet strange Milky Way, his mind swirling with thoughts. Looking at the still sleeping Lana beside him, Senzu couldn't help but recall the numerous times he had awakened during their journey. He was not the kind of man to remain aloof in the presence of beauty. It would be a disservice to his party and the people if he did not take some action. However, this girl was quite alert. Any slightly excessive movement from him would instantly wake her, leading to a flurry of punches directed at him. It was precisely this dynamic that made the long, tedious journey colorful, a blend of pain and joy. Aside from his incessant thoughts of taking advantage of Lana, Senzu did not neglect his training. During his waking hours, he activated his Sharingan to meticulously study the flow of energy within his body. Thanks to the extraordinary ability of the Sharingan, he gained a preliminary understanding of many characteristics of Chi, and through numerous attempts at cultivation, his energy became increasingly contained and powerful. If Lana were to check his combat power with a detector right now, she would undoubtedly be astonished. Senzu mused silently. Soon, as the spaceship entered the solar system, it began to decelerate. The previously accumulated kinetic energy caused the craft to shake violently. At this moment, Lana awakened, rubbing her sleepy eyes, stretching luxuriously, exuding an aura of health and wild beauty. Wow, that planet must be Earth, Lana exclaimed, leaning against the window to gaze at the vast, azure sphere. As a genius among mid-level warriors, she had battled countless planets, yet had never encountered one as beautiful as this. Hee, I told you you'd like it. By the way, let me give you a sneak peek. Earth's cuisine ranks among the best in the entire universe, Senzu said mysteriously. Come on, the food on Earth is so renowned that it could be a bargaining chip for negotiations with the famous god of destruction, Beerus. No one would dare dispute its claim to being the best in the universe. Ah, just hearing that makes me famished. Kai, I don't care, I want to eat. On planet Vegeta, a guard reported to King Vegeta during a banquet, Your Majesty, we have an abnormal flight record from one of our spaceships. Abnormal flight record. King Vegeta, just emerging from the tedious banquet, appeared displeased. What is the situation? Speak quickly. Here's the situation. A spaceship previously dispatched to clean up the dwarf planet has one vessel that, without any command, has ventured into the 8021 XY sector, seemingly heading towards a low-level planet called Earth. Your Majesty, what do you think? The guard respectfully inquired. Taking independent action? Humph. They better be going to conquer that planet for me. Otherwise, they will face consequences. For now, prepare a case. Wait 2 years before sending someone to check it out. You know what to do? King Vegeta said darkly. Understood, Your Majesty. In a remote area of the southeastern outskirts of a certain country's east capital, a brilliant light streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Following the light, a deafening explosion resonated as Senzu and Lana's spaceship made contact with the Earth. Haha. We've finally arrived, Senzu exclaimed, pulling Lana out of the spaceship. He stretched luxuriously, feeling immensely refreshed. Kai, I feel like the gravity on this planet is quite low. Can one really learn to cultivate chi in such a place? Lana observed her surroundings, pouting. Let me put it this way, the combat power of newborn Earthlings is 0. As they mature, some exceptional individuals can achieve combat powers exceeding 10. Despite such low foundational attributes, some can elevate their combat power to over 260 through diligent martial arts study. Just imagine, if we mastered such a cultivation method, your combat power could reach unimaginable heights. If what you say is true, then achieving over 10,000 combat power upon adulthood is indeed possible. Am I right, Kai? Lana's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of such a significant power boost. Excited over breaking 10,000. Senzu thought to himself, bemused. As Senzu understood, according to the lore of the Dragon Ball anime, Sun Wukong, upon completing the 100-fold gravity training, was officially recognized as possessing strength that transcended the limits of a Saiyan. This implies that a Saiyan truly enters the initial phase of combat power development only upon reaching a battle power of 90,000. However, Senzu found himself unable to convey this to Lana. Thus, he could only respond with a smile. Naturally, an increase of 10,000 in battle power is hardly significant. Wow, Kale, you mustn't deceive me. A battle power of 10,000 should surpass King Vegeta, right? I shall return to become the new queen of planet Vegeta. Lana exclaimed with exuberance, her excitement causing her to dance about. Senzu, listening nearby, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Pondering whether bringing her to Earth was a wise decision, He fervently hoped this aunt of his wouldn't whimsically decide to conquer Earth, as he wished to first establish himself as a ruler there. Kale, please take me to train with the powerful warriors on Earth, Lana urged eagerly. Uh-huh. Sun Yu replied absent-mindedly, then donned a battle power detector on his ear. Let me see where these mighty warriors are located. Beep, beep, beep. The device detected low battle power units. 3, 5, 7. After scanning the area, the highest battle power detected was below 50, which left Sun Yu feeling quite embarrassed. How could this be? They must be concealing their energy. Upon reflection, it made sense. According to the Dragon Ball storyline, at this time, Sun Wukong had yet to arrive on Earth, which was enjoying a period of peace. The strongest entity was none other than the Grand Kai. However, he was not a combat-type Namekian, and thus his energy was entirely repressed. Therefore, it was impossible to locate him with the detector. As for Master Rashi, that need not even be mentioned. He was merely an old man who indulged in inappropriate magazines and spent his days pondering how to grope girls. What a dismal start. Sun Yu lamented helplessly. Hey, Kale, I'm hungry. Let's go eat something first, Lana suggested, noticing Sun Yu's troubled expression. As Sun Yufei soared into the sky, he beheld the distant presence of a city. Thus, he acquiesced to Lana's suggestion. Very well, let us indulge in some food, my little gourmand. TCH. You are the true foodie here, and I am older than you, Lana retorted with a roll of her eyes. Wait a moment, Sun Yufei called out to Lana. There is a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You promised me that while on Earth, you would behave. On this planet, purchasing food requires payment. Do you have any money? Lana tilted her head, inquiring of Sun Yufei. It was evident that Sun Yufei had been anticipating this question from Lana. With a mysterious smile, he declared, Come, let us embark on a daring bank heist. Sun Yuka harbored no desire to emulate the protagonists of certain time travel novels, who resorted to hunting wild beasts to exchange their pelts for coin. Such actions were hardly befitting a noble scion. Presently, Sun Yuka existed as an invincible entity on Earth. Yet he found himself whimsically curious about the experience of robbing a bank. He envisioned himself delivering a mighty blow to an ATM, shattering it and retrieving a cascade of banknotes. What a thrilling image that conjured. However, this notion was merely a trifling prank to Sun Yuka. His true challenges lay ahead. As he prepared to confront Frieza, who sought to dominate the universe, Frieza would not passively await the ascension of Sun Wukong, hoping for him to vanquish the tyrant. If fate allowed, Sun Yuka would prefer to engage Frieza directly and assert his dominance. Although Lana did not fully grasp the concept of robbing a bank, the excitement in Sun Yuka's narration piqued her interest. The duo swiftly soared towards the heart of the city, where the architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of the Dragon Ball universe. The level of civilization surpassed that of Earth prior to Sun Yuka's arrival, evident from the solar-powered hover vehicles zipping by. Upon spotting an imposing edifice adorned with the grand inscription Eastern Bank, Sun Yuka promptly declared it their target. Let us rob this one, Lana. Remember, no harm to anyone. Lana nodded in agreement, and the two descended rapidly to the ground, only to discover a scene of chaos outside the bank, where pedestrians were scattering in panic, as if something alarming had transpired. Filled with curiosity, Sun Yu approached an elderly man with white hair and inquired, Excuse me, sir, do you happen to know what has transpired ahead? The old man responded kindly, Ah, young lad, you are unaware? Armed robbers have invaded the bank, taking numerous hostages. I suggest you refrain from proceeding further to avoid any entanglement. Sun Yu was taken aback, pondering how in this day and age, one must queue to rob a bank. Such indignation stirred within him. He could not tolerate it. At that moment, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air as multiple patrol cars sped by. Officers disembarked, brandishing loudspeakers, announcing to those inside, You are surrounded. Release the hostages and surrender immediately. Sister Na, let us venture inside to investigate, Sun Yu declared, his anger palpable. These wretched robbers had chosen the precise moment he sought to seize the bank to stir trouble, and that was intolerable. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Lana agreed without hesitation, and the two boldly proceeded towards the East Capital Bank. The nearby officers, noticing Sun Yu and Lana, approached with stern expressions, admonishing, Hey, you two youngsters, return immediately. There are robbers inside. Do not interfere with our duties. As Sun Yuang prepared to speak, Lana's expression darkened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from her, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Her formidable battle power, nearing 912, manifested as a colossal hand that firmly grasped the throat of the police officer. The unfortunate officer from Dongdu trembled as if he had stepped onto an electric switch, nearly in need of a disco soundtrack to accompany his plight. Lana, he can hardly breathe. You promised me you wouldn't indiscriminately kill Earthlings, Sun Yuang admonished. Although Lana had spent the past year in slumber, her combat prowess had escalated from an initial 874 to 912. Fortunately, she had refrained from unleashing her full might. Otherwise, the sheer intensity of her presence could have instantly terrified the hapless human. Once she reigned in her aura, Lana playfully stuck out her adorable tongue at Sun Yuang, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Ah, you've truly defeated me. Sun Yuang exhaled in relief, choosing to ignore the incapacitated officer, who lay on the ground, having lost control of himself. The two strode confidently toward the bank, unimpeded by anyone, including the previously arrogant officers of Dongdu. Upon entering the bank's grand hall, Sun Yiguang found little interest in the opulent architectural style of Dongdu Bank. Inside, there were 7 or 8 robbers, yet to Sun Yiguang and Lana, they appeared as insignificant beings with combat powers not exceeding 5. The robbers were divided into 2 groups. 3 kept a watchful eye on the hostages in the hall, while the remaining 5 had already extracted several large bags of cash from the vault. The spectacle was extravagant, and had they succeeded in their heist, the wealth would have sufficed for them to indulge for several lifetimes. Alas, they had encountered Sun Yiguang. The appearance of Sun Yu and Lana immediately caught the attention of one of the robbers. He exchanged a glance with his companion and brandished his semi-automatic submachine gun as he approached the duo, barking, "Hey, kid, behave yourself and squat over there, or I'll blow your head off." However, Sun Yu and Lana paid no heed to this thug's threats, resolutely advancing towards the robbers holding cash. "Hey," I said. The ignored robber raised his submachine gun, aiming it directly at Sun Yu. Yet, the moment he lifted his weapon, Lana swiftly waved her right hand, sending him flying several meters away, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Oh dear, I just saw you being threatened, and in a moment of panic, I lost my composure. Kyle, you won't hold it against me, will you?" Lana adopted a pitiful expression akin to that of a child who had misbehaved, nearly fooling Sun Yu. What a joke. Would a proud scion be intimidated by a mere submachine gun? Could you not find a better excuse? It's evident that you were itching for a fight. Deep down, you're nothing but a violent maniac, yet you constantly wear an innocent facade. Sun Yu felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness towards his cousin, realizing that the task of guiding her was far from simple. "Curse it, what have you done to Paul?" The commotion caused by Lana had completely attracted the attention of everyone in the bank hall, and all the robbers had their guns loaded, menacingly approaching Sun Yu and Lana. "Put down the money, and I'll let you go," Sun Yu said, his expression darkening. "Haraha." The robbers present erupted into laughter, as if they had heard a most amusing joke. "I say, little brat, you still don't grasp the situation, do you? There are 7 of us, all armed. Even if you manage to ambush and take down Paul, so what?" One of the burly, bald robbers stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Boss, stop wasting your breath on them. Let me teach these 2 kids a lesson." The other robbers sneered, parting to make way for the bald brute, who towered over Sun Yu, looking down at him. "Kid, if you can withstand a punch from me, all this money will be yours." "Ha ha." The other robbers erupted into uproarious laughter, while the hostages nearby exchanged sympathetic glances. Sun Yu merely nodded slightly, and then the bald thug, filled with bravado, swung his fist towards Sun Yu. With a dull thud, the anticipated scene of the boy being sent flying did not transpire. Instead, the bald thug's fist struck Sun Yu as if colliding with an impenetrable wall, causing his wrist to ache. "This is impossible. My goodness, he didn't even flinch. Could this boy be made of iron?" Sun Yu paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd. He had no intention of engaging in conflict with these feeble robbers. What pleasure could be derived from bullying individuals whose combat prowess barely exceeded 5? Had these miscreants displayed a modicum of cooperation, Sun Yu would have readily accepted his payment and departed. Alas, their self-destructive antics compelled him to administer a slight reprimand. Thus, the decision was made. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Sun Yu gently raised his right hand, extending his index finger with deliberate slowness towards the burly bald man. The movement was excruciatingly gradual, yet every eye was fixated on his outstretched digit. When it finally made contact with the man, an astonishing spectacle ensued. The bald thug was propelled several meters backward, emitting a startled cry. Perhaps due to Sun Yu's meticulous control of his force, the man, though dislodged, managed to lean against the wall, sputtering blood, a far cry from the fate of the previous unfortunate named Paul. At least he was still alive. However, the mere touch of Sun Yu's finger had instigated profound existential doubt among the remaining robbers. This defied the very laws of physics. Yet, in such dire circumstances, pondering the intricacies of physics was hardly a priority. The immediate need was to regain control. Consequently, the remaining robbers brandished their most formidable weapons, semi-automatic rifles, notorious for their lethality against any foe, be it man or deity. Earlier, it had been noted that Lana, when a certain son was threatened, often lost her sense of restraint. She paid little mind to the flimsy rationale behind her actions. She simply acted once more. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of 5 shattering bones reverberated throughout the bank hall. No one witnessed Lana's swift movements. Her speed was simply too extraordinary. Those present merely perceived a fleeting blur, followed by the resounding echoes of bone fracturing, culminating in the sight of 5 robbers, who had merely seconds ago been brandishing their weapons, now sprawled helplessly upon the floor. Sun Yu discreetly cast a glance at the East City police officers cowering at the doorway, utterly terrified and already in a state of disarray. With a resigned sigh, he turned to Lana, who was feigning innocence and vulnerability, and remarked, as a scion, "You persist in tormenting mere mortals. Isn't this rather embarrassing to admit?" Lana offered a sheepish smile, but suddenly, a loud voice echoed from behind them. "Don't come any closer, or I shall take this hostage's life." It appeared that Lana had overlooked a robber. One might wonder why he did not simply lie still on the ground and pretend to be dead, avoiding any trouble altogether. Instead of emerging at such a critical moment to draw attention to himself, Sun Yu's lips twitched as he turned to glance at the robber, who was dragging out the scene with a theatrical cough. To his astonishment, the criminal had indeed taken a hostage. Pressing the muzzle of an automatic weapon against the captive's temple, casting a cold gaze at both Sun Yu and Lana. It seemed the robber naively believed Sun Yu to be a paragon of justice aiding the police. However, when Sun Yu laid his eyes upon the hostage, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The hostage was relatively young, rather slender, with disheveled silver hair, and beneath thick glasses, there shone a pair of somewhat vacant, endearing eyes, accompanied by a prominent mustache. The resemblance was uncanny. Sun Yu mused internally, though the exact memory eluded him. Perhaps he was a character from the Dragon Ball anime. If indeed this hostage were a figure from that universe, he could not simply stand by. Summoning all his effort, Sun Yu mustered a friendly smile and addressed the theatrical robber with a grin. "Hey, buddy. Don't come any closer." The robber, startled, became a picture of sheer panic. In his fluster, a gunshot rang out, the bullet narrowly missing the hostage's head. Even Lana's superhuman speed would not suffice to intercept the projectile in time, nor could one expect her to care for the hostage's life. Alas, once more. "It falls upon me to save the world," Sun Yu lamented inwardly. While he might not match Lana's swiftness, he possessed the Sharingan. During a year aboard a spacecraft, Sun Yu had unearthed a new capability of the Sharingan. Widely acknowledged for its extraordinary replication abilities, the Sharingan also bestowed a keen insight, allowing one to perceive any technique and discern swiftly moving objects. Through a fortuitous observation, Sun Yu had noticed that when activating his Sharingan, the electronic clock aboard the ship appeared to slow down. This prompted him to ponder whether the Sharingan could indeed influence the passage of time. After numerous experiments, he concluded that activating the Sharingan could indeed affect temporal flow. Exhausting his physical energy enabled him to halt time within a 2-meter radius around the spacecraft for 2 seconds. It was akin to an upgraded version of the Sharingan. For an ordinary individual, 2 seconds might seem fleeting, inconsequential. Yet for Sun Yu, it represented a transformative opportunity. Following the robber's gunshot, Sun Yu's Sharingan activated instantaneously, creating a field of suspended time within a radius of several dozen meters. Everyone present was rendered immobile, as if ensnared in a spell, and the 2 seconds of stasis commenced. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yu darted forward, arriving before the robber, who remained frozen in a comically terrified expression. Sun Yuka had little interest in observing the disheveled robber any longer. He delicately plucked the bullet suspended in the air, then turned it around, aiming it at the robber's knee. This would truly be a case of a bullet to the knee. Although the trope of being shot in the knee was rather cliché, the mere thought of this unfortunate robber reminiscing about his tragic life, claiming, "I was once an exceptional thief, having robbed the largest bank in the world, until I was shot in the knee," brought a smirk to Sun Yuka's face. Imagining the robber's expression as he spoke, Sun Yuka stifled his laughter, muffling it with his hand, and even indulged in a brief bout of beatboxing. With the hostages saved, only 5 seconds remained. What to do next? Bored, Sun Yuka glanced at Lana. However, upon doing so, he nearly suffered a nosebleed. It must be said that Sun Yuka's ocular prowess was truly remarkable. At that moment, it seemed as if the layer of soft armor that adorned Lana was transparent, allowing him to gaze unabashedly at her exquisite form. Though what he saw was a unique perspective granted by a Sharingan, he reminded himself not to be overly greedy in his observations. Alas, Lana's figure was becoming increasingly alluring. It would be prudent to avert his gaze in the future, lest he become overwhelmed. Sun Yuka mused inwardly, his eyes still shamelessly roving over Lana's figure. "Hey, Kyle, your stare is rather lecherous. What are you thinking?" Lana's sudden reprimand startled Sun Yuka, causing his Sharingan to vanish in an instant. Sun Yu gazed at Lana in astonishment, his heart racing unexpectedly. Was there not still a second of stasis remaining? How had Lana already regained her freedom? A piercing scream echoed through the hall, emanating from the robber. Yet Sun Yu found himself devoid of any interest in the robber's plight. He was dismayed to discover that the effectiveness of the Sharingan's stasis diminished significantly against individuals stronger than himself. "Hey, Kyle, why are your eyes so red? It's quite frightening," Lana inquired as she approached Sun Yu. "Huh? Haha, sometimes they just do that. I can't quite understand it myself." Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly. Before Lana could press further, Sun Yu picked up a bag of cash from the floor, preparing to make his escape. At that moment, a group of police officers from Dongdu, stealing their nerves, entered the room and tremulously addressed Sun Yu. "Sir, oh no, young hero, please leave the cash behind. We get lost." Sun Yu's gaze hardened, and he barked angrily. "For heaven's sake, I'm here to rob a bank just like you. We are the police of Dongdu." Several officers swallowed hard, gathering their resolve to say, "If you insist on taking that bag of cash, then we shall." Their demeanor suggested they were about to draw their weapons, yet their trembling hands rendered them incapable of even holding their guns steady. "Humph." Sun Yu scoffed coldly and approached the officers, who immediately collapsed in fear, unable to utter a coherent sentence. "Is it really necessary to be this terrified of me?" Sun Yu thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He mused that had he not preempted Lana's advance, they would all be lying in the morgue by now. A timid voice emerged from behind Sun Yu. Turning around, he saw one of the recently rescued hostages. "Yes? What is it?" The hostage seemed to muster an immense amount of courage and addressed Sun Yu and Lana. If you two are in need of money, I have some savings that I could lend you. Oh, with someone offering money voluntarily, Sun Yu could hardly refuse. So, sir, you are quite well off? The hostage smiled sheepishly at Sun Yu's inquiry and replied, I own a company and have made a modest profit these past 2 years. If you would not mind, could you grant me a small favor? Sighing, Sun Yu lamented that it appeared he would not be able to rob the bank today. The absence of the exhilarating experience of smashing an ATM left him feeling quite cheated. Very well, we are hungry. Please take us to get something to eat and then procure us some clean clothing. Is that acceptable? Sun Yu casually tossed the cash he had taken from the robber to the police officers of Dongdu and continued, no problem, no problem. The hostage patted his satchel, indicating it contained ample funds. I am Beerus. May I ask how to address you to? Call SARS, but you can call me Sun Yu if you prefer. This is my cousin Lana. You may call her Sunshine. Sun Yu casually revealed his true name, wishing to avoid being addressed as Kyle SARS on Earth, while also bestowing Lana with an Earth name. Upon hearing the name Sun Yu had given her, Lana's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, saying, Hey, Kyle. Please refrain from arbitrarily naming people. My name is Lana. Sun Yu feigned ignorance of Lana's protests as he stepped out of the bank amidst the gratitude of the Eastern City Police. Following closely behind were Lana and Beerus, who was eager to treat them. Let us first indulge in the culinary delights of the food street ahead. Saiyans possess stomachs capable of accommodating food weighing 36 times their body weight, and those in their developmental stages can surpass even that limit. The naive Beerus, blissfully unaware, led Sun Yu and Lana to the most luxurious hotel in Eastern City. In a display of hospitality, he ordered an extravagant feast. And as he gestured for them to help themselves, Sun Yu and Lana descended upon the food with the fervor of famished souls reborn. What is meant by like the wind sweeping away clouds? In Beerus' mind, a table laden with enough food to barely satisfy 10 adults was devoured by these two youths in a mere 3 minutes. Each plate was left impeccably clean, to the extent that if they were to be reserved to other patrons, none would suspect they had not been washed. Waiter, bring 20 more of each dish. Sun Yu commanded, addressing the now stunned waiter. Hey, don't just think of yourself, I want my share too. Lana chimed in, elegantly wiping the grease from her lips, her shyness evident. Oh, then waiter, make it 40 of each. No sooner had he spoken than Beerus, clutching his chest in disbelief, fainted on the spot. Oh no. This gentleman has fainted from hunger. Hey, waiter, hurry with the food. Someone has collapsed. Thus began the darkest day for the chefs of the Eastern City Hotel, who had to exhaust their entire month's inventory to meet the demands. Overwhelmed, the chefs finally resorted to calling the police after 3 frantic hours of cooking. Calling the police, what a thought. The same Eastern City officers came and, upon spotting Sun Yu and Lana, slapped the alarmed chef, leaving him with a stern warning. If you cannot serve these two properly, prepare for imprisonment. 10 hours later, Sun Yu and Lana, having indulged to their heart's content, released satisfied belches, signaling the end of their feast. Hey, Uncle Beerus, weren't we supposed to go shopping? Why are you taking us to your home instead? Sun Yu inquired, puzzled by Beerus' invitation. Beerus secretly patted his empty wallet, having withdrawn 2 million in cash from the bank, now entirely spent. With a forced smile, he replied, Well, my wife has prepared dessert at home. I wonder if you would like to try it. Really? That sounds wonderful. Let us hurry, Kai, the dessert must be delicious. Lana was completely enchanted by Earth's culinary offerings. Thus, it seems, to win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her appetite. Ultimately, Beerus successfully navigated his immediate financial crisis. Comfortable in Beerus' spacious luxury vehicle, Lana rested her head on Sun Yu's shoulder, gazing at the passing scenery, savoring the essence of life. Soon, they arrived at Beerus' home, where servants prepared bathing arrangements for Sun Yu and Lana. The servant assisting Sun Yu did not exhibit undue curiosity upon noticing his tail, perhaps due to the existence of various beings in the Dragon Ball world, where even pig-headed and tiger-headed individuals are accepted, making a Saiyan with a tail seem less extraordinary. After their cleansing, the servants thoughtfully selected the latest fashionable attire for Sun Yu and Lana. Once everything was in order, they were invited to the living room to sample dessert. Upon entering, Sun Yu was struck by the sight of Beerus' young and beautiful wife, adorned with golden curls, cradling a blue-haired little girl resembling a doll. A bolt of realization struck him as he finally observed the logo on Beerus' uniform, Capsule Corporation. It dawns on me, you are Bulma's father, Sun Yu exclaimed, recognizing Beerus as the brilliant scientist and founder of Capsule Corp, destined to be the wealthiest man in the world. How does Mr. Sun know my daughter? Beerus widened his eyes in astonishment. Dr. Beerus, you are too kind. Sun Yu, now acutely aware of Beerus' stature, felt compelled to show utmost respect. Doctor, may I request a favor from you? The sudden transformation in Sun Yu's demeanor left everyone present in utter bewilderment. Particularly, Lana found herself increasingly perplexed by her cousin. Mr. Sun, you are too modest. Please feel free to ask for anything you may need. Beerus, fully aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Sun Yu and Lana, was genuinely grateful for Sun Yu's life-saving assistance and dared not overstep. Upon hearing Beerus' response, Sun Yu chuckled softly, then leaned in closer with an air of mystery, saying, Doctor Beerus, What I require is a training room where gravity can be adjusted at will. Let us set the upper limit for gravity at 100 times normal for now. Surely, you can manage that? 100 times. Breves exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Sun, constructing the gravity training room you desire is not insurmountable. But do you comprehend the implications of setting gravity to such an extent? Of course I do. Sun Yu shrugged nonchalantly and then referenced the original text, stating, a person weighing 60 kilograms would experience a weight of 6 tons under 100 times gravity. Am I mistaken? Breves nodded mechanically, recalling Sun Yu's previously displayed strength. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and said, very well, since this is your request, I shall endeavor to accommodate. Please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Sun. I will head to the laboratory to explore the feasibility of this gravity training room. Thank you, Doctor. Please do as you see fit, Sun Yu replied. Doctor. Breves retreated into the laboratory, while Mrs. Breves departed to prepare additional desserts for Lana. The living room was left with only Lana, who was licking remnants of cake from her hands, and Bulma and Sun Yu, who were sizing each other up. Sun Yu was taken aback by how adorable Bulma was as a child. This series of events left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as he found himself gazing vacantly into Bulma's eyes. Then, almost instinctively, he reached out and gently pinched her rosy cheek. So soft. This was Sun Yu's initial impression of Bulma's face. Goodness, could it be that he is a potential loli enthusiast? No, that cannot be. It was merely a slip of the hand. Hey, are some people not even sparing such a small girl? Lana shot a disdainful look at Sun Yu, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. It was just an accidental slip of the hand, haha. He stammered defensively. Little sister, come here to your big sister. Be careful of certain bad people who might do strange things to you. Lana instantly transformed into a warm elder sister figure, opening her arms to the little lowly Bulma. Okay, Bulma replied softly, then sat beside Lana, reaching out to playfully tug at the tail wrapped around Lana's waist. Hey, Sister Lana. Clarify what you mean by me doing strange things to her. Sun Yu protested, focusing his gaze on Lana. Let us not discuss that. What exactly was the gravity training room you requested from the doctor? Lana inquired curiously. As I mentioned earlier, in a training room with 100 times gravity, a 60-kilogram body would immediately become 6 tons. If we can acclimate to that gravitational environment, our combat power could conservatively be estimated at 90,000. Sun Yu replied with a calm demeanor. 90,000? How is that even possible? Lana was incredulous. It wasn't that she refused to believe Sun Yu, but that such a figure seemed astronomical to her at that moment. 90,000 combat power? Was this still the Saiyan race? Sun Yu smiled faintly, rising to his feet and approaching the window. Sister Na, one must never underestimate the potential of our Saiyan race. A battle power of 90,000 merely signifies the initial stage of power development. It is only when one's battle power reaches 3 million that one truly enters a realm of extremes. At that point, conventional training methods become insufficient for further enhancement. To attain greater strength, one must transform into the legendary Golden Warrior, known as the Super Saiyan. Upon achieving the Super Saiyan transformation, one can directly amplify their battle power by 50 times. This means that the original 3 million battle power would escalate to an astounding 150 million. What a terrifying figure that is. The journey ahead is both arduous and profound. Out of the corner of his eye, Sun Yu inadvertently caught sight of a small black creature in the courtyard, instantly bringing a smile to his face. He recognized this little black companion as a beloved pet of the Briefs couple, which had made its way through the entirety of the Dragon Ball anime. At that moment, it was playfully rolling around with a Dragon Ball. Wait a minute, a Dragon Ball, and a 2-star ball at that. Sun Yu could no longer maintain his composure. He mentally condemned the Briefs' ancestors for generations, astonished that they would allow a Dragon Ball to be treated as a mere toy for a pet. The world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the window, swiftly approaching the little black creature. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the creature by its neck with one hand, while picking up the Dragon Ball with the other. Ah, little Sunshine, what brings you into the courtyard? Mrs. Briefs, carrying a large platter of pastries, returned to the living room just in time to spot Sun Yu in the yard. Lana also emerged from the house, casually taking a sweet treat from the platter Mrs. Briefs was holding, and while savoring it, inquired, I echo that question, Kyle. You're not specifically out here to collect this glass orb, are you? Indeed, that is the case. Mrs. Briefs, do you know the origin of this item? Sun Yu retorted. Mrs. Briefs pointed to Bulma, who was hiding behind Lana, and said, oh, that glass ball was found by Bulma on the roadside. Scratch is particularly fond of it, so we kept it as a toy for him. Scratch was the name of the little black creature. This object is called a Dragon Ball. There are a total of 7. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish. Sun Yu succinctly explained, Mrs. Briefs, this item emits a stable wavelength. Do you think it's possible to create a radar to detect its location? Such a remarkable item exists? I shall inquire with my husband. Please, enjoy the pastries in the meantime. Mrs. Briefs responded as she accepted the Dragon Ball from Sun Yu. We can put the gravity training room on hold. If feasible, let us prioritize the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu suggested. Understood. With that, Mrs. Briefs hurried off to her husband's laboratory. Kyle, is what you said about the Dragon Ball truly so wondrous? Lana, evidently intrigued by the Dragon Ball, asked, "Are you familiar with Namek?" "Namek, you mean?" Lana had indeed heard the legends of Namek, yet like most extraterrestrials, she believed it to be merely an exaggerated tale. Senzu nodded, affirming that the legends of Namek were indeed true, and so were the Dragon Balls of Earth, albeit the latter being somewhat inferior, akin to a counterfeit version of their Namekian counterparts. "Wow, Kyle, you possess such knowledge," Lana exclaimed. "Have you considered what wish you might make?" Although she directed the question at Senzu, her heart harbored a wish of its own, yearning for realization. "Not yet. I'll think about it then," Senzu replied, secretly hoping to utilize the Dragon Radar to locate Karin Tower for training with the God of Earth. "Honestly, you're such a blockhead," Lana muttered in discontent. In the ensuing days, Senzu procured a set of weighted gear for both himself and Lana, reminiscent of the attire worn by Goku in the original Dragon Ball series, each set weighing a staggering 900 kilograms. Even Lana, with a battle power exceeding 900, found it somewhat taxing upon her initial wear. A day later, Dr. Brief successfully crafted the Dragon Radar. Indeed, having a technologically adept companion proved advantageous. After acquiring the radar, Senzu intended to bid farewell to the Briefs couple, who earnestly attempted to dissuade him. However, Senzu was resolute in his decision. Young Bulma, upon hearing that her older brother Senzu was departing, wept heartily, her sorrowful visage evoking deep sympathy. "If only you were a bit older, I could take you on adventures," Senzu lamented. "Kyle, it seems you truly have designs on Bulma," Lana teased from the side. Ultimately, Senzu had no choice but to present the most potent artifact to charm the young girl, indeed, a lollipop. As the adage goes, there is no loli you cannot conquer, only lollipops you cannot afford. After successfully placating Bulma, Senzu and Lana embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. The initial stages of their search for the Dragon Balls proved somewhat amusing. Senzu soon realized that, given their formidable strength, there was hardly anyone on Earth capable of impeding their progress, rendering their pursuit of the Dragon Balls surprisingly smooth. Thus, the sole amusement of their journey became the indulgent feasting of Senzu and Lana, relishing their meals and delighting in the chaos of dining without payment, evoking the laughter of restaurant owners chasing them down the streets. Eventually, they transformed the noble quest for the 7 Dragon Balls into a culinary expedition across Earth, where the location of the Dragon Balls became insignificant compared to the pursuit of delectable cuisine. On a plateau known as Bun Mountain, Lana exclaimed, "Grandpa Gohan, your roasted Earth Dragon is absolutely divine." She savored the succulent dish, genuinely praising Grandpa Gohan's culinary skills. Indeed, Senzu and Lana had arrived at Bun Mountain, for Grandpa Gohan possessed a 4-star ball. Upon learning of their intentions, Grandpa Gohan not only readily presented the Dragon Ball but also warmly invited them to a feast. "Haha, I'm glad you enjoy it. Don't worry, there is plenty more," Grandpa Gohan chuckled. After a satisfying meal, Senzu stretched contentedly and suddenly recalled something. Turning to Grandpa Gohan, he inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you are a disciple of Master Roshi, correct?" The words of Senzu took Son Gohan by surprise. Yet he readily acknowledged, "How does Son Xiao know my master? That lecherous old man is known to anyone who has watched Dragon Ball." He sighed. "I have long admired his name and wish to pay my respects, but fate has always eluded me." Senzu expressed his desire. "I wonder if Gohan's grandfather could demonstrate the supreme technique of your turtle school, the Kamehameha." "You wish to learn the Kamehameha?" Son Gohan discerned Senzu's intentions. "Indeed," Senzu affirmed without hesitation, "if possible, I hope you can guide me in my training." Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "However, Son Xiao, if I am not mistaken, your strength has far surpassed mine. Perhaps only my master could provide you with guidance. Nevertheless, I can certainly demonstrate the Kamehameha for you." "All right. I would be grateful." Senzu looked at Gohan's grandfather with eager anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Son Gohan stepped into the open space at the front of the door, with Senzu and Lana following closely behind, observing carefully. Son Gohan joined his hands before his chest, his aura suddenly surging, then slowly drawing his hands to his waist, exclaiming, "Kamehameha." With a resounding crash, a massive rock was obliterated by the wave of energy unleashed by Son Gohan. Breathing a sigh of relief, he turned to Senzu with a pleased expression and inquired, "So, did you see it clearly? Would you like to give it a try?" Having just retracted his Sharingan, Senzu smiled slightly at Gohan's grandfather and said, "Very well, I shall make my attempt. Do not hesitate, young friend. If there are any mistakes, I shall take the liberty of pointing them out." Son Gohan stepped aside, watching alongside Lana as Senzu moved to the courtyard. At last, he was about to learn this technique. Senzu felt an overwhelming excitement, recalling the countless times he had imitated the Kamehameha as a child. Now, he could truly unleash it, fulfilling a long-held dream. With hands joined and spread before his chest, Senzu's aura erupted with tremendous force. Me. The intensity of Senzu's energy caused Son Gohan's heart to skip a beat, his complexion paling instantly. Despite his attempts to overestimate Senzu, he realized he had underestimated his strength. "Damn it, Kale, when did he become so formidable?" Lana muttered through gritted teeth, unable to accurately gauge Senzu's power without a combat power detector. Yet, she sensed that Senzu's strength was likely very close to her own, igniting a sense of urgency within her. Sun Yu then withdrew his hands to his waist, a terrifying radiance suddenly emanating from them. His aura reached a new pinnacle, shaking the very ground around him. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a powerful beam of energy that surged toward the distant hills, causing the earth to tremble as those hills erupted into countless fragments. Son Gohan was astonished, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words after having boasted about guiding Sun Yu. My apologies. I accidentally exerted too much force. Sun Yu scratched his head sheepishly as he addressed Gohan. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Sun Xiao's talent is truly extraordinary. It seems I have grown old. Son Gohan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Though the Kamehameha is a basic martial art, its capacity for charge and subsequent release grants it unparalleled potential for power. A reason why Sun Wukong was so keen on mastering this technique. After exchanging a few more words, Sun Yu bid farewell to Son Gohan and resumed his quest for the Dragon Balls. With the recently acquired 4-star ball, Sun Yu now possessed 4 Dragon Balls in total, leaving 3 more to find. Following the readings from the Dragon Radar, Sun Yu and Lana hastily soared toward the tropical region in the south. As the radar indicated their proximity to another Dragon Ball, Sun Yu spotted a towering white structure rising like clouds ahead. With a broad smile, he exclaimed, "At last. I have found it, the legendary sacred place of Korin, the abode of the gods." Korin Tower is situated atop the tropical plains of the southern world. Guarded by generations of indigenous villagers, it is hailed as the birthplace of martial arts, attracting countless formidable warriors over the centuries, all seeking to ascend its heights. However, to date, it seems only Master Roshi has succeeded. Kale, look. It appears there is an army down below. Lana pointed towards a large group of people in the distance. Addressing Sun Yu followed the direction indicated by Lana and indeed spotted a considerable number of armed soldiers stationed near the village close to Karin Tower. However, their faces were marked with ferocity as they mercilessly assaulted the innocent Native American villagers. Could it be that they too were after the Dragon Balls? Sun Yu entertained this possibility, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball, the Guardians of Karin Tower, the father-son duo of Bora, possessed a Dragon Ball, specifically a 3-star ball. Kyle, let us approach and take a look, he suggested. Like all female beings across the universe, Lana had an innate tendency to revel in the spectacle. Although she would vehemently deny it most of the time, it appeared they would have to wait a while before paying their respects to the deity. And Sun Yu shook his head in resignation. After all, Karin Tower was right there. Arriving a little later would not be a significant inconvenience. Indeed, he replied. And the two of them leaped down from the sky, ambling leisurely towards the military forces. The insignia of the army was a red bow tie, flanked by 2 capital letters R, unmistakably the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, in Sun Yu's recollection, the Red Ribbon Army did not commence their quest for the Dragon Balls until after Goku had participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Why had they already arrived at Karin Tower? Could it be the result of a butterfly effect triggered by his presence? Hey, you 2 brats, halt. A foreign-looking officer blocked their path, hands on his hips as he shouted, "If you know what's good for you, scram." Disobedient children might find themselves on the receiving end of a bullet. Ha ha ha. Wait a moment. Before Sun Yu could decide how to deal with this insufferable officer, another figure emerged. This individual was impeccably dressed in military attire, his sapphire blue eyes accentuating his handsome features. He marched up to Sun Yu and, with a cold chuckle, remarked, "Well, I never expected that you 2 would also come in search of the Dragon Balls. General Blue, are you mistaken? They actually know about the Dragon Balls." The earlier foreign officer exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Yu immediately recognized the individual as General Blue, the commanding officer of the Red Silk Army, known for his frequent victories against the Blue Team and rumored to possess extraordinary abilities. Moreover, whispers suggested he was a homosexual. You've discovered my secret. Sun Yu smirked mischievously, inquiring, "Could you enlighten me on how you came to know this?" I see no harm in divulging," General Blue replied with a chilling demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Yu. "We possess the Dragon Ball radar. The fact that you are in possession of 4 Dragon Balls has been entirely exposed. It is quite commendable that you have gathered so many for our army. Ha ha ha." To Sun Yu's astonishment, they too had a Dragon Ball radar. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The Red Silk Army was home to the brilliant Dr. Gero, who could undoubtedly create such a device. How did you come to learn about the Dragon Balls? Sun Yu pondered, perplexed. Logically, there should be few on Earth privy to such knowledge at this time. Yet here they were, equipped with the Dragon Ball radar. Child, you certainly have an abundance of inquiries. Nevertheless, given your contribution of 4 Dragon Balls to my cause, I shall indulge you. General Blue maintained a rigid posture, declaring, "Our commander, General Hay, recently met the esteemed Dr. Briefs at a charity gala, where the matter of Dragon Balls was inadvertently mentioned after a few drinks. He even spoke of 2 remarkable young individuals, which I presume refers to the 2 of you." The realization that they were indeed the topic of conversation left Sun Yu both amused and exasperated, contemplating how Dr. Briefs was one prone to drunken confessions. Yet, what did it matter? Annihilating the Red Silk Army would be far simpler than crushing an ant. Enough of your questions, child. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Before Sun Yu could respond, General Blue swiftly harnessed his supernatural abilities to immobilize both Sun Yu and Lana, seemingly to prevent any attempt at escape. I trust you find yourselves unable to move now, little ones. Sun Yu and Lana exchanged a glance and inquired, "Shall you go, or shall I?" Lana remarked, "Kyle, did you not say that dealing with ordinary people is a matter of great disgrace?" With their adversaries having already encroached upon them, it was only natural to retaliate. Moreover, the Red Silk Army is far from virtuous. While Sun Yu abhorred senseless killing, it did not imply that he would overlook the wicked. General Bru, feeling disregarded, was instantly engulfed in fury, neglecting to ponder why his supernatural abilities seemed ineffective against his foe. He swiftly charged towards Sun Yu, delivering a powerful punch while bellowing, "You audacious brat, how dare you ignore me? You court death. Ha ha, these two brats are doomed. They have provoked our General Bru." Indeed, the might of General Bru is incomparable to ordinary beings. The surrounding soldiers erupted into raucous laughter, while the subdued local Indian villagers huddled together, sorrowfully observing Sun Yu and Lana. As the saying goes, the death of a rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. They too would soon follow in the footsteps of these two. Confronted by the advancing General Bru, a cold smile crept upon Sun Yu's lips. Seizing the opportune moment, he aimed a precise strike at Bru's neck with the edge of his hand. Crack! As Sun Yu's palm struck General Blu's neck, a crisp sound resonated through the air, abruptly silencing the jovial chatter of the nearby soldiers, who now fixated their gaze upon the general, whose head had fallen at an unnatural angle. The soldiers, clearly unable to reconcile the sight of their strongest general being dispatched with such ease, were momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Yet, their shock was short-lived, as they witnessed General Blu, displaying remarkable resilience, stagger backward a few steps before ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Damn it! Perhaps driven by a mix of fear and disbelief at Sun Yu's swift execution of their leader, the soldiers raised their rifles, preparing to fire upon him. While these weapons posed no true threat to Sun Yu's life, a bullet would undoubtedly inflict pain, for even a Saiyan is but flesh and blood. Thus, the fate of these soldiers was sealed the moment they lifted their arms. Sun Yu transformed into a streak of lightning, his movements so swift that each strike was invariably lethal. The soldiers met their demise without even a flicker of pain. "Stay back, don't come any closer." The foreign officer, hidden in the rear, was utterly terrified by the scene unfolding before him. In a frantic scramble, he dove into his vehicle and sped away with a sudden surge of acceleration. "He certainly runs fast." Sun Yu scoffed, choosing to disregard him. After all, such scum were not worthy of his pursuit. The remaining soldiers, sensing Sun Yu's lack of intent to completely annihilate them, scattered like frightened birds. The local Indian villagers, witnessing the downfall of the villains and the dispersal of their remaining cohorts, breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they turned their gaze upon Sun Yu, a palpable tension filled the air, for they were acutely aware of his formidable power and felt an instinctive fear. Sun Yu and Lana strolled towards the Indian villagers, who immediately knelt before them, expressing their profound gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives. Please, there is no need for such displays. Rise," Sun Yu urged. Mustering a warm smile, addressing a venerable elder, he inquired, "Grandfather, we have come in search of a transparent glass sphere known as the Dragon Ball. The one containing a few stars. Surely, you have seen it?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's quest for the Dragon Ball, the elder's expression darkened, as if apprehensive that Sun Yu might share the nefarious intentions of those who had come before. "What do you seek that Dragon Ball for? You cannot possibly be akin to that group. Rest assured, Grandfather, we are not villains and have no intention of using the Dragon Ball for malevolent purposes." Sun Yu replied with a reassuring smile. "Ah, I too believe you are not wicked," the elder conceded. "Bola, go fetch the Dragon Ball." He commanded a robust young man nearby. The individual, named by the elder, rose to his feet, his physique towering and bare-chested, adorned with a necklace of bone and teeth. Upon seeing him, Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with recognition. This Bra was indeed the father of UPA, the young boy encountered by Sun Wukong in the original Dragon Ball at the sacred land of Korin. However, it seemed that Bra had yet to marry, and thus, UPA had not come into existence. Bra quickly entered the house and retrieved the Dragon Ball, the 3-star ball, which he reluctantly handed over to Sun Yu. Having acquired the 5th Dragon Ball, Sun Yu bid farewell to the villagers and turned to leave with Lana. "Will you not stay for a cup of tea?" the elder inquired, wishing to retain them, especially since it was Sun Yu who had just saved the entire village. "No, Grandpa. We must continue our journey to the top of Korin Tower." Sun Yu waved his hand without looking back. "Are they going to climb Korin Tower?" the villagers murmured. In the eyes of these indigenous villagers, only true warriors could ascend Korin Tower, and Sun Yu epitomized strength. Once they departed the village, Sun Yu smiled at Lana. "Sister Lana, atop Korin Tower resides the god of earth. Although his combat prowess may not be formidable, he possesses unparalleled insights into martial arts. You must conduct yourself with utmost respect when you meet him." "I know, you are such a nag," Lana protested, somewhat displeased. Arriving at the base of Korin Tower, Sun Yu and Lana soared into the sky, flying vertically into the lofty clouds. It was said that the goddess palace was protected by mysterious powers, preventing any flying object from approaching. However, before the absolute strength of Sun Yu and Lana, Any such mystical forces were rendered ineffective, and they broke through the defenses of the god's palace, standing before him. In truth, the god had noticed these two enigmatic visitors the moment they arrived on Earth. Fortunately, Senzu and Lana had not committed any heinous acts since their arrival, which relieved the god somewhat. Yet today, he was alarmed to find these immensely powerful figures so close to the sacred land of Korin, causing his previously relaxed demeanor to tense once more. Thus, when Senzu and Lana landed at the palace, they were greeted by the god, who had been waiting at the entrance, accompanied by his servant, the black-skinned Bobo, and the immortal Korin, who claimed to have lived for 800 years. "Hello, God. And Mr. Bobo. Oh, Karin, you are here too," Senzu exclaimed, excited to see them, warmly greeting each in turn. In stark contrast to Senzu's casual demeanor, the god and his companions were nearly in tears from anxiety. They were perplexed by the sudden appearance of these two youths, knowing nothing about their intentions, yet sensing their overwhelming strength, while feeling that the visitors were acutely aware of their situation. How peculiar. The aged god cleared his throat and approached Senzu with heavy steps, speaking gravely. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit to my humble abode?" "You are too kind, great god." Senzu stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "As we seek knowledge, I am Senzu, and this is my cousin Lana. We have heard that the sacred land of Korin is the birthplace of martial arts in the world, and we wish to learn about the ways of cultivation." Upon hearing Senzu's words, the elderly god scrutinized both Senzu and Lana carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, "I fear your strength far surpasses my own, and you both carry heavy burdens. I regret to inform you that I cannot teach you." Indeed, Saiyans are known for their propensity for slaughter, often engaging in the annihilation of entire planets. Just as Senzu had recently arrived, they had obliterated the dwarf planet. Thus their burdens cannot be dismissed lightly. "Hey, what are you talking about, old man?" Lana interjected, displeased. While she did not care how others perceived her, she would not tolerate any slight against Senzu, who carries heavy burdens. "Do you believe I won't destroy you? Sister Lana, please don't be angry." Senzu quickly calmed her, then politely apologized to the god. "I am truly sorry, great god. Please do not take offense. My sister is just protective. She is actually very kind." "What a poor start," chuckled the immortal Korin, who had harbored hostility towards Senzu from the beginning, perhaps sensing the Saiyant's bloodthirsty nature. This time, Lana refrained from retaliating. Instead, she shot a fierce glare at Karin, who, startled by her intensity, swiftly hid behind the god. "Enough of this commotion. Mr. Senzu, you are not welcome here. I must ask you to leave." The elderly god struck his staff upon the ground, issuing an eviction order, and turned to return to the sanctuary. "Wait, great god." Senzu had not anticipated such aversion towards Saiyans, feeling unjustly accused. He did not wish to bear the burden of their past misdeeds. In a moment of inspiration, Senzu furrowed his brow, a mysterious smile crossing his face. "Great god. Do you not wish to return to your home planet?" Senzu's words struck like a torpedo detonating in water, leaving the celestial being and his companions momentarily stunned. "What do you mean by returning to your home planet? Please clarify." The celestial being's composure shattered as he demanded answers. In an effort to dispel his hostility, Senzu invoked the name of the universe's foremost nemesis, Frieza, as their hypothetical adversary. Although Frieza was currently oblivious to the existence of the Namekians, that mattered little. As a quintessential villain, he must bear the weight of his role, even if it meant taking the blame when necessary. Surely, the celestial being had noticed that he bore little resemblance to the humans of this planet. After all, like us, you hail from the cosmos. Within the universe, at the coordinates 9035YX, lies a planet called Namek. Due to the degradation of its environment, its population has plummeted. The Grand Elder had dispatched a remarkable dragon to search the universe for other worlds. Yet, upon learning of Namek's extraordinary Dragon Balls, the cosmic tyrant Frieza became consumed with the desire for eternal life to conquer the boundless universe. He sought to harness the power of the Namekian dragon to fulfill this ambition. Can you guess what his first act would be once his wish was granted? Senzu's voice lowered, and the expressions of those present darkened. The celestial being swallowed hard, attempting to moisten his parched throat, murmuring. He would utterly obliterate Namek to prevent any future threats. With Frieza as their scapegoat, the celestial being's demeanor shifted, just as Senzu had anticipated. "Celestial Lord." Mr. Popo glanced nervously at the divine figure. The aged celestial being appeared even more frail. For what should have been a joyful revelation about his origins was overshadowed by this terrifying news. He inhaled deeply and asked Senzu, "Is my home planet in grave danger?" "Rest assured, Celestial Lord, Frieza fears the legend of our super Saiyans. Therefore, before he annihilates our kind, he will not act against your home planet," Senzu reassured him. Rana, who had remained silent until now, was unable to contain herself upon hearing Senzu's words. She grasped Senzu's arm and urgently exclaimed, "Kale, what nonsense are you spouting? Lord Frieza has always treated us Saiyans well. How could he possibly turn against us?" Headache-inducing. Senzu thought, how could I forget this girl? She is a pure Saiyan, and there may be many of her family and friends on planet Vegeta. It was only natural for her to react defensively upon hearing that Frieza planned to annihilate their kind. Listen, Celestial Lord, it appears they are allied with that Frieza character. The mischievous Korin, who had also interjected, had long held animosity towards Senzu. It's Frieza, you senile fool. Senzu shot a glare at Korin, then turned seriously to the celestial being. I must confess, for certain reasons, I have foreseen some events. I know of Frieza's ambitions and the power we can find here to counter him. Celestial Lord, you possess telepathic abilities. You can sense whether I speak the truth. Celestial Lord. Everyone present turned their gaze toward him, seeking his judgment. The celestial being pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. He addressed the assembly. He does not lie. Now, I wish to know if you possess the strength to oppose this Frieza you speak of. At present, we do not. However, once we fully awaken the potential within us, we will indeed have sufficient power to overcome him. How could one claim otherwise? Otherwise, the celestial being would not waste his time instructing their training. Indeed, the celestial being nodded. There lies immense potential within you. However, your energy is currently unstable, failing to manifest your true strength. First, let Korin train you in the technique of energy control. Once you achieve some progress, I shall personally guide you. Thank you. Celestial Lord. Teacher, please accept my bow. Senzu stepped forward, respectfully bowing deeply to the celestial being. That is unnecessary. Cold sweat beaded on the celestial being's brow. He found Senzu's actions perplexing. Your power far exceeds mine. I am unworthy of such a title. Unnecessary indeed. Senzu replied shamelessly. As the one who seeks your wisdom, you are my teacher. Senzu remarked that there was no need for further hesitation from the heavens. Otherwise, it would appear disingenuous. Karin, please escort Senzu and his companions below. I appreciate your guidance in their training. Of course, esteemed deity, Karin responded, though his heart remained guarded. Nevertheless, as the divine command had been issued, he reluctantly led Senzu and Lana to their training grounds beneath the heavenly palace. Upon their return, Bobo expressed his concerns to the deity. Is it truly wise to instruct them in cultivation? With a resigned sigh, the deity replied, as a celestial being, I can perceive the burdens they carry. However, to be fair, I do not sense any malevolent energy emanating from them. Perhaps by guiding them towards righteousness, we can cleanse their afflictions, which could be deemed a virtuous act. After this exchange, the deity and Bobo retreated into the sanctuary. Back in his quarters, Karin scrutinized Senzu and Lana with skepticism. Though I am most reluctant, the divine commands must be obeyed. I trust you do not intend to conquer the world upon completing your training here? Huh? Do we truly need to cultivate to conquer the world? Senzu jested candidly. Indeed, with your combat prowess barely exceeding 200, such aspirations seem far-fetched. Lana chimed in, seemingly seeking retribution for earlier jests. How infuriating! Karin exclaimed, driven to frustration by their taunts, striking his staff against the ground with a resounding crack. Then, with a sudden smirk, he declared, since you look down upon me, I challenge you to seize the bell from your grasp without resorting to your energy. Senzu, with a mischievous flick of his nose, interrupted the fairy Carlina, who was poised to produce a bell. How on earth did you know? Carlina exclaimed, her eyes widening with surprise, yet no matter how hard she tried, it was in vain. After all, the fairy's eyes were as much a source of ridicule as a certain someone's height. I merely guessed, haha. If your sole intention was to snatch the bell from your grasp, it would be simpler than devouring 10 gigantic burgers in a single second. Thus, I surmise your true objective is to have us wear bells as well, requiring us to seize your bell without making a sound. Senzu remarked, gazing at the perspiring Carlina. You, the fairy, with her true intentions laid bare by Senzu, began to question her existence after 800 years. Or rather, her cat life. Since you've already deduced my plan, let us commence. With no recourse but to surrender after being seen through, Carlina hoped to regain her dignity in the ensuing training. Who among you will go first? I shall. Lana volunteered eagerly, while Senzu nonchalantly stepped aside, observing as Lana took the bell and fastened it around her waist. Carlina, too, affixed the bell to her staff, inhaling deeply before declaring, begin. Due to the 900-kilogram overbearing armor she donned, Lana's speed and precision were significantly hindered. Each time she seemed poised to snatch the bell from Carlina's staff, her own bell would inadvertently jingle. Aha, what are you doing? Haven't you eaten enough? Move a little faster. Seizing the rare opportunity for retaliation, Carlina relentlessly mocked Lana. This is outrageous. Unable to bear the taunts any longer, Lana swiftly removed her 2 heavy wrist guards, which landed with a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble beneath her. Oh, Carlina gasped, having been momentarily petrified by the sudden turn of events after having mocked Lana just moments prior. After shedding 2 pairs of burdensome boots, Lana finally ceased her efforts, though she still wore a 400-kilogram alloy lead vest. However, considering the gravity of Earth is merely 1/10 that of Vegeta, this weight was hardly a hindrance to her. Apologies for the weight, little kitty. After loosening her wrists and ankles, Lana's form vanished in an instant. Carlina instinctively shifted her staff, but alas, it was too late. As Lana seized the bell from Carlina's staff, the bell affixed to her waist finally rang out, indicating that her actions had surpassed the speed of sound. You cheat. You cheat. You're all monsters. You bully me. Carlina exclaimed in a fit of rage, hopping about in a frenzy, as if she intended to leap and strike Lana's knee. Upon hearing Carlin's words, Sunyu curled his lips in disdain, questioning, "What does it have to do with me? When have I ever bullied you? Sister Na, please stop teasing him. It's time to don the weighted armor. Otherwise, this training holds no significance." Generally speaking, Lana was receptive to advice, and she quickly adorned herself with the weighted armor. Carlin, the sage, fell silent, refraining from further mockery. Thus, Lana focused intently on maintaining balance in her body, striving to harmonize her breathing and rhythm perfectly. Within a day, Lana managed to seize Carlin's bell while wearing the weighted armor, without disturbing her own. The once unrivaled champion of Earth, Wu Taidu, had taken 3 years to claim Carlin's bell, while the young son Wukong required 3 days. Setting aside the factors of combat prowess, Lana's innate talent for martial arts was certainly on par with both of them. Impressive. Sister Na, your aura has become more subdued and profound. You exude an increasingly harmonious vibe. Sunyu remarked with genuine admiration. Hee, your sister is a mid-level warrior of genius caliber. Lana exclaimed proudly, patting Sunyu's shoulder. Carlin, the sage, retrieved a clay pot and produced a mystical bean, tossing it to Lana. This is called a fairy bean. Consuming it will swiftly replenish your stamina. 1 bean is equivalent to 10 days' worth of nourishment. As Sunyu's eyes sparkled with realization, he marveled within. So this is the legendary Senzu bean. In the realm of the Dragon Ball anime, as long as one draws breath, no matter how grievous the wounds, one can be restored. This miraculous bean is, without question, a remarkable anomaly, second only to the wish-granting dragon. Regrettably, due to its limited production and the utter wastefulness exhibited by that foolish Yajirobe, the remaining supply is exceedingly scarce. Consequently, in the battles to come, Goku and his fellow warriors often found themselves in dire straits due to the scarcity of Senzu beans, a thought that brings tears to the eyes and sorrow to the heart. Crunch, crunch, Lana swiftly chewed the Senzu bean and swallowed it. In less than a breath, her stamina rapidly revitalized. However, her complexion soon flushed crimson, and after a few unsteady steps, she collapsed, her heels giving way beneath her. Sister Na, what has happened to you? Upon noticing Lana's unusual behavior, Sunyu rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace, urgently calling her name. Kalchan, Lana suddenly opened her arms, wrapping them around Sunyu's neck, her lips brushing against his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. What on earth did you give my cousin? This celestial bean must be a fake, Sunyu exclaimed, his frustration evident. Fool, this celestial bean is undoubtedly authentic. Carlin the sage protested with a shrill voice. Then why is my sister like this? Before Sunyu could finish his sentence, Lana's fiery lips pressed against his, her hands cradling his face as she kissed him passionately. What is happening? Is this a moment of transcendence? Lana's delicate form writhed in Sunyu's embrace, each whiff of her youthful fragrance igniting his senses. Her full, resilient bosom pressed firmly against him, causing a warmth to spread in his lower abdomen, nearly overwhelming his reason. Activate the Sharingan. Sunyu forcefully summoned his powers, regaining a semblance of clarity. While he relished the moment, he knew it was not genuinely Lana's intention. He could not afford to be too open in front of that foolish sage. How infuriating that this fool did not even think to avert his gaze. With a swift motion, he struck the back of Lana's neck, rendering her unconscious. As he watched her peacefully slumber, he sighed with relief and shot a fierce glare at Carlin the sage, demanding, "Why are you still here? I mean, what on earth is wrong with Lana? She looks more intoxicated than anything else." Carlin, having been engrossed in the spectacle of Sunyu and Lana, began to explain. These celestial beings have been stored for thousands of years. Have you ever heard of the process of anaerobic respiration in plants that produces alcohol? Sunyu almost lost his composure, nearly spewing a mouthful of blood. Are you kidding me? Plants undergoing anaerobic respiration producing alcohol? Seriously? He exclaimed incredulously. If that were the case, wouldn't it be possible to simply add some water and let it ferment naturally to create a barrel of divine bean wine? Sunyu remarked without holding back. That's quite a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that? Master Karin exclaimed, slapping his forehead in a moment of epiphany. Hearing Master Karin's words, Sunyu felt a wave of despair wash over him, cursing his own sharp tongue and reckless banter. Hey Sunyu, do you want to practice snatching my bell early on? If you do, hurry up, as I need to return and brew a batch of divine bean wine. Master Karin called out. I think I'll pass, Sunyu replied, shaking his head decisively. This was because, just moments earlier, as Lana was fiercely attempting to seize Master Karin's bell, Sunyu had activated his Sharingan. His intention was to meticulously observe the flow of energy within Lana, studying her breath control and coordination with great detail, thereby drawing parallels with his previous learnings to elevate his own understanding. This is the insight bestowed by the Sharingan. It is not solely a tool for battle. Even in various aspects of cultivation, when applied correctly, the Sharingan can yield unexpectedly profound effects. What? You dare say you don't need it? Kid, are you perhaps afraid? Concerned that you may pale in comparison to this girl, thus shying away from the challenge? Master Karin squinted at Sunyu. What a joke. Am I, Sunyu, afraid of such matters? It's simply unnecessary, he retorted. Sunyu, eager to return and care for Lana, realized that she was currently under the influence of a potent alcoholic essence. As her younger brother, it fell upon him to assume the responsibility of looking after her. This included ensuring that a drunken person was stripped of their clothing and gently wiped down with a warm towel, as well as attending to the rigidity of their muscles through soothing massage. In short, Lana needed someone to tend to her in her current state. Hey, young lad. Don't be so dull. Come on, give it a try. I won't mock you. Karin seemed convinced that Senzu lacked the courage to compete with it, and thus, it unabashedly urged him on. However, Senzu had resolved to ignore its entreaties. How about I give you 2 jars of essence beans? No way. I spent hundreds of years accumulating 5 jars. If I give you 3, what will I have left for brewing? Karin flatly refused. Fine then. Senzu scooped up Lana and turned to leave. Wait. All right. If you can snatch my bell within a single incense stick's worth of time, I'll give you 3 jars. Karin, gritting its teeth, made the decision, believing that even if Senzu's talent surpassed Lana's, he could not possibly seize the bell in such a short period. Oh, since you said so, I shall give it a try. I hope you keep your word. Senzu felt a sense of helplessness at the prospect of receiving essence beans so easily. Humph. I am a celestial being. How could I go back on my word? But you must not remove your cumbersome protective gear. Karin emphasized this point. Rest assured, it won't be necessary. Senzu gently placed the sleeping Lana down and approached Karin, asking, shall we begin? Let us commence. With Karin's permission, Senzu took a moment to regulate his breathing. According to his current understanding of chi, it begins in tranquility, proceeds in momentum, and culminates in movement. Every inhalation and exhalation generates chi, and true masters can conceal their actions within their breath, allowing their energy to manifest and dissipate with each breath, achieving the harmony of stillness controlling motion. Coordinating his movements with his breath, Senzu extended his hand with remarkable subtlety, not letting a hint of energy escape, as though he had melded with the surrounding environment. Karin seemed to sense the harmonious aura emanating from Senzu, and for a fleeting moment, its nerves relaxed as it felt no trace of his energy. Yet, in that brief lapse, Senzu's hand had already reached out to Karin, making it impossible for the celestial being to evade. What appeared to be a slow motion was, in reality, as swift as a bolt of lightning. Ah, I've got it. That wasn't too difficult. Karin, I shall be taking these 3 jars of essence beans. Thank you. Senzu calmly tossed the bell back to Karin and opened a universal capsule, revealing a suitcase. He proceeded to place 3 jars of relatively fresh essence beans inside. He certainly did not wish to find himself in battle while consuming a high-alcohol essence bean. That would be inviting trouble. Karin remained momentarily stunned, still absorbed in the memory of Senzu's instantaneous action, as clear as the sky and as rapid as lightning. Unexpectedly, this young prodigy had grasped such profound principles. It was truly astonishing. Hey, you fool. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Don't you see my sister sleeping? Hurry up and find a quiet room. Senzu once again cradled Lana in his arms and shouted at the bewildered Karin. Before Karin could respond, a heavy voice resonated nearby. Miss Lana may rest in the temple. Mr. Senzu, the deity requests your presence. Ugh, Bobo. Could you please refrain from appearing silently every time? It's quite startling. And what mischief is the deity up to now, interrupting my affairs? After ensuring Lana was settled, Senzu followed Mr. Bobo to meet the celestial deity. The deity stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the bustling world below. Senzu approached respectfully. Bowing as he inquired, Great deity, do you have business with me? Ah, Senzu, you have arrived. The deity turned with a forced smile and said, I observed your training with Carlino. Is he here to offer guidance for my cultivation? Senzu perked up at the prospect, smiling as he said, I hope the great deity might impart some wisdom to a junior like me. Haha, guidance may be too grand a term, but I noticed your control over chi has shown signs of progress. Are you aware of the ancient classifications of chi? The deity introduced a concept not found in the original Dragon Ball lore, capturing Senzu's full attention. I am not familiar. I implore the great deity to enlighten me. Senzu bowed earnestly, his sincere demeanor pleasing the celestial being. The realms of chi are categorized into subtle, perceptive, and void clarity. You have already begun to integrate your chi with your breath, allowing it to manifest and dissipate at will. This signifies the subtle realm. The deity explained with clarity. What, then, is the meaning of the perceptive realm? Please, great deity, elucidate. Senzu, eager for knowledge, felt as though the deity's words had unlocked a door to the world of martial arts, and he yearned to push it open and explore its mysteries. The perceptive realm is the elevation of the subtle realm. The so-called realm is an embodiment of the artistic conception. Allow Bobo to demonstrate for you. It will facilitate your understanding. The deity gestured toward Bobo. As Senzu gazed at Bobo, he noticed, unbeknownst to him, that Mr. Bobo was wielding a wooden stick. After receiving guidance from the celestial being, he began to dance the stick at a considerable distance in front of Senzu. The movement of the stick was exceptionally slow, and after contemplating for a while, Senzu could not discern anything particularly unusual about it. Just as he was about to inquire about the celestial being's intentions, the originally short wooden stick suddenly elongated and surged towards Senzu with great force. I must evade. Senzu, quick on his feet, dodged to the side. However, after taking a step, He realized that the length of the stick in Bobo's hand had not changed. Could it have been a mere figment of his imagination? Sunyu, have you comprehended it? The deity inquired, observing his reaction. I understand nothing at all. Why do you old fellows revel in riddles? Can't you just speak plainly? Sunyu lamented, on the verge of tears. He recalled a scene from the Dragon Ball anime where a young Sun Wukong was similarly intimidated by Bobo wielding a simple stick. Yet, due to the passage of time, he could not remember exactly how Bobo had accomplished it. Being a junior, I am rather dim-witted. I beseech the deity to elucidate the matter directly. Knowledge comes in degrees. You are the esteemed one, while I play the role of the humble disciple. Ah, this is the realm of understanding. Everything possesses its own attributes, such as length, speed, and temperature. Humans can perceive these attributes, which is the essence. When I enable you to feel these attributes, that is the realm. The essence and the realm can transform into one another. Just as when Bobo wielded the stick, his intent was to strike you with it, thus giving rise to his realm, the deity explained. Sunyu nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand now. The concept of the realm being born from the heart is precisely this principle, isn't it? Indeed, it appears you truly grasp it. The celestial being exhibited a countenance of a teachable child. What about the realm of emptiness? Could you demonstrate it for me? Sunyu inquired. You are so impatient. Thinking of running before you have even learned to walk? Very well, Bobo, please demonstrate for Sunyu. The celestial being chided playfully, once again instructing Bobo. Of course. My lord, Bobo replied. Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Bobo became lost in thought, staring blankly at the distant horizon. As if reminiscing about the days of youth spent running under the sunset, a time long past. Hey, my lord, Bobo is clearly daydreaming. I acknowledge that Mr. Bobo is adorably simple-minded, but it's not that I intend to criticize him. It's just that he seems utterly oblivious to everything around him. Anyone would think he is in a daze. Do not speak. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. The celestial being reminded from the side. Sunyu had actually wanted to close his eyes for quite some time, as doing so would allow him to activate the Sharingan without the celestial being noticing. As the Sharingan awakened, Sunyu's eyelids could no longer obscure his vision. Although the celestial being noticed a slight anomaly in Sunyu's aura, he did not dwell on it. Under the inside of the Sharingan, Sunyu was astonished to find that he could not sense Bobo's presence at all. How could this be? True, Bobo's combat power was feeble, but it was inconceivable that not even a trace of energy could be detected. In Sunyu's perception, there was not a single trace of energy within Bobo at that moment. If one were to say he was like a stone, Sunyu would wholeheartedly believe it. Even plants and living beings possess a semblance of aura, let alone a person. So, did you feel anything? The celestial being asked. I felt nothing at all. If I did not pay attention to Mr. Bobo's position, I would hardly sense his existence. Sunyu replied candidly. The celestial being chuckled and said, This is the realm of emptiness. All things are but illusions, originally devoid of substance. How could there be any sensation? I see now. Sunyu seemed to grasp a thread of understanding. It appeared that the cultivation of chi in this world bore a striking resemblance to the philosophies of Buddhist inner cultivation he had encountered on Earth, both aiming to enhance control over chi through direct engagement with the heart. In Sunyu's memory, after training under 100-fold gravity, when Sun Wukong arrived on Namek, the members of the Special Forces were using a combat power detector on him, regardless of how they measured it. His normal state always registered at a mere 5,000 combat power, while the reality was that Sun Wukong possessed a staggering 90,000 combat power. In retrospect, Sun Wukong had already reached the realm of emptiness. He no longer needed to deliberately conceal his power. The realm of emptiness allowed him to be free of distractions, with all his energy seamlessly integrated into the universe. One might question how he could not conceal his 5,000 combat power, but it was not that he was unable to. Rather, he simply did not need to. Bobo, with a combat power just above 100, did not exhibit any fighting spirit in the realm of emptiness. However, Sun Wukong was different. His inherent strength was of a magnitude that could not be veiled by mere levels of cultivation. Thus, unless he intentionally suppressed it, there would always be some degree of aura leakage. As long as you understand, remember that the path of cultivation requires a steady and gradual approach. Do not rush. Sighed the celestial being. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure that Sister Lana is also well guided. Sunyu replied. Very well. I have imparted all that I can teach. The rest depends on your own efforts. Bobo has prepared 2 rooms for you in the palace, and you may stay for as long as you wish. Then we shall take our leave. For the next 3 months, Sunyu and Lana remained in the celestial palace, diligently training. Under Sunyu's guidance, Lana smoothly entered the subtle realm of chi manipulation, and upon reaching this stage, her combat power surged, nearing the significant threshold of 10,000. Meanwhile, Sunyu, engrossed in contemplating the essence of the realm, found his own combat power temporarily diminished, hovering around the 7,000 to 8,000 mark. However, how could strength be solely measured by combat power? Among all individuals in the celestial palace, only Lana remained oblivious to the fact that Sunyu's strength had already surpassed hers, and that was without considering the aid of the Sharingan in battle. In the Dragon Ball universe, combat power values could directly overshadow martial realms. However, In encounters between individuals of similar combat power, martial realms would play a decisive role in combat. Later, believing herself to be significantly ahead, Lana sought to surpass the 10,000 combat power mark to leave Senzu behind in strength. To this end, she did not hesitate to expend an opportunity to enter the Room of Spirit in time. There is no need to waste such an opportunity so early. You are not yet of age, and your combat power is not fully developed. Even if given a year, your progress would be minimal. One must adhere to the principle of gradual advancement. Senzu attempted to counsel Lana, yet the young lady remained obstinate. Her explosive surge in combat prowess over the past 3 months had inflated her ego significantly. Particularly, her thoughts were consumed with the notion of ascending to the role of queen on planet Vegeta once her power surpassed 10,000. She even jested that upon her coronation, she might consider bestowing a princely title upon Senzu, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. As Lana entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai revealed an unusual occurrence to Senzu. Senzu, in recent days, numerous patrol aircraft have appeared near the temple, seemingly in search of something. However, due to the gravitational shield surrounding the temple, they are unable to locate us. Upon hearing about the search, Senzu immediately thought of the Dragon Balls he possessed. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? This seemed plausible, as he had previously slain General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army, thereby establishing a rivalry. And with the Dragon Balls in his possession, it would make sense for them to mobilize their forces. Not quite. The Supreme Kai swiftly dismissed Senzu's speculation. Those aircraft bear no insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Rather, they are marked with the emblem of Capsule Corp, the Universal Capsule Company. Senzu expressed his astonishment at the mention of Capsule Corporation. How could Dr. Briefs possibly send aircraft to locate him? Even if he intended to inform Senzu that the gravity training chamber was ready, such a commotion seemed unwarranted. Surely, something was amiss. Since it is Capsule Corp. Supreme Kai, I believe they are indeed looking for me. I shall investigate. Please exercise great caution. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai, Senzu swiftly exited the gravitational field of the temple and soared towards the nearest aircraft. Meanwhile, the pilots of the patrol planes hovering near the sacred site of Karin suddenly noticed that the radar coordinates shared by their employer were rapidly shifting. They began to frantically report to their superior. Reporting to the boss, the target's location has changed. Repeat, the target's location has changed. Current coordinates, 2 degrees 17 minutes 47 seconds east, 48 degrees 51 minutes 30 seconds north. Reporting again, the target's location has shifted once more. Repeat. The target's location has shifted again, current coordinates are. Reporting to the boss. Upon receiving this flurry of reports, Dr. Briefs, the president of Capsule Corp, snapped shut all communication devices with a decisive clap and quietly observed the approaching figure in the distance. As Senzu approached the aircraft, he gazed through the cockpit's glass window and caught sight of Dr. Briefs seated within. He greeted, "Hello, Doctor, it truly is you. May I inquire what brings you to the sacred land of Karlin so unexpectedly?" The side door of the plane swung open, and Dr. Briefs waved at Senzu, inviting him to enter for a conversation. Well, very well then. Sun Yufei entered Briefs' aircraft, and upon his arrival, he noticed that Mr. Briefs appeared significantly worn and gaunt, his already slender frame becoming even more fragile. "Mr. Sun, I find myself in a dire predicament. It is entirely my fault," Briefs stammered, his voice trembling. Observing the almost shattered expression on Dr. Briefs' face, Sun Yufei's heart tightened with concern. He stepped forward and gently grasped Dr. Briefs' shoulder, offering reassurance. "Doctor, please speak freely about your troubles. I am here to assist you in any way I can." Upon hearing Sun Yufei's words, Dr. Briefs recounted the troubling circumstances. It transpired that the nefarious Black Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army, upon discovering the existence of the Dragon Balls, had devoted his full efforts to locating them. With the assistance of Dr. Gero, who had ingeniously developed the Dragon Ball radar, they had indeed managed to find 2 of the Dragon Balls during this period. However, Black Marshal soon realized, to his dismay, that the remaining 5 Dragon Balls had fortuitously come together. This prompted him to recall the 2 young men that Dr. Briefs had mentioned in a drunken stupor. According to reports from the remnants of the defeated Blue Team, Sun Yufei possessed formidable combat prowess. Consequently, the Black Marshal devised a nefarious plan. Having heard of Sun Yufei's close ties with Capsule Corporation, he resorted to kidnapping Bulma in a bid to coerce Sun Yufei into surrendering the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. "Mr. Sun, it is my fault for speaking inebriated." Briefs' voice quavered, filled with anguish. They warned that if the Dragon Balls are not surrendered within 3 days, they will execute Bulma. Poor Bulma, despite being the wealthiest man in the future world, Dr. Briefs found himself in a precarious position, ill-equipped to confront the vast military might of the Red Ribbon Army. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to seek the assistance of the remarkably powerful youth, Sun Yufei. Brutes. These wretches. They have the audacity to lay hands on Bulma. The dragon has its weaknesses, and to provoke it is to invite death. While it may still be premature to deem Bulma as Sun Yufei's Achilles heel, it is undeniable that he deeply cares for her safety. Many share Sun Yufei's sentiment. Within the Dragon Ball anime, Bulma is undoubtedly the favored female character, that vivacious and enchanting young woman who has captured the hearts of countless admirers. Upon his arrival in this world, Sun Yufei was overjoyed at the sight of Bulma and eagerly anticipated her growth. However, the audacious Red Ribbon Army dared to abduct Bulma. And in his heart, Sun Yufei condemned them all to death. After ascertaining the whereabouts of the Red Ribbon Army, he left them with a resolute promise: do not worry. I will bring Bulma back safely, and with a thunderous crash, he shattered the wall and departed. In the air, Sun Yufei scoffed coldly, silently vowing that if the Red Ribbon Army dared to harm even a single hair on Bulma, he would ensure their utter annihilation to quench his wrath. Perhaps, even if Bulma were to perish, the Dragon Balls could bring her back. However, Sun Yu was unwilling for her to endure the trials of life and death prematurely. If possible, he wished for Bulma to live her life under his protection, just as in the original narrative, where Bulma would wish for Goku's presence during perilous moments. Sun Yu hoped that regardless of whether the Earth faced destruction or the malevolent Majin Buu sought to slaughter humanity, Bulma would always smile inwardly and think, with Sun Yu here, everything will surely be all right. Sun Yu's combat power, now elevated to its zenith, enabled him to swiftly traverse over 1,000 miles as indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. He ultimately located the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army on a solitary island along the western coastline. Following the radar's guidance, Sun Yu arrived above a magnificent palace adorned with fluttering banners. Utilizing his Sharingan's profound insight, he quickly discovered the hidden chamber where Bulma was imprisoned. She appeared to have sustained no injuries. At that moment, she crouched in a corner of the chamber, her head bowed in a state of pitiable vulnerability. As long as you are unharmed, I shall avenge the grievances you have suffered 100-fold. Sun Yu silently recited a phrase in his heart, then, with precise aim, leaped from several thousand meters into the abyss below, akin to a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. In an instant, the resplendent palace's reinforced concrete floorboards shattered like mere wooden constructs beneath his feet, as he appeared before the door of the chamber where Bulma was imprisoned. Boom! The drowsy guards suddenly awoke to the thunderous sound, startled into alertness. They beheld a figure materializing before the hostage's cell and immediately raised their weapons in a threatening manner, exclaiming, "Who goes there? Do not move. If you take another step, I shall fire." Sun Yu cast a cold glance at the few individuals, causing several young guards to shudder involuntarily. Upon catching sight of the large hole in the ceiling, their faces turned ashen with fear. "Get out." "Yes. Understood." With a simple utterance of roll, Sun Yu rendered several guards as if granted a reprieve, bowing deeply in gratitude for his mercy before fleeing in utter disarray. Hearing the commotion around her, the little girl Bulma raised her petite head, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking an overwhelming desire to embrace and cherish her tenderly. Indeed, Sun Yu did just that. With a resounding creak, he forcefully tore apart the thick iron bars at the entrance of the cell. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "Brother Sun Yu, are you here to save me?" As he pulled aside the iron bars, Sun Yu stepped into the room and gently scooped Bulma into his arms. He softly reassured her, "Yes, brother will not only rescue you, but also help you punish the wicked." Before he could finish, tears welled in Bulma's eyes. She struggled to hold them back and whimpered, "Thank you, brother Sun Yu. Bulma has been very obedient. The bad people wanted me to reveal where brother Sun Yu is, but I didn't say anything. They tried to scare me, yet I didn't cry. Bulma is very brave. Whoa, Bulma is so brave." Finally collapsing into Sun Yu's embrace, Bulma could no longer pretend to be strong. Her tears flowed freely, akin to a river bursting its banks. The sound of her sobbing pierced Sun Yu's heart like a needle. He coldly remarked, "How dare they intimidate my Bulma? Humph. It seems the Red Silk Army need not wait for Sun Wukong to annihilate them. For today, the Red Silk Army shall be utterly erased from this world." Sun Yu tore a corner from his garment to gently wipe away the tear stains from the corner of Bulma's eyes. Perhaps it was the first time she had been embraced by someone other than her parents, as her little face flushed a rosy hue. Had the circumstances permitted, Sun Yu would have been unable to resist bestowing a couple of kisses upon her. Alas, how revealing this was. How could he still claim not to be fond of Lolis? "Come, dear sister, let us return home." With that, he effortlessly lifted Princess Bulma into his arms, soaring into the sky. Bulma clutched tightly to Sun Yu's collar, visibly fearful of the height. However, as they burst forth from the palace, Sun Yu discovered that a multitude of Red Silk Army troops had gathered around them. Above, numerous fighter jets stood poised, and the ground was mobilized with tanks and artillery. Perhaps the Black Marshal believed such displays would intimidate Sun Yu. Oh, how blissfully ignorant he was. Concerned that their rapid ascent might frighten little Bulma, Sun Yu decided to descend back to the ground. The Black Marshal, observing from a distance, mistakenly assumed that his troops had successfully intimidated Sun Yu. He gleefully commanded his armored vehicle to advance towards Sun Yu, simultaneously opening the sunroof and brandishing a megaphone to shout, "Huh? You are surrounded. Hurry and surrender the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I shall spare your life." The Black Marshal leaned closer to his aide, Brack, and whispered, "See? I was right. This fool has indeed come alone to rescue the little girl." Ha. Beside him, Brack's lips twitched in a reluctant smile as he feigned admiration. "Indeed, Marshal, your foresight is remarkable. I am in awe, brother Sun Yu." Bulma tugged nervously at his clothing. Sun Yu offered her a reassuring smile, gently caressing her head. "Do not worry, my dear Bulma. I will ensure that no harm befalls you. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold." with a casual flick of his wrist. He produced a lollipop and placed it in Bulma's hand. Bulma replied contentedly, accepting the treat and obediently retreating behind Sun Yu to enjoy her lollipop. After calming down Bulma, Sun Yu loudly addressed the black marshal atop the armored vehicle, saying, "I advise you to cease your actions at once. Otherwise, with a mere word from me, you shall meet your demise." As his voice resonated, a profound silence enveloped the scene, interrupted solely by the rumbling of mechanical engines. A full minute passed before an unprecedented wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, some clutching their stomachs in mirth, tears and snot streaming down their faces. "What did you say?" The black marshal gasped, nearly choking on his laughter. He incredulously asked Sun Yu, "Did you just claim that with a single word from you, I would die? Ha ha ha. Is it my hearing that is impaired, or is your mind in disarray?" Beside the black marshal, his aide, the African officer Black, struggled to contain his laughter, shaking his head as he remarked to Sun Yu, "Young man, we are well aware of your formidable skills. However, to assert that you could slay the marshal with just one word, if your intent was to amuse us, I must concede, you have succeeded splendidly. I had no intention of making you laugh." Sun Yu felt a profound sense of injustice, for the method to eliminate the black marshal was, in essence, merely a matter of uttering a single phrase. In the original narrative, the demise of the black marshal was indeed tragic, under the guise of world conquest. He had amassed a legion of ambitious warmongers. He spared no effort in compelling his subordinates to seek the Dragon Balls, enforcing an exceedingly harsh military code that dictated death for failure to complete a mission. This included the remnants of the Blue Team, whom Sun Yu had previously vanquished. Upon their return to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, they were executed on the very same day by the Black Marshal. Such a cruel and merciless code sowed discontent among many soldiers. Ultimately, the true intention behind the Black Marshal's pursuit of the Dragon Balls was unveiled to his aide, Black. It turned out that the Black Marshal's desire was not for world domination, but rather stemmed from his insecurity about his height. He merely wished to grow taller. Upon realizing that countless soldiers had sacrificed themselves for such a trivial aspiration, Aide Black deemed the Black Marshal unworthy of his command and took his life. Thus, had Sun Yu simply confided the Black Marshal's little secret to Aide Black beforehand, there would have been no need for him to take matters into his own hands. After all, Sun Yu had previously remarked that dealing with ordinary individuals was rather undignified. Cough, cough. Aide Black, let him speak. I am eager to hear how he intends to eliminate the Marshal with just a single word. The Black Marshal cast a disdainful gaze upon Sun Yu, his expression one of utter contempt. If you truly wish for me to speak, I find myself somewhat embarrassed, for it is unkind to expose another as shortcomings. Sun Yu feared that the Black Marshal might react violently, perhaps even striking him in the knee. Indeed, Marshal, I implore you to speak. Do go on. For those who remain silent are but mere pups. Upon hearing the Black Marshal's words, Sun Yu realized he had no choice but to comply, lest he acknowledge himself as a mere pup. Alas, one had never encountered such a self-destructive individual, should a competition for self-sabotage ever transpire. The Black Marshal would surely emerge as the undisputed champion. Setting aside the malevolent Red Ribbon Army, one might argue that the Black Marshal was, in fact, a good person. Firstly, as a formidable figure in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world, he never contemplated annihilating the government forces to unify the realm, a feat he was more than capable of achieving given his military prowess. Secondly, while it is true that his subordinates were indeed nefarious, the majority of them had been executed by the Black Marshal's direct orders. Could this not be seen as a means of eradicating evil? Thus, from a different perspective, the supreme commander of the Red Ribbon Army, the Black Marshal, could be regarded as a commendable figure. He harbored a seemingly insignificant dream, to attain a height of 1.60 meters and nothing more. In pursuit of this aspiration, he toiled day and night, simultaneously ridding society of numerous threats. The poignancy and complexities of his journey are hardly fit for the ears of outsiders. Were a motivational novel to be pinned on this theme, it would undoubtedly be a commercial success. Reflecting on this, Sun Yu could not bring himself to execute him. Instead, he revealed to the assembled soldiers, in truth, your Black Marshal seeks the Dragon Balls solely to fulfill his desire to grow taller. As for world conquest, that can wait for another day. Silence enveloped the room once more, interrupted only by the sound of Bulma licking her lollipop, as all eyes turned toward the Black Marshal, creating an atmosphere that was nothing short of bizarre. Marshal, tell me this cannot be true. Aide Black's veins bulged as he fixed an intense gaze upon the Black Marshal, yearning for a truthful response. Of course, I have never been concerned about my height. The Black Marshal had lost the bravado he once possessed, shrinking away as he stammered in an attempt to conceal his embarrassment. At some point, Sun Yu also took out a lollipop and began to lick it, adding with a hint of exaggeration, "Hey, that little short-legged one. Your explanation is clearly a case of trying to cover up the obvious." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the Black Marshal immediately raised his voice in anger, retorting, "You are the short-legged one. Your entire family consists of short legs." Although displeased by the Black Marshal's insult, Sun Yu decided it was unwise to stoop to the level of someone on the verge of death. As the situation escalated, Deputy Blark, with a grim expression, drew his sidearm and aimed it at the Black Marshal's head, loudly declaring to the assembled troops, according to the regulations of the Red Silk Army, "It is our duty to conquer the world. Those who violate this decree shall face execution without mercy. Execution without mercy. Execution without mercy." The soldiers, who had been simmering with frustration, erupted into a thunderous chorus, spurred on by Deputy Blark. "Please, please don't kill me." The Black Marshal, now stripped of any semblance of authority, gazed at Deputy Blark in terror, desperately pleading for his life. However, Deputy Blark remained unmoved, swiftly pulling the trigger. With a sharp crack, the Black Marshal crumpled to the ground, lifeless, rolling off the armored vehicle. Deputy Blark coldly regarded the corpse of the Black Marshal, a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his lips. Soon, he turned to the ecstatic troops and proclaimed, "An army cannot function without a leader. Though I may be unworthy, I hereby nominate myself as the Frere. What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the troops erupted in a chant of his name. Blark, Blark, Blark. Now firmly in power, Frere Blark smiled down at Sun Yu and remarked, "Mr. Sun, you truly are a young hero. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Red Silk Army. If you agree, I can offer you the position of Deputy Frere. And together we shall share the world. You've long desired to eliminate the Black Marshal and take his place, haven't you?" Sun Yu casually replied while licking his lollipop. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Blark's eyes at being exposed, yet he quickly adopted a cheerful demeanor, laughing, "Ah, Mr. Sun. You do enjoy jesting. Just hand over the Dragon Ball, and I shall grant you half of the world." Sun Yu lifted his head to glance at Black, and with a nonchalant tone, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, but I do not desire half of the world. I wish for all of you to perish. Those who dare to kidnap Bulma must pay a bloody price, for Sun Yu is unwavering in his protection." With a scoff, Black, seething with rage, commanded his subordinates, "If you refuse to drink the wine offered, you shall suffer the penalties. Tao Pai Pai, eliminate him." At that moment, a figure emerged from a stretched Lincoln limousine. This individual possessed a gaze as cold as lightning, with a thin mustache adorning his lips, dressed in a vibrant pink cheapao, and emblazoned on his chest in calligraphy was the character for kill. He was none other than the world-renowned assassin, Tao Pai Pai. The appearance of Tao Pai Pai restored Black's composure. Perhaps he believed that with Tao Pai Pai's intervention, defeating Sun Yu would be a foregone conclusion. His gaze towards Sun Yu was now filled with sympathy. "Young man, your demeanor is calm and reserved. You truly seem formidable. Alas, you have crossed paths with me." Tao Pai Pai appeared to commend Sun Yu, yet his intent was to emphasize his own prowess. He sensed Sun Yu's exceptional nature, and the malicious intent within him urged him to eliminate Sun Yu promptly. Lest he become a future adversary, this was merely his own speculation. 3 moves. Tao Pai Pai extended 4 fingers, and a trembling attendant hastily assisted in retracting one, leaving 3. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Tao Pai Pai declared, "With just 3 moves, I shall assuredly take your life." Sun Yu smiled shyly and said, "I feel like it only takes 1 move. You certainly possess self-awareness." With that, he struck. Tao Pai Pai, harboring dreams, coldly laughed and launched a flying kick at Sun Yu. Just as Tao Pai Pai was about to make contact, Sun Yu leisurely extracted the half-eaten lollipop from his mouth and nonchalantly poked it toward Tao Pai Pai's forehead. These seemingly languid actions transpired in an instant, leaving Tao Pai Pai no time to react as the inconspicuous lollipop was lodged into his forehead. The world's premier assassin, defeated, perished by a half-eaten lollipop. The smiles on Burak and his companions' faces froze, clearly unable to comprehend such an absurdity. A mere plastic lollipop. Slaying the world's foremost assassin. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, disbelief was futile, for this extraordinary event had unfolded before everyone's eyes. Sun Yu gazed upon the lifeless form of Tao Pai Pai, letting out a sigh of regret. Such a pity, half of it remained uneaten. Bulma lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with innocence, and raised the lollipop in her hand, exclaiming, "This is for you, Bulma's gift." Nearby, Black and the others were on the verge of tears, reflecting on the trivial cost of a lollipop compared to the astronomical sum they had spent, 100 million, on Tao Pai Pai, who was now so abruptly gone. It was a devastating loss. "Hey, Black, do you have any secret weapons? Unleash them." Sun Yu yawned languidly, posing the question. In truth, Sun Yu was not merely passing the time with them. Rather, he yearned to witness the creations of Dr. Gero, particularly the android number 9, which had been vaguely referenced in the original work without detailed exposition. Given Sun Yu's Saiyan nature, his innate combativeness stirred anticipation for the current state of androids. Yet it appeared to be a mere illusion. No, none at all, Lord Sun. Black, terrified, felt his legs weaken and fell to his knees. Realizing that someone like Tao Pai Pai could be dispatched in an instant, Black, despite his dim-wittedness, understood the peril of being so close to Sun Yu, who could easily eliminate him. Thus, he ingratiatingly smiled. "Lord Sun, I am willing to follow you, to serve you like a faithful beast. Whatever you desire from this world, I shall deliver." Though he spoke these words, his hand stealthily inched toward the pistol at his waist. Intending to strike at the moment, Sun Yu let his guard down. However, Sun Yu didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he crouched down and gently pinched Bulma's cheek, asking, "Bulma, would you like to see some fireworks?" Yes. Brother Sun Yu, Bulma wants to see the fireworks." The little girl Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of witnessing the dazzling display. Sun Yu gently hoisted Bulma onto his back and softly instructed, in a moment, "Brother will soar into the sky, so hold on tightly." With that, Sun Yu tilted forward and ascended above the Red Ribbon Army. Seeing that Sun Yu had ignored him, Black, with a chilling smile, picked up the communication device of the Black Marshal and issued commands to all aircraft and tanks. "All units, heed my command. Once they exceed a safe distance, eliminate them and reduce them to rubble." "Yes. Understood." Upon receiving the order, all fighter jets and tanks converged towards the base, aligning their sights on Sun Yu soaring in the sky ahead. Bulma anxiously clutched Sun Yu's neck, yet, due to her trust in him, she felt no fear. Sun Yujing stood silently in the air, gazing down at the vast army of the Red Silk Corps. In his heart, he offered them a moment of silent tribute, lasting 3 seconds. As the time elapsed, it was time to send them on their way. Ha 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 ha. The aura surrounding Sun Wukong erupted with tremendous force, unleashing his combat prowess in full bloom, soaring to unprecedented heights. He clasped his hands before his chest, murmuring, "Ka. Me. Ha. Me." As the words flowed from his lips, he retracted his hands to his waist, and a brilliant blue light radiated outward, the terrifying energy sending ripples through the waters of the Western Ocean. Ha! A powerful Kamehameha burst forth, resembling a resplendent blue comet streaking across the sky, leaving the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army below in a state of stunned disbelief. It was only when the Kamehameha, a sphere of azure light imbued with cataclysmic power, was about to strike the ground that they remembered to flee. In an instant, chaos ensued as the soldiers scattered in panic, the scene erupting into disarray. "Help! Run! Run! Divine being, please save us!" they cried. Yet, the celestial being turned a blind eye to the pleas of those who had committed grievous wrongs, and even if the deity wished to intervene, it lacked the strength to do so. Given Sun Wukong's current combat power of 8,000, the Kamehameha he unleashed boasted a potential strength of at least 16,000. Do not underestimate the Kamehameha charged with power. The doubling of combat strength is merely the tip of the iceberg. As Sun Wukong grows stronger, he could potentially unleash Kamehameha attacks with 5-fold, 10-fold, or even 100-fold strength. This is the terrifying aspect of the technique. The more formidable the user, the greater the power. With no upper limit in sight. At last, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha struck the ground, the ethereal blue energy quickly penetrating deep beneath the surface before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ground of the Red Ribbon Army's base began to crack, beams of ghostly blue light casting a deathly glare upon the faces of all present. In the next moment, the earth trembled violently. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and the forceful shockwave obliterated the nearby aircraft attempting to flee. The ground within a radius of several dozen miles evaporated instantaneously, the scene resembling an apocalyptic revelation, leaving behind a vast crater several dozen miles in diameter, into which the waters of the Western Ocean began to surge. This spectacle was utterly terrifying. The mushroom cloud lingered in the sky, and Bulma, clinging to Sun Wukong's back, stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless by the sight before her. Sun Wukong felt a pang of regret, fearing he might have frightened the little girl. Gently stroking Bulma's head, he softly reassured her. "Bulma, they are all just playing along with Big Brother to put on a fireworks show. They understand that it is wrong to bully you, so." As Sun Yu struggled to find words, Bulma turned to him with a sweet smile and said, "Actually, Brother Sun Yu, you need not flatter me. I am no longer a child. They are all villains, and you, Brother Sun Yu, are a good person. It is only natural for good people to confront bad ones." Feeling a warmth in his heart at Bulma's defense, Sun Yu couldn't help but silently commend her. Truly, Bulma was remarkable, whether in this world or in the realm of Dragon Ball. She was consistently intelligent, resilient, and gentle. Lost in thought, Bulma suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Sun Yu's cheek. Her cool, pink lips left an imprint, soft and fragrant, lingering in the air. The kiss was brief, and when Sun Yu looked at her in confusion, he found Bulma gazing back at him with a triumphant expression. Amused, he playfully tapped her forehead and remarked, "Such a little rascal." With that, he hoisted Bulma onto his back and soared towards Korin Tower. Once Sun Yu ceased his scrutiny, Bulma let out a long sigh of relief, her face flushing like a ripe apple, her heart racing nearly to her throat as she buried her head into his back. After Sun Yu and Bulma had departed for quite some time, the previously tranquil sea erupted with the emergence of a figure, suspended in the air, searching intently. Who was it? Who had just unleashed such formidable energy? After absorbing this energy, I feel completely transformed. Huh, the foolish doctor. Jero thought severing the power to my reactor would render me powerless. How naive. I must have more energy. I crave to absorb even more. This individual was massive. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, bare-chested, and muscular, clad only in black athletic shorts. His hair was wild, and his eyes gleamed with greed as he scanned the surroundings until he finally pinpointed the direction Sun Yu had taken. With a boisterous laugh, he exclaimed, "Aha! I have found it. The energy I seek, my sustenance." He then pivoted and pursued Sun Yu, revealing 2 large characters on his back. 9. It was the Roman numeral for 9, android number 9. At that moment, Sun Yu was flying at full speed towards Korin Tower, and soon encountered an aircraft from the Capsule Corporation racing towards him. "Hey, Dr. Beerus." Sun Yu waved to Dr. Beerus from a distance, while Bulma, who was perched on his back, gazed excitedly at the airplane belonging to her family. "Mr. Sun, Bulma, Dr. Beerus opened the cabin door, his eyes glistening with tears of joy as he looked at the approaching Sun Yu and Bulma. "Daddy." Bulma leaped into Dr. Beerus' embrace, playfully clinging to him. Witnessing the touching reunion between father and daughter warmed Sun Yu's heart. "Mr. Sun, I cannot express my gratitude for rescuing my little girl. If there is ever a way I can repay you, please do not hesitate to command me," Dr. Beerus declared, thumping his chest. However, a look of concern quickly crossed his face. "Mr. Sun, what about the Red Silk Army? They haven't caused you any trouble, have they?" "The Red Silk Army?" Sun Yu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "There is no longer a Red Silk Army in this world." "No Red Silk Army?" Dr. Beerus was evidently perplexed by Sun Yu's statement, repeating it with a look of confusion. "Literally," Sun Yu clarified, simultaneously mimicking a gesture of slitting his throat. "Ah." Dr. Beerus gasped in astonishment, his gaze towards Sun Yu now tinged with a hint of admiration. Seizing the rare opportunity to converse with Dr. Beerus, Sun Yu inquired about the progress of the gravity training chamber. "Dr. Beerus, have you completed the gravity training room I requested?" Dr. Beerus shook his head solemnly. "No. There remains one crucial technical issue that is yet to be resolved." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. His lips twitched as he weakly asked, "Doctor, please don't tell me that the technical issue involves the placement of the sound system." "My goodness, Mr. Sun, you are truly perceptive." Dr. Beerus looked at Sun Yu with fervent admiration, exclaiming, "It is only fitting for you, Mr. Sun, to possess such an unquenchable yearning for life and music." "Yearning? My foot?" Sun Yu thought, his expression darkening. It was not foresight. Rather, it was well known that when Dr. Beerus constructed the gravity training chamber for Goku in the Dragon Ball anime, he spent a significant amount of time fretting over the sound system. Was this issue truly so paramount? Who would train under 100 times gravity while simultaneously listening to Little Apple by Chopstick Brothers? However, he had to admit, the idea did have a certain appeal. Picture Sun Yu in the gravity training room, drenched in sweat as he performed push-ups and sit-ups, while a surround sound system blasted the catchy tune of Little Apple. "You are my little apple, no matter how I love you, it is never too much." The most terrifying part was the synchronized rhythm on both sides. "Wow, this scene is too beautiful for me to bear." Just as Sun Yu's imagination ran wild, the pilot suddenly reported, "Boss, we have detected an unidentified object rapidly approaching from behind. Please advise." "An unidentified object?" Sun Yu silently assessed the situation, feeling no trace of energy. It could not be Lana. Her aura was too recognizable. He inquired of the pilot, "Is it an aircraft?" "It is not an aircraft, Mr. Sunday. That object is quite small and does not resemble a plane," the pilot respectfully replied. "Dr. Beerus, Bulma, I will go take a look. Please keep your distance." Sun Yu instructed. "All right, Mr. Sun, brother Sun, be careful." Upon opening the cabin door, Sun Yu soared into the air, standing still as he observed the swiftly moving shadow in the distance. It has arrived. Although he did not perceive a hint of combat power emanating from the figure, Sun Yu felt an underlying sense of pressure. A martial artist's training sharpens one's senses, leading to an acute intuition about danger. Clearly, this newcomer bore ill intentions. In an instant, the figure appeared before Sun Yu, their greedy eyes fixated on him. "It's you. It's really you. Haha. You are the one who set me free. To repay your kindness in granting me freedom, please allow me to kill you." "Hey, who are you?" Sun Yu asked, momentarily bewildered. "Remember, the one who will kill you is called Nate." Before Sun Yu could react, Nate vanished with a swift motion. Sun Yu immediately heightened his vigilance, activating his Sharingan to sense the surroundings. He quickly pinpointed Nate's location and let out a cold smirk before launching a punch. Bang! A punch from Sun Yu struck Nate. Yet Nate appeared unfazed, as if he were impervious to the blow. Sun Yu felt a tingling sensation in his fist, akin to striking a superalloy steel plate. "Huh. To my surprise, you are not human," Sun Yu exclaimed, excitedly rubbing his knuckles before tempering his arrogance. "If I am not mistaken, you are an android, aren't you? No wonder I couldn't sense your energy. It all makes sense now." "Android Nate, android number 9. Congratulations, you are correct. But alas, there is no reward." A chilling glint flickered in android number 9's eyes as he pivoted to launch a new wave of assault against Sun Yu. "How intriguing," Sun Yu declared, no longer concealing his abilities. With a thunderous cry, the energy within him surged wildly, elevating his combat power to an astounding 8,000, causing the surrounding air to howl fiercely. Bang! Bang! In the vast expanse of the sky, Sun Yu engaged in a fierce battle with android number 9, exchanging powerful blows in a relentless back and forth. The formidable physique of the android, forged from superalloy steel, compelled Sun Yu to adopt a predominantly defensive stance. Before long, his body bore the marks of numerous wounds, each one igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. From the very onset of this confrontation, Sun Yu unleashed his full might, tapping into an astounding combat power of 8,000. Yet, despite his valiant efforts, he sensed that he was still outmatched by this mechanical adversary, whose combat prowess he estimated to be around 16,000. Huh. I never anticipated this android to be so formidable. The gap between us is quite substantial. How intriguing. As a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans, Sun Yu felt no trepidation in the face of a stronger opponent. Instead, he was consumed by an insatiable desire for combat, yearning to engage with those who possessed greater strength. With the activation of his Sharingan, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. As Sun Yu's injuries intensified, it became increasingly irrational to confront the superalloy android with mere flesh and blood, especially given that the opponent's combat power exceeded his own by more than double. Seizing a crucial moment, he swiftly activated the time-stopping ability of his Sharingan, freezing time in an instant. However, due to the android's superior strength, Sun Yu knew that this temporal stasis would not endure for long. He had to deliver a devastating blow swiftly, lest his situation spiral into peril. Seize the opportunity while your opponent is vulnerable. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong summoned every ounce of his strength and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the temple of Android 9. The resounding impact echoed as a dent formed in the android's head, sending its body soaring into the sky. Without a moment's pause, Sun Wukong erupted with astonishing energy in the fleeting moments of time, extending his hands as he intoned, Ka-me-ha-me-ha. A swiftly charged Kamehameha burst forth, a cerulean sphere trailing a long tail as it hurtled towards the unsuspecting Android 9 above. Ha-ha, success. Sun Wukong grinned, knowing that his rapid charge Kamehameha wielded a combat power of approximately 16,000, enough to obliterate even an android at such close range. However, his smile faded quickly. As his Kamehameha struck Android 9, the android suddenly spread its arms towards the energy blast, which inexplicably began to retract and vanish into thin air, dissipating like a wisp of smoke. Sun Wukong's lips twitched as the realization hit him. He recalled the original Dragon Ball series, where Dr. Gero had created androids capable of absorbing energy. It seemed that Android 9 belonged to this category as well. What pure energy! Thank you for bestowing upon me such power. I almost feel reluctant to destroy you. Android 9 glared intently at Sun Wukong, sending a shiver down his spine. It appeared that rather than inflicting harm, he had inadvertently empowered his foe. The pressure emanating from Android 9 suggested that its combat power had surged to at least 20,000, a daunting disparity against his own 8,000. Suddenly, Sun Wukong instinctively recoiled. An energy wave zipped past him, colliding with the surface of the Western Ocean, erupting into a massive explosion that sent towering waves surging into the air. That was close, Sun Wukong thought, his heart racing. The energy wave had been overwhelmingly potent. And infuriatingly, it was his own energy now turned against him by Android 9. Are you ready to meet your end? Android 9 appeared before Sun Wukong in an instant, grinning menacingly as it raised its fists high, crashing them down towards Sun Wukong's head. The impact was deafening, sending Sun Wukong into a dizzying spin, blood erupting from his mouth as he helplessly plummeted from the sky. Yet, before he could fall far, Android 9 reappeared beneath him, bending low to deliver a powerful kick to his abdomen. Sun Wukong coughed up more blood, propelled skyward once again. It seemed that Android 9 was intent on retaliating in kind, mirroring Sun Wukong's earlier assaults. Watching from a distance, the brief's father-daughter duo felt their hearts race. They were acutely aware of Sun Wukong's extraordinary strength, yet here he was, being effortlessly overpowered by this unknown opponent. Brother Sun Wukong. Bulma gazed at the plummeting figure of Sun Wukong, tears shimmering in her bright eyes. Bulma, do not despair. Your brother Sun Wukong will not be so easily vanquished. Have faith in him. Dr. Briefs reassured, kneeling to gently pat Bulma's head. In that moment, Sun Wukong was bloodied and battered, his bones likely fractured beyond count. Android 9 seized him by the neck, a sinister grin spreading across its face. You're still alive, surprisingly. But your time is short. Surely, you have some energy left within you. Ha ha ha. Now it all belongs to me. With that, a faint glow emanated from its grasp. And Sun Wukong felt the remnants of his energy stir restlessly, flowing towards Android 9's palm. This is bad. Sun Wukong struggled against the android's hold, but found himself utterly powerless to escape. If he allowed Android 9 to drain him completely, his demise was inevitable. He had to find a way to thwart the energy absorption, but how? As the energy within him dwindled, Sun Wukong's vision began to blur, his head lolling to one side, catching a glimpse of the setting sun sinking on the horizon. Is this it? He pondered, ironically aware that he hadn't even removed his weighted clothing, since the combat power of the androids could not be detected. He never anticipated the battle would conclude so swiftly. Had he removed his weighted gear beforehand, perhaps he would have had a fighting chance. Life and death are natural. Yet who would not wish to linger a while longer? A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he recalled having faced death once before during his journey across dimensions. Admittedly, the experience was far from pleasant. Especially in that fleeting moment of demise, it felt as though he had been cast into an endless abyss, devoid of sound or light, enveloped solely by darkness, a despairing void. Gradually, a thick miasma of death surrounded him. His energy vanished, and his heartbeat ceased. Well, that was quick. Android 9 remarked, a hint of disappointment in its voice. After scanning Sun Wukong's body and confirming his demise, it carelessly discarded him into the vastness of the Western Ocean. Brother Sun Wukong, Bulma cried out, tears streaming down her face as she fell apart. Dr. Briefs embraced his daughter tightly, then turned to the pilot with a grave command. Open fire on that being. Do we have any missiles on this aircraft? Reduce him to ashes. Sir. We don't have any weapons on this plane. Only Team 2 has armaments, and our aircraft is civilian. The pilot replied cautiously. Then summon all of Team 2's fighter jets. That fiend has slain Mr. Sun. We must avenge him. Dr. Briefs shouted, his voice rising with urgency. Quickly. The pilot utilized the communication devices to mobilize the fighter jets previously dispatched to locate Sun Wukong. Before long, the skies above the ocean were filled with an array of armed aircraft. Sir, all fighter jets from Team 2 are in position, awaiting orders. Open fire, unleash everything. At Dr. Brief's command, the armed aircraft launched a relentless assault against Android 9. Yet, how could the weapons of mere mortals affect an android with combat power exceeding 20,000? With a disdainful smirk, Android 9 faced the onslaught of missiles and Gatling guns, then darted towards a helicopter, smashing its windshield with a single punch, resulting in a thunderous crash as the helicopter spiraled down, engulfed in smoke. After downing a helicopter, Android 9 seemed invigorated, swiftly closing in on another fighter jet, severing its tail with a kick that sent it exploding in midair. Witnessing Android 9's effortless destruction of the fighter jets, the pilot of Dr. Brief's aircraft nearly fainted from fear. Sir, we must flee at once. We will be killed. At this moment, Briefs stood frozen, perhaps adept in scientific research, but faced with a life-and-death situation. He found himself at a loss. Just as the android number 9 was about to wreak havoc on Dr. Brief's aircraft, an unusual series of bubbles surfaced on the ocean below. It was Sun Yu. In a previous moment of peril, he had touched the barrier of life and death. Having experienced death, he found it considerably easier to comprehend the essence of mortality upon his return. Thus, with a thought of life and death, the realm emerged from the heart. In this critical moment, Sun Yu transcended into the realm of knowing the domain, entering a state of apparent death, successfully deceiving the probe of android number 9. At this juncture, the essence of life within Sun Yu was awakening, as a multitude of figures flashed through his mind. Lana, Bulma, and the scene of Frieza annihilating planet Vegeta, among others. Within Sun Yu's being, an unprecedented desire for survival surged forth. He yearned to live, to grow stronger, and to seize control of his destiny while safeguarding those who held significance in his life. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and two black tomo gradually emerged at the edges of his irises. The blood-red patterns of his eyes were emblazoned with a black tomo, symmetrically arranged, flanking his pupils. This was the dual tomo Sharingan from the world of Naruto. With the manifestation of the dual tomo Sharingan, Sun Yu's consciousness was fully restored. He reached into his garment and retrieved a pre-prepared, placing it in his mouth and crunching down before swallowing. A tremendous surge of vitality coursed through his limbs and bones. And in that instant, he felt reborn. Having previously been on the brink of death, as his strength was restored, the energy within him surged severalfold. This was the extraordinary physique of a Saiyan. The more grievously wounded one became, the greater their fighting prowess. Nearing death, their combat strength would experience an exponential increase upon resurrection. With a fierce roar, Sun Yu unleashed his overwhelming aura. As his power ascended, the entire ocean trembled, and the waters within 1,000 miles heaved tumultuously, crashing against the rocks lining the shore. Bang! Sun Wukong surged forth from the depths of the ocean, raising towering columns of water all around him. His emergence perfectly obstructed the path of the artificial human number 9 and the aircraft of Briefs. Brother Sun Wukong, Bulma exclaimed, her tears instantly replaced with joy as she rushed to the window and called out loudly. Sun Yu felt a sudden connection and turned to see the little girl, Bulma, leaning against the window. He flashed a smile that he believed to be quite charming and raised his left hand to give a thumbs up. Upon seeing Sun Yu reappear, Briefs felt his tension ease. Although Sun Yu remained the same person, the aura surrounding him had transformed entirely from before. Even an ordinary person like Briefs could sense the astonishing presence emanating from Sun Yu. The ongoing battle had escalated beyond the realm of mere mortals. Consequently, Dr. Briefs decisively ordered all combat units to retreat immediately, urging them to observe the unfolding conflict from a safe distance. Android number 9 observed Sun Yu with keen interest. To him, Sun Yu's life or death was inconsequential. What mattered was the palpable energy surging within Sun Yu that android number 9 yearned for. So much energy, come to me for absorption. Android number 9 gazed at Sun Yu with greed, even extending his tongue to moisten his parched lips. Sun Yu smiled faintly but offered no response. In a moment of distraction, he took the initiative to strike first, causing the expression of android number 9 to narrow. He had not truly perceived Sun Yu's movement, he merely sensed a fierce gust of wind approaching him. By the time he recalibrated his focus, Sun Yu's fist had already impacted his abdomen. With a resonant thud, android number 9's back arched dramatically from the blow, disbelief flooding him as he grappled with the realization that his superalloy body could not withstand the force of Sun Yu's flesh and blood. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Grasping the disheveled hair of android number 9, Sun Yu yanked it downwards with ferocity, while simultaneously thrusting his right knee upwards. A sharp crack resounded as the cheekbone of android number 9 caved in, compounded by the prior dent in his skull, rendering him unrecognizable as a human being. Though android number 9 could not feel pain, the destruction wrought upon him ignited a furious wrath within. He opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of azure energy waves, his entire body swelling with rage and emitting wisps of smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Android number 9 erupted with a frenzy of energy blasts, each explosion echoing around him. Sun Yu's double-hooked Sharingan flared to life, capturing everything within his gaze. Since evolving from a single hook to a double-hooked Sharingan, his ocular techniques had become increasingly effortless. The chaotic bombardment of energy from android number 9 appeared to Sun Yu as if it were crawling at a snail's pace, allowing him to evade with ease. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yu danced nimbly, avoiding all energy projectiles, standing confidently with his hands on his hips in midair. His expression inscrutable as he observed android number 9 searching futilely for his presence below. Those watching the battle from a distance erupted in cheers of excitement. Fully aware that Sun Yu had decisively seized the upper hand, it was merely a matter of time before he vanquished the detestable android. What are you searching for? Sun Yu greeted, and only then did android number 9 realize Sun Yu's position. He cursed under his breath, feeling infuriated, and then rushed at full speed towards Sun Yu, extending his palm with the intent to absorb Sun Yu's energy. However, how could Sun Yu acquiesce to his wishes? Under the keen insight of his Sharingan, android no. 9's attack was riddled with flaws, and Sun Yu effortlessly evaded them. Even after absorbing my energy, you may possess a combat power of 20,000. Yet, that strength is not cultivated by you. Thus, you can hardly unleash its full potential. All you can do is flail about aimlessly, which is truly disappointing. Sun Yu gazed at android number 9 with a sense of resignation, having lost the desire to engage in battle. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, android no. 9 responded with an eerie smile and coldly remarked, "What, are you feeling proud? I am merely a failed experiment. The terror of androids is something you will experience one day." The terror of androids, you say? A slight arc formed at the corner of Sun Yu's mouth as he replied, "I know not whether androids are terrifying, but you shall experience the dread of a seance right now." With that, Sun Yu simultaneously seized both of android number 9's wrists, leaping into the air and driving his feet into android number 9's chest with tremendous force, intending to sever his arms entirely. "How dare you? Stop. Please, stop." Although he felt no pain, android number 9 was designed to simulate human emotions. As he watched Sun Yu prepare to wrench off his arms, a sense of fear began to blossom within him. With two sharp sounds, crack, crack, Sun Yu forcefully tore off android number 9's arms. Oil gushed from the severed ends, and he staggered backward, his eyes filled with despair. "Without your energy absorption device, let us see how you intend to absorb my Kamehameha." Sun Yu silently channeled the energy within his body, his hands reaching towards his chest. Me. As he gathered strength for the Kamehameha wave, the energy sphere in Sun Yu's hands erupted with a terrifying brilliance. With his combat powers surging dramatically, the potency of the Kamehameha also escalated rapidly. At this moment, Sun Yu's combat power stood at approximately 24,000, allowing his fully charged Kamehameha to possess a twofold increase in strength, resulting in an astonishing combat power of 48,000. The ethereal blue energy sphere, trailing a long tail, pursued the android relentlessly. Android number 9, having lost both arms, swayed precariously in midair, and it wasn't long before he was overtaken. Boom. Sun Yu's Kamehameha erupted in the sky, and the android number 9, stripped of its energy absorption devices, let out a horrifying scream before being reduced to ashes amidst the terrifying explosion of energy. The blinding light engulfed everyone, leaving their eyes stinging, and it took a considerable time for it to fade. At that moment, Sun Yu's figure, silhouetted against the setting sun, appeared immensely grand and towering. After vanquishing the android number 9, Sun Yu returned to the aircraft of briefs. Upon seeing him, Bulma rushed to him without regard for the bloodstains covering him, clinging on as if she would never let go. "Mr. Sun, I'm so relieved you are unharmed." Briefs emerged from the plane with a clean uniform and approached Sun Yu, offering it with the words, "Please change into this. I will arrange for a banquet shortly." I wonder if Mr. Sun would honor us with his presence. Understanding Sun Yu and Lana's weakness for gourmet food, Briefs proposed this suggestion, which Sun Yu naturally could not decline. "Certainly, Dr. Briefs, but my sister Lana is still meditating in the temple. I wish to wait for her to finish so we can go together. Perhaps you could return first, and I will join you in Dongdu once she is out." Sun Yu dared not venture alone to indulge in a solitary feast, for if Lana emerged and found no one present, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Dr. Briefs, naturally, complied with Sun Yu's arrangements. However, little Bulma stubbornly refused to part from Sun Yu, gripping his clothing with unwavering determination, disregarding all entreaties. "Perhaps I should escort her to the temple. We can return to East City together once Sister Na appears," Sun Yu suggested. "Very well, Doctor." Briefs replied with a resigned gesture, remaining with Sun Yu. He had no concerns for Bulma's safety, thus he readily acquiesced. "Dr. Briefs, Remember to prepare the gravity training chamber upon your return. Sunyu gently reminded Briefs, then took off towards the temple with Bulma on his back. Due to carrying Bulma, Sunyu did not fly very swiftly, but fortunately, the distance to Karin's sacred land was not far, and he soon returned to the temple. Upon his arrival, he noticed the old Kai's serious demeanor, which left him feeling perplexed. He inquired, "Lord Kai, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Is it because I eliminated those Red Ribbon Army members?" The old Kai shook his head and replied, "Those Red Ribbon Army members were notorious for their malevolence. Your actions have indeed rid the world of a scourge, which is a commendable deed." After a brief pause, he walked to the edge of the temple and gazed silently below, continuing, "I witnessed your battle with Android 9. I was truly taken aback by the existence of such malevolence in this world. I am aware of what Android 9 said, especially his ominous words about us androids being terrifying and that you will eventually experience it. His use of we suggests that there is more than one android. If a defective creation is this formidable, how powerful must the successful subjects be? This uncertainty weighs heavily on me. Don't worry, don't worry." Sunyu cheerfully patted the old Kai's shoulder. "No matter what comes our way, be it androids or anything else, I will defeat them, so rest assured." "Indeed, indeed. Brother Sunyu is the strongest." Bulma chimed in, peeking at the old Kai. The old Kai glanced at Bulma's adorable face and then at the confident Sunyu, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. "Let us hope so. It seems the safety of Earth will rest upon your shoulders from now on." Guarding Earth was once the responsibility of the Kai, and hearing such words from him revealed his inner turmoil. Yet, there was no alternative. As the original Dragon Ball narrative suggested, the current world no longer required a Kai, but rather strong individuals. At that moment, the heavenly realm overlooked the setting sun in the west. Sunyu and Bulma sat at the edge of the temple, quietly watching the distant sunset, which symbolized twilight and hinted at demise. Having transcended the knowing realm in martial arts, Sunyu seized this opportunity to silently contemplate the essence of the fading sun. While time trickled away, after an indeterminate period, dawn broke in the east. Bulma remained asleep in Sun Yu's embrace when he suddenly awoke, sensing an overwhelming force intensifying around him. A surge of energy rippled through the air, and both the old Kai and Bubbles appeared at his side, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the spirit and time room within the temple. Before long, a striking figure emerged from the temple, Lana, who had been training in the spirit and time room for a year. However, only a single day had passed in the real world. Now, Lana had blossomed into a 16-year-old maiden, her slender figure more graceful than ever. Her tattered garments hinted at her fair skin, with her long legs exposed to the air, leaving Sunyu momentarily speechless. Lana exuded an aura akin to a tempest, sweeping over everyone in the temple without restraint. Sunyu fared better due to his recent battle enhancing his strength, but the old Kai and Bubbles trembled under Rana's overwhelming presence, barely able to hold their ground. Through a year of training, Lana had nearly perfected the subtle realm, but unlike Sunyu's introspective approach, her martial prowess was completely unrestrained. In the subtle realm, one manifests and dissipates at will. Rana's fiery personality translated into her martial style. "Hey Kyle, it's been a year." "Oh, isn't that the little girl named Bulma? What is she doing here?" Lana immediately spotted Bulma nestled in Sunyu's arms and quickly tempered her aura, fearing she might frighten Bulma. The commotion had already roused Bulma from her slumber, and upon seeing Lana, she beamed with joy. "That's a long story." Sunyu appraised Lana, estimating her combat strength to be well above 40,000. If she unleashed her full potential, she could reach 50,000, he mused, marveling at the wonders of the spirit and time room. He then recounted all that had transpired since Lana entered the room, including the visit from Dr. Briefs, his annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the rescue of Bulma, and his encounter with the androids. After listening to Sunyu's account, Lana scrutinized him with a peculiar expression, then uttered a statement that left him taken aback. "So, where are the 2 Dragon Balls that were originally in the hands of the Red Ribbon Army?" "Oh right, where are the Dragon Balls?" Sunyu pondered. "Kyle, aren't you supposed to rush back to the spirit and time room for training?" Lana was puzzled, believing that upon learning of her formidable strength, Sunyu would be eager to train. However, he had not detailed the combat prowess of the androids, leaving Lana unaware of the full situation. Moreover, with Sunyu's martial prowess increasing, his ability to suppress his own energy had matured as well, without demonstrating his full strength. It was challenging for others to perceive his true combat capabilities. Hence, Lana naturally assumed that Sunyu's strength was still around 8,000. If he wished to avoid being left behind, he should be desperate to train. Furthermore, Lana had previously informed Sunyu of her disdain for individuals weaker than herself. If Sunyu truly harbored feelings for her, he would strive to surpass her. So why was he so indifferent? Did he not care for her at all? If that were the case, why had he acted so affectionately towards her before? With these thoughts swirling, Lana felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, glaring at Sunyu with a fierce intensity, wishing to confront him. "That won't be necessary," Sunyu remarked, oblivious to Rana's thoughts. "The air in the spirit and time room is thin and the temperature high. Simply standing still becomes exhausting. If I were to train there, it could easily lead to frustration." Sun Yu's current focus lies in cultivating his inner state, thus maintaining tranquility within is paramount for him at this juncture. In truth, if he were to merely pursue combat prowess, his advancement could be remarkably swift. However, one must ponder the significance of such an endeavor. The cultivation of one's inner state serves as a foundational practice. The sturdier the foundation, the greater the potential for future growth. This principle is aptly exemplified in the characters of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, aside from their initial encounter, Sun Wukong consistently outshines Vegeta in terms of combat capability, a testament to his superior martial arts understanding. By the time he reached planet Namek, he had already attained the Kongming state. During the battle against Cell, both Sun Wukong and his son Gohan touched upon the essence of Tao. The philosophy of Tao follows nature is embodied in their integration of the Super Saiyan state into their daily lives, where even mundane activities such as eating, sleeping, and fishing become forms of cultivation. In contrast, Vegeta, who engages solely in intense training, appears somewhat inferior when juxtaposed with their levels of understanding. However, it is crucial to note that this does not imply that Vegeta's training methodology is flawed. After all, each individual's martial path is unique, and what suits one best is indeed the most effective. Furthermore, to enhance combat strength, engaging in battle remains the most efficacious approach. The battle between Sun Yu and the android number 9 serves as a compelling illustration. Faced with the oppressive force of a formidable adversary, Sun Yu found himself on the brink of death, which ignited within him an unprecedented fighting spirit. He even unlocked the second stage of his Sharingan, the double tomo. The Saiyans are a martial race. It is through combat, life and death struggles, and the pressure from powerful foes that one can most swiftly enhance their abilities. It seems to me you are merely being lazy, unwilling to elevate your strength. Lana, infuriated, turned her head away, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. Unsure whether it stemmed from Sun Yu's lack of ambition or her concern that he did not care enough for her. Sun Yu seemed perplexed by Lana's sudden anger. With a helpless shrug, he remarked, "Not at all. My combat power has already reached 24,000. I believe it won't be long before." "What?" Lana exclaimed, interrupting Sun Yu. "You say your combat power is already 24,000? It has only been a day, and you..." "Indeed," Sun Yu replied. "I previously mentioned that when I fought against Android 9, I was on the brink of death. After consuming a Senzu bean, I recovered from that near-fatal state, and my power surged threefold." Understanding dawned upon her. She was aware that Saiyans could significantly increase their combat strength after experiencing near-death situations. It was thanks to the miraculous Senzu beans that such recoveries were possible. Without them, survival from such injuries would have been impossible, let alone achieving such a remarkable increase in power. The inability to recover swiftly from injuries is one reason why Saiyans often engage in perilous battles, yet rarely yield super strong warriors. Their essay saying that goes. Near-death Saiyans pair excellently with Senzu beans. Nevertheless, Lana still felt quite frustrated. She recalled the arduous year she spent training in the hyperbolic time chamber, eagerly anticipating the moment she could emerge to mock Sun Yu, only to find that he had achieved in a mere day what had taken her half a year. Lana felt as though her entire year of training had been for naught. "Sigh, you've really put me in a foul mood," Lana pouted, plopping down on the ground in a huff. Sun Yu immediately forced a smile and said, "At least you are still stronger than me right now. Moreover, Dr. Briefs has already invented the gravity training chamber. Training in that will yield rapid improvements." "Really?" Lana's interest peaked at the mention of the gravity training chamber. "I don't care. I must be the first to use that gravity training chamber." Sun Yu was taken aback. "Sister Lana, isn't that a bit unfair? You are already so much stronger than I am. There's no need for competition." "I don't care. If you don't let me use it first, I will ignore you forever," Lana insisted, her emotions swirling. Though she was genuinely happy for Sun Yu's progress, she couldn't shake the anxiety that he might soon surpass her. The mere thought of that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. All right, I can't argue with you." Sun Yu, oblivious to Lana's unease, turned to the obedient Bulma standing behind him and gently said, "Shall we head to Bulma's house? I can hardly wait for a feast." "Sure. I'm hungry too." "Bulma." The little girl playfully leaped into Sun Yu's arms. Lana, observing this, narrowed her eyes and pouted with a hint of jealousy. "You don't even spare such a little girl. You creepy uncle. A Lilicon." Thus, Sun Yu, cradling Bulma, bid farewell to the god and Bobo, and together they soared towards Dr. Brief's home in East City. To Sun Yu's surprise, upon seeing Bulma, Mrs. Briefs did not exhibit the joy typical of a long-awaited reunion. She greeted Sun Yu and Lana with a beaming smile, as if Bulma had merely returned from a short trip rather than having been kidnapped. Had he not been familiar with Mrs. Brief's character, Sun Yu might have wondered if Bulma was a foundling. In the expansive courtyard of the Briefs' residence, a grand banquet was laid out. Though the attendees were merely Sun Yu, Lana, and the Briefs family, over 25-star chefs had been summoned, transporting several truckloads of ingredients. As if that were not enough, Dr. Briefs had acquired several luxurious restaurants in East City specifically for Sun Yu and Lana, whenever they desired. He would promptly gather staff to prepare the most exquisite dishes for their enjoyment. "Kel, After we finish eating, go fetch the last 2 Dragon Balls for me. Sun Yujing was vigorously gnawing on a roasted whole cow when Lana suddenly spoke up. Huh, is there really a need to rush? I still desire a good night's sleep. Sun Yu wore a reluctant expression as he gazed at Lana. Humph, it's only fair that I let you eat before you go searching, Lana commanded sternly. Enough chatter. Finish your meal and depart. Thus, before Sun Yu could satiate his hunger, he was hastily ushered out by Lana. As he soared through the skies, he reminisced about the unfinished feast of roasted steak, grilled earth dragon, shark burger, whale baleen, and colossal squid, which cast a pall over his existence. In his fervent quest to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Sun Yu flew with remarkable swiftness, like a streak of silver slicing through the heavens, vanishing in an instant. Even those who glanced upward could not discern the true form of that fleeting silver light. Drawing from his prior experiences, Sun Yu swiftly located the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army's stronghold. Now, this site had transformed into a vast ocean, the land long obliterated to mere rubble. He was uncertain where the Dragon Balls might be scattered. Producing the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu meticulously searched for their location. Indeed, the radar indicated that 2 Dragon Balls lay scattered upon the ocean floor. Sun Yu pinpointed one that was relatively close, steeling himself as he plunged into the water, diving deep to seek them out. At the ocean's depths, he could faintly discern the remnants of the former headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Yu arrived at the location indicated by the radar and began to excavate fervently amidst the debris. As Sun Yu occasionally resurfaced to catch his breath, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment, though he recognized it was futile to blame anyone else. Had he been more astute in seizing the Dragon Balls earlier and vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, he would not be enduring such hardship now. At long last, through relentless endeavor, he unearthed a Dragon Ball, carefully stowing it away, fearful of losing it once more. Presently, only one last 6-star ball remained, and with it, he would be able to summon the mighty Shenron. However, Sun Yu harbored little interest in the Shenron of Earth, for he was aware of the existence of the Namekian Shenron and even the Super Shenron that spanned the cosmos. Before his transmigration, he had often fantasized about one day collecting all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and fulfill his wish for immortality. Achieving a body as indestructible as that of Majin Buu would have been the pinnacle of perfection. Yet, as Sun Yu's horizons expanded, he realized that in the face of absolute power, nothing is truly immortal. Be it Cell, Majin Buu, or even Zamasu, who possessed an indestructible body in the Dragon Ball Super Universe, they could all be defeated, and it was the Saiyans who triumphed over them. Perhaps the Saiyans were not innately powerful, but when confronted with immense pressure and the trials of life and death, they consistently transcended their limits, unleashing unprecedented potential, a trait that even the esteemed Zamasu coveted. Thus, Sun Yu was reluctant to rely on the power of the Dragon Balls, at least until he attained the realm of the divine. Should he someday rise to the heights comparable to the god of destruction, Beerus, it would be rather absurd to seek strength through external means, for mortals are, after all, still mortals. If he wished to traverse further along the path of martial arts, he would undoubtedly need to harness the power of the Super Shenron. Moreover, Lana had previously mentioned a wish she wanted to fulfill. Therefore, he decided to reserve this opportunity to summon Shenron for her. Following the indications of the Dragon Radar, Sun Yu arrived at a colossal rock formation on the ocean floor. It appeared that the final 6-star ball was concealed beneath the massive stone, which caused him considerable vexation. Should he employ the Kamehameha to shatter this rock? Well, it was settled. He would indeed use the Kamehameha to obliterate this obstruction. Sun Yu staggered backward a few meters before beginning to concentrate his energy. Since he merely needed to shatter a rock, he did not require an excessive amount of combat power. A casual effort of around 10,000 would suffice. Perhaps even 7 or 8,000. Ultimately, he decided to restrain his strength to 1,000 to avoid inadvertently flattening the area and complicating his quest for the Dragon Balls. Having calibrated his energy, Sun Yu unleashed the Kamehameha wave, its ethereal blue light illuminating the ocean depths. Upon striking the rock, the wave pierced through it, resulting in a catastrophic explosion at its core that generated a formidable shockwave. In that instant, a vacuum formed where the massive rock once lay, causing torrents of seawater to surge outward. At the base of the rock, Sun Yu's eyes fell upon a yellow glass sphere, exactly the 6-star ball he sought. After locating the 6-star ball, Sun Yu swiftly flew to its position, eager to retrieve it before the encroaching seawater could engulf it. He cleared away the surrounding sediment and grasped the 6-star ball in his hand, finally completing his collection of 7 Dragon Balls. Although these were merely the Dragon Balls of Earth, he couldn't help but wonder what wish Lana might make. He hoped it wouldn't be a desire to become the queen of planet Vegeta. As the seawater began to recede, Sun Yu prepared to depart. However, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a heavy iron door that had mysteriously appeared beneath the massive rock, bearing an inscription that forbade entry to unauthorized personnel. Ironically, such signs only piqued Sun Yu's curiosity further, compelling him to explore within. Given that this was a site of the Red Ribbon Army, it was likely concealing some clandestine laboratory. The notion of it being a facility for live experiments excited him, especially in light of the recent emergence of Android 9, which intensified his resolve to delve deeper. Could it be that Android 18, an exquisite beauty yet to be completed, awaited him inside? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Sun Yu delivered a powerful punch to the heavy iron door, smashing it open and striding boldly inside. Once within, he closed the door behind him. The surface of the sea had returned to its original state as he ventured further into the dimly lit corridor, which emanated an eerie glow. The rusted walls provided an ideal backdrop for a horror film, so much so that one could capture the scene with a camera without any need for artificial enhancement. Nevertheless, Sun Yu felt no fear in such an ominous setting. At his level of power, supernatural entities were mere trifles. Should any malevolent spirit dare to confront him, he would not hesitate to send it fleeing in terror. Thus, this assertion was not merely a self-encouragement, it was an unwavering conviction. Sun Yu entered the depths of the laboratory, traversing a lengthy corridor flanked by numerous transparent walled chambers. Inside these laboratories, a plethora of instruments and various bottles containing chemical substances awaited, yet Sun Yu, lacking understanding of such complexities, chose to disregard them. Eventually, he navigated through a series of twists and turns, arriving at a room that resembled a library. However, instead of books lining the shelves, there were densely packed miniature spy robots. These robots, which Sun Yu had seen in the Dragon Ball anime, were designed to gather combat intelligence on warriors such as Goku and Vegeta, as well as to collect cellular samples from the scene. As Sun Yu entered the room, he was immediately drawn to a colossal supercomputer at the center, its black and white screen displaying a dense array of text. The opening line of the document caught his attention, the final X-Plan. He couldn't help but curse aloud, bewildered by the mention of numerous miniature spy robots and the enigmatic X-Plan. Although the emergence of tiny espionage machines did not astonish him, after all, they had appeared in the Dragon Ball anime, he found the X-Plan rather suspect. A tumult of thoughts raced through his mind as he approached the computer and began to scrutinize the text. The lengthy document revealed information regarding androids and biological modification technology, indicating that Dr. Gero had commenced his research on human-based androids long ago, akin to the existence of Android 18. If it were merely this, Sun Yu would not have been overly concerned. In the original Dragon Ball series, the combat data of the androids derived from fighters like Goku, and at present, Earth's mightiest warriors were merely on par with the likes of Tao Pai Pai. The existence of Android 9, capable of energy absorption, was the pinnacle of their achievements, rendering any substantial worry unnecessary. However, in the next moment, Sun Yu felt a sharp sting on his face. He discovered that the computer's database contained various records of his combat information. It was evident that the Red Ribbon Army had taken notice of him and Lana upon their arrival on Earth. Although their time on the planet was brief, the spy robots of the Red Ribbon Army had been ubiquitous, amassing a wealth of valuable intelligence, including Sun Yu's cellular samples. In the absence of Goku, Sun Yu had become Dr. Gero's prime candidate. One should never underestimate the mad scientists. Who knows what peculiarities occupy their minds? Subsequently, the X-Plan materialized, as the spy robots had recorded the battle between Sun Yu and Android 8. Upon uploading this footage, Dr. Gero immediately began to analyze Sun Yu's cellular samples. His intention was to transplant a unique chromosome from Sun Yu's DNA into a biologically modified android, aiming to create the ultimate weapon for the Red Ribbon Army to exact revenge on Sun Yu, and perhaps conquer the world in the process. Could it be that my very existence has irreparably altered the narrative? Sun Yu felt a chill run down his spine, even in its initial state. Cell possessed the strength to contend with a Super Saiyan. If Cell were to emerge prematurely, Sun Yu's meager battle power would surely be obliterated. The Earth was frightful. Perhaps returning to planet Vegeta as a prince would be wiser. Joking aside, the so-called X-Plan likely did not pertain to Cell. Sun Yu speculated that Dr. Gero at this stage could not produce any formidable androids. If he possessed such capabilities, he would not have allowed the annihilation of his own army. Now, Sun Yu pondered whether he should trace the source of Dr. Gero's research and eliminate him before he could develop any powerful androids. The laboratory before him appeared to be a data collection and research center, where all information was uploaded to Dr. Gero's private headquarters. If he could harness the transmission signals from this computer, locating Dr. Gero would not prove difficult. However, Sun Yu, a purebred Saiyan, harbored an insatiable desire for formidable adversaries. If he were to obliterate Dr. Gero, would it not diminish the number of powerful antagonists? Without these villains to contend with, what would remain to write about? Sun Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, for every decision he made carried profound implications. Alas, with great power comes great responsibility, he lamented, before shattering the computer before him with a swift strike and turning away. As he exited the room, he hurled an energy sphere, obliterating all the miniature robots contained within. Although Sun Yu was not afraid of the artificial beings, the adage that one is not afraid of a thief stealing, but rather of a thief's intent lingered in his mind. Being surveilled by a swarm of fly-sized spy robots was hardly a pleasant experience. With this matter resolved, Sun Yu soared back, where Dr. Beerus was tending to the flowers in the garden. Noticing Sun Yu's return, he set down his watering can and approached to greet him. Lana was training in the gravity chamber, and Sun Yu instructed a servant to summon her before he joined Dr. Beerus in the living room. In the living room, The group gathered, and Sun Yu succinctly recounted the discovery of the mysterious research facility beneath the Red Silk Army's ruins, revealing Dr. Gero's Project X. Dr. Beerus displayed a worried expression upon hearing this, while Lana dismissed it with a wave of her hand. As a pure Saiyan, she wholeheartedly supported Sun Yu's actions, asserting that she would commandeer the gravity chamber until she could acclimate to 100 times the normal gravity. Dr. Beerus, I believe it would be best if you could construct a separate gravity chamber for me, one devoid of sound equipment, Sun Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing the request for a chamber without sound devices, Dr. Beerus's face fell into a frown. However, he did not dare defy Sun Yu's wishes, responding, "If that is your request, then please grant me 5 days to prepare." Kale, how do you intend to deal with the Dragon Balls? In truth, compared to Dr. Gero's schemes, Lana was far more concerned about the Dragon Balls. Sun Yu produced a universal capsule and opened it, with a resounding bang. A modest plastic box appeared before several onlookers. Upon opening the box, they discovered 7 Dragon Balls neatly arranged within. "Wow, let me see," exclaimed Lana, snatching the plastic box from Sun Yu's hands, her excitement palpable. "How do I make my wish come true? Do I just silently wish for it? Like when I blow out birthday candles?" Certainly not. To manifest your desire, you must first loudly recite the incantation to summon the dragon. Then, you may present your wish to the dragon, and only then will it be fulfilled. Sun Yu explained, animatedly gesturing as he spoke. Why must it be so complicated? Lana seemed dissatisfied with this method and inquired, "Isn't there a way to be a bit more discreet?" Discreet? Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, taken aback. For this was clearly uncharacteristic of Lana. Being low-key is impossible, as the dragon's appearance will evoke celestial phenomena. The sky will darken, followed by thunder and lightning. Honestly, I too am quite eager to witness such a spectacle. Dr. Beerus, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, asserting his presence with a hint of enthusiasm. By the way, Lana, what wish do you intend to make? There's no time like the present. Let us summon the dragon together. Sun Yu proposed. You all go ahead. Lana's face flushed a deep crimson at the thought of voicing her wish in front of everyone. Yes, both Sun Yu and Dr. Beerus fervently nodded in agreement. You are all too much. I withdraw my wish. The Dragon Balls are yours. Lana fumed, hurling the plastic box at Sun Yu before storming out. Sun Yu gazed in bewilderment at the scattered Dragon Balls, turning to Dr. Beerus and inquired, what could have provoked her anger? The enigma of women eluded him. Dr. Beerus spread his hands, looking at Sun Yu with an endearing expression. The affairs concerning the Red Ribbon Army had reached a temporary conclusion, although Sun Yu remained vigilant against Dr. Gero's X plan. Lana, entranced, spent her days ensconced in the gravity training room, showing no inclination to yield it for Sun Yu's use. Fortunately, Dr. Beerus assured him that a new gravity training facility would be completed within 5 days, alleviating Sun Yu's concerns. In the subsequent 2 days, Sun Yu seized the opportunity to venture to the ocean, successfully locating the Kamehameha house. After all, with a super-rich benefactor, utilizing satellites to scout the myriad islands was hardly a formidable task, and he found Master Roshi's abode with minimal effort. Master Roshi, upon Sun Yu's arrival, exhibited no surprise. He had previously sensed Sun Yu's formidable aura during battle, a chilling presence that lingered in memory despite the vast distance. Sun Yu had intended to engage Master Roshi in a discourse on martial arts. However, Master Roshi feigned ignorance, reluctant to divulge much. Luckily, Sun Yu had come prepared. He produced a universal capsule, which unveiled 2 towering stacks of the latest swimsuit fashion magazines. The mere sight of those tantalizing covers sent Master Roshi into a fervor, causing him to erupt with excitement and rush forward to peruse one with great enthusiasm. With the allure of these fashion magazines serving as an intermediary, the rapport between Master Roshi and Sun Yu blossomed swiftly. As Master Roshi himself remarked, they felt as though they had met too late in life. Amidst Master Roshi's admiration of the magazines, Sun Yu seized the chance to seek his guidance on various training matters. Master Roshi, a venerable warrior with over 3 centuries of experience, shared his profound insights into martial arts, leaving Sun Yu feeling immensely enriched by the encounter. Sun Wukong resided at the Kamehameha house for several days until he received word from Dr. Beerus that the gravity training chamber, constructed exclusively for him, was completed. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, he swiftly flew back to East City, where Dr. Beerus awaited his arrival. Bulma had been eagerly anticipating his return and, upon seeing him, rushed forward. Brother Sun, where have you been these past few days? You didn't take me out to play. Bulma pouted, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Sun Yu gently picked up the adorable Bulma and said, Brother is going out to meet a friend. How about I take you along next time? He pondered what the encounter between Bulma and Master Roshi would be like. Sure. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Sun Yu's neck. She felt elated at the thought of going out with him, regardless of whom they would meet. Where's your father? I heard the new gravity training room has been completed. Sun Yu carried Bulma as he walked towards the house. Bulma pointed towards the direction of the basement and said, This way. I also contributed to building the new gravity training room for Brother Sun Yu. Really? Bulma, you are amazing. Sun Yu joyfully pinched Bulma's delicate face. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the effort Bulma referred to, it was evident that her extraordinary scientific talent was beginning to manifest. Under Bulma's guidance, Sun Yu arrived at the entrance of the gravity training room. To conduct experiments within, he instructed Bulma to remain outside while he ventured in alone. The gravity training room was expansive, covering over 200 square meters, with thick titanium alloy walls. At the center stood the gravity control console, which regulated the intensity of gravitational force. After closing the door, Sun Yu approached the console and activated the gravity amplification device according to the displayed icons. Considering the material's tensile strength, it was impossible to create a training room that could withstand gravitational forces exceeding 100 times Earth's gravity in the short term. Thus, the maximum amplification was set at 100. Initially, Sun Yu selected a multiplier of 20. Immediately, the gravity amplification device emitted a low hum, and within moments, an immense downward force bore down upon him, making him feel as though his body were laden with lead. Clad in his heavy-duty gear, the gravity exerted upon him was equivalent to 45 times that of Earth's gravity. Even with a combat power of 24,000, Sun Yu found this pressure quite challenging. Yet, the thought of Lana diligently training spurred him on. He could not afford to slack off. Training was not a task to be accomplished in a day, but was a gradual process. He learned to set small goals for himself, such as first enduring 100 times the gravity, despite feeling as if he were filled with lead, and each step requiring monumental effort. Sun Yu was not one to easily surrender. He began with simple walking, progressing to a jog. Once his leg muscles adjusted to the weight, he shifted his focus to his arms, performing push-ups and practicing stances. When he could move freely under the 20-fold gravity, he gradually increased the amplification. Unaware of when Dr. Gero's schemes might surface, Sun Yu and Lana devoted themselves to training, spending the majority of their time in their respective gravity training rooms, even eating and sleeping there at times. However, unlike Lana, Sun Yu reserved a portion of his day for meditation to refine his state of mind. As time quietly passed, for months slipped by unnoticed, and Dr. Gero seemed to have vanished without a trace. Bulma grew increasingly dissatisfied with Sun Yu's relentless training. Often gazing longingly through the window of his training room, her expression one of deep melancholy. "Brother Sun Yu, you promised to take me shopping." One day, upon seeing Sun Yu emerge from the gravity training room, Bulma disregarded his sweat-soaked appearance and leapt into his arms. "Didn't we agree to go in 2 weeks?" Sun Yu remarked, lifting the little girl and playfully pinching her cheek. Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. "It's been a whole month, and you still haven't taken me out to play." Sun Yu smiled awkwardly, surprised to realize how much time had elapsed. Ever since he entered the gravity training chamber, his combat prowess had soared dramatically. Now, he had adapted to an astonishing 80 times the normal gravity, and without the burden of his heavy armor, his ultimate fighting capacity could reach an impressive 95,000. In contrast, Lana, having previously experienced the temporal and mental realms, along with her lesser need for daily meditation compared to Sun Yu, had thoroughly acclimated to a staggering 100 times the gravity. Similarly unencumbered, her peak combat power could achieve a remarkable 120,000, an elevation she had once only dared to dream of. The principle of balance between exertion and relaxation held true. After months of intense training, it was indeed time to unwind. Thus, Sun Yu consented to Bulma's request. "How about we go out and have some fun today?" he suggested with a smile. "Today? Absolutely. You're the best, brother Sun Yu," Bulma exclaimed, leaning up to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Lana approached and noticed the jubilant Bulma. "What has got you so excited, Bulma?" she inquired. Bulma beamed. "Brother Sun Yu agreed to take me shopping. You should join us, Sister Lana." "Shopping?" Lana murmured, casting an irked glance at Sun Yu. "I must say, Kyle, are you already seeking to slack off before fully adapting to 100 times the gravity?" Lana had been eagerly anticipating the day Sun Yu would master that level of gravity, allowing them to return to Vegeta as formidable warriors, a journey she had long envisioned, particularly eyeing the throne of Vegeta. However, Sun Yu was unperturbed by the prospect of Lana's genuine anger. There were two things in this world she could never refuse: exquisite cuisine and shopping. This was quite understandable, as shopping could be regarded as a universal trait among women across the cosmos. No female being was immune to its allure. Initially, as a warrior of the Saiyan race, Lana had dismissed shopping as a trivial pastime. Yet, her perspective shifted dramatically when Mrs. Briefs introduced her to the East Capital department store, where she was awestruck by the dazzling array of merchandise. Particularly, when Lana witnessed Mrs. Brief's extraordinary bargaining skills, she was utterly amazed. It turned out that shopping could be imbued with the exhilarating sense of triumph akin to a hard-fought battle. Thus, one could observe a wealthy lady and a scion with enough strength to rob the galaxy's largest bank engaging in an animated negotiation over a mere 200 yuan jacket, an utterly bewildering scene. "Sister Lana, I heard the East Capital department store is holding an anniversary sale with everything at half price." Sun Yu winked at Lana, dropping a bombshell. "Half price?" Lana stared at him, momentarily dumbfounded before vanishing in a flash. When she reappeared, she had changed from her training attire into a stylish and appropriate casual outfit. "Wow, That was quick. Sun Yu scratched his head in amazement, realizing that discounts were indeed more enticing to women than free items. Haha, brother Sun Yu, hurry and change. Lana and I will wait for you in the lobby, Bulma urged, covering her mouth as she playfully pushed him toward the changing room. All right. Sun Yu quickly freshened up and donned a clean t-shirt. To fully immerse themselves in Earth life, Sun Yu and Lana frequently traveled in the briefs aircraft. Upon arriving at the mall, Bulma held one of Sun Yu's hands and the other of Lana's, the trio resembling a blissful family. The mall was bustling with people. As they entered, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped them. A wide avenue, broad enough for 10 burly men to stand side by side, connected a myriad of shops for hundreds of meters. Looking up, they were greeted by a 7-story edifice teeming with a throng. The first floor was lined with clothing stores and specialty food stalls, while the streets outside bustled with pedestrians, the sounds of haggling and lively calls echoing throughout. To pass the time, Sun Yu bought an abundance of snacks, munching as they walked. If it weren't for the unique anthropomorphic beings from the Dragon Ball Earth surrounding him, he might have momentarily believed he had returned to his original Earth. Hey, Bulma called out lightly as she dashed ahead. Sun Yu was savoring the delicacies in his hand while leisurely surveying the shops around him. At that moment, he heard Bulma's exclamation and looked up to see her sitting on the ground, her shopping bag scattered around her, a look of grievance etched on her face. Not far in front of Bulma, a burly wolf-like man was gnawing on a beef leg, swaying side to side as he walked, showing no regard for the crowd ahead. After helping the fallen Bulma to her feet, Sun Yu escorted her to Lana's side. With a swift movement, he appeared behind the wolf-like man and placed his right hand firmly on the creature's shoulder. The wolf man halted abruptly under Sun Yu's grasp, his anger flaring as he turned around, only to find no one behind him. Cough, cough. Sun Yu's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. It was then that the wolf man noticed Sun Yu, who stood at half his height. It wasn't that Sun Yu was short, rather. The towering figure of the wolf man was imposing, standing at least 2.5 meters tall. At that moment, Sun Yu could barely reach his shoulder with his raised hand. The wolf man cast a glance down at Sun Yu, tearing off a chunk of meat from the beef leg in his hand, and while chewing, he asked, "Little creature, are you seeking death?" Sun Yu pointed at the tearful Bulma and coldly remarked, "You collided with my sister and simply walked away without a word? Surely, you do not expect me to apologize?" The wolf-like figure regarded Sun Yu with a peculiar expression, as though he had heard something exceedingly amusing. Bulma gazed anxiously at Sun Yu, hoping he would let the matter go, considering she had not sustained any injuries, merely stumbled. However, Lana intervened, cautioning Bulma. Despite the wolf-like man's imposing stature, it is not always the case that physical size equates to prowess. It would be prudent to issue an apology. I am quite amenable, and should your demeanor be sincere, I might very well forgive you. Bulma is Sun Yu's Achilles heel. If anyone dares to act disrespectfully towards her, Sun Yu would not hesitate to enlighten them on why the flowers bloom so vividly. The wolf-like man's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard the most hilarious of jokes. Struggling to suppress his laughter, he replied with a slight tremor in his voice, "You want me to apologize?" I apologize, but while you may be amiable, I am not so easily swayed. I'll give you a count of 3, if you do not leave. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." At this moment, a crowd had gathered, drawn in by the spectacle. The stark contrast between the two figures was striking, one towering at over 2.5 meters, and the other merely around 1.70 meters. It was evident to all that this confrontation held little promise of suspense. Thus, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt that although it would be disgraceful for a Saiyan to bully an ordinary earthling, he could not overlook the fact that this unwise individual had targeted Bulma. The crowd around them began to murmur, and the wolf-like man, observing Sun Yu's unwavering stance, grinned menacingly. "Ignorance is bliss, it seems. It appears that without a lesson today, you will not comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth." With that, the wolf-like man hurled the remnants of a beef shank into the air and, clenching his fists as if wielding a baseball bat, he struck forcefully at Sun Yu's abdomen. His muscular frame radiated explosive power, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Initially, Sun Yu remained composed, awaiting the wolf-like man's move. However, when that formidable fist connected with his midsection, Sun Yu's expression shifted dramatically. With a thunderous sound, he was propelled backward, taking 4 steps before regarding his opponent with disbelief. Lana, surprised by Sun Yu's retreat, inquired, "Kyle, what performance are you putting on?" After all, without the heavy combat gear, Sun Yu possessed a combat power of 95,000. With such strength, not even an ordinary earthling could inflict harm on him, let alone a missile. Yet, while Lana pondered this, Sun Yu dismissed her thoughts. He understood his own capabilities. The force that had just struck him could not possibly belong to an earthly creature. This individual was a threat. Well, I didn't expect you to still be standing. I underestimated you." The wolf-like man, brimming with arrogance, caught the half-eaten beef shank he had thrown earlier, flaunting it ostentatiously. "Ah, you truly are full of yourself." "Oh," Sun Yu muttered, brushing off the dust from his clothes, feeling disgruntled. "What a ridiculous situation. Are you the protagonist, or am I? According to the script just now, I should be the one delivering a resounding blow to that villainous wolf-like figure. Why is he deviating from the narrative? Kyle, step aside. Let your sister avenge you. Lana affectionately ruffled Sun Yu's hair before positioning herself in front of him. Hey, sis. What was that look you just gave me? I was merely careless. You don't think I was being bullied, do you? Sun Yu protested loudly, casting a pleading glance around him. The crowd, in unison, nodded affirmatively, with Bulma reassuring him. It's all right, brother Sun Yu. You'll always be a great hero in my heart. Ugh. Sun Yu nearly spat out blood in exasperation. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? Surely, you know my true strength. Have you forgotten who defeated the Red Ribbon Army in Android 9? Sis, don't interfere. Let me handle this scoundrel. Sun Yu rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a fierce confrontation with the wolf-like man. Lana stuck out her tongue playfully, granting him space. Hey, beast. Come over here and face your demise. Sun Yu taunted, pointing accusingly at the wolf-like man. Upon hearing himself insulted, the wolf-like man's expression darkened, revealing a palpable aura of menace as he replied. Ah, I remember someone else who dared to call me a beast. Guess what? The grass on his grave is already 2 meters high. Oh, how fortunate. Sun Yu, sensing the wolf-like man's hostility, felt an inexplicable thrill. Someone else once dared to disrespect Bulma, and guess what? They have no graves because they vanished without a trace. The crowd, overhearing their exchange, assumed they were merely jesting, erupting into laughter. However, Lana felt a sudden shiver run through her, instinctively pulling Bulma closer, for she sensed that the wolf-like man was a formidable foe. Remember, the one who will kill you is named Yax. The wolf-like man declared, then leapt forward, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Sun Yu. The force of the blow was thunderous, and as Sun Yu raised his hand to block it, a sound of shattering air resonated between them. The onlookers stood frozen, utterly astonished that this seemingly frail youth possessed such remarkable strength. Sun Yu and the wolf-like creature, named Yax, both caught a fleeting glimpse of shock in each other's eyes, prompting Sun Yu to abandon his earlier underestimation. Although he could not gauge Yax's combat prowess, Sun Yu was acutely aware that the creature's strength was on par with his own. I admit I underestimated you before. Let us now showcase our true abilities. Sun Yu pondered deeply about Yax's identity, but as a warrior of the Saiyan race, he believed that any issue resolvable by fists need not be discussed further. Perfectly agreeable. Yax and Sun Yu leapt in unison, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Landing atop the East Capital department store, Lana, carrying Bulma, followed closely, quietly observing their confrontation. Standing face to face, Sun Yu vanished in an instant, striking towards Yax's chest. Yax, with a cold expression devoid of emotion, raised his massive wolf claws crossed before him. Sun Yu's seemingly casual palm strike concealed hidden energy, and Yax felt as if he had collided with a mountain, exerting all his strength to withstand the blow. With a resounding crash, both retreated a few steps. The creature's combat capability was certainly formidable. Sun Yu silently marveled, wondering how such a powerful being could exist on Earth. Nonetheless, this presented an excellent opportunity for him to assess the fruits of his recent training. Boom, boom, boom. The two ascended into the air, engaging in a fierce battle. Sun Yu refrained from using energy attacks to avoid harming bystanders, while Yax seemed to rely solely on raw physical combat, trading blows with Sun Yu in a brutal exchange. They moved at such speed that the ordinary onlookers below could scarcely catch a glimpse of their shadows. After dozens of exchanges, both warriors hovered in the air, breathing heavily, exhilarated by their intense skirmish. Despite various injuries adorning their bodies, the excitement in their eyes was unmistakable. At this point, are you still not planning to unleash your full power? Sun Yu wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Yax. Humph. How dare you say that? Don't think I can't see through you. You haven't been fighting seriously at all. Yax spat blood, twisting his neck with a series of cracking sounds. I feared that if I revealed my full strength, it might frighten you. Sun Yu replied with a grin. Well then, let me witness your true capabilities. Don't let it be mere bravado. Yax gazed at Sun Yu with a playful expression. As you wish. Sun Yu bent his arms across his chest, arching his back to fully release his energy. Ha! With a tremendous outpouring of power, a faint golden aura enveloped Sun Yu's body, and the surrounding air grew dense, emitting a low hum. Damn you. Although Yax could not precisely sense ki, he could still feel the immense power radiating from Sun Yu. From the rooftop of the East Capital department store, Lana observed Sun Yu's overwhelming presence, a knowing smile gracing her lips. After a while, Sun Yu's battle power peaked at an astonishing 95,000, the golden aura solidifying and radiating a soft glow. Be careful. I'm about to strike. Sun Yu grinned mischievously at Yax before vanishing from sight. Damn it. Yax could not track Sun Yu's movements. His speed was simply too great, and he frantically searched around, but to no avail. Where the hell are you? Right here. Before Yax could react, Sun Yu suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow. Yax was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the building behind him, creating a massive crater in the ground. Fortunately, that area was a green zone, sparing any casualties. Hey, if you don't start using your true abilities, you might just find yourself defeated. Sun Yu flexed his wrists, calmly floating above Yax, who struggled to rise. However, Yax's eyes had turned blood red, resembling a bloodthirsty beast lost to madness. his robust wolf claws gripping the ground as his body began to swell before the astonished crowd. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed as Yak's once degraded fangs returned, his form visibly expanding. Clothes tearing to reveal powerful limbs, resembling a ferocious wolf of the wilderness. In the world of Dragon Ball, beastmen had long since evolved into humanoid forms. Yet Yaks before Sun Yu had reverted to a primal state, devoid of any rational thought. This is impossible. Beastmen on Earth cannot transform into wild beasts. Sun Yu felt a shiver run down his spine and shouted to the stunned crowd below, "He is dangerous. Run." At the sound of his warning, the crowd snapped back to reality. "Run. That beast will eat us." Panic erupted as people screamed and fled in all directions, their cries igniting Yak's primal instincts. Spotting a lone girl, he lunged toward her with deadly intent. "Watch out." A glimmer of crimson light flickered in Sun Yu's eyes as he activated his Sharingan. In a moment of desperation, he fixated on X and unleashed the power of time stagnation. Had Sun Yu intended to utilize time stagnation to freeze the entirety of this realm as before, such a measure would have proven ineffective against the formidable presence of X. Yet perhaps due to the advancement of his Sharingan to the double Tomo form, Sun Yu's mastery over time stagnation had significantly improved, with its effects inadvertently focusing solely on X. Consequently, the once lightning-fast X now seemed ensnared in a quagmire, rendered immobile. Sun Yu felt a surge of joy as he swiftly whisked away the solitary girl, then cast a cold glance at the now liberated beastly form of X. Whoa! X emitted a menacing growl, its crimson wolf eyes warily fixed on Sun Yu. Intentionally, Sun Yu feigned a vulnerability. As anticipated, X bent its forepaw and lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning. Although X's assault was as rapid as a flash, it was discerned by the keen insight of Sun Yu's dual Tomo Sharingan. With a deft twist, he evaded X's charge, extending his left hand to firmly grasp the wolf's head while his right fist descended with tremendous force. The sound of muffled thuds echoed as X's head was struck, blood gushing forth. In agony, X twisted its body, and its iron tail, thick as a bowl, lashed out towards Sun Yu. As Sun Yu narrowly dodged, X broke free from his grasp and swiftly lifted its massive paw to strike. Despite the Sharingan having caught the movement of X's attack, Sun Yu found himself unable to escape the impending blow, having just evaded the iron tail. He could only watch helplessly as the colossal paw collided with his chest. Bang! Sun Yu was struck into the cracked earth by a claw from Yaks. Just as he managed to break free from the ground, he was intercepted by the sudden appearance of Lana. "Red card, you're out. Kyle is coming in, so take a breather." Lana's unexpected arrival startled Sun Yu, while Yaks, in his beastly form, assumed a defensive stance, warily observing the two figures before him. Sun Yu's eyes returned to normal as he reluctantly said, "Hey, Sister Na, I haven't lost yet. Why must you take over?" He added, "And where did you throw Bulma?" Lana flexed her wrist and pointed to the rooftop of the East Capital Department Store, replying, "Bulma is on the roof. Watching you fight for so long has made me a bit restless. If you don't want to be on the receiving end of a beating, you should leave quickly." All right. You're my sister, and you're formidable," Sun Yu sighed, shrugging his shoulders. He cautioned her to be careful, and then flew up to the rooftop to find Bulma. Once Sun Yu had departed, Lana glanced at the vigilant axe and smiled slightly, saying, "Little wolf, you must be cautious. I certainly won't be as lenient as that foolish, wooden doll aficionado." To Sun Yu, Lana's smile appeared far more terrifying than the demons of hell. That foolish, wooden doll aficionado? What grudge does she bear? Sensing the immense pressure emanating from Lana, Axe, in his beastly form, decided to take the initiative and lunged forward, striking out a claw at her. Lana regarded the approaching Axe with a hint of mocking disdain and then delivered a powerful punch aimed at his head. The impact was thunderous. Axe's massive form was sent crashing to the ground as if he had collided with an unyielding wall. The moment he landed, Axe disregarded the pain in his head and attempted to retaliate by swinging his iron tail toward Lana. However, it seemed as though Lana was oblivious to Axe's attack, remaining steadfast in her position. Sister Na dodge. Sun Yu watched this scene unfold from the rooftop, his heart racing. If that tale struck true, even a Scion's physical prowess would not withstand it. In the embrace of Sun Yu, Bulma instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of her beloved sister, Lana, in harm's way. Just as Yak's iron tail was about to strike Lana, she nonchalantly raised her hand to block it. The formidable iron tail came to an abrupt halt, as if ensnared by an invisible force, caught effortlessly in her grasp. "Heh, a tail you say? I have one too." Lana had fully entered a state of exhilaration. Pivoting sharply around her right foot, she unleashed the tail that had been coiled around her waist. A sharp crack resonated throughout the commercial district as Lana's tail, akin to a steel whip, lashed against Yak's wolfish visage, leaving a gory mark across its face. For the first time, the bloodthirsty glint in its eyes flickered with an emotion called fear. Ugh. Sun Yu, observing from a distance, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Honestly, it was wise not to provoke Lana. Her strikes were remarkably ruthless. Although Yak's massive frame trembled slightly, Lana clearly had no intention of letting it off easily. After all, it was not every day one encountered a wolf meatbag. To not take full advantage would be a grave misfortune. Suddenly, Lana's aura erupted. Akin to mountains collapsing and rivers reversing, a terrifying force that enveloped the surroundings. Her battle power, soaring to an astonishing 12,000. Manifested as a whirlwind that swept through the desolate streets. Flame Fist. A resonant declaration rang out, as energy coalesced around Lana, radiating a searing heat that made the onlookers feel the intensity. Was this Flame Fist a technique she had developed herself? Sunyu murmured in shock. Flame Fist. At this moment, Lana appeared to be engulfed in flames, the scorching energy waves inducing a palpable warmth among those present. This technique bore resemblance to the Kamehameha's compressed energy. Yet Lana utilized her limbs as conduits, allowing for a more concentrated manifestation of power, tripling its typical potency. Little Wolf, if you have any last words. Now is the time to speak, or you may find yourself without another chance. Lana's voice was sweet. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of both Sunyu and Yax, with her fist radiating a blistering heat. She exerted a slight force with her feet and propelled herself forward. Poor Yax had no opportunity to react before being struck and sent flying. Yax's massive frame tumbled through the air, struggling to regain stability. However, it soon felt an unwelcome warmth creeping from behind. Panic surged through it as it turned its head, only to find Lana had already positioned herself at its rear. In a swift motion, a blazing kick landed squarely on Yax's abdomen, the searing sensation nearly bringing it to tears. As its body plummeted, it tragically realized that Lana had already taken her stance on the ground, ready to unleash another attack upon its descent. Oh well. The mournful howls of Yax echoed as Lana mercilessly battered it into a bloody pulp. Sunyu hurriedly shielded Bulma's eyes, for the gruesome scene was most certainly unsuitable for the faint of heart. Sunyu has begun to question whether bringing Lana to Earth for cultivation was indeed a prudent decision. At this moment, he finds himself empathizing with the wolf-like creature named Yax. If fortune favors Yax and he survives this day's tribulation, it is likely that he will bear a lifelong psychological scar. Speaking of which, many middle school math teachers might chime in, inquiring about the current psychological shadow area of this wolf-like being. Hey, Lana, enough already. If you continue this way, he might meet his demise. Sunyu shouted loudly towards Lana, not out of any particular mercy, but rather in the hope of leaving a survivor to interrogate this wolf-like being about its formidable strength. After all, any creature capable of gasping for breath amidst Lana's tempestuous assault was certainly not a normal being, at least not one from Earth. Kyle, how about we feast on roasted wolf today? Just as he was speaking, Lana abruptly halted, her expression turning vacant, and the flames surrounding her suddenly dissipated, her once raised hands drooping lifelessly. Nana? Sunyu was taken aback by the scene before him, but a realization struck him. He turned to Bulma in his arms and asked, Bulma, could you check if there is a full moon in the sky? Bulma, obediently nodding to his inquiry, tilted her head back and pointed towards Sunyu's backside, exclaiming, Yes, there is. Behind you, brother Sunyu, shines a full moon. But why do you ask all of a sudden? Panic surged through Sunyu as he felt a chill run down his spine. In the excitement of the day's activities, he had momentarily lost track of time, and, ironically, today happened to be a full moon night. The full moon was a time when Saiyans revealed their true nature, upon gazing at it. Their tails would absorb the 17 million Blutz waves emitted, transforming them into giant apes. When transformed, their strength would increase tenfold, but they would lose their rationality. In the realm of Dragon Ball, only Vegeta could maintain his wits while in giant ape form. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, both Lana and Sunyu belonged to the category of Saiyans who could not retain their sanity after such a transformation. Damn it, I cannot let Nana transform here. Without a moment to lose, Sunyu leaped from the building, intent on severing her tail before she fully transformed into a giant ape. However, he was a step too late. As soon as he flew away from Lana, her form began to expand, even her clothing tearing apart before him. Pink. Sunyu inadvertently glimpsed something he ought not to have seen, utterly astonished that a fierce Saiyan girl like Lana would choose such a girlish color. Yet, it was clear that this was not the time for such distractions. Shaking his head, he adopted an attitude of what should not be seen must not be seen and flew towards Lana's back. Perhaps feeling exposed by Sunyu's unabashed gaze, Lana, in the midst of her transformation, displayed a flicker of annoyance, angrily swatting at Sunyu. Caught off guard. Sunyu was solely focused on severing Lana's tail when he was met with a powerful blow from behind. In her normal state, Lana's maximum combat power was 120,000. With the tenfold increase from her transformation, that power would surpass 1 million. The impact sent Sunyu spinning, and he struggled to catch his breath. This is the end. Sunyu felt as though many of his bones had shattered. Fortunately, he always carried a few Senzu beans with him. He quickly consumed one, barely salvaging his life. Cautiously, he dared not look up at the sky, but as he climbed to his feet, two massive figures loomed before him. Sunyu rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming that he was not seeing things, and finally discerned the two colossal figures that had suddenly appeared before him. The one closer to him was none other than Lana, transformed into a giant ape, her familiar brown fur and massive simian form unmistakable. However, the other creature was an enigma. The beast, which was a distance away, was crouched on the ground, seemingly in agony. This position did not last long, as Sunyu soon witnessed it abruptly lift its head and let out a resounding and prolonged howl directed at the full moon. Oh well. It was the wolf-like humanoid, Yax. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Sun Yu. He recognized that the name Yax phonetically echoed the letter X. Could it be related to the X Project? He recalled the day he had perused documents in the underground archive of the Red Silk Army, where he learned that the so-called X Project involved the development of super artificial beings through DNA grafting technology combined with bioengineering. If this were the case, the DNA fragments used in Yax must have been derived from Sun Yu's own cellular samples, which would explain why Yax transformed into a colossal beast upon seeing the full moon. So that was it. So it turned out you were also an artificial being, though perhaps not aptly termed an artificial wolf. Upon grasping this revelation, Sun Yu felt a sense of incredulity. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that Dr. Gero had yet to develop a perpetual energy device, akin to that used by the androids 17 and 18 in the original Dragon Ball series. If Yax were to be equipped with such a device, it would be impossible for Sun Yu to contend with him unless he achieved the pinnacle of Super Saiyan form. He pondered whether severing Yax's wolf tail would revert him to his original humanoid state. After consuming the celestial being, Sun Yu instantly recovered from his injuries, experiencing a remarkable increase in combat power by 5,000 points, ultimately surpassing the monumental threshold of 100,000. In contrast to his previous battle against the android No. 9, where he had undergone a tripling of his power after a near-death experience, this increment appeared somewhat modest, yet it was not without rationale. That prior encounter marked Sun Yu's inaugural brush with mortality, and it is no exaggeration to assert that he had been grievously wounded, teetering on the brink of the underworld. Thus, in that dire predicament, the latent energy within him surged explosively. This time, while he suffered severe injuries inflicted by the colossal, ape-like Lana, they were not life-threatening. Consequently, the resurgence of his combat prowess lacked the dramatic escalation witnessed previously. Nonetheless, it could be said that Sun Yu's fighting strength had reached an impressive 100,000. However, upon gazing at the two frenzied beasts before him, a chill gripped his heart. The transformed Akuz, now a giant wolf, was a formidable presence. But it was Lana's giant ape form that boasted an astounding combat power of 120,000, rendering Sun Yu's strength but a fraction of hers. Life, indeed, was a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, the current situation had yet to escalate into a catastrophic alliance of the two beasts intent on annihilating the world. Should such a calamity arise, Sun Yu would have no choice but to resort to the Kamehameha wave to obliterate the moon. However, considering the moon's distance of 380,000 kilometers from Earth, one could only wonder if a single Kamehameha could truly achieve such a feat in the realm of competition. It is said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. After exchanging glances, the giant ape Lana and the giant wolf Akuz began to engage in a fierce confrontation that shook the very earth, preventing Sun Yu from approaching within 10 paces. Their dialogue likely unfolded as follows. Foolish wolf, what are you staring at? What of it? Dare you to try me? Try if you dare. And thus, they clashed. Sun Yu made several attempts to sneak up on them, hoping to sever their tails. However, the portrayal of such scenarios in anime often misleads. It was supposed to be the case that intelligence and reflexes diminished upon transformation. Yet, to Sun Yu's astonishment, he discovered that Lana's speed, strength, and reflexes had surged to tenfold normalcy. With one hand, Lana seized Akuz's head and slammed it into the ground, while her other hand effortlessly swatted at Sun Yu as if swatting a fly, displaying no hint of exertion. It was not that Sun Yu was particularly weak. The disparity in combat power was simply insurmountable. Unless he could, like Krillin, catch them off guard with a decisive strike, it would indeed be near impossible to sever Lana's tail. Frustrated, Sun Yu lamented, if only I could transform like Vegeta without losing my wits. Standing at a distance, he muttered under his breath, but suddenly an epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed joyously, I can do this. I've found a way. Without delay, Sun Yu concentrated his energy and soared towards Bulma's location. Upon finding Bulma, who was peeking out from the rooftop, he inquired, Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls? What have you done with the ones I collected? Bulma pondered for a moment before replying, they're in Little Black's den. He sleeps with the Dragon Balls every night. Astounded, Sun Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him, even if he had not intended to wish for anything at that moment. One should not so carelessly entrust such precious orbs to a mere plaything, for they were the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls, capable of summoning the eternal dragon. They were no trifling matter. Never mind, let me take you home. Just hold on for a moment, Sun Yu sighed, feeling utterly exasperated. Subsequently, he enveloped Bulma in his embrace, channeling all his energy as he flew at full speed towards the brief residence. The East City shopping center was already swarming with reporters, and it was only a matter of time before the military would arrive. He needed to resolve this situation before those foolish enough to confront danger arrived. Moments later, Sun Yu landed in the brief's courtyard, gently setting Bulma down before darting towards Little Black's wooden hut. With a swift motion, he tore off the roof, startling Little Black into a hasty retreat. Fortunately, the 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly within Little Black's nest. Sun Yu retrieved them all and placed them in the courtyard, taking a deep breath before calling out the incantation to summon the eternal dragon. Come forth, eternal dragon. As Sun Yu's voice resonated, the 7 Dragon Balls began to emit a brilliant glow. The brief's couple approached Bulma, sensing her focus and refraining from interrupting, silently observing the unfolding spectacle. Come forth. Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. With Sun Yu's fervent declaration, the heavens darkened and thunder rumbled ominously. Fortuitously, it was the cover of night, sparing them from attracting undue attention. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated blinding light, and a bolt of golden lightning shot forth from the orbs, twisting and spiraling in the air. Gradually coalescing into a magnificent figure, Sun Yu stood silently, observing the unfolding spectacle. The appearance of the true dragon was infinitely more astonishing than that depicted in the anime. Its immense and formidable form evoked a profound sense of insignificance within him. Speak your wish, the dragon intoned, its voice resonating deeply like the tolling of a bell. Sun Yuzheng solemnly declared, I am a Saiyan. When I behold the full moon, I transform into a colossal ape, losing all rationality in the process. My desire is to master the power of this transformation, allowing me to assume my ape form at will without succumbing to madness. Should Sun Yu gain control over his transformation, he would undoubtedly possess a formidable advantage before ascending to Super Saiyan. Furthermore, it is said that the legendary Super Saiyan 4 is achieved through the transformation into a golden great ape. In truth, Sun Yu could easily enlist the help of the dragon to sever the tails of Lana and X, a task that would pose no challenge for the dragon. However, being a Saiyan, his innate combat instincts dictated that he would resort to his fist rather than engage in unnecessary discourse. Forgive me, but what you propose amounts to 2 wishes, the dragon intoned, exhaling a cloud of mist with an air of authority. You must choose, the ability to transform at will or the preservation of your sanity. Damn it, Sun Yu seethed, his fury igniting a surge of power, his immense aura soaring skyward as he bellowed at the dragon. Don't you dare bargain with me. Do you believe I won't eliminate you? If it comes to that, I can simply have the god create another dragon. My relationship with the god is quite amicable. Sensing the sudden eruption of Sun Yu's overwhelming might, the dragon instinctively recoiled slightly, a bead of cold sweat forming upon its brow. I never imagined you were acquainted with the name of the god. Speak plainly. And spare me your archaic language. I cannot comprehend it. Sun Yu retorted irritably at the dragon. Yes, I understand, the dragon replied, its imposing head lowering slightly, shedding its previous haughty demeanor. Realizing that its fate rested in another's hands, the dragon had no choice but to yield to the malevolent force. Dear sir, it's not that I am unwilling to fulfill your wish. It is simply that my limitations are predetermined. Even if you were to slay me, I would remain powerless. The dragon, now in a state of distress, broke into a cold sweat. Sun Yu's gaze turned icy as he conjured a small orb of light in his hand, uttering, Then you shall perish. Wait. The divine dragon, terrified, curled up into a ball. Having lived for ages, he had never encountered such a bizarre creature that immediately resorted to threats, stripping him of the dignity befitting a divine dragon. Do you have any last words? Sun Yu inquired. No, sir. Your eyes are extraordinarily gifted. With a slight modification, they might just fulfill your desires. Oh, are you speaking the truth? Sun Yu understood that the divine dragon referred to his Sharingan, the most formidable ocular technique in the Naruto universe, endowed with a myriad of extraordinary abilities. Perhaps there existed a method to control the transformation into a great ape. Indeed, it is true. The divine dragon exhaled deeply, appearing relieved to have evaded calamity. The transformation into a giant ape was triggered by the moon refracting sunlight, emitting 17 million bruz waves. As long as your eyes can perceive this wavelength, you can transform. I believe your eyes possess the capability to isolate bruz waves from sunlight, thus enabling the control of the transformation. After hearing the divine dragon's words, Sun Yu nodded in agreement, yet he expressed doubt. While I may have the ability to control the transformation, what about retaining my sanity? If I lose my rationality during the transformation, what use would it be? The divine dragon's lips twitched slightly as he weakly replied, Sir, if my perception is correct, your eyes should assist you in regaining your sanity. You should be more aware of this than I. Very well, then hasten to grant my wish. Sun Yu urged impatiently. Understood. With that, the divine dragon's immense eye emitted a crimson glow, and Sun Yu's Sharingan suddenly activated. An ancient incantation reverberated in his mind as the tomo in his eyes spun around the blood-red circle before returning to normal. Is that all? Sun Yu asked. Yes, sir. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Without awaiting Sun Yu's response, the divine dragon soared into the sky, transforming into a brilliant golden light. Silently wishing never to encounter such a fearsome entity again. As the golden radiance faded, 7 white orbs appeared. After a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls petrify, taking a year to regain their former luster. Just as the orbs were about to scatter in all directions, Sun Yu leapt into the air, hands outstretched to seize the floating Dragon Balls, crashing them down onto the ground, creating numerous small craters. You think you can escape? Not a chance. After collecting all 7 petrified Dragon Balls, Sun Yu landed triumphantly. He briefly informed the briefs couple of the current situation, instructing them to safeguard the Dragon Balls, and then soared towards the East Capital Grand Bazaar. On his way, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan and attempted to gaze at the full moon above. A sudden surge of restlessness coursed through him, yet he forcefully suppressed this impulse using the unique abilities bestowed by the divine dragon. Haha. It seems that slippery creature did not deceive me. I might truly have the power to transform at will into a great ape. Filled with exhilaration, Sunyu accelerated to his utmost speed, swiftly returning to the East Capital Grand Bazaar. At this moment, the bazaar lay in ruins, with the giant ape form of Lana and the giant wolf form of Ike still clashing. Although Lana held a decisive advantage, Ike's, in his wolf form, stubbornly persisted due to his indomitable will. The battlefield, spanning several dozen miles, had been ravaged, and the residents had long since evacuated. It was rumored that the national military was en route, expected to arrive shortly. Sunyu observed several police cars racing along the ground. He lowered his altitude and flew alongside them. Hey, you lot, if you wish to avoid a grim fate, do not proceed any further. That is beyond your capacity to handle, Sunyu kindly reminded them as the windows of several police cars rolled down, coincidentally revealing the very officers he had encountered at the entrance of the Dongdu Bank. What a surprise to see you here, exclaimed the officers upon recognizing Sunyu. They halted their vehicles and continued. So it is you, the great hero. What brings you to this place? Could it be? You guessed correctly, Sunyu replied. Leave the situation over there to me. Please keep your distance to avoid any unintended harm. It would be prudent to establish a cordon, for I see numerous reporters recklessly pushing their way in. Upon hearing Sunyu's words, the Dongdu officers stood to attention as if receiving a royal decree, saluting sharply and pledging their unwavering commitment to fulfill the task at hand. With a resigned smile, Sunyu bid farewell to the charming police officers of Dongdu and soared towards Lana. Approaching the heart of the battlefield, Sunyu descended from the sky, his eyes activating the Sharingan. Beneath the moonlight, the rays of light from Bruce converged into Sunyu's gaze, and he shouted with fervor, "Transformation of the ape." Roar. Sunyu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could annihilate the world with a mere gesture. His form rapidly swelled, and the fabric of his clothing disintegrated under the strain. Just as he was about to descend to the ground, his transformation into a colossal ape was complete. His immense body crushed an abandoned building, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. The giant ape version of Lana seized the transformed yaks and carelessly tossed him aside, her eyes glinting with a fierce intent as she turned her gaze towards Sunyu. The discarded yaks, now in wolf form, seemed apprehensive that Sunyu might ally with Lana to launch an assault against him. Therefore, utilizing his dwindling intellect, he resolved to confront the massive ape Sunyu first. Thus, Lana and yaks flanked Sunyu, one on each side. He slowly lifted his enormous ape head, his eyes still ablaze with the crimson hue of the Sharingan. Two pairs of tomo swirling within. 2 against 1? A smirk raised Sunyu's lips as he bellowed, Flame Fist. Indeed, he had replicated Lana's technique using his Sharingan. As his words echoed, a searing wave of heat radiated from his surroundings, with crimson flames entwining around his hands. Let us engage in a fierce battle. Sunyu launched a punch towards Lana, but unexpectedly, she leaped into the air. Just as Sunyu was about to rise and pursue her, XS pounced towards him. His sharp claws aimed at Sunyu's chest. What on earth? Just moments ago, they were locked in a fierce battle, and now they are coordinating so seamlessly. What is going on? Despite his internal complaints, Sunyu crouched low to evade XS's attack, extending his powerful arms to lift XS, and executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw. Sunyu, grasping his weapon, the X, had yet to cast it aside when Lana's assault commenced. Left with no option, Sunyu twisted his body, utilizing the X as a living shield. Oh whoa, the X howled in agony as it absorbed a blow. Seizing the moment, Sunyu leaped behind it, swinging the X's tail with fervor and directing it towards Lana. Confronted with the massive form hurtling towards her, Lana summoned all her strength and delivered a powerful punch, the sound of cracking bones echoing as several of the X's ribs succumbed to the impact. Poor X. Sunyu offered a moment of silent tribute for its suffering, but there was no time for mourning in the midst of battle. Once more, he swung the creature's tail at Lana. The outcome was predictable. The X, reduced to a mere weapon, was battered relentlessly by Lana, leaving it in a state of utter disarray, with scarcely a bone intact. Though this confrontation could be described as Sunyu, transformed into a giant ape, versus Lana, it appeared more akin to a cruel spectacle where both Sunyu and Lana were mercilessly tormenting the X. Alas, the X's torment was not destined to last long, as its wolf-like tail soon succumbed to Sunyu's relentless assault, snapping with a resounding pop. As Sunyu had anticipated, once the X's tail was severed, its colossal form rapidly diminished, reverting to its original werewolf shape. Yet, the creature's condition was dire, with likely not a single bone remaining unbroken. Sunyu cast a glance downward at him, unable to bear the thought of such a splendid wolf meat bag meeting its untimely demise. Thus, he reached for a magical bean in his pocket. Oh, but wait, he was in his giant ape form. Where was the pocket to be found? Never mind. Strive to survive on your own. I have faith in you, he silently prayed before turning his attention away. Concerning the giant ape transformation of Lana, Sunyu found himself unable to muster the resolve to engage in battle. His singular aim was to sever Lana's tail to regain control of the unfolding situation. This task, for Sunyu, also in his giant ape form, was not particularly daunting. With a fierce roar, he charged at Lana, attempting to wrap his arms around her waist in order to grasp her tail. However, the transformed Lana was acutely aware of his intentions. She tightly gripped his wrists and, with a sudden leap, used her weight to pin herself upon him. In truth, it was less of a pinning and more akin to her sitting atop him. Due to the unique anatomy of giant apes, their long arms and relatively short abdomens and legs rendered the situation rather precarious. Consequently, as Lana perched on Sun Yu's abdomen, certain indescribable areas inevitably made contact, leading Sun Yu to feel a warmth in his lower belly. Although Lana was currently in her giant ape form, she was still, after all, Lana. Moreover, he too was a formidable gorilla at this moment. Thus, Sun Yu found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Yet, given that this narrative is characterized by an artistic, wholesome, and refreshing tone, he resolved to embody the virtue of restraint, truly remaining unperturbed in such an enticing predicament. Sun Yu extended his powerful arms to grasp Lana's thigh, then began to reach behind her. However, Lana, seated atop him, was far from passive. She continuously raised her hands to strike at Sun Yu's chest. The gorilla's well-defined pectoral muscles rendered her attempts largely ineffective, inflicting little to no pain. Yet, could you refrain from fidgeting? Her restless movements drove Sun Yu to the brink of explosion, an overwhelming surge of energy seeking an outlet. Just as he felt this sensation nearing its peak, he seized Lana's tail. With a decisive tug, her tail snapped off, and her strikes against him ceased. A look of bewilderment washed over her face as her form gradually diminished, her fur receding to reveal her porcelain skin and graceful figure. As Sun Yu sensed that the crisis had passed, he gently closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he had reverted to his human form. Cradling the bare Lana in his arms, his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Fortunately, Lana remained unconscious, sparing them both from an awkward situation. This allowed Sun Yu the opportunity to unabashedly admire her physique. Her skin, oh so exquisite, was taut yet supple, devoid of any excess fat. At that moment, Lana lay in Sun Yu's embrace, her head resting against his chest, her delicate cheeks flushed with a hue so vivid it seemed as though blood might spill forth. Wait, hadn't she lost consciousness? How could she still be blushing? Sun Yu suddenly realized that Lana's unconsciousness might be feigned. Embarrassed by his recent behavior, he coughed lightly and awkwardly remarked, there should be a clothing store nearby. Yes, we can find some clothes there. After speaking, he discreetly cast a glance at Lana. Noticing that she was still pretending to be asleep, which emboldened him, his embrace around her grew increasingly audacious. During the flight, he intentionally caused some jarring bumps, relishing the astonishing sensations transmitted through his hands, all the while humming a casual tune, feeling quite at ease. After circling the chaotic East Capitol department store a good 10 or 20 times, Sun Yu finally entered a leisurewear shop. Gently placing Lana on the floor while continuing to feign ignorance of her awakening, he intentionally spoke as if addressing her, Sister Na, I'll go find you some clothes. Just lie here comfortably. As long as Sun Yu was present, there was no way Lana would have the courage to awaken. Thus, he pretended to leave, granting her a moment of solitude, for he believed she would otherwise persist in her charade of slumber. True to his expectations, the moment he departed, Lana sprang to her feet in a huff, glaring furiously in the direction he had gone, stopping her foot in frustration before beginning to search for a few fitting outfits. By the time Sun Yu returned, Lana was already dressed impeccably. Oh, Sister Na, you're awake. Sun Yu feigned surprise with a smile. Lana approached him, shooting him a fierce glare, and then lifted her foot to stomp down on him, causing him to grimace in pain. Sister Na, how could you repay kindness with malice? You're committing fratricide. Keep talking, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Lana retorted. Somehow, she had a faint recollection of her transformation into the great ape. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, she should have been indifferent to her appearance. Yet, inexplicably, she was deeply reluctant to confront Sun Yu in her monstrous form. Feeling grotesque. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil, fearing he might perceive her as a monster. Despite being Saiyans, a girl always hopes to remain the most beautiful. The two soared through the skies, Sun Yu still holding the feeble yaks, whose continued existence seemed a potential threat. However, he felt it would be a pity to eliminate him, so he resolved to take him back first. Once they flew beyond the battlefield of the East Capitol department store, Sun Yu unexpectedly spotted Beerus and Bulma, along with a throng of reporters, being held back by several East Capitol police officers at the perimeter. Sun Yu beckoned Lana to descend to the ground. The police officers of Dongdu immediately recognized Sun Yu and Lana. They were the heroes who had triumphed over the robbers at the Dongdu Bank. Upon seeing Sun Yu and Lana approach, several young officers from Dongdu hurried over with eager expressions, their faces beaming with smiles as they inquired, "Esteemed heroes, have you vanquished the monsters within?" Sun Yu noncommittally nodded, then disregarded several police officers as he approached Beerus and Bulma. "Brother Sun Yu." Bulma pounced into his embrace, and he gently stroked her hair, smiling as he reassured her. "Bulma, Doctor, the situation inside has been resolved. I apologize for causing you worry." Dr. Beerus wore a serene smile, his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat as he shrugged and remarked, "It is a relief to hear that you are well, Mr. Sunday. I imagine both you and Miss Lana must be quite hungry. I have reserved a luxurious suite at the East Capitol Hotel." Upon hearing that a meal was at hand, both Sun Yu and Lana's stomachs audibly growled in unison, eliciting a hearty laugh from the crowd. Observing the amicable atmosphere, a few officers from East Capitol timidly approached Sun Yu, rubbing their hands together as they inquired, "Mr. Sun, could you possibly share some details about the situation? We have received reports of a monstrous creature wreaking havoc. Was it you who vanquished it?" As soon as the East Capitol officers posed their question, a throng of journalists sprang into action, armed with various cameras and microphones directed at Sun Yu, overwhelming him slightly. "I suppose so." Sun Yu chuckled, acknowledging that he too was part of the narrative regarding the monster. "You need not worry. The issue with the creature has been resolved. Mr. Sun, I am a reporter from the East Capitol Blue Sky newspaper. May I ask how you managed to defeat that creature? Of course, I do not doubt your abilities. But that monster appeared to tower over buildings." One journalist suddenly interjected, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd, all eager to learn more. Before Sun Yu could respond, Bulma, snugly wrapped around his neck, proudly declared, "Humph, what is a monster? My brother Sun Yu is the strongest person in history. The strongest in history." The journalists quickly jotted down those words, their inquiries pouring forth with fervor. "Mr. Sun, where did you learn your martial arts? Mr. Sun, how old are you now? Mr. Sun, is the lovely lady beside you your girlfriend?" Such questions overwhelmed Sun Yu, while Lana's cheeks, already flushed, burned hotter upon hearing inquiries about her relationship with him. She occasionally stole glances at his reaction, but his apparent indifference only fueled her frustration. Dr. Beerus, noticing Sun Yu's discomfort in handling the situation, stepped forward to shield him from the barrage of questions. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sun Yu and Miss Lana are quite fatigued from their battle with the monster and require rest. We will hold a press conference regarding the relevant information on behalf of Universal Capsule Company. Additionally, I would like to announce that we are purchasing the East Capitol Department Store and the surrounding area to construct a new technology park, which will feature a landmark building named the Lana U Tower. Considering the devastation wrought by Sun Yu's confrontation with the monstrous X, the East Capitol Department Store had nearly become a ruin. Thus, when Sun Yu heard Dr. Beerus' announcement about acquiring the land, warmth filled his heart, and he quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Doctor." Dr. Beerus turned slightly, responding in a hushed tone, "No need for thanks. I intended to expand the new company anyway, though I had originally planned to do so in West Capital." Heh, Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, having grown accustomed to the disruptions he caused within the Dragon Ball universe's narrative. After successfully dispersing the throng of journalists, Dr. Beerus led Sun Yu and the others to the East Capitol Hotel. As for the still-breathing X, he was unlikely to perish anytime soon, so Sun Yu decided to leave him in the airplane's trunk, planning to return after their meal to provide him with a Senzu bean for healing. Sun Yu gazed at the figure of Aikisi lying in the trunk, and to ensure he wouldn't forget this rather extravagant detail, he turned to Lana and said, "Sister Lana, please remind me after dinner that there's a half-lifeless person in the trunk of our plane." Lana nodded in agreement, crouched down, and solemnly addressed Bulma. "Bulma dear, remember to remind me to remind Sun Yu that there's someone in the trunk of our plane after we finish our meal." Bulma pondered for a moment, then lifted her small head, her adorable eyes wide open, and chirped, "Brother Sun Yu, after we finish eating, you must remind me to remind Sister Lana to remind you that there's a person in the trunk of the plane." As Bulma finished her statement, Aikisi's body twitched violently, his wolfish eyes rolling back in despair. "You must be doing this on purpose," he thought. "Oh, may the heavens have mercy on you," Sun Yu exclaimed as he firmly closed the trunk. The following hours became a nightmare for the chefs at the Dongdu Grand Hotel. After a hearty meal, Sun Yu briefly explained to Lana his ability to transform at will, considering it a skill second only to transforming into a Super Saiyan. He hoped Lana would embrace this gift as well, but was met with a resolute refusal. Lana expressed her desire to use the Dragon Balls to ensure her tail would never grow back. Although Sun Yu couldn't quite grasp her reasoning, he informed her that the God of Earth had a method to seal the Saiyan tail. Without hesitation, Lana departed for the Korin Tower in search of the god, leaving Sun Yu with a parting remark, "You stubborn fool." Feeling rather vexed by her unexpected insult, Sun Yu returned home, released Aikisi from the trunk, and revived him with a Senzu bean. Perhaps due to the replication of Sun Yu's genetic material, Aikisi experienced a slight increase in power upon revival and immediately sought revenge upon seeing Sun Yu. However, he was swiftly subdued by Sun Yu's fiery punches, leaving him battered and incapacitated, a truly worthy punching bag. After being revived once more with a Senzu bean, Aikisi, still unwilling to concede, challenged Sun Yu to a duel, only to end up kneeling on the ground, repeatedly pleading, "Daddy, I was wrong," before Sun Yu finally relented. Sun Yu was quite pleased with Yak's attitude of admitting his mistakes and proclaimed his ability to rectify all forms of defiance. Thus, he proceeded to strike Yax once more. Yax was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I have already submitted. Why do you continue to hit me?" Sun Yu shrugged helplessly and remarked, "Now that you've called me father, is there any need for a reason when a father disciplines his son? It seems you have yet to embrace the notion of being my child." And with that, another round of relentless beating ensued. During a conversation with Yax, Sun Yu learned something both amusing and lamentable. It appeared that in the future, classmate Klin might find himself perpetually single. Previously, Yax had mentioned that someone had insulted him, labeling him a beast, and that he had killed that person, who happened to be Dr. Jero. The untimely demise of Dr. Jero directly implied that Android 17 and Android 18 would never come into existence, along with the absence of Cell. Whether classmate Clin would still succeed in breaking free from his predicament remained uncertain to Sun Yu. For an extended period thereafter, life for Sun Yu and Lana returned to tranquility. Dr. Briefs had developed a gravity training chamber with an intensity of 300 times Earth's gravity. And both Sun Yu and Lana immersed themselves in yet another round of rigorous training. It was not until a year later that an unidentified spacecraft descended upon Bowsy Mountain. 1 year later, in the year 740 of the Aiki calendar, Mr. Sun had just received images transmitted from our company satellite. An unidentified spacecraft is approaching Earth. Expected to arrive in 2 hours, Dr. Briefs announced, handing a tablet-like device to Sun Yu. Lana and Bulma leaned in to gaze at the screen, while Yax, now relegated to the role of Dr. Briefs' bodyguard, curiously edged closer. The screen displayed a single-pod spacecraft traversing the cosmos, identical to the one Sun Yu and Lana had used upon their arrival on Earth. Science, Sun Yu and Lana exclaimed in unison, and after exchanging a glance, they fell into silence. They attempted to gauge the combat prowess of the newcomer through their perception of each other's aura, but despite their efforts, they discerned nothing. Noticing their silence, Bulma curiously inquired, "Is this person a relative of brother Sun Yu and sister Lana? Has he come to escort you away?" With a smile, Sun Yu affectionately patted Bulma's head and gently remarked, "It must be one of our kin, though we are yet unclear about their intentions. Who could it be?" Sun Yu pondered deeply, recalling that in the original tale, Sun Wukong arrived on Earth in the year 743 of the Age of the Gods. Thus, he deemed it improbable that this visitor was indeed Sun Wukong. Could it possibly be Vegeta? However, if it were Vegeta, the 2-year-old prince would likely possess a battle power of around 2,000, making it implausible for Sun Yu and Lana to be unaware of his presence. After much contemplation, Sun Yu found himself at an impasse and resolved to venture out. "Sister Lana, let us go see together." At this moment, Sun Yu brimmed with confidence. Given their current battle prowess, there were few in the universe, aside from Frieza, who could pose a threat to them. Indeed, over the course of the year, Sun Yu's battle power had reached parity with Lana's, both achieving a formidable strength of 300,000. Despite Lana's fervent training, spurred by Sun Yu's rapid advancement, Sun Yu's foundational skills in martial arts had begun to take effect. Throughout this year, he had perfected his martial art knowledge of the realm, resulting in a significant leap in battle power, achieving this with merely half the training time compared to Lana. Yet, he was subtly edging towards surpassing her, prompting Lana to nearly succumb to the urge to retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber once more. With a battle power of 300,000, transforming into a great ape would yield 3 million. Unless Frieza transformed into his ultimate form, he might not stand a chance against Sun Yu. "If you wish to go, you may do so. I must focus on my training this afternoon." Lana decisively declined, unable to accept the reality that Sun Yu had surpassed her in strength. "Sister Lana, one must balance work and rest in training. If you continue to push yourself relentlessly, your body will suffer," Sun Yu said with a slight smile. "Mind your own business," Lana retorted, her cheeks flushed, as she turned and dashed toward the gravity training chamber. Sun Yu gazed at Lana's silhouette, gently shaking his head before turning to the figure beside him. "Bulma, Bulma, are you coming along?" Upon hearing that Sun Yu intended to take her out, Bulma joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, "Absolutely. Bulma is eager to go out and have some fun." Sun Yu smiled, while Briefs shot a disapproving glare at Bulma. "All you do is play. Mr. Sun, I'll leave Bulma in your care. Rest assured, I will take good care of her." Sun Yu reassured, waving his hand dismissively at Dr. Briefs. "Honestly, Dad, you are such a nag," Bulma retorted, sticking her tongue out at Dr. Briefs. Having made the decision to venture outside, Sun Yu scooped up Bulma and soared into the sky, patiently awaiting the arrival of the spaceship. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and as they gazed at the heavens, a fiery orb streaked into view. "Look over there, brother Sun. The spaceship," Bulma exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the location of the fiery spectacle. "Let us go see," Sun Yu said, cradling Bulma securely as he followed the trajectory of the blazing object in the sky. The spaceship soared like a shooting star, ultimately heading towards a familiar mountain range, Bowsy Mountain. Could it truly be Sun Wukong? Sun Yu's thoughts swirled. If it were indeed Sun Wukong, it would explain why his combat power was undetectable. After all, the infant Sun Wukong possessed a mere combat power of 2, making it exceedingly difficult to sense from a distance. The spaceship ultimately descended into a valley of Bowsy Mountain, and Sun Yu landed gently, still holding Bulma. "Bulma, stay here and don't wander off. I'll go retrieve that spaceship." Due to the massive crater created by the spaceship's landing, Sun Yu planned to first move the craft to level ground. After descending, he peered through the transparent window and beheld an infant with a distinct hairstyle, crying inside the spaceship. Such a hairstyle belonged to only one individual across the globe, the low-ranking warrior, Saiyan Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. "It really is you. Oh no. The Dragon Clan's narrative is all in disarray. Why have you come to Earth so early?" Sun Yu sighed, rubbing his forehead, realizing that the butterfly effect he had inadvertently triggered was already in motion. He could only wonder what further upheavals the future might hold. Sun Yu lifted the spaceship out of the deep pit, and placed it on the ground beside Bulma. As the hatch opened, Bulma's eyes widened as she gazed at the baby inside, unable to suppress an exclamation. Wow, what an adorable little one. This marked the first encounter between Bulma and Sun Wukong in this world. Dear, he is not nearly as cute as you. Sun Yu silently mused. Suddenly, the spaceship emitted a strange buzzing sound, projecting a hologram of a middle-aged man with a red spiky hairstyle clad in a cape. It was King Vegeta. Sun Yu looked at the holographic King Vegeta with a belly full of questions, while Bulma seemed frightened by the king's gaze, retreating behind Sun Yu. Soon, the hologram of King Vegeta spoke in Saiyan. To my scattered kin on the fringes of the galaxy, I now require your strength. Immediately cease your invasion of Earth and report to planet Vegeta. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath. Brother Sun Yu, what is this person babbling about? Bulma, unable to comprehend the Saiyan language, curiously inquired. Sun Yu could only smile resignedly, pay him no mind. He's merely rambling to himself. From a few words spoken by King Vegeta, Sun Yu gleaned the following information. Firstly, he and Lana's arrival on Earth was already known to King Vegeta, albeit under the misconception that they had come to invade the planet. Secondly, it became evident that King Vegeta was in dire need of assistance, suggesting that he had begun to plot against Frieza. Lastly, his decision to send Sun Wukong ahead could likely be interpreted as a means of delivering a message, casually assigning Sun Wukong the task of invading Earth. As Sun Yu pondered how to address this matter, a voice called out from a distance. Hey, is that you? Sun Xiaoyu? The speaker was an elderly man with a white beard, clad in a vest adorned with yellow circular patterns, none other than Sun Wufan's grandfather. Grandpa Wufan. Sun Yu waved at him, feeling no surprise at Sun Wufan's appearance. Sun Xiaoyu, I didn't expect to find you here. Where is Miss Lana? Grandpa Wufan scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling upon the infant in the spaceship. He noticed that the child bore a long tail, much like Sun Yu's. Sun Xiaoyu, could this little one be yours and Miss Lana's? Not at all. Before Sun Yu could clarify, Bulma peeked out from behind him, puffing her cheeks in a huff as she glared at Grandpa Wufan and exclaimed, You mischievous old man. Sun Yu affectionately patted Bulma's head and briefly explained the situation of the infant to Grandpa Sun Wufan. However, he refrained from revealing that the child was destined to bring destruction to the earth. It turned out that this child was a member of Sun Xiaoyu's clan. Surely his parents had compelling reasons to abandon him. Grandpa Sun Wufan gazed at Sun Wukong with love and reached out to embrace him. Unexpectedly, the previously wailing Sun Wukong suddenly fixed his gaze with a cold intensity and, with a sudden burst of energy, lunged towards Grandpa Wufan, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, Sun Wukong, now on all fours, charged menacingly towards Bulma. Wow, brother Sun Yu. This baby is truly terrifying. Bulma exclaimed as she swiftly dove into Sun Yu's embrace. Sun Yu glared at the fierce and intimidating Sun Wukong, suddenly lifting his foot to kick him away, admonishing, You better behave. However, he inadvertently sent Sun Wukong tumbling down the hillside. Sun Xiaoyu, why are you losing your temper with a child? Grandfather Gohan exclaimed, rushing down the slope, only to return shortly with a bleeding and battered Sun Wukong cradled in his arms. The injured Sun Wukong seemed to have transformed entirely, lying quietly in Gohan's embrace, his eyes glistening with tears, evoking immense sympathy. Oh, it strikes me now, in the Dragon Ball anime, Sun Wukong was quite the little bully. But after a fall off a cliff that left him injured, his demeanor changed completely. How come this time it's me who sent him tumbling down the slope? Sun Yu pondered, rationalizing that regardless of whether he fell or was kicked, the outcome would be largely the same. With this thought, his guilt diminished significantly. That poor child. With such a grievous wound on his head, what if something goes awry? Grandfather Gohan's face was etched with worry. Do not fret, dear Grandfather Gohan. Saiyans are not so easily defeated, Sun Yu declared, swiftly seizing Sun Wukong from Gohan's arms. He then produced a mystical bean, crushed it, and placed it in Sun Wukong's mouth. There, just swallow it, and all will be well. Glug Sun Wukong obediently swallowed the celestial bean that Sun Yu had handed him. In an instant, his wounds healed, and he appeared revitalized, gazing with wide eyes at Sun Yu and Grandpa Gohan. Sun Xiaoyu, could this possibly be the celestial bean my master spoke of? Grandpa Gohan inquired, astonished by the spectacle before him. Indeed. Would you like to try some as well? Sun Yu casually produced another celestial bean and offered it to Grandpa Gohan. No. Grandpa Gohan declined. Such a miraculous remedy is too precious. I would not dare to waste it. Not to worry, I still have a few left. Around tens of thousands, I believe. Sun Yu remarked nonchalantly. Tens of thousands. Grandpa Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, Grandpa Gohan invited Sun Yu and Bulma to his humble abode for a visit. Observing Grandpa Gohan bustling about to care for Sun Wukong, Sun Yu felt a pang of sympathy. The old man, in his secluded retreat, was indeed somewhat lonely. Therefore, Sun Wukong's arrival brought a touch of warmth reminiscent of home. In a display reminiscent of magic, Sun Wukong effortlessly crafted a simple crib, disposable diapers, and even a baby bottle. Wow, how much do you adore children? Your technique is so proficient. It seems you've spent considerable time honing these skills, Sun Yu silently mused. Sun Xiaoyu, may I inquire if this child has a name? Grandfather Sun Wukong asked, cradling Sun Wukong in his arms. Sun Yu gently shook his head and said, Not yet, How about Grandpa gives him a name? If Sun Wukong were to name him, he would undoubtedly choose Sun Wukong. As it is clearly depicted in the original tale, a notion Sun Yu had no doubts about. Well then, seeing that this child is fated to us, sharing our surname Sun, let us name him. Sun Yu nodded slightly, cradling Bulma as he quietly awaited the emergence of that familiar name. Let us call him Sun Dada. Splendid. Suddenly, Sun Yu froze, turning mechanically to inquire, what did you say? Brother Sun Yu. Grandpa Gohan said this little baby should be named Sun Dada. Bulma's voice chimed brightly. No, wait a moment, what did you say? Sun Yu looked at Grandpa Gohan in bewilderment, his expression seemingly asking, surely, you jest. Sun Dada, Grandpa Gohan replied with utmost seriousness, casually lifting Sun Wukong in his hand and comparing the size of the infant's head to his own face. Look how large this little one's head is. He is destined to be exceptionally clever. Sun Yu slapped his face, drenched in perspiration. Are you jesting with me? You must be jesting. The original text was nothing but deception. I implore you, Grandpa Sun Wufan, to consider bestowing upon him a more dignified name. Sun Dada seems rather unsophisticated. In a bid to prevent the illustrious Sun Wukong from being whimsically dubbed Sun Dada, Sun Yu earnestly attempted to persuade Grandpa Wufan. No. Grandpa Wufan immediately waved his hand, solemnly declaring, a playful name is better for raising a child. It is settled. Wukong, Kakarot, my dear brother, I have done my utmost. After all, who could foresee such an unreliable grandfather? The mere thought of Sun Wukong introducing himself with the name Sun Datu in formal settings was a sight too splendid to behold. Haha, Datu, come give Grandpa a kiss. Grandpa Wufan lifted Sun Wukong, nay, he should be called Sun Datu, joyfully spinning around the room. Grandpa Wufan, how about you let me take Sun Wukong, I mean Sun Datu. Back to race. Sister Na would surely be delighted to see a new family member. Sun Yu was simultaneously concerned that Sun Wukong might one day transform into a gigantic ape during the full moon and inadvertently trample Grandpa Wufan, while also wishing to provide Sun Wukong with the finest training environment, for they were all Saiyans. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Grandpa Wufan's expression turned somewhat melancholic. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely stated, young friend Sun, although you are kin, I must respectfully decline your request. After all, you and Miss Lana are still quite young and may not be suited to care for a child. Brother Sun Yu, I too do not wish for this fierce little baby to come to my home. I do not like him. Bulma rarely opposed Sun Yu's opinions. Fear not, young friend. Although my martial prowess may not match yours, I shall impart all my knowledge to our dear Dadu. I have even decided on his martial title. Let him inherit my legacy and be named Wukong. Grandpa Wufan spoke with great enthusiasm, as if rejuvenated by a century. As a side note, much like Master Roshi, Grandpa Wufan is a venerable elder, having surpassed 200 years of age. Sun Dadu, whose courtesy name is Wukong, found himself somewhat back on the original plotline. Sun Yu smiled helplessly and consented to Sun Wufan's request. Although a mere hint of Sun Yu's imposing aura could have made Grandfather Wufan acutely aware of their disparity, leading him to relinquish his attachment for the sake of Sun Wukong's future, Sun Yu harbored a profound respect for the martial artist before him. Moreover, the martial philosophy of the Turtle School had fortified Sun Wukong's foundation, laying a solid groundwork for his future ascendance, something Sun Yu believed he could not provide. Very well. Grandfather Wufan, I entrust Dada to your care. I shall frequently bring Neja to visit him, Sun Yu remarked, winking at Bulma, just as he was about to depart. A thought struck him, prompting him to add, I must sever Wukong's tail, for we Saiyans transform into ferocious apes upon witnessing a full moon. But this can be averted by removing the tail. With that, Sun Yu swiftly detached Wukong's tail, reminding Grandfather Wufan to remain vigilant, take heed of your own safety. Grandfather Wufan. The revelation was astonishing, yet Grandfather Wufan accepted it without altering his views on the Saiyans, embodying the magnanimity of a true martial artist. After bidding farewell to Grandfather Wufan, Sun Yu returned to the site where the spaceship had landed, accompanied by Bulma. He resolved to bring the spacecraft back to the Brief's residence, for the entire Saiyan race faced peril, and he felt compelled to take action. He then ventured to the uninhabited outskirts of East City, locating the spacecraft he and Lana had piloted 2 years prior. Thus, Sun Yu returned to the Brief's household, carrying a single-pod spaceship. Lana was still in the gravity training room. Upon explaining the situation to her, Sun Yu noticed a rare expression of concern cross Lana's face upon learning of King Vegeta's scheming, primarily worrying about her parents far away on planet Vegeta. Kale, I wish to return and see how my father and mother are faring. Lana appeared troubled, her words faltering. I share your sentiments, Sun Yu replied with a smile. The duo informed Mr. and Mrs. Briefs of their impending journey, and upon hearing of their lengthy interstellar travels, the couple enthusiastically prepared an abundance of earthly delicacies, packing them into a versatile capsule for Sun Yu and Lana to take with them. As for Ikusu, who lingered at the Brief's residence, initially Sun Yu had reservations about leaving him on Earth. However, he gradually realized that Ikusu was not ill-natured and lacked ambition. Especially after Mr. Briefs purchased a Western steakhouse for Ikusu, allowing him to dine freely, Ikusu quickly grew fond of the Briefs family, nearly wagging his tail in gratitude, an easy companion indeed. As the departure date approached, the air was tinged with melancholy. Little Bulma wept inconsolably, compelling Sun Yu to make numerous vows to ensure his return. She declared that should he not return, she would construct her own spaceship to search for him in the cosmos, a promise Sun Yu found utterly credible. Given her prowess as a technological queen capable of crafting even time-travel devices in the future. Thus, Sun Yu and Lana reclined within the spaceship, and under the watchful eyes of the Brief's family, it ascended slowly. After activating the flight controls, they locked in their course, destination, planet Vegeta. As they gazed down upon the Earth shrinking into a cerulean orb, Sun Yu reminisced about their initial arrival on Earth. The time spent cramped in the same spacecraft with Lana, a nostalgia that lingered sweetly in his heart. Back then, he was frail, lacking any means of self-defense. However, the present was starkly different. Both Sun Yu and Lana had attained formidable power, placing them among the upper echelons of the cosmic hierarchy. While formidable beings like Frieza were plentiful, considering the overall power level of the universe, Sun Yu's prowess stood rare and unmatched, especially with his Sharingan and Great Ape transformation as trump cards. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, he could hold his own. After a year of traversing the cosmos, they finally beheld the dark crimson planet Vegeta, originally known as Planet Plant, inhabited by diminutive yet highly intelligent Plantians. However, as history unfolded, the Saiyans exterminated the Plantians and appropriated their advanced technology. Subsequently, the Saiyan ruler, King Vegeta, named this planet after himself, establishing it as the stronghold of the Saiyan race. During their descent, Sun Wukong and Lana occasionally glimpsed other spacecraft returning to planet Vegeta. Much like themselves, there were many arrivals and few departures, indicating that King Vegeta had indeed implemented a policy of austerity, secretly rallying forces in a bid to resist Frieza's dominion. To this, Sun Wukong could only exclaim, "If you seek your own demise, must you drag all Saiyans into it?" Upon landing at the spaceport, Lana hurriedly emerged, inhaling deeply the air of their home planet, resulting in a brief surge of energy within her. "Hey, Lana, do rein in your battle power," Sun Wukong promptly cautioned. Both possessed a battle power of 300,000. Should they flaunt it ostentatiously on planet Vegeta, it would be akin to leaping before Frieza himself and declaring, "Hey, let us engage in mutual destruction." The entirety of planet Vegeta lay under Frieza's surveillance, and until they could confront him with formidable power, it was prudent for Sun Wukong and Lana to exercise caution. "All right, I hear you. I've suppressed my battle power to 2,000, Lana replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. Given that Sun Wukong was younger than Lana and a lower-class warrior, his battle power needed to be suppressed even further, to a mere 1,200. The two of them exited the spaceport on foot, finding planet Vegeta bustling with activity. In addition to Saiyans, they observed numerous extraterrestrial beings. Many were subordinates dispatched by Frieza's army, primarily serving as Frieza's eyes and ears on planet Vegeta. Others were representatives from different star systems engaged in business dealings with the planet. Sun Yu followed Lana along the familiar yet foreign streets. Familiar because these places were etched in his memory as the hometown where he was born and raised. The unfamiliarity stemmed from the fact that Sun Yu was, in truth, a traveler from another world. His arrival on Vegeta's star today was akin to a maiden's first journey in a bridal sedan. In Sun Yu's recollections, he had always resided with Lana's family, as his uncle and aunt, Lana's parents, were seasoned intermediate warriors, well regarded in the lower echelons of Vegeta's star. Lana's father, Ollie, held the esteemed position of captain within an intermediate combat team, while her mother, Hill, a striking Saiyan woman, was also a member of Uncle Ollie's squad. She possessed a fiery temperament, her combat prowess rivaling that of her male counterparts. Once a delicate blood rose on the battlefield, she remained so to this day, thanks to the unique genetics of the Saiyan race, which ensured that their appearance did not wither with time. Thus, although Aunt Hill was nearing 40, she retained an unparalleled allure. Strolling alongside Lana, onlookers would easily mistake them for sisters. As they navigated through the residential area of mid-tier buildings, Lana appeared particularly cheerful. The neighborhood featured a broad street flanked by an array of snack stalls and small shops. Although the Saiyans of Vegeta star utilized advanced technological devices from a higher civilization, many shopkeepers struggled to master these high-tech products due to their own intellectual limitations. This peculiar juxtaposition of cutting-edge technology and a pronounced postmodern aesthetic seamlessly coexisted, devoid of any sense of incongruity. To put it simply, it was akin to a Ferrari owner selling sweet potatoes from a mobile oil drum by the roadside, an endearing contrast that Sun Yu found utterly charming. Upon finally reaching Lana's home, Sun Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure how to face the two adults who had raised him. Although they appeared to be around the same age as he was, their status and position afforded them a home that was significantly more opulent than the adjacent residences, a standalone villa. At that moment, the villa's door stood wide open, with a considerable number of people lingering outside, observing. "What is happening? Kyle, let us hurry over and see why so many are gathered at our doorstep." Lana sensed something amiss and tugged Sun Yu along as they hastened toward her home. Sun Yu followed silently, as Lana approached the crowd and inquired, "Uncle Risen, why are you all standing at my doorstep? Is something the matter?" She pushed aside a burly man obstructing her path, only to discover he was her neighbor, which prompted her to ask in confusion. Uncle Risen, upon seeing Lana, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. His tone tinged with a hint of pity as he responded, "Ah, Miss Lana, it has been years since we last met. Are you not aware of the situation?" Lana's heart sank at his words, and she awkwardly replied, "Aware of what? Please clarify. Do not rush, Miss Lana. During your absence, something happened at your home. Not long ago, your father's squad suffered near total annihilation during a mission. Only a handful returned, gravely injured." "What?" Lana's eyes widened in disbelief. Although it was not uncommon for Saiyans to be injured or killed in the line of duty, this was her father they were speaking of. How could she remain composed upon hearing such news? "I must go inside, clear the way." In a state of turmoil, Lana attempted to push through the crowd, but Uncle Risen blocked her path. "Oh, Miss Lana, it would be best if you did not return just yet. You should leave. Step aside." Lana's gaze turned icy, and had it not been for her long-standing relationship with her neighbor, she might have struck him. At that moment, Sun Yuma, who had been silent, placed a reassuring hand on Lana's shoulder and gently said, "Sister Lana, please do not lose your temper. Let us hear Uncle Risen's reasoning. I am certain he has valid concerns." "Ah, well said. You must be Kyle. Haven't seen you in a while. You seem to have grown quite a bit." Uncle Risen chuckled, but upon encountering Lana's fierce glare, he quickly sobered and continued, "Miss Lana, you need not worry about your parents' safety. Your mother did not partake in that mission and is safe. Your father, though severely injured, has nearly recovered thanks to our advanced medical technology." "What is the situation then?" Lana, relieved to hear her parents were unharmed, surveyed her surroundings. Uncle Risen sighed heavily, his voice laced with regret. "Unfortunately, your father's squad has effectively ceased to exist, and the Frieza force redistributed the remaining fighters to other teams. Your father is now affiliated with a unit called the Rep Team." At this point, Uncle Risen leaned closer and whispered to Lana and Sun Yuma, "I have heard that this unit is fiercely loyal to Frieza. They are about to undertake a perilous mission, and they plan to use your parents as cannon fodder. You must leave quickly. If they see you too, they will undoubtedly conscript you under the guise of family." After listening to Uncle Risen's explanation, a cold smile spread across Lana's face, sending a shiver through the burly man before her. Sun Yuma understood that Lana was genuinely enraged, and it seemed someone was about to face dire consequences. Lana waved her hand dismissively, pushing Uncle Risen aside, and strode purposefully toward her yard. "Miss Lana, you truly cannot go in there," Uncle Risen shouted after her. Sun Yuma followed close behind, patting Uncle Risen on the shoulder. "Do not worry, Uncle Risen. Your concern should be for that Rep Team." Before Uncle Risen could respond further, Lana had already entered her family's courtyard, where two individuals, seemingly members of the Rep Team, attempted to block her way. However, before they could react, Lana struck one with a powerful blow, rendering him unconscious. As Lana re-entered the familiar threshold of her home, she was met with chaos. The once spacious living room lay in disarray, furniture shattered and scattered across the floor. With a dark expression, Lana stepped inside, followed closely by Sun Yuma. Upon entering, they encountered a muscular man clad in a cloak, gripping a wounded man, Lana's uncle, Ali, by one hand. Her aunt, Hill, was being threatened at gunpoint, as if any movement could lead to her immediate execution. Father, mother. The sight of her parents in distress ignited a fierce rage within Lana, her emotions teetering on the brink of explosion. Lana? The muscular man, holding Uncle Ali, felt a mix of joy and concern upon seeing his daughter return. While he was relieved to see her safe, the current situation was far from ideal for a family reunion, and he desperately wished to protect his wife and child from becoming pawns in this deadly game. "Lana, please, listen to me. You must go. Do not worry about us." "Who is this girl?" The muscular man sneered, eyeing Lana from head to toe before turning to Ali and Hill with a sly grin. "Is she your daughter? Quite innocent looking. Touch my daughter, and you will regret it." Aunt Hill stepped forward in a panic, but the armed man raised his weapon, threatening, "Take another step, and I will shoot." Just as Lana was about to retaliate, Sun Yuma stepped in front of her and whispered, "Sister Lana, restrain your power. Let me handle these small fry." Revealing our true strength would be unwise. After all, these individuals were staunch followers of Frieza. Should Lana demonstrate her considerable power, Frieza would undoubtedly take notice and target her as a prime candidate for elimination. Although Lana was driven by emotion, she heeded Sun Yuma's advice. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she pointed at the assailants and declared, "I want them all dead." "All right, I will follow your lead." Sun Yuma nodded. Even if Lana had not spoken, he would not let these individuals escape unharmed. Their allegiance to Frieza alone marked them for death in his eyes. "You are Kyle?" Ali and Hill gazed incredulously at Sun Yuma, who appeared relaxed and confident, far removed from the timid child they once knew. "Hello, Uncle Ali, and Hill." Sun Yu feigned familiarity as he greeted the elderly couple, yet Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill's expressions darkened. "Which of your eyes saw us at ease? Does this appearance seem amiable? Kyle, you should leave with Lana quickly. They are not foes you can contend with." Uncle Ali's gaze sharpened, prepared to confront the muscular men to create an opportunity for Sun Yu and Lana to escape. Unexpectedly, Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, Uncle Ollie. Rest assured. I don't regard these individuals as a threat. Haraha. Youngster, do you comprehend what you were saying? The others in the vicinity regarded Sun Yu as if he were a fool, while the leader of the muscular men poked the combat power detector perched upon his brow. The device soon emitted a series of crisp beeps, displaying the numbers. Combat power 1200. Haha. I thought he was formidable, yet he possesses merely 1200 combat power. What a disappointment. The muscular man exclaimed, pointing at Sun Yu with derision. However, it must be said, for a little brat to have 1200 combat power is commendable. One bystander remarked. Rilton, why not offer this lad a chance to pledge allegiance to our Reap Battle team? His tone was peculiarly exaggerated when uttering the words pledge allegiance, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing that Sun Yu's combat power had reached 1200, Uncle Ollie and Anhil felt a surge of joy. It seemed young Kyle had matured considerably in their absence. Given a little more time to grow, he might well surpass them. Thus, their resolve to protect Sun Yu and Lana at all costs strengthened. Kid, did you hear that? To be frank, I possess a combat power of 4,800. Be wise and join our Reap Battle team, and that young lady over there should comply as well. It would spare her from unnecessary suffering. This muscular man was none other than Rilton, the captain of the Reap Battle team. Sun Yu shrugged and smiled. Thank you. But I believe I have no interest in your pathetic team. What did you say? A voice echoed. You dare repeat that. Upon hearing Sun Yu's insult towards their team, the individuals in the hall immediately bristled with anger, ready to confront him. Uncle Ollie's expression darkened as he silently cursed Sun Yu for his naivety. How could he provoke everyone in such a situation? This would undoubtedly make him a target. With his injuries, even if he seized the opportunity to ambush Captain Layton, it would hardly ensure Sun Yu's escape, especially now that he had incurred the wrath of the crowd. Layton sneered coldly, striding over to Sun Yu and menacingly remarked, Boy, what did you just say? Have the courage to repeat it. Are you deaf or what? Sun Yu looked disdainfully at the muscular Layton and enunciated clearly. I am not targeting anyone. I simply wish to state that all present here are trash. Lana's face darkened at this, muttering under her breath, Hey, Kyle? You're provoking them. I'm still here. Uncle Ollie felt utterly despondent with those words. There was no way these individuals would let Sun Yu off the hook. They would surely seek to eliminate him swiftly. Good. Very good. Layton's anger caused his muscles to quiver. Suddenly, he launched a powerful punch at Sun Yu, the force of it chilling and overwhelming, igniting fervent cheers from those present. This is bad. Uncle Ollie felt a sense of hopelessness wash over him. It was too late for a stealthy attack now, at such close range. Layton's thunderous strike left Sun Yu with no hope of survival. Sun Yu found himself both amused and exasperated by the formidable punch from the muscular Rilton. Through the sensation of his breath, he had long since determined that this individual's combat power was indeed, as he claimed, 4,800. But what of it? Even if it were 48,000, Sun Yu would not regard it with any seriousness. However, now that the attack had been launched, he could not simply allow it to land. With a gentle motion, he raised his right hand and extended a single index finger to intercept the incoming blow. His body remained as immovable as a mountain, and the atmosphere abruptly fell silent. What on earth is happening? Rilton exclaimed, feeling as though he had struck not a mere finger, but rather a wall of solid brass. He staggered back a step and activated his combat power detector once more. The reading remained at 1200. Curse it. Is my detector malfunctioning? Why? Use your detector and see just how much combat power this little brat possesses. Rilton called out to a shorter man behind him. Hwai, the vice captain of the real team. Though diminutive in stature, was shrewd and possessed considerable combat prowess. He was the strategist of the team. He heeded Rilton's request and activated the detector affixed to his ear, unsurprisingly yielding a reading of only 1200. His combat power is indeed only 1200, yet I sense something unusual about him. Rilton, you ought to temper your arrogance. Be wary of potential repercussions. Hwai advised, his concern evident. Although he too perceived Sun Yu's distinctiveness to him. A child remained a child. How could they possibly compare to seasoned warriors like themselves? TCH. Rilton scoffed, seemingly insulted by Hwai's words. He glared menacingly at Sun Yu, declaring, Boy, I don't know what trick you just pulled, but that was merely because I was holding back. This time, I will make you experience a fate worse than death. With that, Rilton's aura erupted with ferocity. In his furious state, Sun Yu sensed a slight increase in his combat power, 4852. 4,923. 5,000. As Rilton's combat power peaked, his form vanished from sight. The spectators found themselves unable to track his speed. When Rilton reappeared before Sun Yu, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Come on, boss, smash his bones. Teach him a lesson for daring to look down on us. Rilton, exuding the confidence of a victor, sneered at Sun Yu, believing that the sudden appearance would leave him dazed. He unleashed a punch, producing a resonant sound through the air. Die, brat. Experience the might of my strongest strike. As Sun Yu faced Reardon, who unleashed a full-force punch with a combat power of 5,000, he gently tilted his body, as if having stood still for too long, merely shifting slightly. This seemingly insignificant movement miraculously allowed him to evade Reardon's lethal strike. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. Was it mere coincidence, or had Captain Reardon acted with intent? In that brief moment of astonishment, Sun Yu raised his right hand and, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, lightly touched Reardon's chest. The motion appeared excruciatingly slow. Yet everything transpired in the blink of an eye. This embodied Sun Yu's profound understanding of the interplay between speed and slowness. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Reardon's towering muscular frame abruptly shuddered, a spray of blood erupted from his mouth, and he fell backward with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground. Captain? The spectators were entranced, as if caught in a dream. Struggling to grasp the reality before them, a hulking man with a combat power of 5,000 had been effortlessly dispatched by a slender child possessing a mere 1,200 combat power with a gentle pat. Uncle Ali, observing the seemingly innocuous smile on Sun Yu's face, glanced towards Lana, who leaned casually against the doorway. Suddenly, a bold and audacious thought dawned upon him. Could it be that Kyle had concealed his true strength? How had he managed such a feat? If Uncle Ali could conceive of this, so too could Deputy Captain Pai. His expression hardened, deliberately avoiding a glance at Reardon's lifeless body, and commanded the remaining team members. You two keep an eye on Ollie and Hill. The rest of you, together, capture this little brat. Understood. With Reardon's demise, Pai naturally assumed the highest authority within the team. They exhibited no shred of compassion for the fallen, treating him like discarded refuse, not even sparing a glance. Shortly thereafter, the remaining members, following Pai's orders, encircled Sun Yu. Sun Yu stood calmly in place, his gaze sweeping over the several Saiyans gathered around him. With a mere thought, he discerned their energy signatures, battle powers of 3,700, 2670, 3021, and 3421. Such combat prowess, on planet Vegeta, could be deemed moderately formidable. However, it held little significance. With a slight shake of his shoulders, Sun Yu adopted a posture that suggested he was ready to engage in a grand endeavor. Suddenly, one of his teammates surged forward, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, while the others simultaneously moved, their actions displaying a remarkable synergy. Sun Yu gently stepped back with his left foot, twisting his waist as he raised his right elbow, exuding no trace of energy fluctuations, as if merely engaging in gymnastics. Suddenly, the first attacker behind him froze in disbelief. What appeared to be a slow elbow strike from Sun Yu was, in reality, a lightning-fast blow to his abdomen. The assailant's back arched dramatically, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Without a moment's pause after his successful strike, Sun Yu pivoted and delivered a palm strike to another individual nearby. Fear surged in the latter's eyes as he attempted to retreat, but Sun Yu's palm had already struck his chest. A spurt of blood erupted forth, and the assailant's gaze became vacant, devoid of any vitality. In the briefest instant since the battle commenced, the Reap Squad had already lost 2 members, effortlessly dispatched as if they were mere livestock. This horrifying display magnified the terror in the eyes of the remaining 5 team members to its utmost extent. Run, flee. Yet, Sun Yu had no intention of sparing the remaining 5. The nearest Reap member turned to escape, but Sun Yu swiftly closed the distance and struck the man on the back. A sharp crack echoed, and the individual crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Sun Yu did not even glance at the person before him and continued forward, his target set on the vice-captain of the Reaper team, Pai. Wait, hold on. I have something to say. Pai, witnessing the unfolding scene, could hardly believe his eyes. Yet, deep within, he trembled. If he did not stop Sun Yu from taking action, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as Captain Realton. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pai was taken aback by a fist that appeared almost instantaneously before him. The force of the punch swept through the air, rustling his hair, and an unimaginable sense of danger enveloped him. He realized that had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been a corpse by now. Oh, what do you have to say? Speak quickly. Sun Yu turned to Pai with an expression that conveyed urgency, as if to say he had no time to waste. No. No. My lord, please spare my life. Pai's eyes were filled with terror, and he changed his tone, striving to appear humble. My lord, if you spare me, I would be willing to offer you the Reaper team. From now on, you shall be our captain. I beg you. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu retracted his fist and regarded Pai coldly. First, tell me how many members your Reaper team has. Are they loyal to Frieza or to King B? Or are they loyal to the strong? Be detailed, and perhaps I will consider sparing you. After all, Sun Yu had come to Vegeta with the intention of saving a portion of the Saiyans. If this so-called Reaper team consisted entirely of Frieza's loyal followers, he would have to eliminate them without exception. However, if they were merely loyal to the strong, he had other plans in mind. Pai, relieved that Sun Yu had inquired about the Reaper team, promptly began to explain. My lord, our team comprises over 30 members, with only about 10 being core members. Each of these core members possesses a combat power exceeding 2,500. As for the non-core members, Pai awkwardly smiled at Sun Yu, who already understood what the so-called non-core members entailed. Just moments ago, while Realton was alive, he had attempted to invite Sun Yu to join as a non-core member. Waving his hand, Sun Yu gestured for Pai to continue. As for loyalty, only Realton advocated loyalty to Frieza. You know he was the captain before. We only obey the strong. Pai cleverly shifted the responsibility of the Reaper team's allegiance to Frieza onto a deceased individual, while asserting that they merely followed the captain's orders, claiming their loyalty was to the strong. And who was the strong one now? Naturally, it was Senzu. Subsequently, Senzu inquired about the detailed information of the team members, and Pai answered without reservation. Kyle, you can't be serious about accepting this Reaper team, can you? Uncle Ali interjected, observing the growing rapport between Senzu and Pai. He was concerned that Senzu, being inexperienced, might be deceived by a scoundrel. Why shouldn't I accept them? Senzu smiled at Uncle Ali. Since Pai had already referred to him as my lord, the other members of the Reaper team dared not defy either Ali or Hill. But Kyle, this person, Uncle Ali clearly remained uneasy about Senzu's interaction with someone like Pai and wished to dissuade him from this course of action. Pai was not about to let Uncle Ali continue his persuasion. He immediately approached Uncle Ali with a sycophantic demeanor. Brother Ali, my sincerest apologies for any offense earlier. Now we are all on the same side. Before Pai could finish, Senzu clapped a hand on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, while I may have agreed to accept the Reaper team, I never promised to spare you. With a crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed, and Pai collapsed. Utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, the members of the team, who had just thought they had escaped a calamity, now looked at Senzu in sheer terror. It was not that they lacked the will to resist. Rather, Senzu's overwhelming strength had extinguished their fighting spirit. Uncle Ali, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. Senzu's sudden action had taken him completely by surprise. He realized he could no longer fathom Senzu, who, despite his youth and seemingly amiable demeanor, was so decisively ruthless. Shall we eliminate the rest, Uncle Ali? Senzu inquired, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. Although Saiyans were naturally inclined to violence, this was typically a manifestation of their exhilaration during battle, and not all Saiyans were savages. Clearly, Uncle Ali was one of the more benevolent types. Let it be. From the information Pai provided, the instigator has been dealt with. These individuals merely followed Realton's commands. Seeing that Uncle Ali showed no intention of pursuing the matter further, Senzu nodded, reigning in his murderous aura. He addressed the remaining members. Did you hear that? You don't have to die for now. From this moment onward, I accept your Reaper team. However, the team will need a new name, but that is a matter for later. Right now, I command you to restore Uncle Ali's living room to its original state, or else Senzu's gaze turned icy, and the several individuals present immediately knelt, expressing their loyalty. What is your name? Senzu inquired, pointing at a relatively young team member who, based on previous knowledge, was a non-core member merely assisting today. Upon hearing Senzu ask for his name, the young man promptly replied with respect, in response to your inquiry, my name is Alanx, and I am a non-core member. Before Alanx could finish his sentence, Senzu interrupted him. So you are called Alanx. I am not concerned with your current combat prowess, nor do I wish to differentiate between core and non-core members. What I require is your unwavering loyalty. Now, I need you to keep a watchful eye on these individuals. Report any developments immediately. Once this area is cleared, you are to gather all members of the Reap Squad here for a meeting. Those unwilling to attend should not be coerced. Simply remove them from the list. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, my lord. Alanx replied, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Having been marginalized due to his lower combat ability, he felt a surge of the warrior's spirit for one who recognizes his worth, now entrusted with an important task by Senzu. Uncle Ali and Hill, let us ascend to speak upstairs. After addressing matters concerning the Reap Squad, Senzu invited Ali and Hill to join him upstairs, with Lana following closely behind. The four of them ascended the spacious staircase, and Lana quietly approached Senzu from behind, pinching him sharply on the back, causing him to wince in pain. Sister Na, why did you pinch me? Senzu protested, rubbing his sore back with a mournful expression. I was just feeling a bit mischievous. Why not? Lana replied innocently, her big, charming eyes blinking at him. Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill, still immersed in their previous thoughts, relaxed upon witnessing the playful banter between the two, exchanging smiles. Upon reaching the room of Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill approached Senzu, scrutinizing him closely as she asked, are you truly my Kyle? Indeed I am. Senzu affirmed, thumping his chest to assure her of his sincerity. Kyle. Uncle Ali hesitated momentarily before resolutely asking, Kyle, if I am not mistaken, your current combat power should exceed 1200, correct? Would you be so kind as to disclose your true combat strength along with Lana's? Given the recent events, it was evident to even the most oblivious that Senzu's combat power far surpassed 1200. However, Uncle Ali refrained from hastily producing a combat power detector. After all, the Reardon team had already tested it without success, and he was certain his device would yield similar results. Well, Senzu exchanged a glance with Lana. Feeling indebted to the couple, he decided to reveal their true combat power. Both Lana and I currently possess a combat power of 300,000. Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed 300,000. 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. If what had transpired earlier was within the realm of acceptance, this revelation was akin to a bolt from the blue, 300,000 combat power. Was this even characteristic of a Saiyan? But why couldn't the combat power detector measure your strength? After a long pause, Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill finally recovered from their shock and voiced their lingering questions. With a subtle smile, Senzu explained to the couple, "We have mastered a method to control our breath, rendering the combat power detector ineffective. Through diligent learning, you too can acquire this skill." The couple, Ollie and Hill, were astonished by Senzu's words. As Senzu elaborated on the application of breath control, their amazement only grew. Seizing the opportunity, he shared a wealth of knowledge about Earth and various techniques to enhance combat prowess. Amid their conversation, Senzu retrieved 2 sets of pre-prepared heavy-duty armor from his versatile capsule. Is this what you refer to as the versatile capsule and heavy-duty armor? Upon witnessing Senzu toss a small capsule-like object, a resounding bang echoed as a massive cabinet materialized before them, filled with an array of heavy-duty gear. Senzu presented 2 sets to Ollie and Hill. "And Ollie and Hill, this is a heavy vest weighing 400 kilograms. And the shoes and wrist guards combined weigh an additional 500 kilograms. Lana and I also wear these regularly. They are immensely beneficial for training." "Thank you, Kyle." Ollie and Hill joyfully accepted the heavy-duty gear, unable to part with it. As elders, they felt a sense of embarrassment at being surpassed by the younger Senzu. They had long admired the heavy-duty armor and gravity training chambers that Senzu and Lana utilized. Now, with the armor in hand, they hurriedly donned it and moved about, feeling the strain. After all, the gravity on Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, making their 900 kilograms of armor equivalent to a staggering 9,000 kilograms. It's hard to imagine you 2 youngsters wearing such gear and still appearing unfazed. Uncle Ollie remarked in astonishment. "Dear, we must strive even harder. We cannot let young Kyle look down upon us." Aunt Hill cast a determined glance at her husband, her spirit ignited. After some time, Senzu's demeanor shifted, and he inquired, "Uncle Ollie, what are your thoughts on the relationship between Frieza and King Vegeta?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Ollie's expression grew somber. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Frieza commands the most formidable army in the universe. Even proud Saiyans like us must obey his orders. Over the past 2 years, King Vegeta has become increasingly audacious, believing he conceals his schemes well, yet his intentions are obvious to all." Uncle Ollie had already heard whispers about Frieza placing spies among the Saiyans. He was reluctant to engage in the intrigues of the elite. Yet he understood the peril. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain unbroken? Indeed, Uncle is quite astute. Senzu grinned. "However, even without King Vegeta's machinations, Frieza has never been kind to us. He has long installed listening devices and the combat power detectors assigned to Saiyans, monitoring our every move. What is his purpose? So, King Vegeta's conspiracy has been exposed to Frieza all along? Why has Frieza taken action?" "That is because it is unnecessary," Senzu replied nonchalantly. "No matter how many forces King Vegeta gathers, he cannot overcome Frieza's absolute power. Defeat is inevitable." "Cannot overcome? What if you 2 teamed up?" Uncle Ollie sprang to his feet, viewing King Vegeta as a symbol of strength. Yet, Senzu had just claimed he was no match for Frieza, reluctantly acknowledging the truth. "I must admit that I am not his equal at this moment," Senzu said after a brief silence. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Sensing the tension, Aunt Hill attempted to lighten the mood. "Kyle, what do you think? Surely you have your own perspective on this matter?" Senzu nodded and decided to take a step forward, seeking an opportunity to escape from planet Vegeta. He would then conceal himself and devote time to training. Once his power surpassed that of Frieza, they would make sure to teach that scoundrel a lesson. This notion amused Uncle Ollie. Although for the Saiyan warrior race, retreating was considered a disgraceful act, Uncle Ollie was not a narrow-minded individual. He understood the wisdom in preserving one's strength for future endeavors. "All right, we must train diligently to surpass Frieza at the earliest," Uncle Ollie proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Senzu twitched the corner of his mouth, reluctant to disclose Frieza's true battle power to Uncle Ollie. It was rather an inspiring tale for someone with a battle power just over 4,000 to aspire to surpass a monstrous force boasting a staggering 120 million in battle power. Just as Senzu was internally ridiculing Uncle Ollie, footsteps echoed from outside the door, abruptly halting the chatter between Lana and her mother, Hill. The 4 turned their attention toward the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by 3 rhythmic knocks, a timid voice called from outside, "Sir. The living room downstairs has been tidied up, and the broken furniture has been replaced with new pieces, identical to the originals. Additionally, the members of the Reaper team have arrived and are all waiting in the hall." Senzu opened the door and beheld a relatively young Saiyan standing at the threshold. His gaze towards Senzu brimming with reverence and admiration. "Ah, you must be Alex." "I am Alex, my lord." Senzu's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to clear his throat and declare, "Let us descend and take a look." Prior to this moment, Uncle Ollie had harbored reservations regarding Senzu's intention to enlist the Reaper battle team. However, upon discovering the discord between Frieza and King Vegeta, he no longer opposed the matter. After all, having additional companions would enhance their capacity for self-preservation. Consequently, Awakens guided Sun Yu and Uncle Ollie downstairs, while Lana and Hill, eager to catch up on their mother-daughter reunion, opted to refrain from joining them. In the living room below, a dozen individuals stood in 4 neat rows. At the forefront stood a row of those who had previously caused a commotion at Uncle Ollie's residence. They were the most formidable fighters among the group, their eyes gleaming with barely contained arrogance. The subsequent rows exuded a weaker aura, with some casting fearful glances at Sun Yu, as though he were a monstrous creature poised to devour them. Sun Yu was utterly baffled by their demeanor. Noticing the discrepancy in numbers, he inquired, "Wasn't it said that there were over 30 individuals? Why are only these few present?" Stepping forward from the crowd was a bald man with a handlebar mustache, who regarded Sun Yu with a somewhat obsequious gaze. He replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, the remaining few were rather disobedient. Upon learning of Captain Laerton's demise, they expressed a desire to part ways and establish their own independence. Consequently, they have all been executed in accordance with your wishes." "Excuse me?" Sun Yu exclaimed, his confusion palpable. If they wished to assert their independence, why not allow them to do so? At no point did I declare that they should be killed. It became clear to him why the others regarded him with such peculiar expressions. It was evident that this fool had misrepresented his intentions. Sun Yu was on the verge of fury when Awakens timidly interjected, "My lord, you mentioned that if you were unwilling to come, you would simply remove them from the list. Isn't it merely about eliminating them?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Yu struck his forehead in exasperation. He had already lost hope for this group of scions whose minds were solely fixated on violence and bloodshed. What a lack of comprehension. Noticing Sun Yu's change in demeanor, Awakens and the bald man with a handlebar mustache exchanged glances, their necks drawing in as they quietly inquired, "My lord, have we erred in some way?" Sun Yu let out a sigh and spoke softly, "When I say to strike off names, I mean to expel them from our team. Why do you all dwell on conflict day after day? We are all scions. Should we not foster love and understanding among ourselves? I am speaking to you. Do you comprehend?" The man with the mustache and bald head, suddenly terrified, knelt down with a thud. He was on the verge of tears, utterly perplexed by the thoughts of this young man before him. Sun Yu appeared gentle and unassuming, yet when it came to violence, his eyes did not flicker, devoid of any emotion. Just when everyone assumed he possessed a brutal nature, he urged them to cherish one another. This was not how one exhibited a split personality. Yes, we understand. It was Awakens, ever astute, who grasped the situation. Regardless of Sun Yu's true intentions, the best course was to affirm understanding at that moment. The mustached man quickly bowed his head in apology, swearing he would never dare to act otherwise. "That is more like it." Sun Yu waved his hand, signaling the two to return to their positions. He pondered for a moment, as if he had something significant to announce. The more than 20 individuals in the room held their breath, anxiously awaiting his next words. The courtyard of Uncle Ollie was also filled with neighbors gathered to witness the unfolding drama. "I believe everyone is already aware." Sun Yu's resonant voice echoed through Uncle Ollie's living room. "I, Kalthas, have assumed command of the remaining members of the former Reaper team. To be candid, I do not care about your current combat abilities. Here, we do not differentiate between core and non-core members. What truly matters to me is your loyalty. Due to previous misunderstandings, many of those present were likely coerced into coming here, and I wish to express my sincere apologies. If anyone is unwilling to join my team, you may leave now. No one will lay a hand on you. I have made this clear, and the neighbors outside have heard it as well. Those who wish to depart are free to do so. I shall not impede your exit. Since Sun Yu has resolved to establish his own faction, he must ensure that all individuals willingly follow him. Loyalty is a virtue that requires time to manifest. However, at this moment, Sun Yu can only drive away those who are insincere in their allegiance." Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. After a considerable time, a young man from the rear gathered his courage and raised his hand, signaling, "Lord Kyle, I have a question." Upon hearing someone wishing to pose a question, Sun Yu turned slightly and offered a gentle smile, encouraging, "Please, feel free to ask anything." Observing Sun Yu's approachable demeanor, the young man found his courage and straightened his posture, boldly stating, "Lord Kyle, I would like to know what tasks we would be assigned should we join your battle team." This inquiry echoed the sentiments of other less formidable members, who had long played the role of cannon fodder within the Ripu battle team, frequently undertaking perilous missions. Even when they managed to survive these treacherous assignments, they were seldom rewarded with valuable resources, hindering their ability to enhance their combat prowess. Sun Yu understood their concerns and, with a serious expression, assured them, "I grasp your intentions. Rest assured, I shall not treat you as mere cannon fodder like Railton did. I will provide you with abundant cultivation resources. And if any among you possess exceptional talent, I am willing to personally guide your training. You are already aware of my capabilities." Upon hearing Sun Yu's offer of personal guidance, those who had witnessed his formidable prowess, such as Awakens, gazed at him with fervent admiration, as if he were an enchanting beauty. The others, who had not directly experienced Sun Yu's strength, remained indifferent, however. The prospect of avoiding the role of cannon fodder and gaining ample cultivation resources made joining Sun Yu's team an appealing option. After a moment, Sun Yu casually adjusted his ears and addressed the crowd. "Is there no one who wishes to withdraw?" You must consider carefully, ah. Should any of you dare to betray me in the future, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. The phrase utter annihilation sent a shiver through the crowd. Yet no one chose to exit. Very well, since that is the case, I hereby declare the establishment of our team. As for the name? Sun Yu furrowed his brow and declared, let us call ourselves the Urban Management Squad. The Urban Management Squad? The crowd was taken aback, inquiring, Lord Kyle, what does urban management mean? It was understandable that the Saiyans did not comprehend the term urban management, as it is a Chinese phrase. Sun Yu flashed a mischievous smile and replied solemnly. The Urban Management Squad is no trivial matter. It originates from an ancient realm as a super combat unit. They are the ultimate goal for all warriors. The elite among elites, the strongest of the strong. They bear the heavy responsibility of reviving a glorious nation. A wise man once proclaimed, give me 3,000 urban managers, and I shall restore my grand celestial kingdom. Sun Yu's voice rose increasingly in pitch, reverberating throughout the hall, captivating all who heard him. They were reminded of the current plight of the Saiyans, a proud warrior race now subjugated by Frieza. They yearned to overthrow Frieza's dominion and reclaim their autonomy. Sun Yu's impassioned words ignited a fervor within their hearts. Each Saiyan revered strength, aspiring to greatness, desiring to become elites, unwilling to be governed, and yearning to emerge as the most formidable guardians of their realm. Suddenly, one individual in the front snapped back to reality. Collapsing to his knees with a fervent cry, we pledge to follow Lord Kale to the death. This exclamation jolted everyone from their stupor, and soon they too knelt in unison, proclaiming, we pledge to follow Lord Kale to the death. We pledge to follow Lord Kale to the death. As Sun Yu listened to the exuberant cheers, he was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether these individuals were in their right minds. After all, he had merely jested about the urban management officers on Earth. Why were they suddenly so invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline? Thus, the Urban Management Brigade was established on Vegeta. Sun Yu appointed Uncle Ali as the captain of this brigade, overseeing operations, while Alanx was designated as the vice-captain to assist Uncle Ali in his management duties. For the current members with relatively low combat power, Sun Yu instructed Alanx to mobilize all resources from the former Ripu team, making them available for training. This single act left the lower-tier members profoundly grateful, eager to demonstrate their loyalty to Sun Yu by risking their lives at a moment's notice. In response, Sun Yu merely chuckled. Aware that their true intentions remained to be evaluated, he would only impart the exemplary principles learned from Earth to those who were genuinely devoted to his cause. Despite Uncle Ali's repeated refusals to accept the captaincy, citing the low combat power of the team as a reason unfit for the responsibility, Sun Yu was evidently more of a hands-off manager. He excelled at inciting battles, but struggled with the intricacies of team management. Ultimately, with no other alternatives, Uncle Ali reluctantly consented to lead the Urban Management Brigade. In the subsequent weeks following Sun Yu's directives, Uncle Ali distributed the heavy-duty protective gear brought from Earth to those members who had performed commendably, providing guidance for their training. During this period, many members of the Urban Management Brigade experienced a remarkable transformation in their combat prowess. However, remarkable transformation was a term that applied solely to these members. Sun Yu did not find it particularly impressive that a fighter with a power level of 2,500 could elevate to 3,500 within a fortnight. After all, differing levels of existence yield disparate perspectives. Sun Yu regarded the modest increase in combat power with disdain. However, the local populace felt differently. Many familiar with the Saiyan family of Ali, witnessing the rapid enhancement of the city management team's strength, clamored to join their ranks. Sun Yu entrusted the recruitment entirely to Uncle Ali, stipulating that the criteria for selection would not focus on current combat prowess, but rather on a clear lineage and promising talent to qualify as reserve members. One day, while guiding Uncle Ali's training in a gravity chamber brought over from Earth, a message suddenly arrived from Aranx. Lord Kai, a mid-level commander from the Frieza force, requests an audience. Shall we grant it? Although Aranx and the others could sense Sun Yu's evident hostility toward Frieza, the visitor was nonetheless a mid-level commander from the Frieza force. A hasty refusal could lead to unnecessary complications, so they sought Sun Yu's counsel. Damn it, I know that individual. He is the one who assigned tasks to Reldon. Kai, let us drive them away. Uncle Ali exclaimed urgently upon observing the situation through the holographic screen in the gravity chamber. There's no need for concern, Uncle Ali. Let's first ascertain the situation, Sun Yu replied with his usual composure. Uncle Ali, unable to discern Sun Yu's intentions, reluctantly followed him out of the gravity chamber. As they entered the living room, they found Aranx bustling about, serving tea, while Lana and Aunt Hill were conspicuously absent. It was evident that the mother and daughter were either out shopping or engaged in some retail excursion. As it is often said that shopping is an innate talent among women, particularly after mastering the art of bargaining from the esteemed Mrs. Briefs. Now, they reigned supreme over the commercial streets of Vegeta, instilling fear in countless small merchants. In the living room, the so-called mid-level commander from the Frieza force lounged arrogantly on the spacious sofa, flanked by two burly aliens, casting a cold gaze at Sun Yu and Uncle Ali as they approached. So you are the Saiyan who killed that useless Reldon? You hardly appear formidable, he sneered. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ali and Aranx exchanged glances, their expressions hardened. while Sun Yu merely smiled faintly, refraining from a response. The Frieza commander, perceiving Sun Yu's calm demeanor as a sign of fear, became even more contemptuous. Do not think that your little team grants you immunity. Understand your current predicament. Science. I am here to convey Lord Frieza's orders, and if you are wise, you will know how to act. With that, the commander tossed a document onto the table with a dismissive flourish, his arrogance palpable. Uncle Ali and Orang struggled to contain their fury, their tempers flaring as they longed to strike the commander down with a single blow. Sun Yu gently patted the shoulders of the two individuals and softly advised, "Why bother with such a sycophant? It diminishes our stature." He then stepped forward, meticulously examining the documents on the desk. Among them was a conscription order detailing Frieza's intention to amass a formidable army to assault a technologically advanced planet on the fringes of the northern cosmos, known as Veblen. This planet was at the forefront of technological innovation, recently dedicated to the development of large-scale combat robots. Sun Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He distinctly recalled that such a planet did not exist in the original Dragon Ball narrative. It appeared that Veblen had been ordered to be obliterated by Frieza, which was hardly surprising, as Frieza would annihilate any civilization that posed a potential threat to his dominion, much like he did with the planet Vegeta, which could spawn Super Saiyans. Furrowing his brow, an idea struck Sun Yu. There is a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity presented by the feigned assault on Veblen to evacuate a contingent of Saiyans. Given Frieza's apprehension regarding Veblen's technological prowess, it might be worthwhile to attempt to reclaim the planet, or at the very least, maintain a cooperative relationship. After all, it was now just over a year since Frieza had annihilated planet Vegeta, and the chance to act was dwindling. Additionally, Veblen's location on the periphery of the northern cosmos was a considerable distance from Frieza's main stronghold. In this vast expanse, where the Emperor's reach was limited, Sun Yu perceived a glimmer of opportunity for survival. Very well, I understand. I shall gather my subordinates as per the timeline outlined in this document, he declared. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Sun Yu regarded the arrogant commander with a calm yet assertive demeanor, which irked the commander considerably. However, despite his annoyance, the commander found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with Sun Yu. Should Sun Yu defy his orders, the commander could easily take down Sun Yu and his group, proceeding with a post-factum report. Although the commander believed that overpowering Sun Yu would be a trivial task, the reality was that Sun Yu's attitude was unexpectedly compliant, presenting a fade of astuteness. Yet, his tone conveyed a sense of arrogance that incensed the commander to the point of grinding his teeth in frustration. "Humph, we shall see," he retorted, leaving behind a superfluous threat before departing with his entourage. "Summon all active city management team members to the conference hall. I have significant matters to announce." Upon the utterance of those words by Sun Yu, both Ali and Awakens immediately displayed expressions of disbelief. "Lord Kyle, you cannot truly intend to become Frieza's lackey, can you? How could you possibly doubt us so?" Sun Yu flashed a grin. "I have devised an audacious plan. If it succeeds, we could secure a formidable ally, though I do hope this ally proves to be genuinely powerful." Uncle Ali, being a man of considerable experience, brightened at this revelation. "Kyle, do you mean?" "Awakens, summon everyone. We shall convene in the meeting hall for a thorough discussion." "Yes, Lord Kyle." In response to Sun Yu's summons, all active members of the city management squad gathered at Uncle Ali's residence. However, the team tasked with locating Lana and Hill reported that despite searching high and low, they had failed to catch sight of the duo. One could only hope they had not encountered any misfortune. Although Sun Yu was aware that no entity on this planet posed a threat to Lana's safety, a brother's concern for his sister inevitably stirred a sense of worry. Setting aside thoughts of Lana and Hill's safety, Sun Yu surveyed the living room, which was filled to capacity with over 30 individuals, both men and women, the majority being adults, alongside a few youths of similar age to Sun Yu. All present gazed upon him with unwavering admiration, akin to fervent fans beholding their idol, their eyes brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. Sun Yu attributed this fervor to his personal charisma. Without further ado, he laid out the details of his plan with clarity. It is noteworthy that every member of the city management squad was already aware of Frieza's use of power scanning devices to monitor the movements of the Saiyans. Consequently, in situations involving sensitive information, they had prudently concealed the power scanners distributed by Frieza. Given the knowledge of an impending confrontation between Frieza and King Vegeta, and the latter's lack of any real chance of victory, the attendees unanimously supported Sun Yu's proposal. However, each individual expressed a desire to include their family members, a request Sun Yu naturally acquiesced to. Subsequently, they deliberated together, determining that the nominal expedition would deploy an exploration-class strategic void ship, a common military spacecraft within Frieza's legion. Unlike the predominantly saucer-shaped vessels of Frieza's fleet, the exploration-class ship boasted a conical form, characterized by a long, pointed prow and a broad stern housing various propulsion engines, features that significantly enhanced its travel speed. Nevertheless, it was evident that such a vessel offered limited internal space, accommodating fewer than 2,000 passengers. After accounting for the essential medical facilities, most of the interior was designated for cryogenic sleep chambers, leaving scant room for movement. In essence, the maximum number of individuals Sun Yu could transport was 2,000. considering the 30-plus members of the city management squad and their families. Sun Yu hoped Uncle Ollie could identify additional trustworthy candidates, as no one could predict if another opportunity to return would arise. Thus, in the ensuing days, the city management squad embarked on a conspicuous yet secretive endeavor under the guise of an expedition to Veblen, aimed at selecting reliable individuals for their mission. Sun Yu and Ollie waited until dusk, yet neither Lana nor Anhill had returned. Although the mother and daughter duo were no strangers to indulging in revelry, today was particularly significant, as they had crucial news to share. Therefore, Sun Yu resolved to search for them. While Lana's presence was relatively easy to recognize, the bustling urban landscape rendered pinpointing her exact location a formidable challenge, even for him, as he strolled through the lively commercial street. Perhaps drawn by an ethereal aroma reminiscent of song, Sun Yu unwittingly ventured into a food street, renowned throughout the cosmos for their prodigious appetites. Scions attracted vendors from a multitude of planets, showcasing their local delicacies. This food street, though scarcely a kilometer long, offered an array of culinary delights from the northern universe, featuring pandals, scorpion-tailed dragons, colossal crocodiles from the giant star, and even humanoid exoskeletal insects from Jeddah Star. Sun Yu shuddered at the thought of consuming those grotesquely humanoid exoskeletal creatures. Despite being a voracious eater, he harbored a distinct aversion to such beings. As he observed fellow Scions relishing their meals with grease dripping from their mouths, Sun Yu felt his appetite wane. Just as he contemplated leaving, a commotion erupted ahead. The law enforcement in Vegeta Star was notoriously lax, operating under the principle that matters best resolved by fists should not be interfered with. Consequently, brawls and skirmishes were commonplace. And Sun Yu had no desire to involve himself in such chaos, prompting him to hastily depart. "Kale, don't go. I'm being bullied." A familiar voice echoed from a distance, causing Sun Yu to halt abruptly, nearly convinced he was imagining things. However, a moment later, he regained his composure. Realizing that the ruckus likely involved Lana and Ant Hill, he was not particularly worried about Lana's safety. Her combat prowess was well known, and it was improbable that anyone on this planet could pose a threat to her. His concern lay in the possibility of Lana losing control of her strength in a sudden crisis, which would undoubtedly disrupt the plans he had meticulously crafted. Lana was ill-suited to intervene in such a situation, thus the mantle of heroism fell squarely upon Sun Yu's shoulders. He felt a sense of relief at having encountered her. Otherwise, the potential repercussions would have been dire. "You audacious thief, how dare you bully my sister Lana? Just wait until I get my hands on you." Sun Yu strode confidently into the crowd, and at a glance, he spotted the displeased Lana and the elegant Ant Hill, who was linked arm in arm with her. Following Lana's gaze, Sun Yu turned to see the two individuals who had clashed with her, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. One of them lounged on a bench, casually dangling his legs and cleaning his ears. This person, with purple skin and a raccoon-like face, appeared feeble and was dressed in the eccentric attire reminiscent of a theatrical performer. Standing behind him was another figure, tall and slender, leaning on a slender cane, sporting a tuft of white hair styled like an aircraft. His exquisite features and flawless skin evoked envy in many women. It was none other than the god of destruction. Beerus, accompanied by his master and attendant, Whis. Panic surged through Sun Yu. He thought, "Lana, you have truly led me into a predicament." He swallowed hard and silently prayed. He didn't hear what I just said. He hasn't seen me. He hasn't noticed my presence. "Kid, what did you say about hitting my mother?" Beerus casually flicked a piece of earwax from his finger, indifferent as he glanced at Sun Yu. In that moment, a chilling sensation gripped Sun Yu's soul. A fear that transcended mere temperature, delving into the deepest recesses of human dread. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, as onlookers curiously scrutinized Sun Yu, who had initially entered with bravado only to be rendered speechless upon seeing the seated figures. Lana, bewildered by Sun Yu's sudden paralysis, had only summoned him to vent her frustrations, yet he stood frozen as if struck by a spell. In an effort to rouse him, Lana pinched his waist fiercely and exclaimed, "You need to teach this person a lesson, or else you shall face my wrath. My dear aunt, I beg you to cease." Sun Yu nearly wept, contemplating the absurdity of confronting Beerus. At this moment, even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Goku would still be toyed with by Beerus using just a finger. As the strongest deity of the 7th universe, Beerus and the Kaioshin shared a fateful bond. While the Kaioshin governed creation, Beerus focused solely on destruction. With a mere thought, Beerus could obliterate countless star systems, embodying a pure malice that transcended conventional morality. It was this unmeasurable power that instilled fear. "I believe I may have mistaken you. Perhaps you two should converse first, as I have matters to attend to." Sun Yu chuckled nervously, attempting to mask his prior actions. "Hey, Kyle, what's the matter? Are you actually afraid of this fool?" Lana whispered into Sun Yu's ear. He quickly covered her mouth, pleading, "Please, let us not escalate this. I will explain everything later. Just apologize to this esteemed gentleman." The mere suggestion of apologizing ignited Lana's fury. "You dare suggest I apologize to this imbecile? Very well, Kyle, have you grown wings or something? Do you realize how outrageous he is? This stall sells only 100 special desserts per day. My mother and I waited in line all day, only for this shameless fool to snatch the last one. Is he not despicable?" Lana shot Sun Yu a glare that promised dire consequences should he dare defend the man she deemed contemptible. Sunyu, keeping his gaze averted, observed the growing menace in Beerus's eyes as Lana's tirade intensified. The air around them thickened ominously, as if the very fabric of reality were on the verge of collapsing. Very well, I am a benevolent deity, but your repeated challenges to my limits leave me no choice but to obliterate you, Beerus declared. If you wish to attack, do so now. Otherwise, when I take action, you shall have no chance. Rising slowly, he raised his left hand, conjuring a dark red energy sphere in the air. Perhaps the surrounding crowd felt little from this egg-sized orb, but both Sunyu and Lana were acutely aware of the terrifying energy it contained. In that instant, Lana comprehended the reason for Sunyu's apprehension. He tightened her grip on Lana's arm, sensing an unprecedented fear reflected in their eyes. This egg-sized sphere was Beerus's cataclysmic sphere. Should it descend, planet Vegeta would not need Frieza to bring about its destruction, and this tale would conclude prematurely. However, cornered creatures fight back. And Sunyu could not allow Beerus to annihilate planet Vegeta. The thought of perishing alongside Lana and leaving Bulma on Earth waiting for his return ignited a blazing fury within him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Beerus and shouted, "Esteemed sir, I have tolerated you long enough. Do you dare accept my challenge?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, and even Beerus was amused by Sunyu's audacious declaration. Was stifled a laugh, remarking, "This young man is quite entertaining. Even while cursing, he retains a sense of politeness." With a dismissive smirk, Beerus flicked his finger, causing the ominous cataclysmic sphere to dissipate into a wisp of smoke. Sunyu and Lana felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders as Beerus coolly regarded Sunyu. "It has been many years since anyone dared to challenge me. Very well, if you can defeat me, we shall consider this matter settled, but should you lose, you shall all perish." The stakes had now escalated to a life-or-death wager, and the crowd erupted in uproar. Yet, had they known the consequence of Sunyu's defeat would mean the annihilation of planet Vegeta, would their excitement still remain? "To ensure no one accuses me of bullying you, I shall grant you 3 strikes. Beerus crossed his arms, leisurely awaiting Sunyu's attack. "Humph, in broad daylight, what need is there for violence? Only a barbaric monkey would revel in such disputes. Today we shall not engage in combat," Sunyu retorted, boldly accusing Beerus while pointing a finger at him. "Hey, Kyle, you're provoking him again." Lana's expression darkened, prompting Hill to hurriedly apologize to the furious Saiyans surrounding them. Sunyu turned his head and quietly remarked, "Why bother with so much now? I have my own methods." With that, he pulled out a hefty handful of universal capsules from his pocket and flung them into the air with a resounding pop. Instantly, the spacious food street was adorned with mounds of delectable dishes. These culinary delights were brought by Sunyu from Earth, preserved in the capsules to maintain their freshness, exuding an aroma as enticing as if they had just emerged from the oven. The onlookers were not only astonished, but even the ancient beings Beerus and Whis were taken aback, despite their vast experiences with the myriad of cuisines across the universe. These mountainous delicacies were entirely unprecedented to them. The most compelling aspect was that merely gazing upon them ignited an irresistible appetite. At that moment, Sunyu had donned an apron and seated himself nearby, casting a disdainful glance at Beerus. "Are you afraid? I challenge you to a feast. Let's see who can eat more and faster. If you dare not compete, you might as well concede." "Brat, what did you say? Do you believe I want to obliterate you right now?" Beerus retorted, wiping the drool from his lips and glaring fiercely at Sunyu. Unexpectedly, a light chuckle emanated from behind Beerus. "Oh ho ho, this soft and fluffy treat is absolutely delightful. It melts in the mouth and leaves a lingering flavor. What is this called?" The inquiry came from Whis, who had already begun to indulge. "It's called pudding," Sunyu replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. "Pudding, you say? How delicious, and what an appealing name," Whis exclaimed, popping another piece into his mouth for further savoring. Beerus, irked, interjected, "Hey, Whis, those are for my competition with that brat. You can't eat them." With that, Beerus shoved Whis aside and lunged toward the mountainous earth delicacies. "Brat, bring forth the utensils. I accept your challenge." Upon hearing Sunyu propose the food contest, Lana felt as if the world had spun around her. She thought Sunyu must be joking, although she had no clear understanding of this creature before her. The sheer aura he emanated suggested he was one of the rare powerful beings in the universe. Would a being of such caliber truly engage in a trivial competition? To her astonishment, he indeed agreed. Lana felt her worldview shatter, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead as she muttered, "That fool is willing to abandon all dignity for the sake of food." Unfazed, Hill discreetly tugged at Lana's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. Thus, mother and daughter prepared to quietly enjoy a watermelon they had halved, intent on being mere bystanders to the unfolding spectacle. However, just as Beerus, having donned his white apron and prepared his utensils, caught a whiff of something, he abruptly turned to face Lana, his gaze turning icy. In a swift motion, he appeared right before her, towering over her. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you accept Kale's challenge? What are you doing here?" Lana was startled by Beerus' sudden appearance, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Sunyu, having finally put his worries aside, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety as he cast a concerned glance at the mother-daughter duo, Lana and Hill. "Little girl, what is that you hold in your hand? Please tell me." Beerus, maintaining a faade of composure, discreetly wiped his mouth, his eyes still brimming with menace. It appeared that he was coveting the watermelon in Lana's possession. With a faint smile, Lana extended the watermelon towards him, explaining, "Esteemed sir, this is called a watermelon. It is a type of fruit." Upon hearing this, the menace in Beerus's gaze intensified. He turned to Senzu, his voice booming with indignation. "Hey, kid. Why is it that our meals do not include this fruit? Are you concealing some delightful treasure from me? Produce it at once. I would not wish for our competition to be tainted by unfairness. God of destruction, your integrity has fallen to the ground. Do you not intend to retrieve it?" Beerus casually accepted the watermelon from Lana, opening his mouth wide to devour the half-basketball-sized fruit in one gulp, chewing noisily. As he munched, he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. However, the skin is somewhat tough, and the seeds are rather obtrusive, detracting from the overall aesthetic of this delicacy." Weiss, on the other hand, discreetly took the watermelon from Hill's hands. Unlike Beerus, he produced a spoon from seemingly nowhere, elegantly scooping out a piece of the fruit and savoring it. "Oh ho ho. This fruit is delightfully fragrant, sweet upon entry, and exceedingly refreshing, ideal for such sweltering weather. Ugh, what a hassle." Beerus scoffed, lifting his head in disdain as he returned to his own table. "That is a grave misconception." Senzu observed Beerus with a look of exasperation. At Senzu's words, Beerus erupted in fury. "Kid, repeat that. Do you dare challenge me? I could obliterate you in an instant." Senzu let out a slow, disdainful snort, exclaiming, "You truly understand nothing. As a genuine connoisseur of cuisine, one must cultivate an appreciation for the art of gastronomy, especially when indulging in exquisite dishes. It is essential to approach them with a reverent heart. Do not hastily judge the culinary creations by their unremarkable appearance, nor allow the complexity of their preparation to instill frustration within you. A true gourmet will always possess a tranquil mindset to savor and uncover the profound essence of food." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was stirred, and Beerus stood transfixed, for in his endless years of existence, he had never encountered such wisdom, or rather, no one had ever dared to impart such truths to him. Meanwhile, Weiss discreetly accepted a small box of universal capsules handed to him by Lana, his eyes gleaming with delight, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Senzu gazed at the sky, his eyes fixed at a 45-degree angle, bright, yet melancholic. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a tone laced with solitude and a sense of incomprehension. "This world is not devoid of culinary delights. What it lacks is merely the discerning eye to discover them. My friend, do not let an impatient heart obscure your vision." Lana, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, having never encountered a gourmand who articulated such refreshingly unique sentiments. A gentle breeze caressed Senzu's garments, causing his hair to dance in the wind, exuding the air of a reclusive sage. Surprisingly, Beerus refrained from countering Senzu's words this time, merely huffing in irritation as he turned his head away, though internally discontent. Beerus's body betraying him as he seized a turkey leg from the table and voraciously stuffed it into his mouth. "Hold on, we haven't even begun yet. How can you start eating already? Referee, I protest." Senzu exclaimed loudly, but his outcry met with silence. Turning to look, he discovered Weiss sitting with Lana and her daughter, merrily enjoying slices of watermelon. "How infuriating," Senzu muttered under his breath, unwilling to concede as he launched his own assault on the food before him. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and the crowd of onlookers dwindled. A few oblivious souls attempted to disrupt the contest between Senzu and Beerus, only to be swiftly dispatched by Weiss's cane. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the mounds of delectable food before Senzu and Beerus were steadily diminished. Of course, Senzu could not genuinely expect to rival a deity's appetite with that of a mere mortal, yet the saying goes, "You have your clever stratagems, and I have my ladders to scale the walls." A sly grin flickered across Senzu's face as he discreetly lifted a small dish of peas. Senzu's movements captured Beerus's attention. He delicately pinched a pea with his fingers and tossed it into his mouth, producing a delightful crunch. Senzu's face radiated sheer ecstasy as he exclaimed, "Delicious, absolutely delicious." Beerus glanced around at the chaos on his own table, and finally noticed a small dish of dark green, shriveled beans in the corner near Senzu's table. "What is this peculiar item? How did I overlook it before?" Beerus mimicked Senzu's actions, pinching a shriveled bean and bringing it to his nose, filled with curiosity as he inquired. Senzu cast a sultry glance at Beerus, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused, "Surely, you have never encountered such a thing. This is a divine delicacy I discreetly added to your meal while you were distracted. 300-year-old high-concentration alcohol beans, guaranteed to leave you incapacitated." With this thought, Senzu picked up another bean from his bowl and consumed it, though it was merely an ordinary bean for him. One single divine bean is equivalent to the sustenance of an average person for 10 days. Thus, this small dish of beans served as Senzu's ultimate trump card, combined with the previous foods he had consumed. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, would ultimately reach his limit. To triumph in this contest, Senzu was indeed willing to invest heavily. Should he emerge victorious over Beerus, not only would the crisis on Vegeta be averted, but he could also cultivate a rapport with Beerus, an opportunity that promised immense benefits. There was no need to fear that Beerus would turn hostile upon defeat. As a connoisseur, a deity of integrity, he would surely honor his word. Beerus sensed that the seemingly insignificant being before him was extraordinary. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth, crunching down with vigor. His eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed delightful, rich, and chewy. Without hesitation, he poured the entire dish of divine beans into his mouth. Witnessing this, Senzu raised an eyebrow, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. See? What of the god of destruction? He has fallen for my trick. The two then indulged in a feast, with Senzu reaching a point of near exhaustion. Fortunately for him, Beerus's condition appeared even more dire. The effects of the divine beans were clearly taking hold, as Beerus's belly swelled prominently. He was now relying solely on his willpower to persist, determined to avoid defeat. Senzu glanced at Beerus, whose throat seemed nearly overwhelmed with food, raising an eyebrow. If you can't handle it, then just concede. If your gazes could slay, Beerus would have metaphorically dispatched Senzu 1,000,000 times over. For this seemingly insignificant creature dared to challenge his authority. Yet, given another opportunity, Beerus would unhesitatingly embrace Senzu's challenge, for the delectable fare was simply irresistible. Before them lay a table adorned with a single plate of takoyaki, containing 12 pieces. Thus, the victor of this culinary contest would be determined by who could consume these 12 takoyaki first. Kid, you seem to be struggling as well. Should you falter? I shall ensure your demise will be without a grave. Beerus growled ominously from deep within his throat, then extended a trembling hand to skewer a takoyaki with a bamboo stick. The golden, glistening takoyaki emitted an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Yet, despite the allure of this unprecedented delicacy, Beerus found himself unable to open his mouth, fearing that doing so would unleash a torrent of previously consumed food. I cannot afford to lose such a rare and delicious treat. A glint of determination flashed in Beerus's eyes as he abruptly shoved the takoyaki into his mouth, tilting his head back in an earnest attempt to swallow it down. Senzu, unwilling to be outdone, simultaneously skewered 2 octopus balls and swallowed them whole. Both individuals reclined in their chairs, gasping for breath, their breathing heavy and labored. Kid, if you concede now, I assure you, I will not obliterate you. What do you say? Beerus gazed at Senzu with weary eyes, feeling as if the food in his stomach was rising to his throat. Humph, without victory. I would rather perish. This challenge transcends life and death. It is a matter of a gourmet's honor, Senzu proclaimed, suddenly straightening up and shoving the remaining plate of octopus balls into his mouth. You scoundrel, Beerus exclaimed, witnessing Senzu devour the last of the octopus balls. Refusing to accept defeat, he unleashed a formidable aura that shook the very heavens and earth. A purplish-red energy enveloped Beerus, causing Senzu's heart to tremble. He sensed no trace of his opponent's presence, yet the overwhelming illusion of impending cataclysm nearly seized his breath. The divine aura was imperceptible to mortals, yet its celestial might reverberated through the cosmos. Good heavens, is it truly necessary to unleash all that power over a mere handful of octopus balls? Senzu thought, a torrent of frustrations surging through his mind. He suddenly perceived that the plate of octopus balls in Beerus's grasp was indeed a worthy prize. For they were about to be consumed by a god, one who would exert all his strength to relish them. This scenario was akin to using an atomic bomb to swat a fly. In the blink of an eye, witnessing Beerus unleash his full might, Senzu grasped his plate and poured the remaining octopus balls into his mouth. Without a moment for chewing, he swallowed 10 octopus balls in one go. The crowd around them had nearly dispersed. Watching others indulge in delectable treats only heightened their own hunger, prompting them to return home. Only a few remained, along with Whis and the mother-daughter duo, Lana. Their gazes were unwaveringly fixed on Senzu and Beerus, for the outcome of this contest was on the verge of revelation. Would planet Vegeta's fate be mere survival or premature destruction? Gulp, gulp. Both competitors swallowed their final octopus balls simultaneously, Senzu collapsing weakly into his chair, contemplating the divine physique of a deity. Thankfully, he had surreptitiously fed Beerus a dish of Senzu beans. Otherwise, he would have been utterly defeated. A draw, after all, was a splendid conclusion. Beerus, having relinquished his divine aura, slumped into his chair, rubbing his belly as he quietly digested the food within. At that moment, Whis approached, observing the two with gentle eyes, and announced, "It seems the results of the contest are in. Congratulations, sir. You are the victor of this competition." Hey, Whis, have you accepted a bride? It was clearly a tie, yet you declare him the winner. Explain yourself. Beerus bellowed in exasperation. Indeed, I did accept a bride, Whis admitted, brandishing a small capsule from his pocket before Beerus. He shamelessly confessed. However, the declaration remains fair. You seem to have forgotten that I consumed 2 pudding cups from your pile, making your food quantity lesser than that of this gentleman. Curse it. I also ate half a watermelon. Why did you not mention that? Beerus roared in fury. No one forced you to eat. You chose to indulge. Don't blame me. Senzu shrugged innocently, a look of feigned innocence on his face. Humph, this god shall not stoop to engage with mere mortals. Beerus turned his face away, his expression radiating lofty disdain. Sun Wukong discovered that, surprisingly, after his recent provocation of the god of destruction, Beerus, the latter did not exhibit any anger. It seemed that the allure of exquisite cuisine had indeed fostered a slight camaraderie between them. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong boldly approached Beerus, placing a hand upon his shoulder and raising an eyebrow. Today's feast was delightful. Let us arrange a time for a more sumptuous meal next time. Rest assured. My friend, it will be on me. Initially, Beerus was quite put off by Sun Wukong's familiar gesture, causing the fragile rapport they had established to shatter instantly. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beerus perked up, turning to him with a soft inquiry. Are you serious? Sun Wukong responded candidly, I assure you. I know of a place that boasts the finest culinary ingredients and techniques in the universe. What we just savored was merely a fraction of what that planet has to offer. Next time, I shall take you there, and you may indulge as you please. Sun Yu abruptly patted Beerus on the shoulder, causing a fleeting moment of bewilderment to flicker in the latter's eyes. The morsel he had just savored was but a minuscule fraction of the myriad delicacies offered by that planet. What manner of place was it? A culinary paradise, perhaps? Whis. 2. Gazed upon Sun Yu with a look of yearning, offering him a warm smile. Let us be friends. I am Sun Yu, and my Saiyan name is Kelsis. Sun Yu declared earnestly, extending his hand toward Beerus. Beerus momentarily hesitated, only to swiftly comprehend Sun Yu's intentions. How amusing it was that this fellow sought friendship with him. Did a god of destruction truly require companions? Withdraw your hand. I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe, and this is my servant, Whis. He replied, lifting his chin in disdain as he regarded Sun Yu. Do not assume I jest when I speak of your potential annihilation. I wield the power of destruction across the cosmos, capable of obliterating countless stars with but a thought. At that moment, Lana and Hill finally grasped the gravity of Beerus's identity, both gasping in astonishment. Although Sun Yu had long been aware of the identities of Beerus and Whis, he could not help but feel his heart race a little faster when Beerus spoke with such solemnity. Therefore, do not entertain the illusion of getting too familiar with me. We exist on different planes. After uttering these words, Beerus yawned, turned, and departed, leaving Whis behind. As Sun Yu gazed at the suddenly serious Beerus, his emotions grew complex. He had anticipated many scenarios, yet he had overlooked one vital aspect. In the original Dragon Ball, the reason Son Goku could forge a friendship with Beerus was that after transforming into a Super Saiyan God, he possessed the strength to challenge deities, thus earning their recognition. However, Sun Yu's current meager combat power appeared to Beerus as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Indeed, differing levels of strength could prevent friendship. Yet, I shall one day reach your realm and boldly challenge you, Destroyer God Beerus. Sun Yu silently watched the retreating figures of Beerus and Whis, a surge of fervent ambition igniting within him. Once Beerus and Whis had departed, Lana and her daughter Hill approached Sun Yu, expressing concern. Kale, are you all right? That individual truly is a deity. Why do I feel he resembles a starving ghost reborn? Haha. Sun Yu chuckled lightly, explaining, he is indeed a deity, albeit with a penchant for gourmet cuisine. If he had been presented with those delicacies earlier, everything on planet Vegeta would have already been reduced to cosmic dust. A wave of dread washed over everyone. Sun Yu still needed to discuss expedition plans with Lana and Hill, so they promptly returned to Uncle Ali's residence. In the sky, Beerus sat cross-legged, floating, while Whis stood beside him, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Lord Beerus. That fellow named Sun Yu is quite an intriguing character. Humph. Beerus tilted his head dismissively, stating, I know what you imply. His combat power is indeed superior to many. But what does it matter? Before me, he is merely an insect. Are you attempting to mask your embarrassment from losing to him in the earlier contest? Whis stifled a laugh. Hey, Whis, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly care about such trivialities? Not in the slightest. Beerus bellowed. The two swiftly arrived at the royal palace of planet Vegeta. With an air of nonchalance, Beerus and Whis entered without drawing the attention of the guards. Upon attaining the level of deities, they could remain undetected by mortals even if the latter searched for them with lanterns. Inside the royal palace, grand corridors stretched endlessly, adorned with exquisite carvings of majestic beasts and rare birds. In the grand hall, a lavish banquet table overflowed with opulent delicacies. At that moment, King Vegeta reclined on his throne, leisurely indulging in tea and snacks when an icy voice suddenly echoed through the vast hall. King Vegeta, long time no see. Who goes there? An assassin. Accompanied by the abrupt voice were two indistinct figures. King Vegeta's heart raced. His first instinct was that an assassin sought his life. The audacity of someone approaching him undetected signified a rare strength. He leapt from his chair, and the guards immediately surrounded him, determined to protect their king with their lives. However, upon focusing on the figures before him, seated casually with legs crossed, he was struck with terror as he recognized Beerus and Whis. Your humble servant greets Lord Beerus. King Vegeta reluctantly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. The guards stood in shock. Having never witnessed the proud King Vegeta bowing to anyone, certainly not to someone as formidable as Frieza. Why are you still here? Depart at once. King Vegeta gestured to his guards, who, startled, quickly retreated. Once the guards had exited, the hall fell into a profound silence. King Vegeta, gazing at the impassive Beerus, forced a smile, asking, What brings you to my humble abode, Lord Beerus? It happens to be dinner time. May I humbly invite you to partake in my hospitality? Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Beerus cast a cold glance at the lavish spread before him, then abruptly raised his foot and stomped it onto King Vegeta's face, exclaiming, "Are you offering me this garbage to appease a beggar? Is this food even fit for human consumption? I doubt even pigs would eat this." Fresh from enjoying the exquisite cuisine brought by Sun Yu from Earth, Beerus found no merit in the offerings of other civilizations. Thus, what King Vegeta deemed opulent appeared to Beerus as nothing but swine fodder. With Beerus' foot pressing down like an imposing mountain, King Vegeta struggled in vain to free himself, his hands braced against the ground in desperation. "Do you know why I've come to find you today, King Vegeta? You've got quite the nerve. Last time I requested the most comfortable pillow in the universe, you brought it to me but kept the best one for yourself, leaving me with the second best, causing me sleepless nights. Do you understand your transgression?" Upon hearing Beerus' words, King Vegeta broke into a cold sweat, urgently pleading, "Lord Beerus, I acknowledge my fault. I beg for another chance, Lord Beerus." Beerus' eyes glinted with a chilling radiance, making King Vegeta tremble uncontrollably, his garments drenched in cold sweat. After a prolonged silence, Beerus finally huffed, "Pray for your fortune, for today you are fortunate. I happen to be in a good mood. I shall grant you another chance. Present me with the most comfortable pillow in the entire universe. Otherwise, there will be no reason for Planet Vegeta to exist." With that, Beerus stomped down harder, pressing King Vegeta's entire face into the ground before standing, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, preparing to depart with Whis. However, he noticed a figure hiding behind a stone pillar in the corner of the hall. Before the peeping individual could react, Whis swiftly moved behind the pillar and looked down to find a child aged 4 or 5. He effortlessly lifted the child by the scruff of his neck. "Let me go, you insolent fool. I will kill you," the child shouted, revealing himself to be Prince Vegeta, the king's young son, known as a once-in-a-century genius. He struggled against Whis' grip, flailing his tiny arms in a futile attempt to attack. "Vegeta, do not speak disrespectfully to this esteemed individual." King Vegeta scolded his son sternly, concerned that Vegeta might provoke the godly servant of Beerus, bringing calamity upon Planet Vegeta. "Oh ho ho, so it is young Prince Vegeta. A pleasure to meet you." Whis gently set Vegeta down and floated back to Beerus' side. Having witnessed Beerus trampling his father, young Vegeta's innocent heart was struck with a profound shock. Anger surged within him at the thought that someone dared to bully his father. As he was released by Whis, Vegeta hung his head, humiliated, tears welling in his eyes, unable to comprehend how, as the noble Saiyan king, he could display such weakness. In that moment, Vegeta harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his ineffectual father and loathed his own inability to resist. A seed of hatred was quietly sown within his heart. Beerus yawned widely, his eyes half-closed as he glanced at King Vegeta, stating, "I hope you are a wise man. Whis, let us return. I am tired." Upon finishing his words, he gracefully settled into a cross-legged position behind Whis, placing a hand on Whis' shoulder. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped them, and both Beerus and Whis transformed into a radiant beam, vanishing from sight. Gazing at the spot where the light had dissipated, King Vegeta suddenly collapsed to the ground. Reminiscing about the chilling aura that had emanated from Beerus, a sensation that plunged him into an abyss of terror akin to the depths of the underworld. Useless. Vegeta coldly glared at his father before turning away without a backward glance. In the vast hall, only the fallen King Vegeta remained, his countenance ashen, indifferent to his son's departure, as if lost in contemplation. Upon returning to Uncle Ollie's home, Sun Wukong succinctly recounted the recent encounter to Uncle Ollie. After listening, Uncle Ollie was taken aback, having only recently learned about the terrifying nature of Frieza, and now another entity, the god of destruction Beerus, had emerged, leading him to perceive the world as perilously daunting. As strength increases, one's perspective gradually broadens, allowing glimpses into realms untouched by ordinary individuals. "This is both a blessing and a curse," Sun Wukong mused. Uncle Ollie nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, for many ordinary people, simply living a stable life is sufficient. Encountering too much can easily instill fear within them. However, as a warrior race, the Saiyans, knowing there are so many powerful beings in the universe, brings me genuine joy." Once, due to his limited vision, Uncle Ollie believed that a power level of 4 or 5,000 was the pinnacle, while King Vegeta's 10,000 seemed an insurmountable barrier. Yet, Sun Wukong's appearance enlightened him, revealing that he had consistently underestimated the potential of the Saiyans. Through these days of intense and effective training, both Uncle Ollie and Anhil's power levels had surpassed 10,000, bolstered by their rich combat experience and profound foundation. Under Sun Wukong's attentive guidance, they swiftly mastered the control of Ki, witnessing an explosive growth in their combat prowess, an evolution they had never dared to imagine before. Subsequently, Sun Wukong elaborated on the expedition plan to Lana and Hill. Lana expressed her willingness to follow Sun Wukong wherever he went, and Hill also agreed to adhere to her husband's arrangements. Thus, the expedition plan was solidified. With several days remaining for preparations, Sun Wukong lay languidly on Uncle Ollie's sofa, casually perusing a personnel list sent by ranks. He contemplated the delicate relationship between King Vegeta and Frieza, noting that the planet Vegeta had become subtly divided into two factions. One faction, predominantly composed of the upper middle class, leaned towards King Vegeta, with many discontented by Frieza's reign, yearning for the Saiyans to reclaim autonomy. As Uncle Ollie's family belonged to this middle tier of warriors, it explained why Sun Wukong and Lana were summoned back from Earth, an endeavor by King Vegeta to rally more middle-tier warriors to his cause. The opposing faction primarily consisted of lower-tier individuals, overlooked by the so-called elite of planet Vegeta, given the Saiyan admiration for the strong. Frieza's emergence provided them with an opportunity to validate their worth. Consequently, many oblivious lower-tier Saiyans staunchly supported Frieza's legion. Thus, the personnel list in Sun Wukong's hands predominantly featured members from this second faction. He harbored no fears that they might betray him in the future and side with Frieza, for the list had been meticulously curated to exclude die-hard loyalists favored by Frieza's army. The remaining individuals were those discarded by the upper echelon of planet Vegeta, striving for survival through their own efforts. Compared to the aloof King Vegeta, they held a greater admiration for those who could lead them directly. It was precisely for this reason that Sun Wukong permitted their inclusion in his ranks. As he casually flipped through the list, he was suddenly captivated by a name, Bardock. Sun Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously, for he was no stranger to the name Bardock, the renowned father of Sun Wukong. As a low-ranking warrior, he had, through sheer determination, risen to become one of the few formidable fighters on planet Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, Bardock suffered a head injury from the magical fist of the natives of Kanasa, which granted him the foresight of the annihilation of the Saiyan race. He was also the first Saiyan to rebel against the Frieza force. Sun Yu vividly recalled the scene where Bardock single-handedly confronted Frieza. To his astonishment, he discovered that Bardock's current battle power stood at 6,000. Staring at the supplementary information on the list, he noted that such power was typically reserved for the esteemed families of planet Vegeta. Yet, this lowly warrior had managed to attain such heights through his relentless efforts. Of course, Bardock's wife, Jine, and his eldest son, Raditz, were also listed. Sun Wukong was absent, having been sent to Earth ahead of time. Thinking of Sun Wukong so far away on Earth brought a smile to Sun Yu's face as he wondered about the young one's current state. Despite having reminded Grandpa Gohan, Sun Yu couldn't help but worry whether Gohan had timely removed the young Wukong's tail. He hoped that upon his next return to Earth, he wouldn't find himself accidentally crushed by the little one. Speaking of which, he had absorbed quite a bit of the martial philosophy of the Turtle School, forming a bond with Gohan that transcended generations. Thus, in terms of hierarchy, he could awkwardly consider himself a senior uncle to the young Wukong. This meant he would, by extension, have to address Bardock as senior brother. Although Bardock was not a disciple of the Turtle School, he was, after all, the biological father of young Wukong. And that lineage could not be ignored. Sun Yu chuckled to himself, realizing that he had once again indulged in an unexpected flight of imagination. Shaking his head, he called out towards the door, Awakens. Soon after, the eager young Saiyan, who was always keen to run errands for Sun Yu, entered the room. He stood respectfully before Sun Yu, slightly bowing in deference, and inquired, "My Lord Kyle, how may I serve you?" Sun Yu handed over the list, pointing to the family of Bardock, and said, "I wish to meet this individual. Can you retrieve him for me?" Phalanx glanced at the name Sun Yu indicated, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Certainly, my lord, I shall seek him out at once." "Wait." Sun Yu waved his hand and abruptly rose from the sofa. "On second thought, I shall go to see him myself. Please guide me." "Of course, Lord Kyle." Phalanx was somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why Sun Yu insisted on meeting this person in person. "May I be so bold as to inquire, my lord, what is your purpose in meeting him? Has he offended you in some way?" No, Sun Yu replied casually. "It is merely that his child has some connections to me, and I felt a sudden urge to meet him." Sun Yu had already regarded Phalanx as a trusted confidant, hence he did not feel the need to conceal many matters. "I see. Then, Lord Kyle, let us proceed." Phalanx, understanding the unspoken rules of servitude, refrained from further questioning, recognizing that there are matters best left unasked. Due to his origins as a low-ranking warrior, Bardock resided in a modest area on the outskirts of the imperial city. Phalanx had once lived there as well. But since aligning himself with Sun Yu, he had secured a rental in the middle-class residential district through the arrangements of Uncle Ollie. Sun Yu and Phalanx flew together to the civilian district. Gazing down at the crowded streets in the dismal ecological environment, Phalanx felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He once again realized that his unwavering decision to follow Sun Yu was the wisest choice of his life. "Lord Kyle, the small house ahead is Bardock's home. Let us prepare for landing." Sun Yu followed the direction pointed out by Phalanx and indeed saw an old, low house. Although somewhat dilapidated, it was impeccably clean both inside and out. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Bardock's virtuous wife, Janae. According to the information available, Janae was merely an ordinary Saiyan woman, lacking in combat prowess. Thus, she had sought employment in the city to manage logistical tasks. Sun Wukong and Phalanx descended from the heavens, arriving at the doorstep of Bardock's abode. Before Sun Wukong could knock, Bardock had already sensed his approach through the battle power detector. With a creak, the door swung open, and Bardock emerged from within, arms crossed over his chest. Gazing coldly at Sun Wukong, "What brings you two here uninvited?" he inquired. Sun Yu surveyed the individual before him, and indeed, the hairstyle was identical to that of little Wukong. However, this Bardak had yet to endure the battle of Kanasha Star, and his visage appeared notably more youthful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kalthus, though you may also refer to me as Sun Yu. This is my attendant, Awakens, Sun Yu remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing Sun Yu's introduction, Bardak furrowed his brow, recalling that just a few days prior, he had received an invitation from a team named the City Management Squad to participate in an expedition. Even his wife, Jine, had been recruited as a logistics officer. The generous compensation offered had led him to acquiesce. I have heard of you. You are the one who eliminated the leader of the original Ripu team, Relton, and subsequently took command of his squad, correct? So, it is you who has extended this invitation to me? Bardak inquired, scrutinizing the seemingly youthful figure before him. Struggling to reconcile this individual with the notorious killer of Relton. Habitually adjusting the battle power detector affixed to his ear, Bardak noted that it still indicated a mere 1200. He gently removed the device and, with a sudden motion, crushed it in his grasp, chuckling. Indeed, just as the rumors suggested, only 1200 in battle power. Yet who would believe it? He added, even if this device was a gift from Frieza, must you treat it so dismissively? With that, Bardak stepped forward, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. Since the detector failed to reveal Sun Yu's true strength, he resolved to experience it firsthand. After all, Saiyans were notorious for their insatiable thirst for battle. Boldly, you shall not act disrespectfully towards Lord Kale. Alankus discerned Bardak's intent to challenge Sun Yu and moved to intercede. At that moment, Jine emerged from outside, her expression filled with concern, followed closely by Bardak's eldest son, Raditz. My dear, what is happening? Jine inquired, peering out with a gaze as soft as water, her petite frame contrasting sharply with the robust Bardak. Bardak suddenly retracted his haughty demeanor, turning to gaze tenderly at his wife. It is nothing, merely an acquaintance. Uncertain of Sun Yu's true intentions, Bardak hesitated to disclose Sun Yu's identity. Wishing to spare Jine any anxiety, then why not invite them in for a seat? Jine suggested, offering a sweet smile to Sun Yu and Alankus. In truth, Sun Yu was quite inclined to accept the invitation for a cup of tea. However, he became acutely aware of Bardak's predatory gaze fixed upon him, as if agreeing to Jine's invitation would lead to mutual destruction. No, it is unnecessary. Sun Yu managed a somewhat awkward smile as Bardak abruptly grasped him and soared into the sky. With a casual wave towards Jine, he declared, I have something to attend to. I'll be off now. Goodbye. Before the words could fully escape his lips, he whisked Sun Yu away towards the distant suburbs. Aware of Bardak's intentions, Alanks bowed respectfully to Mrs. Jine before pursuing them. Jine pouted in displeasure, glancing back at her young son Raditz and lamenting, your father, truly, is never a source of ease. Before long, the trio found themselves over a desolate expanse, where the civilian district merged seamlessly with the far-off horizon. Surrounded by a barren landscape of yellow earth, a fierce wind swept across the wilderness, stirring up clouds of dust. Bardak and Sun Yu stood facing each other, while Alanks positioned himself a short distance behind Sun Yu. There is seldom a reason for such an audience without purpose. Speak. What brings you to seek me today? Bardak clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a growing fervor for battle. Sun Yu smiled faintly and said, if I were to claim that I came to discuss life and ideals with you, would you believe me? Stop beating around the bush. Will you speak the truth or not? Bardak's emotions were somewhat agitated, seemingly disinterested in engaging in a game of words with Sun Yu. What a tedious person. Sun Yu casually cleared his ears and calmly replied, in truth, I did come to talk to you about life. However, it is your life that we are discussing. Before you now lie two paths. The first path is to follow me. Before Sun Yu could articulate the second path, Bardak immediately interrupted him, declaring, I choose the second path. Sun Yu smiled, casting a knowing glance at Bardak, and remarked, you didn't even inquire about what the second option is before hastily making your choice? The second path is my relentless assault until you yield. Haha. Bardak chuckled heartily at Sun Yu's words, clutching his belly in laughter. I must admit, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. However, I advise you not to consider me as inept as Lair done, or else you shall find yourself in dire straits. No sooner had he spoken than Bardak lunged forward with astonishing speed, his form almost flickering as he charged at Sun Yu. Yet, Sun Yu appeared unfazed, remaining steadfast in his position. Alanks, watching from behind, felt a surge of anxiety and called out, Lord Kale, danger. Ha, got you, you worthless fool. As Bardak closed the distance to within 10 feet of Sun Yu, he conjured a palm-sized sphere of energy in his right hand and hurled it towards him. With a resounding whoosh, Bardak's palm pierced through what he believed to be Sun Yu's body, only to discover that he was met with nothingness. What? This is impossible. Bardak could hardly believe his eyes. He had clearly seen his energy sphere strike Sun Yu. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Sun Yu had vanished without a trace. Phantom Fist. Alanks exclaimed with fervor, recognizing the technique. He recalled witnessing Sun Yu deploy this move during a spar with Uncle Ali, which had left him in awe of Sun Yu's prowess. Where could he be? Bardak searched frantically, but Sun Yu's figure eluded him, drawing upon years of combat experience. He suddenly glanced upward, only to be met with a flying kick aimed straight at him. Bang! A muted thud echoed as Bardock was sent hurtling several dozen meters away by Sun Yu's strike, a plume of dust rising from the ground in his wake. Sun Yu lightly landed on one foot, placing his hands on his hips as he called out to the distance, "Hey, Bardock. You might as well take this seriously, otherwise it will lack any significance." Bardock struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his clothes and chuckling self-deprecatingly. "Haha, to think I've been underestimated by a mere child. How embarrassing. Oh, does this mean you're finally going to take it seriously?" Sun Yu observed Bardock with interest, genuinely curious about his true combat prowess, wondering if he might be in for an unexpected surprise. Indeed, just don't soil yourself in fear. With that, Bardock clenched his fists tightly, his muscles trembling, as a terrifying aura began to brew around him. Although Sun Yu lacked a combat power detector, he had long mastered the realm of martial arts to the point of perception, allowing him to discern the fighting capabilities of others with clarity. Before him stood Bardock, whose combat power was surging at a meteoric pace, 6,200, 6,680, 7,000. After surpassing 7,000, Bardock's combat power finally stabilized at a remarkable 7,650. Sun Yu regarded him with an approving gaze, acknowledging, "I never would have guessed that as a low-tier warrior, you could achieve such a formidable strength, rivaling even the prestigious families within the royal city." Bardock felt a tremor within as Sun Yu accurately revealed his combat power without any detection device. This sense of being seen through was unsettling. "Enough chatter. Prepare yourself," he declared. "Since you insist, I shall indulge you." In an instant, Sun Yu suppressed his aura to a strength of 6,000, eager to engage with this legendary figure and discern who would emerge victorious in a battle of similar prowess. To win Bardock's allegiance, it was clear that overwhelming him with superior strength would not suffice. Such an approach would only incite rebellion. To earn Bardock's respect, Sun Yu understood that he must defeat him on equal footing, compelling him to concede wholeheartedly. As Sun Yu released his 6,000 strength aura, Bardock's eyes narrowed. Years of battle experience informed him that this youth was far from ordinary. He resembled a sword sheathed, ready to unleash devastation once drawn. Yet, what of it? To confront a powerful adversary was the lifelong aspiration of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Thus, Sun Yu and Bardock became two fleeting shadows, while Alanx could only listen to the cacophony of battle resonating from the heavens and the earth. Their movements were astoundingly swift, eluding Alanx's gaze. After a moment of astonishment, a smile graced Alanx's lips, his eyes shimmering with boundless admiration. Was this the essence of combat among the strong? The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, and the vast plains beyond the city stirred with relentless winds. The ground trembled intermittently as the two figures intertwined. Sun Yu and Bardock. Their clash soared from the earth into the sky and back again, transforming the once pristine expanse into a chaotic landscape, riddled with craters and ravines, as though it had endured a meteor shower. Yet, despite the intensity of their encounter, Sun Yu found himself at a disadvantage. His combat power of 6,000 proved inadequate to sustain his 900-kilogram heavy armor during extreme combat, severely limiting his speed, which barely exceeded Bardock's. Initially, Sun Yu managed to leverage this slight edge to gain the upper hand. However, Bardock, a legendary figure in his own right, possessed combat talents that could rival those of the future Sun Wukong. Upon recognizing Sun Yu's speed advantage, Bardock swiftly adapted his combat strategy, employing his extensive experience to anticipate Sun Yu's moves, while predicting a single action might be achievable for an ordinary person after specialized training. The true challenge lay in the frenetic pace of high-speed combat, something Bardock executed with finesse. Another predicted side kick struck Sun Yu, who had attempted a lateral assault. "You spoke so confidently at the outset. I expected more from you," Bardock taunted. In response to Bardock's mockery, Sun Yu stepped back, brushing the dust from his chest, and replied solemnly, "What is there to gloat about? My movements are merely hindered by my physical constraints, causing a disconnect between my mind and body." "Hindered? A disconnect?" Bardock echoed incredulously, momentarily taken aback before scoffing. "I see no constraints. If you're going to make excuses, at least offer a more convincing one." Sun Yu did not respond. He simply stood silently in midair. With a gentle motion, he removed the heavy wristbands from his hands, allowing them to fall freely to the ground. As they struck the earth, two resounding booms echoed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It was as if Sun Yu had not merely discarded two wristbands, but rather unleashed two explosive devices. How infuriating. What on earth are those? Bardock could hardly comprehend the weight of the items Sun Yu had just shed. He gazed at Sun Yu as if he were a monster, incredulous that he had been fighting alongside such formidable burdens. Sun Yu smiled yet remained silent, coiling his legs in the air and discarding his boots into the abyss below. The ensuing thunderous booms echoed, leaving Bardock parched and speechless. Had it been merely two gauntlets, he might have clung to a thread of hope, believing he still held a considerable advantage. However, as Sun Yu shed those cumbersome boots, Bardock felt as if a ferocious beast had been unshackled before him. The spectacle was not yet over. Sun Yu unfastened the soft armor he had long donned, revealing a black vest underneath. Upon the first glimpse of that vest, Bardock's heart trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Sun Wukong crossed his arms and removed the exceptionally heavy vest, which weighed a staggering 400 kilograms. Under the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta, It crashed to the ground like a celestial meteorite, creating a massive crater with a radius of 5 meters. What a monstrous feat. Bardock's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. He could scarcely fathom that Sun Wukong had been battling him while clad in such cumbersome attire. Wow, it has been ages since I last shed this oppressive armor. My body feels incredibly lighter now. Sun Yu was engaged in a flurry of movements, alternating between punches and kicks. However, regardless of whether it was a punch or a kick, Bardock could not fully discern Sun Yu's actions. They were executed with such breathtaking speed. After a brief period, Sun Yu ceased his movements and directed his gaze toward Bardock, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Have you ever experienced despair?" "What?" Bardock was momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by Sun Yu's words. Before he could process the situation, Sun Yu, who had been 50 meters away, suddenly appeared right before him. Bardock's instinctive reaction was to retreat. However, before he could move backward, he felt a sweetness in his throat, followed by a violent eruption of blood. Glancing down at his abdomen, he noticed his ribs were caved in, likely fractured. It was only then that a searing pain surged into Bardock's consciousness. As Sun Yu's speed had been such that even the sensation of pain could not catch up. The surroundings seemed to blur and recede rapidly as Bardock, gritting his teeth against the agony, forced himself to land on the ground. Bowing his head, he spat out another mouthful of blood, only to be met with another voice. "Are you ready to embrace despair?" It was Sun Yu. Bardock was taken aback to find Sun Yu had somehow landed in front of him, hands on his hips, a smile illuminating his face. "Damn it, you will pay for this." In a fit of rage, Bardock launched a punch, but Sun Yu effortlessly seized his wrist, twisting it with a swift motion. A series of cracking sounds echoed as Bardock's hand was contorted painfully, causing him to spew forth more blood, his gaze growing increasingly vacant. "Curse you." Despite the overwhelming pain threatening to render him unconscious, Bardock summoned an extraordinary will to endure. He staggered back a few steps, barely managing to maintain his balance. "You now have two choices. Either submit to me or kneel and sing of your subjugation." As Sun Yu spoke, he advanced toward Bardock. "Then you might as well kill me." "Ha! I am filled with hatred. I am utterly powerless now. My bones are shattered, yet I long to surpass you, you fiend." Bardock swayed unsteadily before collapsing to his knees, his blood soaking his garments, a pitiful sight indeed. Sun Yu approached Bardock, leaning down to whisper in his ear. "What if I could grant you power? A direct enhancement of threefold combat strength, entirely devoid of side effects." Upon hearing these words, an extraordinary brilliance flickered in Bardock's eyes. He stared intently at Sun Yu, his mouth moving silently. "I shall take that as your consent." Sun Yu chuckled softly before seizing Bardock's head and delivering a fierce punch. Bardock was sent sprawling to the ground, and Sun Yu advanced upon him, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows, the scene so brutal that it made a rank shudder from afar. After a considerable time, when Bardock was nearly at the brink of death, Sun Yu finally ceased his assault. Observing Bardock's almost lifeless form, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a magical bean. Seeing that the battle had concluded, Oranx flew over, and upon witnessing Bardock lying on the ground, battered and broken, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. "My lord, has he perished?" Sun Yu cast a glance at Olanxis and then spoke earnestly. "Olanxis, whatever you witness shortly, refrain from inquiring further or casually sharing it. Do you understand? The matter of the celestial beings is currently known only to Uncle Ollie and his family. The other members of the city management team have yet to earn my complete trust. However, this young scion before me is someone I genuinely value. Therefore, I intend to treat Bardock in his presence." Olanxis was evidently taken aback by Sun Yu's words, unable to fathom what might transpire shortly. If it were merely a matter of taking a life or disposing of a corpse in the wilderness, there would be no need for subterfuge. Such occurrences were all too common on Vegeta. Nevertheless, Olanxis possessed the virtue of letting go of thoughts he could not comprehend. Since Sun Yu was willing to place his trust in him, he would remain a silent and discreet observer. "Indeed, my lord, my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the sun and moon," Olanxis declared resolutely. Sun Wu nodded, bending down to crush the celestial bean and placing it into Bardock's mouth. He then lifted Bardock's chin to assist him in swallowing. With a soft gulp, Bardock's Adam's apple moved up and down. Sun Wu laid him back down and stepped aside, waiting silently. Oranx glanced at the barely conscious Bardock and then at the eagerly anticipating Sun Wu, suddenly realizing something. Could it be that his master had given this man some extraordinary elixir? If so, it certainly required discretion. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Bardock abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air as if he were a drowning man brought back to the surface. Once his breathing steadied, Bardock sprang up from his position, landing several meters away from Sun Wu, watching him warily while assessing his injuries. Strangely, the bones that had just been shattered by Sun Wu now appeared perfectly healed. Oranx, taken aback by this sight, stumbled back a step, covering his mouth in astonishment as his heart raced. He was acutely aware of the scion physique. After sustaining severe injuries, they could recover instantly, and the greater the injury, the higher the rise in combat power. "I have granted you the power you desire. Now release your aura and see for yourself. You should be able to sense it," Sun Wu said, arms crossed, smiling at the distant Bardock. With a hint of skepticism, Bardock began to move his body and soon realized that his injuries had indeed healed. He started to unleash his aura. Although Bardock lacked a combat power detector and could not ascertain his exact fighting ability, he distinctly felt a transformative surge within him. Sensing that his power had far surpassed its former limits, reaching an unprecedented height. Under such circumstances, only I possess the means to save you. This is your first encounter with death, which has led to a threefold increase in your combat power upon instant recovery. Your current power is approximately 22,900. Sun Wu remarked, having discerned Bardock's thoughts. Are you suggesting that as long as I can recover instantly, there will be a shortcut to enhancing my combat power in the future? Bardock questioned Sun Wu with skepticism. There are no shortcuts in this world. Sun Wu replied coldly. Our Saiyan physique is already an extraordinary existence. However, such explosive growth only occurs when one truly faces death for the first time. Future recoveries won't yield such significant leaps, although there will still be notable improvements. Indeed, true to the warrior spirit of the Saiyans, battle is our shortcut to strength. Bardock said, a cold smile creeping across his lips. So, I sincerely thank you for enhancing my power. In return, I can ensure your demise will be quite painful. You ungrateful wretch. Arinx interjected, stepping in front of Sun Wu without a moment's hesitation. Sun Yu extended his hand and patted his shoulder, remarking, his fighting prowess is hardly worthy of my attention. Hardly worthy? Arinx felt somewhat bewildered. He never anticipated that someone as formidable as Bardock, with a combat power of 22,900, would be dismissed so casually by Sun Yu. Yet, since it was Sun Yu who said it, it must undoubtedly hold true. Arinx, filled with excitement, nodded and retreated to the side. You may proceed, Bardock-san, Sun Yu stated, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. Bardock, visibly displeased, glared at Sun Yu and spat. Just talk big. Even without those heavy protective gears, the disparity in our combat powers is evident. You are truly courting death. With that, Bardock unleashed his full energy, his form transforming into a streak of lightning as he hurled a punch imbued with the rumbling sounds of a tiger's roar towards Sun Yu. What's wrong? Are you too scared to move? Sun Yu chuckled softly at Bardock's words, swiftly opening his palm and raising it gently. Boom! A shockwave, palpable and potent, radiated from Sun Yu's hand, abruptly halting Bardock's swift advance as if he had collided with an unyielding wall of metal. Sun Yu stood resolutely, as if effortlessly catching a child's playful ball. This cannot be, this cannot be. Bardock gazed at Sun Yu in terror, feeling that despite possessing such formidable power, he remained utterly defenseless before this youth. There is nothing impossible. Are you foolish? If I couldn't subdue you, would I dare to stand here and let you strike me? Sun Yu regarded Bardock with an expression of incredulity, inquiring if he had finally come to terms with submission. My patience is finite. Should you continue to resist, I shall truly bring about your demise. TCH. Bardock involuntarily stepped back, his eyes fixed on Sun Yu, flickering with uncertainty. Upon observing the situation, Sun Yu felt a glimmer of hope and thus embellished his words. By the way, as you are aware, our organization has only recently been established. It is still in its infancy. Yet, youth signifies opportunity. If you diligently follow my lead, I assure you that our organization will not neglect your contributions. And both the party and the people will remember your efforts, in keeping with the noble traditions of our revolution. However, Arlanx, drenched in perspiration from the intensity of the conversation, daringly interrupted, My lord, if you continue down this path, those who originally wished to join will be frightened away. Is that so? I believe my words are quite commendable. Sun Yu retorted, glancing nervously at Bardock, who appeared equally apprehensive. Clearing his throat, he continued, in any case, should you choose to join us, I will guide you in your training, and you are welcome to challenge me at any moment, provided you possess the necessary strength. Sun Yu cleared his throat, and with a cough, he said, in any case, if you join us, I shall guide you in your cultivation. You are also welcome to defeat me at any time, provided you possess the strength to do so, offering to enhance another's power for free, while simultaneously inviting them to eventually overpower him, felt surreal to both Arlanx and Bardock. Lord Kale, is this truly acceptable? Arlanx inquired, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Bardock, who had remained silent, suddenly appeared to grasp the situation, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle as he remarked, I assume you possess absolute confidence in your own abilities to speak in such a manner. That is indeed one aspect, Sun Yu acknowledged, but more importantly, I seek to cultivate a sense of urgency within myself. As you know, pressure fosters motivation. Understood. However, before I consider joining your ranks, may I audaciously request a demonstration of your true prowess? Bardock asked, his previous arrogance replaced by solemnity. Arlanx looked at Sun Yu with eager anticipation. Despite having followed him for quite some time, he had never witnessed the full extent of Sun Yu's abilities. Very well, as you wish, Sun Yu replied, nodding. With a mere thought, he levitated into the air and added, prepare to feel it. I hope you won't soil yourselves in fear. Upon finishing his words, Sun Yu unleashed a powerful roar, and Bardock and Arlanx felt as though they heard the sound of chains binding a fierce beast shattering. Immediately, an overwhelming aura, capable of collapsing the heavens and shattering the earth, descended upon them. Bardock and Arlanx stared, transfixed, at the figure in the sky, whose seemingly unimposing form was magnified infinitely in that moment. A deafening roar echoed in their ears, the earth quaking beneath them. The flickering shadows before their eyes revealed a sky trembling in response. It felt as if an invisible force gripped them by the throat, rendering them breathless. As Sun Yu unleashed his full fighting power of 300,000, a layer of faint golden energy enveloped his body, and he appeared to be engulfed in flames of gold. Resembling a divine being descended from the heavens, Sun Yu gazed down at the earth, his presence imposing as he uttered two simple words, kneel. The command resonated as if it were a decree from the heavens, causing both Bedak and Alanx to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, Alanx collapsed to his knees. Bedak, however, gritted his teeth, striving to withstand Sun Yu's overwhelming aura. As Sun Yu unleashed his intent of life and death, Bedak felt as though he had plunged into the depths of an abyss, a chilling terror spreading from the core of his being. Kneel. With a sudden loss of resolve, Bedak's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling before Sun Yu, the legendary Saiyan finally bowing his noble head. Kneel. And sing a song of conquest. Sun Yu commanded once more. Huh? Both Bedak and Alanx looked up in bewilderment. Their expressions a mix of confusion as they pondered the meaning of singing a song of conquest. Sun Yu wished to further elucidate to the two that the song conquer was not a mere spectral notion, but rather a melodious composition. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Drifting towards the rear, a sense of foreboding washed over him. They had been detected. We must depart swiftly, he exclaimed, hastily retracting his presence. He hurriedly gathered his cumbersome protective gear and beckoned Bedak and Alanx to leave the area without delay. The trio held their breath, leaping swiftly across the terrain. And before long, they vanished into the vast wilderness. Shortly after Sun Yu and Bardak Yalanx departed, three figures appeared in the sky. They bore distinct appearances and were not scions from this planet. Standing in the void, they quietly observed the uneven terrain below. A battle power of 300,000? How could such a being possibly exist on this planet? Scoffed one, disdain evident in his tone. I suspect your power detector is malfunctioning. Just look at the battle unfolding below. If a warrior with a power level of 300,000 were truly engaged in combat, this land would have been reduced to ruins long ago. The final individual concurred. Indeed, based on the traces of battle, it appears to be merely two individuals with power levels below 10,000. How foolish of us not to report to Lord Frieza first. Do you understand the consequences of misreporting military intelligence? After enduring a round of derision from his companions, the one in the forefront, blushing in embarrassment, crushed his power detector in frustration. Cursed device. It has caused me such humiliation. Let us depart. This is utterly dull. With that, the three transformed into streaks of light and soared into the heavens. Having evaded Frieza's spies stationed on planet Vegeta, Sun Yu and Yalanx visited Bardak's home for a brief respite. Bardak had now become a subordinate of Sun Yu, and naturally introduced him to his wife, Jine. Subsequently, Sun Yu casually mentioned the scion he had encountered on Earth, none other than Bardak and Jine's second son, Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. I had no idea my lord was already acquainted with my son. Bardak addressed Sun Yu with an unfamiliar formality. Meanwhile, Jine gazed at Sun Yu with concern, eager to learn about her child's well-being. Sun Yu perceived Jine's thoughts and smiled, saying, your child is thriving on Earth, being trained in martial arts by an old friend of mine. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you to visit him. However, upon mentioning Bardak's second son, Sun Wukong, Bardak's expression darkened. A newborn with a combat power merely between 2 and 3 could be deemed the most ineffectual among the ineffectual. Sun Yu gently patted Bardak's shoulder and said solemnly, that child is the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. His future achievements are boundless. As a father, you must strive diligently. It would be quite embarrassing if your son were to surpass you. Bardak was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Sun Yu held such high regard for his young son. Nevertheless, he chose not to question it. For no formidable warrior would readily praise another unless they genuinely recognized their potential. Yes, I will train hard, and one day I shall surpass you, Bardak declared with determination. Leitais, who had been hiding behind Jinai, suddenly jumped out, his thick black hair dancing in the wind. I will also train diligently, striving to surpass my father. Observing the 5 or 6-year-old Leitais, the crowd erupted in laughter. Having successfully engaged Bardak, Sun Yu casually left his heavy armor with him before departing with Alanx to Uncle Ollie's home. As the days of the expedition drew nearer, the city management team was busy finalizing the roster, bustling with activity. In contrast, Sun Yu appeared to have little to do, as Uncle Ollie and Alanx managed all affairs, leaving him the most leisurely of the lot. At last, the day of the expedition arrived. Sun Yu led the entire city management team, along with nearly 2,000 hired personnel, in a grand procession towards the spaceport. As the cosmic transit hub of planet Vegeta, the spaceport's foot traffic had long surpassed 1 million. It was said that the spaceport spanned several 100,000 square meters, featuring a massive transparent dome shaped like a bird's nest encircling the outermost periphery. In the central area, various military spacecraft were docked, including the single-pod spaceship Sun Yu had once piloted and Frieza's favorite command-class military fortress, among many others. The exploratory strategic void vessel that Sun Yu was to board measured over 800 meters in length and was equipped with 3 boarding corridors. He divided the 2,000 individuals into 3 groups, the first led by himself, the second by Lana's family, and the third entrusted to Bardock. Given that Lana's family and Bardock possessed combat abilities far superior to the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, Sun Yu harbored no concerns regarding potential troubles. After briefing them on several precautions, the three groups navigated through the throngs of people towards their respective boarding corridors. This was Sun Yu's first visit to the military terminal of the spaceport. Previously, he had landed via the civilian passage upon returning to planet Vegeta, which was situated at the far edge of the spaceport. This time, however, he was truly experiencing the advanced technology of the universe. Unlike the archaic technology of the urban areas of planet Vegeta, this facility boasted fully automated systems, with conveyor belts covering the ground. Standing upon one would instantly transport an individual to their desired destination. Sun Yu intended to lead his team towards the conveyor belt. But he soon noticed a gathering of no less than 100 individuals approaching with ill intent. Lord Kyle. Awakens also observed their movement and cast a worried glance at Sun Yu. Yes, I am aware, Sun Yu replied casually, immediately sensing the aura of this group. To his surprise, none of them were weaklings, each possessed a combat power exceeding 4,000. Suddenly, a tall man emerged from the crowd, sporting a fiery, towering hairstyle and a circle of facial hair, clad in standard Saiyan battle armor but draped with a magnificent cloak, exuding an imposing presence. Could this be the legendary King Vegeta? Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, gazing at the newcomer. King Vegeta, taken aback by Sun Yu addressing him by name, coldly retorted. You must be Kalthus, the adopted son of the Ali family. As part of the middle class of planet Vegeta, you should have a glorious future ahead. Why have you chosen to serve as Frieza's lapdog? Clearly, King Vegeta was displeased with Sun Yu's allegiance to Frieza, especially as he was on the verge of resisting Frieza's rule. He sought to eliminate any potential threats, unaware that his combat prowess was inconsequential in Frieza's eyes. I believe you may be mistaken, Sun Yu said as he approached King Vegeta. To be so close to the father of Vegeta filled Sun Yu with a sense of exhilaration. In a sense, those who allow others to dictate their destinies are akin to dogs, subject to the whims of others, who may choose to kill them or spare their lives. I advise you, do not provoke trouble unless you wish to meet your end. Despite the inevitable destruction of planet Vegeta at Frieza's hands, King Vegeta's folly hastened this process. Sun Yu was reluctant to witness the annihilation of the Saiyan race, already a minority. The survival of a nation cannot be sustained by merely 2,000 individuals. Humph. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? King Vegeta's eyes narrowed as he gestured for several individuals behind him to step forward. You are a disgrace to our Saiyan clan, and today, I shall ensure you experience true suffering. At the king's signal, the 100 warriors behind him advanced, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, cracking their knuckles menacingly. Each of them radiated a palpable aura of menace, sending shivers down the spines of Sun Yu's companions, who could only wonder how many lives had been extinguished to cultivate such overwhelming malice. I shall not hesitate to inform you that these individuals are the elite of our clan, each with a minimum combat power of 4,000. As for the strongest among them, the heir of the Nappa family, Nadar, possesses a staggering combat power of 9,000. So, what say you? Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps you may be spared. King Vegeta proclaimed arrogantly, believing he had brought forth the finest warriors, those whose mere names could instill fear in their foes. Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, the hired individuals employed by Sun Yu erupted into a flurry of discussions. Most of them had heard of the Nappa family's reputation. On planet Vegeta, many noble families were born into greatness, their combat power far surpassing that of ordinary beings. It's over for us. This ignorant Kalthus dares to speak to King Vegeta in such a way. Does he not realize the king has combat power? What should we do? Perhaps we should escape amidst the chaos. Otherwise, if a battle ensues, we are surely doomed. Yes, let us flee quickly, even if we gather all our forces. 2,000 of us might not stand a chance against them. Sun Yu cast a gentle glance over the crowd behind him and waved his hand, saying, If you wish to leave, now is the time. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to escape once the conflict begins. Alanx and several other members of the urban management team seemed poised to speak, but upon meeting Sun Yu's gaze, they fell silent, observing the crowd behind them. Before long, the majority of those who had gathered dispersed in a hurried manner. The original assembly of over 600 had dwindled to fewer than 200. Ah, it's a tad more than I anticipated. What say you, Alanx? Sun Yu inquired with a smile, patting Alanx beside him. Alanx managed a sheepish smile and replied, My lord, I believe having 200 remaining is already considerable. In such a situation, anyone with even a hint of timidity would have fled. Heh. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly. King Vegeta observed the significantly reduced ranks of Sun Yu's followers, and, with a sense of assuredness, remarked, I say, young man, it may be time for you to surrender. Don't tell me you still harbor thoughts of resistance. Sun Yu gestured towards King Vegeta, correcting him. No. It is not resistance, it is slaughter, one-sided slaughter. Upon uttering these words, a devilish smile crept upon Sun Yu's lips. However, it is we who shall slaughter you. I am pleased to see my comrades positioned correctly behind me. As a reward, allow me to showcase the terror of our urban management team. First division of the urban management team, heed my command. Shut the gates, unleash the hounds, and attack. At Sun Yu's command to close the gates and release the dogs. The eager members of the urban management team faltered, bewildered. Release the dogs? Who is the dog here? Lord Kyle, please clarify, or we might just shed tears for you. Prior to their arrival, King Vegeta had assessed the combat capabilities of Sun Yu and his companions. Sun Yu's strength was unquestionable, regardless of who measured it. It was consistently at 1200. Among them, Yalinks possessed the highest power level at 4000, while Sun Yu's entourage of mercenaries, particularly the younger ones, barely reached even 1000. Haha. Laughter erupted from King Vegeta's crowd, who regarded Sun Yu as if he were a fool. Are you out of your mind? Do you not grasp the situation? Even if you do not possess a combat power detector yourself, you ought to inquire with those around you. A Saiyan, of similar age to Aranx, gently tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder and said, My lord, although my combat power is quite feeble, we are Saiyans. And we are willing to follow you into glorious battle. Glorious battle, my foot. Sun Yu retorted with a swift strike to the back of the Saiyan's head. He turned to the others behind him. Is this what you all think as well? Upon hearing Sun Yu's inquiry, the other Saiyans nodded in agreement, leaving Sun Yu both amused and exasperated. All right, there's no need for you to intervene. City management team, what are you standing around for? Move. Sun Yu was perplexed as he noticed the once spirited team members suddenly gazing at him with expressions of grievance. Could it be that he had become more handsome? Ah. The burdens of good looks. Under the command of Alanx, the 10 members of the urban management team sequentially removed the heavy protective gear that Sun Yu had previously distributed to them. The resounding thuds of the gear hitting the ground echoed throughout the arena, leaving the crowd behind Sun Yu in a state of disbelief. Even King Vegeta's group was stunned, their brows glistening with cold sweat as they instinctively activated their power level scanners. Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical sounds resonated, leaving King Vegeta and his companions utterly petrified. The combat power of Sun Yu's 10 team members had undergone an astonishing transformation. Those who once possessed a power level of just over 3000 had soared to over 7000 after shedding the cumbersome gear. Most terrifying of all was the attendant standing beside Sun Yu, whose initial power level of 4000 had suddenly erupted to 11,000. Impressive. Sun Yu cast a commendatory glance at Alanx. This young man exhibited remarkable comprehension, having grasped the martial philosophy Sun Yu had imparted during a single session. Coupled with his diligent efforts, he had now surpassed a combat power of 10,000. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically, instilling a sense of unreality among the crowd behind Sun Yu. They finally comprehended the foundation of his confidence. He commanded a formidable team of warriors. And if his subordinates were so powerful, what of him? Suddenly, those who had chosen to remain felt their decision vindicated. As they glanced around, they spotted the individuals who had retreated to a distance to spectate, now filled with regret. They likely yearned to return and cling to Sun Yu's coattails. But was that even feasible? The 10 team members swiftly encircled King Vegeta's cohort of 100, their eyes betraying a predatory glint. King Vegeta's subordinates were a ruthless bunch. But Sun Yu's team was no less ferocious. Each Saiyan was a born warrior. After a brief moment of shock, King Vegeta gradually regained his composure, forcing a smile as he retorted, even if your overall combat power is slightly superior, do you truly believe that 10 of you can defeat us 100? Now resorting to a strategy of overwhelming numbers, Sun Yu cast a sympathetic glance at King Vegeta and instructed his team, engage swiftly, we still have to board the ship. With that, the 100 men flinched as the 10 team members suddenly vanished from sight, followed by 10 streaks of lightning charging into the crowd. Like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, they unleashed their fury upon King Vegeta's ranks. Ah, how infuriating. Their speed is incredible. Are they truly Saiyans? Within mere breaths, a significant portion of King Vegeta's forces had already fallen, with only a handful of elite fighters managing to withstand the onslaught of Sun Yu's team. Sun Yu observed the scene with satisfaction. The urban management team, having undergone specialized training, had begun to master the manipulation of their energy, surpassing King Vegeta's men in both combat instinct and reaction speed. On one side were the trained martial artists, while the other comprised brutish warriors lacking skill. The outcome of the battle was all too predictable. The scene was a gruesome display, with flesh and blood flying, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones shattering and teeth being knocked out. In the face of overwhelming strength, sheer numbers proved futile. The situation had become abundantly clear. Despite Sun Yu having only 10 warriors, their combat power far exceeded that of their counterparts, and King Vegeta's men began to falter, losing their fighting spirit. When 10,000 in combat power faced off against 11,000, King Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating from Alanx. This young man harbored an extreme animosity towards the affluent, and when confronted with the once mighty ruler of planet Vegeta, he initially hesitated to unleash his full potential. However, as he realized that the imposing King Vegeta was not as formidable as he had once believed, he unleashed his full fury upon him. The most comical part of the ordeal was that Alanx became increasingly exhilarated as he fought. The latent power within him seemed to awaken. And during the brutal onslaught against King Vegeta, his combat power soared to an astonishing 16,000. Is this even possible? Sun Yu was left dumbfounded. In his understanding, Saiyans typically exhibited a masochistic tendency, their power escalating only when they were struck. Yet this young man could unleash his might even while inflicting pain. So, it turns out you're a sadist. Sun Yu suddenly comprehended something, an involuntary chill creeping into his heart. Once King Vegeta was thoroughly defeated, the 10 team members slowly withdrew their hands, gazing at Sun Yu as if seeking praise. However, Sun Yu delivered a harsh rebuke. What expression is this? Do you derive satisfaction from bullying a bunch of trash? Please, aim higher. You are following me, destined to become the strongest team in the universe. Do you understand? Instead of feeling disheartened by Sun Yu's scolding, the 10 team members became increasingly exhilarated. Once mere weaklings, they now found themselves able to trample on the strong they had once looked up to, igniting within each of them a fervent ambition to unite the universe under Sun Yu's banner. King Vegeta, clutching his wound, rose to his feet and coldly glared at Sun Yu, venomously remarking, "Enjoy your triumph while it lasts. I concede your strength, but what about your other members? Humph, I suspect they are currently facing hardship." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Yu and his companions exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Arinx pointed to the battle power detector he wore on his ear, stating, "We just received transmissions from the other two teams, King Vegeta. I have some rather unfortunate news to share. You must brace yourself. It is well known that the battle power detector possesses communication capabilities, and the members of the city management team would not wear it while discussing internal matters. However, they do carry it for the sake of communication during missions." The reports from both sides indicated that they had encountered an ambush, and all the assailants had been vanquished. What? King Vegeta's heart jolted. Unable to believe that the elite subordinates he had dispatched to locate those two teams had all perished. He was aware of the fighting capabilities of the Ali family and Bardock, knowing them to be of mediocre strength. Could it be that every one of them donned heavy protective gear? King Vegeta felt a sudden dizziness wash over him. Why was this happening? Was he not the strongest Saiyan? How could this so-called city management team possess such formidable power? Who are you? King Vegeta glared at Sun Yu in fury, demanding an answer. "I am Sun Yu, an ordinary Saiyan," Sun Yu replied, stepping forward to pat King Vegeta on the shoulder, leaving the bewildered king behind as he made his way toward the ship's boarding corridor. The members of the city management team were already accustomed to their lord Kyle being known as Sun Yu. Arinx hurried over to Sun Yu, respectfully inquiring, "My lord, how shall we handle these individuals? Should we?" He gestured with his finger across his throat, mimicking a beheading motion. Sun Yu gazed sympathetically at King Vegeta and remarked, "Perhaps it is time to concede. I believe there are fewer than 10 warriors of intermediate rank remaining among them. It is quite ruthless of Lana and Bardock. After all, we are all Saiyans. How can they so readily resort to killing?" The members of the city management team, overhearing this, broke into a cold sweat, reflecting on how he had been even more ruthless when he had executed Relton and his associates. "I implore you, King Vegeta, gather your subordinates and depart swiftly. Cease this reckless behavior." Sun Yu addressed King Vegeta, then waved his hand, leading his entourage towards the boarding passage. Observing his scattered subordinates strewn across the ground and the throngs of onlookers gathered around, King Vegeta realized that the events of the day would soon spread like wildfire, irrevocably tarnishing his reputation on planet Vegeta. Perhaps by eliminating a substantial portion of King Vegeta's so-called elite warriors, he might come to recognize his folly, thus abandoning any delusions of rebellion against the Frieza force, which could prolong the existence of planet Vegeta. Of course, for the time being, all of this was of no concern to Sun Yu. Disregarding the fate that awaited King Vegeta, he successfully boarded the exploratory strategic void vessel with his company. Upon entering the ship, they were greeted by an extraordinarily spacious corridor that extended horizontally, reminiscent of the passageway of a passenger train. As they looked ahead, they spotted the Ali family, who were responsible for overseeing the boarding process. They also caught sight of Sun Yu and Lana, soaring through the air, suddenly darted towards his position. "Oh, Kyle, why are there so few of you?" Lana inquired, casting a curious glance at the more than 200 individuals trailing behind Sun Yu. "I trimmed the ranks a bit. I just saw King Vegeta. He sent someone to obstruct your boarding, but you did not engage, did you?" Sun Yu replied, confident that as long as Lana did not reveal her true combat prowess, their expedition plan would be half accomplished. So those individuals were sent by King Vegeta. No wonder they were so weak. Lana mused thoughtfully. "Never mind them. Let us hasten to the captain's quarters. I am eager to see what it is like there. Can I take the helm for a moment? I have never piloted a warship before. Do you think it is akin to driving a tricycle?" Sun Yu exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as Lana forcibly propelled him towards the captain's quarters. Sun Yu discreetly instructed Uncle Ali to promote the 200 individuals previously stationed by his side to active members of the city's management team. Thereafter, he stealthily sought a secluded place to engage in cultivation. Badak and Arankis presided over the arrangement for a portion of the team to enter a state of dormancy. Meanwhile, Lana excitedly dashed into the captain's cabin, resembling an inquisitive child exploring her surroundings. Fortunately, the more advanced the equipment, the more user-friendly its design. This battleship's functions could largely operate autonomously, devoid of overly complex buttons. The captain and other pilots were primarily tasked with monitoring the ship's operational status. Upon her arrival in the captain's cabin, Lana spent a full half-hour locking eyes with the ship's AI. Once all personnel were in position, the AI timidly inquired. All personnel ready, shall we initiate the pre-planned course? What is this nonsense? Is there not a single button? Lana bellowed at the captain. You know. The kind where you count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I press it to launch? My lord. The captain, a diminutive green creature with 4 eyes, was sweating profusely as he looked up, struggling to articulate, the kind of device you speak of has not been in use for 4 centuries. Alternatively, you could simply press the AI. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, Lana slapped the AI's projection device, creating a significant indentation in the holographic table, from which wisps of smoke emerged. Unfazed, she proclaimed with fervor, set sail. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. The exploration-class strategic void ship accelerated with remarkable swiftness, boasting a commendable internal stability that left Lana oblivious to any sensation of acceleration. In the blink of an eye, they transcended the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. The experience was devoid of the anticipated rush. There was no turbulence associated with breaching the atmosphere, leaving Lana disillusioned. The interstellar battleship films she had watched on Earth were nothing but fabrications. This was far less exhilarating than the single-pod spacecraft favored by Saiyans. As they embarked on the exploration-class strategic vessel, Senzu and his companions set course from planet Vegeta to planet Veblen, located at the fringes of the northern universe. A journey expected to span approximately 8 months, thus arriving 3 months ahead of Frieza's summoned army. This implied that Senzu and his allies had a mere 3 months to either forge an alliance with the indigenous inhabitants of Veblen or resort to forceful reclamation. However, Senzu was reluctant to establish adversaries at such a critical juncture. According to available intelligence, the combat capabilities of the advanced robotic warriors on Veblen averaged above 500,000. Although combat power does not equate to actual strength, diligent cultivation is always prudent. Consequently, Senzu set himself a modest objective to fully acclimate to 300 times normal gravity during the 8-month voyage to Veblen. 8 months is neither excessively long nor particularly short. The northern universe of the 7th universe has relatively underdeveloped interstellar routes compared to other star regions. Thus, the exploration-class strategic void ship often encountered meteor showers during its journey. Upon the initial announcement of an impending collision with a substantial meteor cluster, anxiety gripped the crew, fearing for the ship's integrity. Yet, Senzu felt a mix of tension and anticipation as scenes from various Hollywood blockbusters flashed in his mind. In such films, protagonists effortlessly maneuver their spacecraft through dense meteor fields, executing daring maneuvers and emerging unscathed, evoking gasps from onlookers. If not for the captain's repeated assurances that the ship was equipped with a powerful energy shield, rendering occasional meteor impacts inconsequential, Senzu might have taken the helm himself to perform feats reserved for heroic figures. However, he recalled that such portrayals on television were misleading. In the vast expanse of the universe, no matter how dense a meteor swarm may appear, the distances between individual meteors are substantial, often measured in thousands of meters, barring a few smaller fragments that may break off. While these tiny fragments can reach several dozen meters in diameter, they would disintegrate upon contact with the exploration-class strategic void ship's energy shield. The approaching meteor cluster did not linger in Senzu's view for even a second. All he could see on the massive holographic screen in the captain's cabin were intermittent flashes of light against the backdrop of infinite darkness. As the ship surpassed the speed of light, the vast expanse of meteors merely left behind a fleeting shadow as the vessel sped away. In the captain's chamber, Senzu stared blankly at the flickering lights on the screen, which represented a genuine meteor shower in the vastness of space, a poignant reflection of his shattered worldview. Thus, it became evident that the portrayals on television were mere fabrications. After observing the seemingly endless points of light for a while, a headache began to overwhelm him. Perhaps it was the growing pains following the reconstruction of his beliefs. Eventually, Senzu quietly exited the captain's chamber. At present, only a few days' journey remained to Veblen Star, and Senzu had concluded his training. The gravity of 300 times that of Earth was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Reflecting on the original Dragon Ball series, where Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, he recalled that he possessed a battle power of at least 3 million in his normal state. Even with such formidable strength, training under 300 times gravity left him drenched in sweat. It was only when Vegeta reached a battle power of 150 million in his Super Saiyan form that he could disregard the immense gravitational force. Senzu realized that he still had a long way to go. Nonetheless, the past 8 months of training had yielded some results. He had elevated his battle power to 800,000 without having faced life-and-death combat, a significant achievement largely attributed to his current martial arts mastery. In contrast, Lana's martial arts realm remained at the subtle stage, which meant her battle power increased slowly in the absence of combat, reaching only 600,000. Although Lana felt a sense of indignation, there was little she could do, as Senzu was indeed adept at overcoming such challenges. Then there was Bardock, whose strength had surged dramatically over the past 8 months. With just a few pointers from Senzu, Bardock swiftly mastered the manipulation of energy, achieving the subtle realm in a mere 2 months, and his battle power skyrocketed to 120,000 overnight, a testament to his cumulative efforts. Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill's battle power barely surpassed 90,000 as they diligently strive towards the 100,000 mark. The other members of the city management team also experienced notable improvements as the spacecraft approached Veblen's star, reducing its speed 3 light-years away. The distant stars became visible through the ship's external screens, no longer obscured by the flickering lights. According to the captain's explanation, the faintly misty planet in the distance was Veblen's star. Data indicated that Veblen's star was only 2/3 the size of Earth, yet its gravity was 15 times greater. The ecological environment had been nearly obliterated, and the indigenous inhabitants, in order to adapt to their harsh living conditions, had gradually utilized advanced technology to transform themselves into half-human, half-machine beings reminiscent of Dr. Gero's own modifications into an android. In the captain's chamber, Senzu, Lana, and other key members of the city management team gathered around the control console. The previously damaged holographic AI projection platform, which Lana had broken, had been repaired, and now it awaited Senzu's report on the ship's forthcoming journey. Lord Kale, we are scheduled to arrive at the journey's end at cosmic time 135 hours and 78 minutes. Shall we land on this planet? Senzu tapped his ear, addressing the crowd with an air of inevitability. Of course we cannot land. If an armed aircraft suddenly appeared at your doorstep, would you allow it to descend? First, let us see if we can establish communication with them. True to Senzu's usual style, he would have disregarded the particulars and flown straight over, ready to deal with any situation as it arose. If the other party were amicable, that would be fine. However, should they prove difficult, he would adhere to the old adage, if a problem can be resolved with fists, then there is no need for unnecessary chatter. Yet, times had changed. Senzu now bore the responsibility of a family and a group of followers, the Saiyans. Even if he disregarded his own safety, he must consider the well-being of those who had chosen to follow him. A reckless confrontation with the indigenous people of Vibran would undoubtedly spell disaster for these ordinary Saiyans. After the captain persistently transmitted communication requests to Vibran, they finally received permission to communicate. Soon, the enormous screen in the captain's quarters flickered to life, revealing several figures with blue skin. Goodness, are those avatars? Senzu exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment upon viewing the silhouettes on the screen. It was no wonder he reacted this way, as the figures bore a striking resemblance to avatars. However, upon closer inspection, significant differences emerged. These blue figures appeared to be around 2 meters tall, yet their backs were hunched as if they were frail, aging elders. Their muscular forms bore conspicuous mechanical enhancements, with many metallic components openly exposed to the air, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The leader among them bore 3 jagged scars above his right eye, giving his gaze an exceptionally fierce and chilling quality. In a voice that resonated like metal scraping against metal, he inquired, "Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you headed?" He spoke in the universal language of the cosmos, and Senzu and his companions understood him clearly. Senzu gazed upon the ferocious gaze of the avatar before him, utterly unable to fathom that upon opening his mouth, this individual would pose the 3 profound questions that have long plagued the annals of human philosophy. Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you going? Truly, this is an avatar, capable of posing such profound inquiries with ease, leaving me quite perplexed. Senzu scratched his chin with a semblance of seriousness. The surrounding individuals appeared utterly bewildered, and even a few avatars beyond the screen seemed equally confounded. Were it not for their unwavering confidence in their communication devices, they might have believed that Senzu had not received their questions at all. After a considerable pause, the foreheads of several avatars began to glisten with beads of cold sweat, or perhaps it was merely oil. In any case, they cleared their throats, interrupting Senzu's fanciful musings, and spoke in a raspy, unpleasant tone. "Stranger, state your intentions, or do not blame us for unleashing our wrath upon you." The threat in their tone cut through the screen like a sharp sword, piercing the assembled crew in the captain's quarters. Senzu chuckled awkwardly, directly meeting the gaze of the apparent leader, and said, "Do not be so impatient. We bear you no ill will. On the contrary, we have come to assist you." Humph. The leader, upon hearing Senzu's words, snorted disdainfully. "Assistance? My people require no aid from you. The great god Ignace shall protect us." Ignace? Senzu seized upon this unfamiliar term, carefully reflecting on the various deities within the Dragon Ball universe, only to find no mention of a god named Ignace. "I regret to inform you that while I am acquainted with several gods from this universe, none of them bear the name Ignace. At least among the 5 great kings of the northern universe, there is no one named Ignace." Foolishness. The leader appeared to be incensed, extending his slender, sharp finger towards Senzu, and bellowed, "The flickering flame of the king cannot possibly compare to the brilliance of my people's sun and moon. Depart at once. You are not welcome among us." Senzu was taken aback. He genuinely did not expect those avatars to be aware of the King of Realms. Could it be that a deity named Ignace truly existed? However, this was not the moment to debate the existence of gods. "Hold on, I ask you, have you heard of Frieza?" Senzu's words resonate with the same weight as the phrase, "Have you heard of Amway?" Anyone familiar with both will feel a jolt in their hearts when confronted by another's earnest mention of either. The terror of Frieza surpasses that of Amway by leaps and bounds. Naturally, Avatar is aware of Frieza, the formidable leader of the Northern Universe. A descendant of the ancient frozen demon clan, synonymous with war and horror. Why do you bring him up? Avatar glared at Sunyu and inquired. The situation unfolded as follows. Sunyu selectively recounted Frieza's fear of the technological prowess of the Veblen planet and his plans to amass an army to annihilate it to a few avatars. Upon hearing this, the already fearsome expressions of the group morphed into a canvas of anger, revealing the greedy conquerors within. Then why do you choose to share this with me? With a sense of resignation, Sunyu settled into the captain's chair and spoke slowly. Because once Frieza has annihilated you, the next in line will be us Saiyans. There is a saying. Perhaps you have heard it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. To put it simply, I am here to seek collaboration. The group of avatars found this notion of the enemy of one's enemy being a friend intriguing, seemingly in agreement. If you are truly seeking cooperation, please demonstrate your sincerity by leaving your army outside and coming to discuss matters with us alone. Before Sunyu could respond, Lana and Awakens immediately slammed their hands on the table in unison, exclaiming, "No way." Bardock, however, calmly approached the holographic display and addressed the group in fluent galactic standard. We do not have a custom of allowing our leader to venture alone into unfamiliar territories. The army may remain, but we must send a few individuals to accompany him. This is our utmost sincerity. Having spent years dealing with extraterrestrial beings, Bardock was well acquainted with certain diplomatic techniques, although rarely needed. It was undeniable that his words had a significant impact. After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the avatars nodded in agreement, stating, "Then we can only allow 5 to accompany you, no more than that, as this is our greatest sincerity." Thus, an accord was reached. Sunyu expressed indifference regarding the accompanying personnel. Despite the considerable distance to Veblen Star, he sensed that its highest combat power was merely 1 million. Although such power posed challenges, it was not insurmountable. Even if negotiations failed, Sunyu remained confident that the opposing party could not truly threaten him. The accompanying personnel were then decided upon by the others. Lana and Bardock, being the second and third strongest fighters present, were assuredly included. The remaining 3 were Uncle Ali, Awakens, and another member named Vister from the city management team. Vister and Awakens, similar in age, were stout, with prominent brows and eyes, embodying the restless spirit of a Saiyan. After finalizing the accompanying personnel, Sunyu led the 5 towards the launch pad for the single capsule spacecraft. The launch pad was equipped on both wings of the exploration-class strategic void ship. Habitually veering left, Sunyu traversed a long corridor, where Saiyans stationed for patrol instantly saluted upon seeing him, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for the powerful. As the corridor narrowed, they finally arrived at a set of 15-tiered steps. The group ascended, revealing rows of open single-capsule spacecraft nestled into the ground's recesses, resembling a plastic tray designed to hold eggs. An amusing sight indeed. "You two must not hinder Lord Sunyu, do you understand?" Bardock instructed coldly. Turning back to address Awakens and Vister, the two, upon hearing this, stiffened and lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Sunyu turned around with a smile, saying, "It's all right. Just take good care of yourselves. Honestly, I can manage on my own." "Huh. Do you really think we would let you venture out alone while we sit cooped up in this spaceship?" Lana remarked, discreetly pinching Sunyu with a triumphant expression. "I see. So this is your true intention." The group nodded in agreement, realizing their concerns for safety were merely a facade. Their desire for adventure was genuine. Sunyu felt a twinge of regret for bringing them along. "I will distribute 10 celestial beans to each of you. You should be familiar with their significance. They can save your lives in crucial moments. I need not stress how perilous Vebren is. You're unlikely to heed my warnings. In any case, prioritize your safety, understood?" The group nodded vigorously. Uncle Ali and Lana, despite having received numerous celestial beans from Sunyu earlier, readily accepted the ones he offered, knowing that having more is always advantageous. After distributing the beans, everyone boarded their individual single-pod spaceships and manually set their controls. A row of 6 spaceships gradually sealed their hatches. Beneath the massive wing of the exploration ship, a small passage opened, resembling a hen laying eggs, from which 6 white spherical vessels emerged. These were the ships carrying Sunyu and his companions. Once detached from the mothership, the 6 spaceships buzzed to life, suddenly transforming into streaks of light as they sped toward the dimly lit Vebren planet. If one were to compare Sunyu's first descent to Earth, which revealed a breathtaking expanse of blue, his arrival on Vebren presented a stark contrast, a landscape marred by scorched earth and ruins, enveloping the 6 Saiyans in an overwhelming sense of despair. Observing from above, the ship's scanning imagery revealed a land riddled with pockmarked debris, as if the planet had recently endured a brutal war. In juxtaposition to the ruins stood towering, pyramid-like structures that pierced the clouds. Unlike the predominantly round-roofed architecture found across most planets in the universe, which tend to exhibit much greater gravitational forces than Earth, this planet uniquely featured sharp, pyramid-shaped edifices. Were it not for the dimensional differences, Sunyu might have suspected these structures were the handiwork of the ancient Egyptians. The spaceships lined up in formation, one by one breaching the atmosphere. Shortly after entering Vebren's airspace, they observed several objects resembling yellow caterpillars emerging from the pyramid-like structures below. These caterpillar-like vessels disregarded gravitational pull and air friction, soaring directly towards Sun Yu's ships. They then executed a sharp right-angle turn, aligning themselves in a row, signaling for Sun Yu and his companions to follow. One can only imagine the expressions on Newton and the Wright brothers' faces upon witnessing such a spectacle. The spacecraft piloted by Sun Yu and his companions followed a flying yellow caterpillar-like object, traversing a vast expanse of pyramid edifices, ultimately approaching the tallest among them. The height of this grand pyramid was beyond Sun Yu's estimation. Even from outer space, they had caught a glimpse of its imposing structure. The pyramid was predominantly a silvery gray hue, with the upper quarter supported by 12 towering copper columns. This silver pyramid was oriented with its face to the south, featuring a vertical staircase at its center on the southern facade. The spacecraft of Sun Yu and his companions descended directly beneath the colossal silver-gray pyramid. As they emerged from the vessel, they beheld several blue avatars approaching them, reminiscent of those they had seen on the luminous screen. However, the leader with the scarred eye was notably absent. The avatars approached Sun Yu, placing their right hands over their hearts and bowing slightly, uttering in a gravelly voice, "May the god Ignace bless you, esteemed guests from afar. Please follow me." With that, they ascended into the air towards the pinnacle of the magnificent silver-gray pyramid. Sun Yu and Lana exchanged glances, each unable to decipher the other's thoughts, ultimately deciding to follow the avatars in silence. Upon reaching the 12 copper columns, Sun Yu finally spotted the leader with the scarred eye. The escorting guardians parted to either side, and with respect, the avatar coughed and began, "I mean to say." This esteemed individual, suddenly at a loss for how to address the other party, Sun Yu had been silently critiquing them as avatars in his mind. He nearly let slip his thoughts, casting a glance of desperation towards Lana and the others, only to find them averting their gazes. The leader appeared to perceive Sun Yu's awkwardness, yet rather than exploiting the situation, he sincerely placed his right hand over his heart, inclined slightly, and spoke solemnly, "In the presence of Ignace, I am Taser, the chief of the Vibrunian survivors." Survivors? The group echoed Taser's words, seemingly attempting to glean the history of Vibran from the term survivors. "Greetings, chief. I am Sun Yu, a Saiyan." With that, the two completed a momentous handshake. Subsequently, Sun Yu relayed the detailed intelligence of Frieza's expeditionary force to Chief Taser, expressing a desire for collaboration, only to be met with rejection. "I fail to understand. Chief Taser, why you would decline our cooperation. Is it that you do not trust us?" Sun Yu questioned, a hint of frustration in his tone, having already appealed to reason and emotion with great patience. Alas, the half-human, half-machine chief seemed entirely unmoved. "In other words, you demand us to demonstrate sincerity. We have complied with your requests. Is that not enough sincerity?" Lana, known for her fiery temperament, would have launched into action had Sun Yu not repeatedly instructed her to refrain from unnecessary violence. The expressions of the others were equally somber, prepared for an imminent confrontation should negotiations falter. However, Taser calmly clarified, "I believe you have misunderstood, Mr. Sun Yu. Our refusal to collaborate is not born of distrust. Rather, it is a tradition of my people. Any who wish to ally with us must first defeat our finest warrior." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and his companions could hardly contain their excitement. For the battle-hardened Saiyans, the thrill of challenging formidable foes from various races was a source of great joy. "Master Sun Yu, please allow me to challenge their warrior," Bardock exclaimed, mimicking Taser's tone. Lana stealthily positioned herself behind Sun Yu, suddenly pinching him at the waist. "Kai, don't you think I should go?" Uncle Ollie cleared his throat. "Ahem, while I too wish to participate, I believe the opportunity should be afforded to the younger generation." Arlank's investor displayed eagerness as well, though their low combat capabilities rendered them hesitant to voice their desires. Hey, can you all behave yourselves? Usually, when I ask you to do something, you're all too lethargic, yet now, upon hearing of a battle, you're all so exhilarated." Sun Yu shot an annoyed glare at Lana and Bardock, for he too yearned to engage with the warriors of the Vibrunian tribes. Observing the lively debate among Sun Yu and his companions, Taser interjected, "In fact, it would be preferable for Mr. Sun Yu to fight, as only he possesses the combat prowess that may stand a chance against our warriors." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and the others were somewhat taken aback, not out of concern for the prowess of their warriors, but rather astonished that their own combat abilities could be discerned. "You can probe our battle strength?" "Indeed," Taser affirmed with a nod, his voice raspy. "We possess a powerful energy detection device within us, capable of measuring the energy intensity of all living beings, regardless of how perfectly you conceal it." "Oh, such a thing exists." Sun Yu mused with keen interest as he observed Taser, aware that the latter's half-cybernetic nature rendered him undetectable in terms of battle strength. It appeared that they had been thoroughly assessed, seemingly underestimated. However, "I must caution you not to underestimate the Saiyans." Seeing Sun Yu's prompt agreement, Taser exchanged a knowing glance with one of his companions, who then stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Taser. "This is our sacred warrior. If there are no objections from either side, let us commence the contest now," Taser stated calmly. Sun Yu flexed his wrist, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "The Temple Knights? The name sounds reminiscent of the Jedi Knights from Star Wars. It seems quite formidable. I can hardly contain my excitement." The gazes of the others converged upon Sunyu, as he typically concealed his true strength with great skill, leaving them unaware of his capabilities. At that moment, the Temple Knight turned calmly, his eyes steady and devoid of any ripples, and nodded slightly at Sunyu, saying, "Please, follow me." Fighting in this location would risk damaging the pyramid structure. Thus, the group soared several kilometers away to an uninhabited region. This desolate area was filled with barren mountains and ruins, making it an ideal spot for a fierce battle without concern for onlookers. "Let us commence here," Tarsal proclaimed, hovering in the air with several tribesmen trailing behind him. "Rudd, remember to hold back. Do not take his life." "As you command, esteemed chief," replied Rudd, the Temple Knight. Bowing deeply to Tarsal, Lana, along with Ali and their companions, also ascended into the sky, engaging in hushed whispers. Sunyu positioned himself opposite Rudd, gazing helplessly at Tarsal, who bore the countenance of a quintessential villain. Tarsal's polite demeanor perplexed Sunyu, leading him to mutter, "Chief Tarsal, your personality seems rather at odds with your appearance." The indigenous Vebluran exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Sunyu's words. Tarsal, momentarily taken aback, touched his scar, assuming Sunyu was inquiring about its origin. He replied solemnly, "This scar is a badge of honor. You see, my clan venerates glory and the spirit of the warrior. Reflecting on the past, I endured a. Let's save this discussion for after our duel." Sunyu interjected, unable to bear Tarsal's lengthy monologue. The notion that this character, who could easily be the final villain in any Hollywood film, was passionately discussing honor and warrior spirit was utterly unbelievable. This was no mere annoyance. It was as if everything had shattered into a million pieces. Through this brief encounter, Sunyu began to grasp the nature of these avatars. Despite being half-human, half-machine beings, they embodied a chivalric code reminiscent of Western knights. As you wish. Rudd did not pursue the matter of Sunyu's perceived offense towards their chief, as they had completely misunderstood his intent. Indeed, Sunyu responded with a nod, then spread his feet apart and positioned his hands in a preparatory stance. In an instant, he retracted his playful demeanor, his gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, revealing an astonishing combat power of 800,000. Bardock and the others felt a wave of disorientation as they gazed upon Sunyu's figure, akin to looking up at an insurmountable mountain, instilling within them a profound sense of helplessness. Tarsal and his companions remained composed, fully aware of Sunyu's true combat prowess. The energy detectors implanted within them could precisely measure an individual's energy intensity, regardless of how skillfully it was concealed. Lude maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, standing immovably like a mountain, towering over Sunyu with a height that surpassed him by half a body. How infuriating it is to be underestimated. Irritated by Lude's reaction, Sunyu resolved to take the initiative, eager to personally experience the formidable abilities of these half-human, half-machine beings. "Here it comes, Flame Fist." Sunyu let out a thunderous roar, a torrent of searing energy enveloping his hands and feet, creating an illusion from afar of a warrior stepping upon flames. Observing Sunyu unleash his Flame Fist, Lana proudly patted her ample chest and declared to those around her, "Did you see that? That technique was devised by yours truly. Impressive, isn't it?" Bardock barely acknowledged her, while only Uncle Ali and Alanki's West offered half-hearted compliments, fueling Lana's pride. Fortuitously, she had managed to eliminate her tail with the divine slasher. Otherwise, it would have been soaring high above now. In the arena, after Sunyu executed the Flame Fist, Rudd and the others exhibited a momentary surprise, quickly regaining their composure. Sunyu's figure flickered, abruptly appearing before Rudd, unleashing a punch with overwhelming force. Rudd, undeterred, raised his right hand, and with a resounding bang, their fists collided, creating a shockwave of sound. Remarkably, in that fleeting moment, he sensed Rudd's combat power hovered around 900,000. However, they could condense their strength into a singular point at the moment of attack, utilizing every ounce of energy to withstand his assault, an advantage of their mechanical bodies. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Sunyu's mind. Rudd seized on the moment of distraction, launching a whip-like kick aimed at Sunyu's abdomen. Despite their imposing stature, their speed was not to be underestimated. Particularly in terms of reflexes, they could execute the most precise judgments, guaranteeing a hit if they attacked. Faced with the lightning-fast kick, Sunyu felt a surge of urgency. He understood that if struck, the ensuing battle would shift dramatically against him, internally cursing these semi-artificial beings for their calculative prowess. He felt a flash of crimson light in his eyes, his pupils suddenly transforming into a deep red. Sharingan, time stagnation. With the activation of his Sharingan, an indescribable force of time entwined around Rudd, instilling a sense of heaviness in his previously agile form, as if the very fabric of time had slowed. What was happening? The natives of Vibrant Star, including Rudd, felt a wave of disorientation, having mentally mapped out the entire course of the battle. Yet, at this moment, an unknown force disrupted the flow of combat. "Ollie uncle," it's Kyle's eyes. Ollie, seemingly entranced, fixated on Sunyu's gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Noticing her father's unusual demeanor, Lana curiously turned to inquire, "Dad, what's wrong?" Kyle's eyes changed color. That's his unique ability. There's no need for concern, she reassured. However, Ollie appeared oblivious to her words, continuing to stare at Sunyu, murmuring, just like that person's eyes, that person. A cryptic statement left others puzzled. Yet Lana understood her father referred to Sunyu's father with a unique title, though the specifics remained unclear to her, as her father seldom spoke of Kyle. In the arena, Sunyu activated the long-dormant Sharingan, applying time stagnation upon Rudd, momentarily freezing his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Sunyu unleashed a punch that created a visible shockwave in the air. Boom! Rudd was struck by Sunyu's explosive punch, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Bardock and the others cheered for Sunyu, while Tarsal remained composed as ever. Now do you recognize my prowess? Sunyu gleefully observed the ground. As the dust settled, a transparent energy shield became visible. What is this? Bardock, Lana, and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the shield encasing Rudd, and scathed, sending shockwaves of disbelief through them. Tarsal, perceiving their confusion, explained in his deep, gravelly voice, this is a protective barrier, capable of withstanding a certain magnitude of attack. Ah, a protective barrier, is it? Sunyu coldly regarded Rudd beneath the shield, his aura intensifying once more. Then let us see how much of my assault you can endure. With that, he vanished from sight, and in the next moment, Rudd sensed a wave of heat rushing toward his face. Sun Yuling unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Rude's protective shield, each strike sending ripples cascading outward, causing the very ground to tremble and evoking gasps of awe from distant onlookers. Inside the shield, Rude's heart raced momentarily, unsettled by Sun's formidable presence. Yet, bolstered by faith in his shield, he grinned, revealing his menacing fangs. Spare yourself the effort. I concede your strength is formidable. However, unless you can shatter my shield in an instant, the energy within me will continually repair its wear and tear. You will inevitably tire, while my energy is boundless. A perpetual energy source. Sun suddenly recalled the existence of such a mechanism, astonished that even after Dr. Gero's demise, other civilizations had managed to develop it, a true anomaly. Yet, what of it? Perhaps for artificial beings, combat prowess was inherently linked to their initial energy configuration, resulting in limited growth potential. But Sun was different, for him. An instantaneous surge in combat ability was as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Ah, so you hold great confidence in your shield. Sun ceased his assault and leaped back to a distance of 5 meters before Rude, declaring, I hope your shield is indeed as robust as you claim. Otherwise, you may meet a most tragic end. Rude merely smiled, non-committally. Sunny let out a long breath, then extended his arms with hands crossed, reciting, Ka-me. Waves of ethereal azure light surged forth from his hands. The surrounding air appeared to thicken, and the stones beneath his feet trembled restlessly like a swarm of locusts. Me. Sunyu had already withdrawn his hands to his waist, and the earth began to tremble slightly. Tarsal and the others could naturally detect the surge of energy in Sunyu's hands, which had doubled. In astonishment, they immediately called out, Rude, retreat quickly, do not resist. With a resounding shout from Sunyu, his palms thrust forward with great force, unleashing a beam of blue light akin to a high-pressure water column aimed at Rude. The sight before Rude was utterly shocking. After a brief moment of stupor, he leapt up in a desperate attempt to evade Sunyu's Kamehameha. However, if the Kamehameha could be so easily dodged, Sun Wukong would not have devoted such focus to this technique. Sunyu shook his hands vigorously, sending rippling waves forward, and just like that, the Kamehameha instantaneously altered its trajectory, charging toward Rude's jumping position. What? It can do that too? The onlookers were left in disbelief, having just lamented that Sunyu's prolonged energy accumulation could be effortlessly evaded. They never anticipated that this technique possessed the ability to change its course, clearly indicating it was no ordinary skill. Rude secretly congratulated himself on narrowly escaping Sunyu's terrifying strike. Yet, when he instinctively lowered his head, he suddenly noticed that the peculiar beam of light had made an abrupt vertical turn, heading straight for him. Force field. In a moment of crisis, Rude was unable to dodge in time. He crossed his sturdy arms over his chest, creating a shimmering protective barrier. Boom. When the Kamehameha collided with Rude's barrier, a thunderous roar ensued, and the transparent shield was riddled with deep cracks. Rude's expression hardened as he shouted, overload the system, triple the force field. With a crackling sound, Rude's formerly blue skin turned a fiery red, wisps of smoke emanating from his body. The protective barrier in front of him thickened significantly, and the shattered light shield instantly restored itself. Upon witnessing this scene, Sunyu felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed with indignation, Do you think you are the only one capable of overloading? I too possess that power. Behold, the quadruple turtle school Kamehameha. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the full extent of his combat prowess, causing the ground beneath him to fracture and fissures to spread outward. A powerful gust of wind sent debris soaring into the air, shattering it into fragments. Whoosh! Sunyu's energy sphere at the center of his palm suddenly surged to an astonishing magnitude. A colossal orb of light soaring forth along the trajectory of the original Kamehameha wave. Upon its collision with Rude's triple-layered shield, that seemingly indomitable barrier crumbled as if it were mere parchment, shattering instantaneously. Boom! As the quadruple Kamehameha pierced through Rude's defenses, Sun Yu swiftly moderated his energy, leaving Rude merely buffeted by the residual shockwave. Nevertheless, his form was drenched in crimson as he plummeted from the sky. Rude's injuries were a consequence of both Sun Yu's assault and the repercussions of overexertion. Rude. Tarsal moved swiftly, teleporting to catch the falling Rude, and the others followed closely to assess the situation. Sun Yu, having exhausted his physical strength, felt as though his body had been utterly drained, and he stumbled before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Lana soared to Sun Yu's side, reached into her bosom, and retrieved a miraculous bean, gently placing it into his mouth. You truly are reckless, given your current abilities. Unleashing the Kamehameha at 4 times its usual power is still quite a stretch. Sun Yu consumed the mystical bean offered by Lana, instantly transforming back into a spirited youth. With a cheerful laugh, he proclaimed, "Aha! As long as I have the divine bean, there shall be no grave issues. Moreover, I sense that after this energy expenditure, my combat prowess has significantly enhanced." Setting aside his thoughts, he added, "Rudd must be severely injured. Let us go and check on him." With that, the two companions soared towards Tarsal's location. Upon their arrival, they found Rudd's right side gruesomely mangled, yet miraculously, his life was spared. Uncle Ollie retrieved a divine bean and administered it to Rudd. Fortunately, the Veblen natives had not transformed themselves entirely into mechanical beings. Otherwise, even the divine bean would have provided them no aid. After consuming the mystical bean, Rudd's injuries healed instantaneously before the astonished gazes of Tarsal and the others. Ignoring the situation at hand, he knelt before Tarsal, exclaiming, "Chief, I have brought shame upon our tribe." Tarsal lifted Rudd with a deep, resonant voice, saying, "Defeat is not fearsome. What is truly terrifying is the inability to confront one's own failures. Hone your martial skills, my warrior." As their semi-mechanical beings possessed a constant energy level, they could not elevate their combat strength like Sun Yu. The sole path to their enhancement lay in the relentless refinement of their combat techniques, feeding their mental chips with an abundance of battle data, which elucidates their profound reverence for the warrior spirit. "At your command, esteemed chief," Rudd replied, stepping aside. At that moment, the gazes of the Veblen natives towards Sun Yu and his companions transformed from initial indifference to one imbued with respect. Much like the Saiyans, they revered the strong. "It is a pleasure to collaborate with you, Mr. Sun Yu." Tarsal respectfully inclined his body in a slight bow, expressing his esteem for his allies. Sun Yu never anticipated that he would so swiftly establish an alliance with the Vebelnites, although their growth potential was notably feeble. What Sun Yu truly valued was the advanced technology they possessed. "Well spoken, Chief. Since you have agreed to collaborate, let us discuss the matters that lie ahead." The staggering battle power of Frieza, amounting to 120 million, loomed ominously in Sun Yu's mind like a thorn. If he could not swiftly reach the threshold between his ordinary form and that of a Super Saiyan, essentially, the corporeal limit of 3 million battle power, transforming into a Super Saiyan, would be futile against Frieza. The transformation only amplified one's inherent strength by 50 times. Ordinary Saiyans could tap into their latent potential through anger after reaching a certain level of training, thus achieving the Super Saiyan form. However, there were exceptions, such as the legendary second-generation Super Saiyans, exemplified by Sun Wukong's young son, Sun Goten, lacking the lineage of a Super Saiyan father. Sun Yu had no choice but to rely on his own efforts. He sighed softly, choosing to set aside thoughts of Frieza as he intended to follow Tarsal and the others back to their silver-gray pyramid. Suddenly, a few elusive auras flickered into existence, prompting Sun Yu and Bardock to sharply scan their surroundings, shouting, "Who goes there?" Lana and Uncle Ollie also sensed a faint presence, yet they paid little heed. "Perhaps just a few insects. Aside from us, this planet harbors some resilient bugs," Tarsal remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, seemingly lamenting the fate of the planet. Bardock snorted derisively, retorting, "You lot, relying solely on your scanners. Surely your device's Haven T revealed the dreadful killing intent concealed within those auras." "What?" Tarsal and his companions looked incredulously at Bardock, striving to ascertain whether he spoke the truth. "Indeed," Sun Yu said, warily surveying their surroundings. He felt a striking resemblance between that aura and the formidable battle power he had sensed in outer space. Given the uncertainty surrounding the Vebelnite circumstances, he had refrained from asking earlier. Now, it was apparent that this presence was hostile, not friendly. "Chief, we are unfamiliar with the situation here, but I sincerely hope you will stand united with us." Sun Yu's reluctance to fully trust Tarsal stemmed from the inherent caution required in unfamiliar territories. Lana, Uncle Ollie, and Alanx harbored unwavering faith in Sun Yu, and upon witnessing his preparedness, they too braced themselves around him. Only Tarsal and his companions exchanged glances, not out of disbelief in Sun Yu, but due to their own warrior pride. "You are engaging in futile efforts." Tarsal, rarely displaying impatience, cast a cold glance at Sun Yu before preparing to take flight. "Danger, you fool." Sun Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an instinctive warning of impending peril. Indeed, several figures surged forth from the ruins hundreds of meters away, causing Sun Yu's heart to race. Powerful auras descended upon them like towering mountains. Each of these figures possessed battle power exceeding 500,000. And at the forefront was the very one whose power Sun Yu had sensed in space, an impressive 1 million battle power. Chief, quickly take cover. Yes, that individual, boasting 1 million in battle power, was targeting the Vebel Knight leader, Tarsal. The newly emerged powerhouse bore a striking resemblance to Tarsal's kin. However, his skin was black, devoid of any mechanized traits. Most critically, Sun Yu could discern their battle power, provided they were not deliberately concealing it. Sun Yu's fiery fist erupted with astonishing speed, striving to push aside the unresponsive clan leader Tarsal, yet it was a moment too late. The shadowy assailant struck with both hands, one palm aimed at Sun Yu's chest, while the other morphed into a claw that pierced into Tarsal's heart. Sun Yu was struck by the black assailant, causing his internal organs to churn painfully. Yet, he endured the agony and delivered a powerful punch, infused with a torrent of heat, aimed at the assailant. The dark attacker, forced into retreat, stumbled back a few steps. Lana and Rude, along with others, sprang into action, successfully fending off the initial wave of attackers. Could someone elucidate the current predicament? Sun Yu inquired, having withstood the blow which left him considerably injured. After all, the adversary's combat prowess was formidable, boasting a battle power of 1 million. He quickly consumed a magical bean, restoring himself to optimal condition. The group of black assailants encircled Sun Yu and his companions, their gazes icy as they scrutinized the group, akin to observing insignificant insects. Hey, as the clan leader, you should be stronger, especially since your subordinates are so formidable. Lana frowned, expressing her dissatisfaction with Tarsal's earlier performance. Had Tarsal coordinated better with Sun Yu, the latter would not have sustained such severe injuries. Tarsal's countenance appeared to age significantly in an instant. He coughed lightly and explained, "This is my oversight. I did not anticipate their existence on this planet." In the universal galactic language, the pronunciation of they and them differed, a detail that did not escape Sun Yu and his companions, who listened intently as Tarsal continued. "They are known as the infected, once our kin. Thousands of years ago, our planet was a resplendent sphere. However, at an unknown point, some of our people fell victim to a demonic curse, transforming into the terrifying infected, responsible for our current plight." As Tarsal spoke, his hunched figure trembled uncontrollably. When the notion of infection arose, Sun Yu's mind immediately drifted to the parasitic organism known as cotton vine from Dragon Ball Super. Yet, noticing the absence of a distinct tuft on the assailant's head, he deduced that cotton vine was not the culprit. Exercising caution, he activated his Sharingan, employing its insight technique to probe the infected. As Sun Yu's gaze fell upon Tarsal, his eyes hardened, and with a swift motion, his right hand plunged into Tarsal's heart, the pale blue blood of the Vibranian spilling onto the ground. Sun Yu's action startled the onlookers. Rude reacted swiftly, raising his enormous palm in anger to strike at Sun Yu, while Lana, Bardak, and others unleashed their full momentum, resolutely guarding Sun Yu's side. The outermost infected individuals eyed the scene with predatory intent, seemingly poised to seize any opportunity for chaos within, ready to ensnare Sun Yu and his companions in one fell swoop. The atmosphere was tense and peculiar, charged with an uncanny energy. After the initial shock, Chief Tarsal gestured for Rude to step back. At this moment, Sun Yu withdrew his hand from Tarsal's chest, raising it high, stained with blue blood. The spectators were astonished to see a wriggling insect pinched between his fingers. With a decisive squeeze, Sun Yu crushed the creature, its remnants scattering. "I suspect the infected are not cursed by demons, but rather afflicted by these insects." Sun Yu's gaze drifted towards the infected with a combat power of 1 million, who showed no sign of having been outwitted. Instead, the individual regarded Sun Yu with palpable curiosity. Tarsal's expression darkened as he accepted a magical bean thrown by Sun Yu and consumed it, mimicking Sun Yu's actions. Although he was unaware of the bean's properties, he understood its capacity to restore health instantaneously. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, he urged, "Mr. Sun, let us join forces to obstruct their leader and retreat strategically." Despite having a slight numerical advantage, only Sun Yu and Lana could genuinely confront the enemy. The others stood no chance against the infected. Thus, a strategic withdrawal was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Sun Yu glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "No, Chief, allow me to deal with that individual. You focus on safeguarding my kin's retreat." Tarsal hesitated, knowing that it defied logic to let a being with 800,000 combat power face one with 1 million. However, upon meeting Sun Yu's resolute gaze, he found himself questioning his analytical data for the first time. Perhaps this youth truly had the potential to perform miracles. "Very well, but be cautious. Do not let them wound you." As Sun Yu and his companions braced for battle, the infected, viewing them as easy prey, adopted a menacing stance. "Lana, take care of them. Do not overexert yourselves. Especially you, Bardak. I know you yearn to prove your strength, but our foremost priority is survival. Everyone, prepare to act on my count of 3. Sun Yu paused for a moment, and the infected individuals stood poised like arrows ready to be released from a bow, as if the moment he counted to 3, they would all spring into action simultaneously. 3. Sun Yu skipped over 1 and 2, directly announcing the number 3. Everyone present, including the infected, stumbled slightly, nearly losing their balance. Just as Lana and the others were about to criticize Sun Yu for his unconventional approach, They realized he had already dashed towards the infected with a combat power of 1 million, launching a surprise attack with both fists. Well, this young man is becoming increasingly cunning, even deceiving his own allies, Lana thought to herself in frustration, due to Sun Yu's sudden assault. The original situation was thrown into disarray, leading to a moment of chaos. However, this disorder proved advantageous for Tarsal's side. As Sun Yu drew all the infected's attention, Tarsal, along with Rude and the others, seized the opportunity to strike. Their massive hands opened to reveal sharp claws, and they focused their fire on the nearest infected, inflicting significant injury. Observing this, Lana was not one to be outdone. Her flame fist erupted suddenly, her combat power of 600,000 commanding the attention of all. With Lana leading the charge, Tarsal and his group held the majority of the infected at bay, while Bardak, Ali, and others provided flanking support for the assault, transforming the battlefield into a scene of favorable circumstances. In this encounter, Sun Yu effortlessly sent an infected being with a combat power of 1 million flying several meters away. As he advanced with intent, he was unexpectedly met with a swift counterattack, a powerful strike from the creature that sliced through the air, producing a series of ominous whistles. With a resounding crack, Sun Yu's form was torn apart, vanishing into the ether. However, the infected entity exhibited no trace of elation, for it discerned that this fleeting silhouette was not corporeal. This was Sun Yu's technique, the Phantom Fist. Suddenly, the true form of Sun Yu appeared on the ground. His body crouched slightly before he leaped into the air. Utilizing the force of his jump combined with the enhancement of the fiery fist, he unleashed a powerful punch. The momentum immense. Behold, the Mount Lu ascending dragon strike. It seemed as though a skill from a certain series of Saint Seiya had intruded into the scene. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was that Sun Yu's determined blow was effortlessly caught by the infected individual. In midair, Sun Yu found his hand firmly gripped by the adversary, unable to break free. After all, the opponent possessed a staggering combat power of 100,000. It was somewhat naive to think he could match it with sheer physical strength. The infected being landed on the ground, abruptly raising Sun Yu's arm high before forcefully smashing it down. With a resounding crash, the earth cracked, and the creature then dragged Sun Yu's body closer, raining down punches upon him like a tempest. Each blow sent tremors through the ground, and Lana, glancing in Sun Yu's direction, noticed that the earth had sunk several meters beneath him. Kyle, seeing Sun Yu in peril, Lana instinctively sought to assist him, but Tarsal restrained her. Mister, Sun will be fine. You need not worry about his safety, Tarsal asserted with unwavering confidence. As if to validate Tarsal's words, the ground before the infected entity suddenly erupted with a surge of blue light, a wave of energy blasting upwards and striking the creature, causing it to stagger backward. In the next moment, a faint golden figure soared into the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was Sun Yu, enveloped in a shimmering golden shield. A protective barrier. How could he possess such power? Tarsal felt that the shocks he had experienced today surpassed all he had faced in his life combined. He had never witnessed another being, aside from his kin, wielding such a technique. Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, for the Vebel Knights retained half of their biological traits. Thus, he could utilize his Sharingan to imitate their abilities. It was this that allowed him to activate a protective shield just in the nick of time, deflecting the assault from a 1 million combat power adversary. Within the sanctuary of the shield, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave to neutralize the imminent threat. The infected Vebel Knight appeared to lack the skill to control its combat power. Consequently, as long as Sun Yu maintained his formidable shield, he could withstand the opponent's onslaught. Although such tactics were rather underhanded and contrary to the Saiyan combat philosophy, Sun Yu was not overly concerned. His priority was simply to eliminate the foe. On the other hand, the situation for Lana Sal was promising, seemingly on the verge of shaking off the infection. With this thought, Sun Yu felt invigorated, plunging from the sky with fervor. Let the mutual harm commence. Just as Sun Yu believed victory was assured, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The infected creature's body surged threefold in size. With a mere flick of its enormous claws, it conjured a tempest, shattering Sun Yu's protective shield and sending him reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as he was flung several dozen meters away. As Sun Yu, brimming with confidence and shield intact, sought to challenge the adversary with 1 million combat power, the creature abruptly transformed, swatting him away with a single claw. Sun Yu coughed up blood and crashed heavily to the ground. What on earth? Am I not the protagonist of this tale? He lamented. Wasn't it supposed to be a cure for all defiance? Why is it that every time I try to assert myself, I end up being smacked down? Sun Yu felt a wave of indignation wash over him, nearly brought to tears as he sensed his insides churning. His bones felt as though they had shattered into pieces. Enduring the pain, he reached into his robe and retrieved a Senzu bean, crushing it between his teeth. With a series of satisfying cracks, all of his fractured bones healed. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, his combat power now registered at 920,000. Yet, what was the use of it when his opponent's transformation had granted it a staggering 2.5 million combat power? The fluctuations in its combat capability were calculated with precision, adhering to the scientific principles governing species transformations and biological evolution. Thus, the figure of 250 held no deeper significance whatsoever. Sun Yu gazed ahead at the massive figure striding towards him, a veritable giant he whimsically dubbed 250, standing at an astonishing 6 meters tall. Its robust limbs resembled the trunk of a tree, and its entire physique was a testament to explosive musculature, sending shivers down one's spine with a mere glance. In that moment, its form had transcended human likeness, resembling more a bipedal lizard, with elongated, menacing spines protruding from its shoulders and back, creating an intimidating visage. In the distance, Tarsal and the others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Sun Yu was nearly certain that this transformation was not a skill of the Vebulans, but rather a unique ability of this creature. One couldn't help but wonder if this character had been contrived merely to prolong the narrative. Indeed, it felt as though it had leapt forth solely for that purpose. Yet, such thoughts remained locked within his mind, for voicing them would undoubtedly invite dire consequences in the unfolding tale. Just as Sun Yu's thoughts spiraled into uncertainty, 250 loomed before him, towering over Sun Yu with an air of disdain and indifference in its gaze. With a deliberate motion, it lifted its foot, preparing to crush Sun Yu with the casual ease one might use to squish an ant. This was perilous. Mr. Sun Yu was in grave danger. Tarsal, too, felt the weight of urgency. Previously, Sun Yu had withstood the assault of an infected being with a combat power of 1 million. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically, for the adversary now boasted a staggering combat power of 2,500,000. Even if Sun Yu possessed extraordinary abilities, escaping the fate of being crushed seemed improbable. Damn it, let go of Kyle. Lana cried out, dashing towards Sun Yu, hurling fiery energy orbs in a desperate attempt to intervene. Yet, as these orbs struck the towering figure, it merely frowned slightly, as if disturbed by a mere fly. As Sun Yu gazed at the descending foot of the clumsy fellow, he took a moment to reflect on the unpredictability of life and the cyclical nature of fortune. His eyes turned skyward at a 45-degree angle, where the dimly lit heavens of Veblen often evoked memories of Victorian England. Although Sun Yu had no knowledge of the exact years that defined the Victorian era, nor had he ever traveled abroad, he simply wished to express his appreciation for the pleasant sunlight. Do you recall the wish Sun Yu made to the dragon when he was still on Earth? He wished for the principle of equality among all beings. Or perhaps not quite that. Rather, his true desire was to possess the ability to transform into a colossal ape at will. In response, the dragon enhanced Sun Yu's Sharingan, enabling it to extract the requisite 17 million Bruts waves from sunlight. A flicker of eerie red light flashed across Sun Yu's eyes, and in an instant, the crimson Sharingan activated. With a resounding cry, he proclaimed, Ape transformation. Roar. Suddenly, Sun Yu's physique surged dramatically, his jaw jutted forward, and his body became enveloped in a coat of brown fur. Bai Wu abruptly observed that the ants beneath his feet were visibly enlarging 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Roar. Roar. The colossal ape transformation of Sun Yu fiercely pounded his chest, emitting a thunderous sound. His primate head stirred slightly, the crimson Sharingan swirling within its sockets, coldly regarding Bai Wu. Bai Wu was instantly struck with terror, unable to comprehend how a being that had just resembled an insignificant insect could suddenly grow larger than himself. Moreover, the overwhelming aura emanating from Sun Yu was palpable. A presence more formidable than mountains, deeper than oceans, and broader than the skies. Flee. This was the singular thought racing through Bai Wu's mind. The mission, the revival of the race, none of it mattered in the face of such overwhelming dread. Yet, confronted with the giant ape incarnation of Sun Yu, escape was futile. Before he could take more than a few steps, Sun Yu effortlessly grasped him in his hand, as one might lift a mere chick. Onlookers in the distance were left in astonishment. Particularly, the Scions accompanying Bardock and Ali were bewildered. They could not fathom how Sun Yu had transformed without the aid of a full moon, nor could they understand why he appeared to retain his sanity post-transformation. Was it not said that only the esteemed elite warriors could achieve such feats? Why was Sun Yu capable of this? Long live Lord Kale. I admire you so much. Lord Kale. Aranx and Vista stood transfixed, their emotions soaring to new heights of admiration for Sun Yu. If someone were to declare that Sun Yu was a deity descended from the heavens, they would believe without hesitation. Taser and several other Vibranians remained silent for a long time, murmuring, is this truly Mr. Sun Yu's real strength? Such terrifying combat prowess. The combat prowess of Sun Yu, embodying the formidable essence of a colossal ape, amounts to an astonishing 9.2 million. Such an aura, even in the absence of deliberate manifestation, exudes an indescribable sense of oppression felt by those in proximity. The individual known as Bai, gripped in Sun Yu's grasp, struggled fiercely for freedom. Yet, Sun Yu afforded him no chance of escape. He raised his immense ape-like arm and forcefully slammed Bai to the ground, then leaped high, delivering a crushing stomp. Bang, bang, bang. With each step of Sun Yu's colossal legs, the ground trembled as if the very planet itself were shaking. Though such assertions contain a degree of exaggeration, the resounding thuds resonated like a colossal drumbeat against the hearts of all present. The most formidable of the infected had been vanquished, leaving the remaining soldiers in disarray. Seizing the moment, Tarsal and his companions pursued relentlessly, capturing them all. As the crowd gathered around Sun Yu, their faces radiated with the joy of victory. Sun Yu erupted in another roar, heralding the flawless triumph of this battle. At that moment, the fallen and transformed figure of Bai coughed violently. spewing blood before suddenly croaking in a hoarse and piercing voice. Do you truly believe you have won? Ha ha ha. The 5 celestial locks of Veblen planet have already fallen under our control, and the planet's defense system is utterly incapacitated. You have lost. What? Upon hearing the term celestial locks, Tarsal and his companions shuddered violently, realizing that these were the keystones of the planet's defense. If the locks were destroyed, Veblen's most vulnerable side would be laid bare to the cosmos. Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck them, and they rushed towards Erbai. However, to their shock, a dark, wriggling worm slithered out of Erbai's mouth, swiftly burrowing into the earth. Curse it! Enraged, Tarsal unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky as an almost imperceptible light shield was removed, plunging Veblen's already murky sky into deeper darkness. At that moment, the blazing sun ruthlessly scorched the earth. Tarsal, suspended in the air, gazed at the massive crater below, his heart suddenly racing with dread. Something was amiss at the temple. The temple? Sun Yu and the others momentarily froze. That is the very place where the chieftain just met with you. Rude clarified. Without uttering a word, Tarsal transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the previously encountered silver pyramid, with Sun Yu and the others swiftly following suit. As the scenery shifted, they returned to the silver pyramid temple, and before they could land, they witnessed blue Vebel Knights rushing towards them from all directions. Chieftain, we are in grave trouble. The infected have re-emerged. Chieftain, our defense system has suddenly collapsed, and the autonomous battle machines are immobilized. The infected are almost at the temple. Chieftain, our kin have suffered tremendous casualties. Before Tarsal could steady himself, a throng of kin surrounded him, reporting various dire situations. Do not panic. Within the temple lies the artifact left by Ignaz, capable of activating the psychic defense and awakening the autonomous battle machines. We still possess hope. Tarsal reassured the gathered crowd. Upon hearing his words, the kin calmed slightly, exchanging glances with Sun Yu, who followed Tarsal into the interior of the silver pyramid. Sun Yu once again found himself beneath the 12 copper pillars, as Tarsal proceeded ahead. With no intention of obstructing Sun Yu, he and his companions brazenly followed suit. Meanwhile, the clansmen who had just reported the situation remained outside the temple, hesitating. The 12 copper pillars towered approximately 15 meters high, with a radius of about 3 to 4 meters, appearing to be arranged in a seemingly chaotic manner. However, Sun Yu faintly sensed an indescribable pattern. Gazing upward, he observed the pillars adorned with numerous bizarre and fantastical creatures, leaving him and his companions in awe. Tarsal approached the center of the temple. Standing beneath one of the pillars, and retrieved a jade stone the size of a goose egg. He inserted it into a recess at the pillar's center, and, almost instantly, the pillar trembled violently before beginning to rotate and descend on its own. As this pillar sank, the ceiling of the temple revealed a descending platform of approximately 10 meters. Mr. Sun Yu, may I trouble you to guard this place for me? We need to access the inner sanctum of the temple to activate the Ignaz artifact. Tarsal endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed his urgency. Certainly, you may proceed without concern. I assure you that not even a fly shall intrude. Sun Yu discerned Tarsal's reluctance to allow them access to the treasures within the inner sanctum, so he resolved to remain vigilant here. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun Yu. Tarsal nodded slightly in appreciation before ascending the newly revealed steps with several clansmen. Sun Yu found himself perplexed by the structure of the silver pyramid. Yet his mind was not inclined to delve into it further, as an unexpected thought struck him. He was well versed in the narrative of Dragon Ball, wherein the planet Veblen had never been mentioned in the original storyline. Given the formidable combat prowess of its inhabitants and Frieza's evident apprehension towards them, Sun Yu was entirely justified in believing that this planet had been obliterated long before the events of Dragon Ball commenced. Initially, Sun Yu had surmised that it was Frieza's army that had annihilated Veblen. However, after witnessing the extraordinary strength of the Veblenians, this hypothesis lost its validity. Unless Frieza himself intervened, his subordinates, mere foot soldiers, would stand no chance against the Veblenians. If Frieza was not the culprit, then who could possibly be responsible for the destruction of this planet? After Sun Yu engaged in reverse thinking, the answer became apparent. They had failed to activate the Ignaz artifact and were subsequently slaughtered by the infected. The final outcome may have been that the chieftain of the Tarsal tribe detonated the entire planet in a bid to perish alongside the infected. Regardless, this planet is now beset by numerous internal and external troubles. Kyle, your complexion appears quite pallid. What is the matter? Lana, sensing Sun Yu's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Sun Yu finds himself in a state of indecision, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. However, he cannot directly divulge his thoughts to Lana and the others, so he evasively remarks, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I have an unsettling premonition. Upon hearing this, Badak and Ollie exchange a knowing glance and inquire, I wonder if you have taken note of how many guards Tarsal has in total? Although Sun Yu was unaware of the intent behind Bardock's inquiry, he pondered carefully before responding, it seems to be around 5 or 6. But who has the leisure to count them? Indeed, when they learned of the impending duel with the foremost warrior of the Vibran Star, all attention gravitated towards Sun Yu and Root. Furthermore, with the subsequent emergence of the infected, their focus on such minutiae was all but lost. I need you to clarify precisely how many there are. Do not provide me with such ambiguous answers, Bardock stated coldly. Logically, as an exceptional warrior, one must possess the ability to remain acutely aware of their surroundings. However, he had overlooked this particular detail. As Sun Yu observed Bardock's intense reaction, he recalled that Tarsal might soon activate the artifact, potentially failing in the process. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be Lord Kale? I recall there should be 5 of them. Arinx interjected suddenly. Both Bardock and Uncle Ollie's eyes lit up as they inquired in unison. Are you certain? Absolutely. Arinx nodded affirmatively. At the outset, I was concerned about our negotiations falling through, so I counted their number beforehand. Tarsal has 5 guards, totaling 6 individuals, including himself. As Sun Yu's heart tightened, he glanced anxiously at Bardock, who wore a grim expression. 7 individuals have entered, he stated. The clansmen who had previously gone to report to Tarsal were still waiting outside the temple. At this moment, it was evident that 6 guards had accompanied Tarsal into the inner sanctum of the temple, leading to an ominous conclusion. Tarsal is in danger, Sun Yu shouted. Turning sharply towards the steps as Lana, Bardock, and others followed closely behind. Tarsal must not come to harm. Sun Yu's thoughts echoed as he ascended to the temple's inner chamber, where he beheld Tarsal kneeling before a statue, intoning some incantation. The chamber was vast, equivalent to 4 football fields in size, with a towering mechanical statue standing at its northern end. This statue, clad in armor reminiscent of a Gundam warrior, had its hands resting on a towering, upright sword. Tarsal and his entourage knelt reverently at the feet of the statue, chanting an incantation. As they chanted, dust fell away from the mechanical figure, revealing its original luster. So, your artifact is a Gundam, such advanced technology. Sun Yu found himself momentarily entranced, almost forgetting his purpose for coming. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the chamber. A Vibrunian, who had been kneeling in the corner, sprang up violently, knocking aside a few of his kin before reaching for the controller in Tarsal's grasp. Tarsal, focused on reciting the incantation, essentially the command to activate the Ignit's artifact, had not yet noticed the disturbance. A surge of fiery energy enveloped Sun Yu as he unleashed his formidable presence, employing the power of his Sharingan to freeze time around the assailant, sending him hurtling away like a streak of light. At that moment, Tarsal and the others realized the peril. Rude and his companions immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Tarsal, who hastened his incantation. The mechanical statue trembled violently, as if heralding the awakening of a slumbering giant. Flame Fist. Sun Yu propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch. The assailant, ensnared in Sun Yu's temporal stasis, was rendered sluggish and unprepared to evade. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, and both were forced back a few steps. Sun Yu sensed the assailant's formidable combat prowess, which measured at an astonishing 1 million. It is you, the infector. You truly are a resilient pest. Through his heightened senses, Sun Yu identified this individual as the very infector who had previously ambushed them. Following their earlier confrontation, Sun Yu's battle power had surged to 920,000 after recovering from his injuries, allowing him to hold his ground against the million-strong infector. Seeing that Sun Yu could manage the situation alone, Rude and the other Vibranian warriors formed a protective barrier around Tarsal, while Bardock and his companions yearned to assist. However, it appeared that their involvement was unnecessary at that moment. In no time, the mechanical statue was activated, accompanied by a tremendous mechanical roar as its eyes ignited with golden light. With a mighty tremor, it thrust the colossal sword embedded in the ground, leaving only the hilt visible. As the sword pierced the earth, the silver pyramid temple began to tremble, as if something had been triggered. Moments later, the mechanical giant emitted a mechanical voice. Zenith defense system initializing, infector detected, commencing eradication. With that, it raised its wrist and withdrew the massive sword from the ground. Rude exclaimed with excitement, Chief, it appears the artifact has successfully activated. We are saved. The Zenith defense system not only had the capability to counter the infectors but could also withstand an assault from Frieza's army, perhaps altering the fate of this planet. Tarsal addressed Sun Yu. Mr. Sun Yu, please step back to avoid any unintended harm. Understood, Sun Yu replied, gazing at the towering mechanical warrior resembling a Gundam. Although its combat ability was indiscernible, it was evidently an extraordinary entity. He leaped 10 meters away as the massive sword descended, striking the infector. The infector howled in pain, its body swelling with rage. Despite having changed vessels, it seemed its transformation ability remained intact. After assuming a new form, its strength had not diminished. Standing at 6 meters tall, adorned with spines, its battle power remained at a staggering 2 million. Roar. The infector unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the mechanical statue's colossal sword and leaping to claw at its chest. Sun Yu jested with Lana and the others, saying, Look at that enormous insect daring to confront the statue head-on. It truly seems to be weary of life. No sooner had he spoken than the foolish one smashed through the chest of the mechanical statue. Lana shot Sun Yu a glare, exclaiming, You are truly insufferable. Sun Yu shrugged, managing to force a smile as he remarked, Is it my fault then? Perhaps that statue was designed this way, just like us Saiyans. The more battered we are, the stronger our combat prowess becomes. Almost immediately, the hapless statue was disarmed. Its hands severed, and its head smashed to pieces by the hapless number 205. The once imposing mechanical warrior crumbled under the hands of the infected. As fragile as paper, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Lana and her companions watched in horror, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Sun Yu slapped his forehead and shouted at the petrified Tarsar, "Please, don't tell me this is your ultimate trump card. It is utterly useless." Tarsar mechanically turned his head to face Sun Yu, his mouth trembling for a moment before he managed to utter a few words. "Neglected for years, neglected for years. Neglected my foot. Just moments ago, I was pondering whether this mechanical statue could take on Frieza in a duel, and now it appears to be merely a disposable character." As he spoke, the infected had already rendered the statue, which had barely been on the field for less than a minute, into ruins. It twisted its neck and began to approach Sun Yu and the others, eyes brimming with malice. "Mr. Sun Yu, you must transform quickly," Tarsar implored. His expression one of frustration. He was at a loss, for the adversary possessed a combat power of 250,000, and apart from Sun Yu after his transformation, none could stand against it. "I transform into what, you fool? This chamber has no moonlight, not even a ray of sunlight, to aid my transformation." Sun Yu gritted his teeth in anger. Although he could utilize his Sharingan to extract solar energy, it required direct sunlight to do so. What a bunch of useless fools. Sun Yu realized he had to rely on himself. "Fine, let us charge together. We'll attack head-on while the rest provide support." With renewed vigor, Sun Yu unleashed his aura, activating his shield as he lunged toward the transformed infected. Bardock and the others had long been eager to engage, despite their adversary's overwhelming strength. Yet, Scions thrived on challenging more formidable foes. To put it elegantly, they were inclined to scale new heights. To be blunt, they reveled in courting danger. Thus, Sun Yu and Tarsar activated their shields, positioning themselves at the forefront to draw the infected's ire. Meanwhile, Bardock, Lana, and the others stealthily maneuvered behind the infected to launch a surprise attack, while Rude and the other Veblonians provided covering fire from a distance. With a few healers, they could easily form a 15-member team for a dungeon raid. After all, the infected stature and appearance were hardly inferior to any boss encountered in the world of Warcraft. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, the disparity in combat power often could not be compensated for by sheer numbers. Bardock and Uncle Ollie sustained injuries. Yet even these grave wounds were mended with a single Senzu bean. Roar. Sun Yu found himself cornered by the infected, and in a moment of desperation, he grasped the colossal sword left by the mechanical statue on the ground. With both hands, he hefted the 8-meter-long blade and brought it crashing down upon the infected. The sound of breaking echoed as the sword shattered, yet from its remnants emerged a blue jade stone, the size of an ostrich egg. In that instant, Sun Yu activated his time stasis ability, instinctively catching the jade as it flew through the air. Upon touching the stone, a searing pain engulfed his eyes, accompanied by a torrent of intricate and chaotic information flooding his mind. His delicate features contorted as his eyes blazed with an intensity akin to flames. A crimson hue reminiscent of blood seemed to emanate from within. His pupils dilated, and at the edges of his irises, 2 black Tomo symbols appeared, spinning in perfect proportion to the previous 2 Tomo, creating a mesmerizing dance within his gaze. The Sharingan S3 Tomo awakened. Around him, time appeared to freeze. He felt no movement of air, nor did he hear a single sound. It was as if he had transcended to an empty cosmos, existing in solitude since the dawn of time. Then came the birth and extinction of stars, and he suddenly perceived scenes of the past and future, an endless interplay of reality and illusion. He was unaware of how long he lingered in this state until he spotted a peculiar black dot. His consciousness drifted toward it, and as he drew nearer, the dot expanded into view, a massive bronze door, ancient and robust, towering 1,000 feet high. Beneath it stood several shadowy figures, waiting. Sun Yu strained to discern the outlines of several figures, one of which, a diminutive creature with a round head, captured his attention. It was none other than the Lord of All, the deity reigning supreme over the cosmos. Perhaps sensing Sun Yu's gaze, the Lord turned his head, fixing his eyes upon Sun Yu with a slight smile and a voice as innocent and charming as a child's, saying, "Come, Sun Yu, let us play together." In an instant, Sun Yu's consciousness was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of dread, akin to plummeting into an unfathomable, frigid abyss. The soul-wrenching terror pierced through him. "No, this is not real. It is merely an illusion." Sun Yu cried out internally, repeatedly assuring himself that all of this was but a mirage. However, the Lord's presence felt achingly tangible. "Sun Yu, get out of the way. Kair, what are you dawdling for?" Familiar voices, laced with urgency, echoed in his ears, gradually pulling Sun Yu's consciousness back to his corporeal form. Suddenly, he recalled that he was embroiled in a battle. What? Sun Yu jolted awake, warily scanning his surroundings. He still held a jade stone the size of an ostrich egg in his hands, and the infected creature was advancing from its previous position, a claw poised to strike. Ah, so the earlier environment had only past moments. A smile crept across Sun Yu's lips as he felt a surge of power from the jade stone, awakening the latent potential of his Sharingan. In the depths of his being, he understood that he had unlocked yet another skill of the Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, a bizarre aura radiated from Senzu, encompassing a radius of 10 meters around him. The infected creature, upon entering this realm, seemed to be drawn into a strange alternate space, where the sky was a vivid red, and the air and ground stretched into an endless black void. Welcome to my domain. Senzu smiled at the infected creature, his grin more terrifying than the abyss itself. Tsukuyomi was originally a skill of Itachi Uchiha's left eye in the Naruto universe. When activated, as long as the gazes of the two met, the opponent would be ensnared in an unknown otherworld. Within this realm, every element, time, location, geography, was under the control of the caster. In essence, here, Senzu was the sovereign. Unlike Itachi, Senzu could activate Tsukuyomi with both eyes. Therefore, he did not need to meet his opponent's gaze. As long as the adversary entered within 10 meters of him, they would fall victim to the technique. Perhaps, as Senzu's abilities grew, this range would expand, rendering it significantly more formidable than the Tsukuyomi in the Naruto world. Kid, no matter what tricks you pull, you will surely die today. The infected creature sneered, lunging fiercely at Senzu, its massive claws glinting ominously, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Its speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it stood before Senzu, its 3-meter-wide claws crashing down with a force that threatened to shatter the very heavens. However, this thunderous strike met only air. The infected creature raised its head in confusion, realizing it had returned to its original position, while Senzu remained calmly standing ahead, as if nothing had transpired. This is impossible. I clearly struck you. The infected creature gazed at Senzu in disbelief, attempting to discern a flaw in his expression. Senzu smiled in silence, while the infected being, doubting the malevolence surrounding it, rose once more to launch an attack. Time and again, regardless of its relentless efforts. Every attempt culminated in the fleeting moment of nearing Senzu, only for it to find itself return to its original position as if the events had never transpired. The infected entity was on the brink of collapse, overwhelmed by a profound sense of possessing immense power yet finding no outlet for it, which ignited its frustration. I can assure you, here I reign supreme, Senzu declared, stepping forward. I wield control over every element within this realm, including time and space. Even the full moon in the sky can be conjured at my whim. Hehehe, although we Saiyans transform under the full moon as the sovereign of this world. If I choose not to transform, then I shall not. Senzu paused for a moment, seemingly savoring everything around him. With the recent awakening of my abilities, my combat power has surged to an astounding 1 million. Under the luminous glow of the full moon, my strength has increased tenfold. Although this enhancement may be illusory and lacking in authenticity, I believe that without at least 10 million in combat power, one cannot hope to unravel my super Tsukuyomi. In the world of Naruto, the principle dictates that the Tsukuyomi technique cannot be broken. However, considering the differing laws of the Dragon Ball universe, should there exist a vast disparity in power between the caster and the victim, no skill is truly unbreakable. It is akin to Senzu confronting Frieza in his 100% transformation, facing Frieza's staggering combat power of 12 million. Regardless of how formidable the Tsukuyomi technique may be, it would have no effect on Frieza. Yet, as Senzu's strength escalates, this technique can be regarded as invincible within its tier, capable even of challenging those of higher ranks. Thus, Senzu has rebranded Tsukuyomi as Super Tsukuyomi. Originating from the Naruto universe yet transcending its confines, my admiration for these eyes grows ever stronger. Senzu revealed a faint smile, declaring, "Come now. Let us bring this pointless farce to an end. You are most fortunate to become the first to perish within my Super Tsukuyomi." Senzu slowly raised his hand, an energy that could alter the very fabric of existence swirling within it. The infected, desperate to flee, found themselves utterly immobilized. A suffocating aura ensnared the infected individual. And as a flash of brilliance emanated from Senzu's palm, the unfortunate soul was struck by this blinding light, emitting a mournful cry before being reduced to ashes in an instant. The remnants of dust floated in the air as Senzu gently closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, his gaze reverting to its deep, obsidian hue. At this juncture, Tarsal, Lana, and others converged around him. Witnessing the preceding spectacle, the infected had been shouting defiantly just a moment ago, only to stand there in stunned silence, like a fool, before Senzu's wrist flicked. And they vanished into nothingness. "Kyle, did you really just kill it?" Lana exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stomped her feet. Senzu gazed at the crowd in bewilderment. "What else could we do? Should we take it home for the new year?" He remarked, exasperated. "You fool, at least leave one alive to interrogate." Lana shot Senzu a look of disappointment. Senzu chuckled lightly and waved at Tarsal. "Elder, do you know what this is? I sense an immense power within it." Tarsal, unable to contain his excitement, immediately approached Senzu and replied, "This is a gem embedded in the greatsword, recorded in the annals of history as the Eye of Ignaz. It possesses boundless divine energy and can serve as the core power source to activate the temple." With that, he snatched the ostrich-excised jade from Senzu's hand and swiftly turned to ascend to a control console. Senzu quietly approached Bedak and the others, whispering, "You can sneak a touch of that object later to see if it can awaken your potential." I currently possess a combat power of 1 million. 1 million! The group exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Sun Yu as though he were a creature of legend. How infuriating it is to be surpassed so silently. We too must strive harder. As they spoke, the pyramid temple resonated with a series of thunderous booms. Curiosity piqued, Sun Yu and the others looked towards Tasser, who elucidated. The defense system has been successfully activated, and the autonomous combat drones have been deployed. It is time to eliminate the infected outside. Let us join in the fray. Sun Yu snapped his fingers with enthusiasm. Kyle, you need not accompany us. Grant us the opportunity to take action. Lana playfully draped herself over Sun Yu's shoulder, her ample form pressing against his back with a delightful elasticity. Sun Yu silently experienced the astonishing elasticity of his back, clearing his throat a few times before saying, Ahem. Please be cautious. Tarsal, could you kindly assign some personnel to accompany them? In response to this request, Tarsal readily agreed. Rud, I will allocate 300 autonomous combat aircraft for you. You are responsible for obeying the commands of these esteemed individuals, since it was Sun Yu who had salvaged them. Tarsal's address towards Sun Yu and his companions had transformed. He directly dispatched his most trusted subordinates to heed the orders of Bardak and Lana. A testament to his trust in Sun Yu. Rud bowed respectfully to Tarsal before leading the group away. Sun Yu gazed at Tarsal with a gentle smile and inquired, Chieftain, I have heard that your technology here is quite advanced. Would it be possible for you to construct a gravity training room for me? The size could be similar to that of this chamber. Gravity training rooms adhere to strict dimensional ratios. As the room's dimensions increase, the amplification of gravity becomes more pronounced, thereby exerting greater forces on the building materials. This is also the reason why Dr. Beerus has been troubled by the prospect of constructing gravity training rooms beyond the current level on Earth. Sun Yu now finds himself contemplating the training of the Saiyans docked in the orbit of the Veblen planet. It is certainly impractical to provide each of them with an individual gravity training room. Thus, Sun Yu considers the establishment of a large-scale gravity training facility where they can train collectively. From this group, he will select those with exceptional adaptability and allocate them their own training rooms. This approach not only maximizes resource efficiency but also significantly ignites their fighting spirit. Taser. Upon hearing Sun Yu's proposal, pondered for a moment before responding with caution, it poses no significant challenge. A few hours spent simulating the structural parameters should suffice before we commence construction. We have previously built such facilities for cultivating high-gravity vegetation. Construction can commence in just a few hours. Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. Indeed, this technologically advanced species is remarkably efficient. Could you also fabricate a few pieces of ultra-heavy armor for me? Specifically, I seek those that protect the wrist while being exceptionally weighty, preferably with a gravity equivalent to 150 times the cosmic standard. Such gravity would be approximately 200 times that of Earth. Even with a combat power of 1 million, Sun Yu cannot disregard such weight. The previous ultra-heavy armor's weight is now negligible in his eyes, prompting him to seek a more formidable alternative. We possess a type of flexible armor that can reduce gravity by diminishing spatial gravity. Perhaps we could utilize this technology to achieve an increase in gravity instead. If you desire, we can customize a set just for you, Taser suggested. Absolutely. It is imperative that we equip our personnel with a full set. After all, as the guardians of the cosmos, we cannot afford to fall behind in our gear, Sun Yu exclaimed with delight. With the equipment issue resolved, the training challenges for his Saiyan companions would also be surmounted, leaving only their individual talents and efforts to determine their success. Taser, however, was drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Sun Yu, this technology is not yet at a stage suitable for mass production. Due to the absence of some core materials, we can currently only produce one piece. Once we locate these special materials, small-scale production can commence. Very well, one piece it shall be. Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively. I'll simply wear it for now. Subsequently, Taser led Sun Yu to the equipment testing facility, where staff members designed an ideal combat suit for him. It was essential that the suit be lightweight and comfortable, while also mitigating impact forces for protection. Moreover, it had to possess significant elasticity to accommodate Sun Yu's transformation into a giant without risking an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. The most astonishing feature was the presence of a biological metal on Veblen that, once molded, could absorb microscopic particles from the air to automatically repair any damage. Truly remarkable. So the metal you wear is also of this biological variety? Sun Yu inquired, astonished. Indeed, merging with this metal can extend our lifespans, Taser remarked with a sense of awe. Later, through their conversation, Sun Yu learned that once the damaged celestial lock was repaired, Taser could utilize spatial technology to conceal the coordinates of Veblen. Interstellar navigation coordinates are determined by special radar scans of planets within that sector. Once the planet's coordinates are concealed, it will vanish from star maps. Although he was not in favor of the concealment plan, Sun Yu recognized that they could only proceed one step at a time for now. He was eager to don his specially crafted combat suit and delve into another round of training. Veblen's production capabilities were formidable, and by the following day, Sun Yu received his custom-designed combat suit. Its design mirrored the combat armor they wore, yet it fit him more snugly and comfortably. Upon receiving it, Sun Yu eagerly donned the suit and began examining the gravity controller. adjusting the settings to 200 times Earth's gravity. Instantly, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. The effect was truly remarkable, akin to being within a mobile gravity training chamber. In the subsequent days, Senzu remained in the temple, engrossed in his training. During this time, Uncle Ollie visited him once to collect some Senzu beans, and Senzu distributed 10 beans to each of them. It was at that moment that Senzu noticed Uncle Ollie's combat power had surged from 100,000 to 200,000. Indeed, a life-and-death battle is the fastest route to power enhancement, and he began to anticipate the current strengths of Bardock and Lana. Senzu's request for the construction of an enormous gravity training chamber has indeed been completed. After 2 days of experimental testing, the results have proven to be exceptionally promising. In accordance with Senzu's specifications, this expansive training facility is divided into 5 distinct zones, each with a gravitational force that increases by a factor of 20 compared to the previous zone. Successfully navigating through all zones grants the individual the opportunity to be selected for a superior solo gravity training chamber. To facilitate this, Senzu specifically summoned the members aboard the exploratory-grade strategic void ship currently stationed in orbit around the Veblen planet. However, what Senzu remains unaware of is that chaos has erupted aboard the void ship. Just yesterday, the ship's captain received a military communique from the formidable Ginyu Force, a subordinate team of the Frieza army. The Frieza army's intelligence indicated that Senzu's vessel had been in orbit around Veblen for several days without launching an attack, coinciding with the Ginyu Force's completion of a nearby mission. Consequently, Frieza ordered them to investigate the situation. Indeed, the current predicament involves the infamous Ginyu Force, renowned throughout the universe for their flamboyant demeanor, being dispatched to assess the Veblen planet, which has thrown the crew of the void ship into a state of panic. The Ginyu Force is a rare breed of formidable warriors, at least in their own estimation, claiming superiority over all but Frieza himself. The majority of the crew aboard the void ship are unaware of the true nature of the Ginyu Force. They have merely received a military directive mandating the disarmament of their vessel within 3 days to welcome the Ginyu Force, or face immediate annihilation. Following the issuance of this order, the atmosphere aboard the void ship became tumultuous. At this juncture, a communication request from the Veblen planet was received, and the captain promptly accepted the call. The holographic display in the captain's quarters instantaneously revealed Senzu's visage. "Greetings, Captain. And Hill, you're here too. May I inquire why everyone appears so glum?" Senzu observed curiously, noting the somber expressions of those present in the captain's quarters. Ant Hill managed a faint smile and responded, "Let us set aside our own troubles for now, Kai. How are things faring for you on Veblen? How are Lana and Ollie doing?" Senzu smiled and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "They are doing quite well. We have successfully established an alliance with the Veblenians, who even assisted me in constructing an expansive training chamber. You all should come over, bring all the Saiyans along." Upon hearing that her husband and daughter were safe, Sierra's face finally brightened, dispelling the clouds of worry. "That's wonderful, but Kair, there is something I must inform you of. Frieza has dispatched an advance team, apparently known as the Ginyu Force, and they may engage us in direct combat." Upon hearing the name Ginyu Force, Senzu couldn't help but chuckle. I wondered who it was. Let them come. I suspect that even Arinx could defeat them with one hand tied behind his back. Rest assured, and Sierra felt as though she had misheard, yet the determination in Senzu's gaze reassured her. "Very well, let us prepare for landing immediately. Our Kair has grown up." Senzu felt a flush of embarrassment at Ant Hill's remark and quickly turned to the busy Tarsal beside him, inquiring, "Is my spacecraft ready to land? Hurry and arrange accommodations and a training area for my people." Tarsal, visibly irritated, muttered, "I am overwhelmed with tasks as it is. And now you want to complicate matters further. How can this be seen as complicating matters? My entourage consists of fresh reinforcements. They are the backbone of our alliance for the future. You see, we Saiyans. Hey Tarsal, don't run off. Come back. Often, Senzu was responsible solely for overarching strategic decisions, relegating the minutiae to his subordinates. Consequently, while his subordinates were fraught with chaos, Senzu would leisurely meander about. After the landing request for the exploration-class void ship was approved, Senzu personally piloted a self-disciplined war machine with elder-level permissions, accompanied by over 50 standard-grade armed mechs in a grand procession through the sky, an impressive sight indeed. As he gazed at a small black dot descending from the heavens, it gradually expanded, ultimately revealing the void ship, measuring over 800 meters in length, which landed on the Earth like a spear thrust into the ground. The landing site was not far from the Silver Pyramid Temple. Hovering above, Senzu observed that the once massive void ship appeared considerably diminished in comparison to the Silver Pyramid. However, he took into account the technological prowess of the Vebel Knights, particularly their remarkable expertise in spatial technology, rendering this disparity unsurprising. As the bay doors on either side of the void ship slowly opened, a disciplined row of Saiyans emerged. Judging by their auras, these individuals were significantly stronger than when they first boarded the vessel. As Anil exited, she immediately spotted the neatly arranged squadron of battle mechs in the air. Cautiously, she flew toward the foremost mech and, upon recognizing Senzu seated within, asked with a smile, "Kyle, what is this? Why are you the only one here?" Sun Yu opened the skylight of the self-disciplined battle machine and leaned out to explain. This device is a self-disciplined battle machine that can transform. It belongs to the category of combat-type armored mechas. I'm merely enjoying the ride. For now, let us proceed. I shall guide you to the temple. Taser, near the temple, constructed a towering pyramid, 400 meters in height, exclusively for the accommodation of all Saiyans. Sun Yu grandly named the structure the Khufu Pyramid. Thus, he led a team of 1,000 to the Khufu Pyramid, a magnificent edifice standing 400 meters high, divided into 60 tiers, with gravity training chambers the size of several football fields every 5 levels. This architectural marvel is designed to accommodate 20,000 inhabitants, featuring a futuristic and science-fictional ambience, with artificial lighting on each floor and a plethora of facilities available. However, it lacked vegetation, as all plant life on the Veblen planet had been eradicated 3 centuries prior. After settling all the Saiyans, Sun Yu took special care of Bardock's wife, Jine, and their eldest son, Raditz, placing them on the topmost floor, close to his own residence, facilitating Bardock's future visits to see his family. Commander, we have detected 5 unregistered spacecraft. Should we deploy the Zenith defense system for a strike? Inquired the mechanical voice of Sun Yu's elder self-regulating fighter. 5? Could it be that the elite task force has arrived? Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he replied. Do not engage. Let them come. In the atmosphere of Veblen, 5 single-pod spacecraft were decelerating for landing, 5 streaks of crimson light cutting across the sky, causing tremors on the planet's surface where 5 large craters appeared in the wilderness. The doors of the spacecraft gradually opened, and 5 figures emerged from the ground's craters. An enigmatic melody seemingly wafting through the air. Yar, like him. A burly man with orange hair landed on the ground, assuming a martial stance. His left arm crossed over his chest while his right hand pointed skyward. Immediately following, a blue figure leapt forth, cackling mischievously, contrasting Lycom's demeanor. Bart. A man with flowing white hair flicked his locks in the wind, appearing as though he were in a commercial for a hair product. Squatting with arms raised towards the heavens, exclaiming, GIs. Then came the small green creature, Goldo, and lastly, the captain, Jinyu, who stood with his back turned in a peculiar pose. Another group of men with their own background music had arrived. A gust of cold wind swept by as they posed for a moment, but with no one else in sight for miles, they quickly lost interest and gathered around Jinyu. Let us see where those Saiyan monkeys have scuttled off to. If it were up to me, Lord Frieza would simply order the extermination of those Saiyans. It would be far less troublesome, Jinyu remarked, prodding his battle power detector with a finger. As a series of numbers appeared, Jinyu was taken aback. The other team members, noticing Jinyu's astonishment, teased, What is the matter, Captain? Did you see a battle power that frightened you? Bah, my detector must be malfunctioning. There are several individuals ahead with battle powers between 4 to 500,000. It seems they are engaged in battle, Jinyu exclaimed, ripping off and crushing his battle power detector. Bart, check the highest battle power on this planet. Bart scoffed, Captain, you must be joking. There can't possibly be anyone with that level of power here. Aside from Lord Frieza, no one is stronger than us. As he activated his own detector, numbers appeared on his visor. You were right. There are indeed several individuals in that direction. However, their maximum is only 50,000, which is strong by ordinary standards, but still pathetic compared to us. There are many with battle powers close to 10,000 in that vicinity. Perhaps they are the Saiyans. Bart pointed towards the Silver Pyramid Temple. It is noteworthy that Bardock now possessed a battle power of 500,000, though he suppressed it, allowing only a reading of 50,000. The muscular Lycom clapped Bart on the shoulder. Let us hurry up and make some noise. I can hardly wait. Goldo echoed his enthusiasm. Exactly. Let's go. We've been cooped up in that ship for too long. I feel like I'm growing mold. Just then, Goldo noticed several figures lurking nearby. Who dares to sneak around? Come out and face your doom. Bart also sensed the tall, dark figures emerging around them and instinctively pressed his battle power detector, which displayed a paltry number of less than 200. These must be the natives of this planet. Their battle power is laughably low. I can't fathom why Lord Frieza wishes to annihilate this insignificant world. Goldo, you can handle this trash. Goldo, called out by Bart, jumped up indignantly. Why must I deal with the rubbish? Aren't you the so-called fastest in the universe? You could defeat them with ease. Unfazed by Goldo's protests, Bart patted him on the shoulder. You will go because I said so. Do you dare to object? Do you not wish to be part of our team? Jinyu and the others laughed heartily at Bart's words. Fine, I'll go. Goldo relented, though begrudgingly, as he glared at the encircling dark figures. You dare to underestimate me, Goldo? Prepare to perish. With a fierce roar, Goldo leaped into action, swinging his diminutive fist towards the dark figure. Though Goldo possessed the ability to halt time, he deemed it unnecessary against an opponent with such low battle power, opting instead for a direct assault. However, before his punch could land, the dark creature effortlessly raised a hand, as if swatting away a bothersome fly, grasping Goldo firmly. Curse you. Let me go. Goldo struggled desperately, but the creature towered at 2 meters, strong and robust. If Sun Yu and the others were present, they would recognize these dark beings as the infected. Realizing he may have bitten off more than he could chew, Goldo abruptly held his breath, invoking his time-stopping ability. In that instant, the world froze, the wind ceased, clouds halted, and everything seemed to slumber. Haha. Goldo chuckled triumphantly at the stilled reality, though he nearly choked. Quickly covering his mouth, he gazed at the frozen infected, plotting its demise, only to find that the creature's eyes were still darting within its sockets. Goldo's heart sank as he sensed impending doom and sought to escape. But a massive hand shot out, seizing his small frame, and he could no longer hold his breath. "Captain, help!" he cried out towards Jinyu. With a sinister chuckle, the infected crushed Goldo in its grip, taunting, "How weak this insect is." Jinyu and the others sensed the gravity of the situation. It was not that they cared for Goldo's fate, but rather the aesthetic of their team formation would be compromised with one less member. Let us not worry about the team formation for now. First, we must deal with these nuisances. Like 'em, Bart, you two handle this. Jinyu embraced himself with crossed arms, disregarding the 5 infected beings that surrounded them. Like 'em. Hands on his hips, erupted in laughter before suddenly striking a ludicrous pose. Ha ha ha. Leave it to me. Watch how I take them down with my Lycum flying kick. Before Lycum could finish his boast, 2 dark figures zipped past, and sharp light glinted, leaving 3 gashes on Lycum's chest. Damn it, Lycum groaned, clutching his wounded chest and collapsing to the ground, exposing his pale backside. Lycum. The others recoiled in shock. They never anticipated that these creatures, which they viewed as mere ants, could eliminate Lycum in a single blow. JIS pressed the button on his combat power detector once more. Now, in observing the infected beings, the combat power of those 5 dark figures had surged to 2 or 300,000. JIS was genuinely frightened, and he turned to flee. However, the nearest infected creature leaped and caught JIS, raking its claws across him, inflicting a deep wound. Jesus' pupils dilated, his eyes becoming vacant as he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. In a matter of mere moments, the Jinyu force had lost 3 members. Witnessing this, the so-called fastest member, the Blue Hurricane, Bart, was paralyzed with terror. He took a few steps back before abruptly turning and transforming into a streak of blue lightning, vanishing from sight. I'm not sticking around for this. How could such terrifying beings exist in the universe? Bart thought as he sped through the air, the scenery racing past him. He despised cowards. But nothing was more important than his own life in the face of such formidable foes. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind beside him, and a massive black figure loomed ahead. It was the largest of the infected. The creature struck like lightning, grasping Bart by the throat and raking 3 bloody gashes down his body. Jinyu, standing still, surveyed the corpses of his comrades. After a brief moment of shock, he erupted in ecstasy. Ha ha, I never imagined such powerful beings could exist in the universe. Truly, a blessing from the Creator. How foolish I was to think I was the mightiest aside from Frieza. Jinyu's gaze fixed intently on the colossal infected creature above. A cold smile creeping onto his lips. Praise the divine, for I have discovered such a powerful entity. Soon, you shall become me. With that, Jinyu placed his hands before him and called out to the infected in the sky, change. This was Jinyu's secret technique, allowing him to exchange bodies with a powerful being. In the original Dragon Ball, Jinyu had once swapped bodies with Goku. A silver-white beam shot from Jinyu, striking the back of the airborne infected with incredible speed. It was an empty husk, devoid of a soul, yet Jinyu sensed a trace of life within its cranial region. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him as Jinyu slowly opened his eyes. He moved his new body, and a series of unsettling cracks echoed from his bones. This is true power. Jinyu spread his arms wide, feeling the gentle breeze at high altitude, an unprecedented sense of strength enveloping his heart. If one were to measure his combat power now, it would register at 500,000, remarkably close to Frieza's typical combat level. How shallow I was before. Jinyu scornfully glanced at the body he had just exchanged, which he had once seized through his technique. Yet, he felt a strange pull beckoning him. Jinyu turned his gaze towards a tower to the north. In truth, Jinyu's current form was merely an empty shell, as his soul had exchanged places with the infection within the infected creature. All infection creatures obeyed the commands of the mother bug, while Jinyu had become the sole infected entity with independent consciousness. I sensed something calling to me in that direction. If I consume it, I might grow even stronger, perhaps even surpass Frieza. Haha, I shall take his place and become the emperor of the universe. Jinyu laughed maniacally, raising his hand to beckon the fallen members of his former team. The once dead Bart, Lycum, JIS, and others began to stir, while the remaining infected gathered around Jinyu. Jinyu glanced at his former body, effortlessly unleashing a wave of energy that incinerated it. Pitiful creatures, behold the birth of the new emperor of the universe. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and soared away. Days later, after finishing his training, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the Jinyu force. Those guys have been on planet Vibern for several days now. I wonder if they're still alive. They should barely survive on this planet for 2 chapters. With that, Sun Wukong stretched lazily, leaving the 200x gravity training room, shedding his sweat-drenched training outfit, and striding towards the luxurious bath on this level. Just as he approached the bath entrance, he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing. This was the pinnacle of the Great Pyramid, home only to Sun Wukong and Bardock's families. Given that Bardock and his companions were out hunting the infected, the only one likely bathing inside was Bardock's wife, Gina. Sun Yu found himself lost in thought, his mind inevitably drifting to the delicate form of Jine, setting aside the Saiyan lineage. It was undeniable that Jine was a rare beauty, worthy of admiration wherever she might be. Now, just a wall away in the bathing room. How could Sun Yu not be consumed by a whirlwind of fantasies? Yet, Sun Yu was a man of integrity. Although Bardock was technically his subordinate, Sun Yu had always regarded him as an elder brother, and thus, Jine naturally held the position of his sister-in-law. There exists an ancient Chinese adage, nothing is better than dumplings, but that is not the saying I meant to recall. Rather, it is something about friends and their wives. Ah, yes, a friend's wife must not be wronged. I cannot betray Bardock. I am a man of honor, a man of integrity. Sun Yu repeated this mantra in his mind as his form flickered silently to the threshold of the bathing room, his right hand inexplicably pressing against the door. Alas, I am being controlled. My hand does not heed my command. Although Sun Yu grasped his right hand with his left in an attempt to prevent it from pushing open the bathroom door, he was still a moment too late. The door opened just a crack, revealing a spacious bathroom, at the center of which lay an immense swimming pool. Flanking it were private cubicles separated by opaque glass. And within one of these cubicles stood a curvaceous silhouette, showering. For others, this scenario would require a closer approach to discern the beauty within the cubicle. However, Sun Yu possessed the extraordinary insight of the Sharingan, rendering the mere pane of glass inconsequential. A strange crimson hue flickered in his eyes. With the evolution of his Sharingan to the three-tomo stage, his perceptive abilities had reached unparalleled heights. The figure within the cubicle gradually came into focus, causing Sun Yu's gaze to narrow as a wave of warmth surged through his abdomen. It was not Gnei, to his astonishment. It was the sound of rushing water echoed in Sun Yu's ears, and the delicate fragrance of a young girl seemed to penetrate the barrier of glass, wafting tantalizingly to his nostrils. Sun Yu never anticipated that the figure bathing nearby was not Bardock's wife, Gnei, but rather Lana, who had stealthily returned from the battlefield. Being a young girl, Lana was burdened by the aftermath of prolonged combat. Her body was stained with blood, and to stave off the invasion of harmful insects, she had smeared herself with a pungent ointment, causing her considerable discomfort. As the final assault on the last occupied Tiansoa was imminent, all personnel were granted a day's respite. Seizing this opportunity, Lana secretly infiltrated the temple, and upon learning that the top floor of the Khufu pyramid housed a luxurious bath, she hastened there without a second thought. Thus, in a rather splendid turn of events, she was caught off guard by Sun Yu. One cannot deny that among all the female Saiyans Sun Yu had encountered, Lana possessed the most alluring physique. Her muscles were not as robust as those of other combat-oriented women. Instead, she retained a hint of youthful softness, her form elegantly curving, with a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. Sun Yu, overwhelmed by the sight, felt an uncontrollable rush of blood to his face. After all, he was merely a youth on the brink of development, and such an enticing scene was difficult to resist. Little Sun Yu, brimming with boldness, lifted his head as if urging Sun Yu to seize the moment and indulge in delightful pursuits. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to such a splendid occasion under the blooming flowers and bright moon. In a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Sun Yu grappled with his desires. With his current prowess, overpowering Lana would present no challenge, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. As Shakespeare once pondered, to act or not to act, that is the dilemma. Just as Sun Yu felt the primal energy within him on the verge of spiraling out of control, a youthful voice echoed from behind. Lord Kyle, what are you doing here? The spacious top floor of the Khufu pyramid amplified the sound, causing it to reverberate. While Lana reveled in her rare moment of comfort, she was jolted by the unexpected call of a child outside, prompting her to peek out. Indeed, a figure crouched by the door, and her expression hardened. A fierce aura emanating from her. Cursed little brat. Sun Yu retaliated with a flurry of strikes aimed at the child behind him, who turned out to be none other than Bardock's eldest son, Raditz. Sun Yu had previously held a fondness for the boy. Yet never did he expect Raditz to betray him at such a critical moment. The most infuriating part was that Sun Yu could clearly see a smug smirk curling at the corner of Raditz's mouth. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Raditz, I swear I will not spare you, Sun Yu exclaimed, grabbing the fleeing Raditz, who immediately erupted into cries of despair. Help! Lord Kyle is going to silence me. He saw me spying on Sister Lana. Help! Sun Yu hastily covered the mouth of the mischievous child, as a wave of spine-chilling malevolence erupted from the bathroom. His heart jolted violently, and he mechanically turned to behold Lana, who emerged from the bathroom clad in a freshly donned shirt. At that moment, her hair remained damp, a solitary droplet of crystal-clear water lingering on her delicate collarbone. The oversized shirt clung snugly to her form, while her elongated legs were exposed to the air. Upon her appearance, Sun Yu was enveloped by a subtle yet intoxicating fragrance that nearly stirred his senses anew. Puff! Sun Yu's nosebleed gushed forth once more, while the Raditz held by him stared intently at Lana, his eyes unblinking. What are you staring at, you little brat? Sun Yu exclaimed, delivering a swift slap to Raditz's head. Is my woman something for you to gaze upon? At this moment, Sun Yu's mind was in disarray, completely oblivious to the words he uttered. Raditz, upon being shouted at by Senzu, erupted into tears, exclaiming, "Wah, Lord Kyle is so terrifying. Daddy, come save me." As the saying goes, the speaker may be careless, but the listener is attentive. Lana, upon hearing Senzu refer to her as my woman, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, the anger in her heart dissipating considerably. When she glanced back at Senzu, her gaze became somewhat uncertain. "Kyle, you rogue," she retorted, casting a fierce look at Senzu. With a stamp of her delicate leg, she turned to return to the bathroom, a faint smile gracing her lips in that fleeting moment. Senzu exhaled deeply, rubbed his nose, and lamented the whims of fate. He regretted allowing G to bring Raditz to reside here. With a mischievous grin directed at Raditz, he declared, "Little one, I perceive remarkable potential in your bones. You are an excellent candidate for martial arts training. Come, grandfather shall lead you to cultivate your skills." "I refuse to go," Raditz vehemently resisted, fully aware of Senzu's intentions. Though framed as training, it was merely a pretext for punishment, especially after Raditz had just thwarted Senzu's plans. He anticipated an even harsher beating this time. "You may resist, but you shall come nonetheless. Rest assured, I will leave you enough breath to consume some magical beans," Senzu asserted, seizing Raditz by the scruff and dragging him toward the training room. At that moment, an unusual surge of combat power erupted in the air. "Who goes there?" Senzu turned sharply toward the source, detecting an exceedingly malevolent energy emanating from the northern region of planet Vibran, registering a staggering 3 million in power. Impossible. How could there be such formidable strength on this planet? Senzu momentarily set aside his reprimand of Raditz. If his senses were accurate, the energy signatures of Bardock and the city patrol members were also emanating from that direction. At this juncture, Lana emerged, clad in her combat attire. "Kale, just now. What was that?" "It was an exceptionally wicked and powerful energy. This is beyond what Bardock and Uncle Ollie can handle. We must hurry to investigate." Senzu's demeanor shifted from carefree to serious, causing Lana's heart to skip a beat. "All right." Lana followed closely behind Senzu as they soared through the air. Under the veil of the mist, she quickly grasped his arm and held it tightly. Suddenly feeling an astonishing sensation on his arm, Senzu turned curiously to Lana, who was blushing and seemingly at a loss for words. "Sister Na, are you feeling unwell? Stop it. You're insufferable," Lana retorted, her teeth grinding in frustration. A brilliant flash erupted ahead, prompting Senzu and Lana to adopt serious expressions. "It's the energy of Uncle Ollie and Bardock. They are engaged in battle. I must accelerate." In the distant northern galaxy, the Frieza Force's headquarters, the graceful Sabo approached Frieza's command chamber. Frieza lounged in a massive floating chair, and Sabo stepped forward to address him. "Lord Frieza, according to intelligence reports, the Jinyu Force may be encountering some difficulties." Frieza furrowed his brow, lazily inquiring, "Oh, Sabo, what troubles could the Jinyu Force possibly face?" "I trust they are not struggling against those Saiyans. This time, it is not due to the Saiyans." Sabo retrieved a combat power detector from his pocket. This was submitted by the individual monitoring the Jinyu Force. "Lord Frieza, please listen to this recording. As is well known, the combat power detector also served as a communication device, facilitating contact among team members while also allowing Frieza to surveil their every move." Sabo pressed a few buttons to switch to audio output mode, and soon, indistinct static filled the room. However, this noise quickly transformed into fragmented voices, most of which could be discerned as taunts from Goldo, declaring his superiority and the existence of terrifying forces. After a brief silence, a familiar, hoarse voice proclaimed, "I can become even stronger. Perhaps I can even surpass Frieza." Haha. The recording devolved back into meaningless static, creating a chilling atmosphere in the command chamber. "Lord Frieza." Sabo cautiously observed Frieza's darkening expression. Frieza slowly rose from his floating chair, suddenly erupting into laughter as if he had heard an amusing joke, clutching his stomach for a prolonged moment. Then, with a cold glare at Sabo, he stated, "Sabo, if the Jinyu has obtained the power to surpass me, let us witness this for ourselves. I hope it does not disappoint." Sabo felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Frieza's face remained grim as he stood at the control panel, the command chamber enveloped in silence, all eyes fixed upon him, not daring to breathe. Just when King Vegeta seemed to be more compliant, it turned out the Jinyu Force harbored ambitions of their own. Frieza slammed his palm onto the control console, shattering it into pieces. "Prepare for departure to planet Vibran." "Yes, sir." On planet Vibran, several Vibronians, guided by Bardock and others, were about to clear the last stronghold occupied by the infected when an overwhelmingly powerful being appeared. This creature stood 3 meters tall, distinct from the ordinary infected. It bore no vacant gaze or desire for aggression. This being possessed high intelligence and unfathomable combat power. The first wave of attack was led by Bardock, who, rejuvenated by the magical beans, pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, fervently maximizing every ounce of his potential. His combat power had stabilized around 690,000, just a step away from 700,000. Such strength was rare on planet Vibran. However, even Bardock, formidable as he was sent flying several meters by a mere casual swipe from the opponent, his bones nearly shattered. Fortunately, Uncle Ollie had a few magical beans remaining. And just as he fed Bardock, Senzu and Lana arrived on the scene. "Uncle Ollie, Bardock, is everyone all right?" Sun Yu inquired with concern, scanning the faces around him. Ugh. Bardock, still seething from his recent defeat, brusquely pushed away Uncle Ollie's support, eager to confront the infected leader once more. Sun Yu stood in front of Bardock. Step aside. Bardock, remain calm. You must sense the combat prowess of that infected being. He is beyond your capacity to contend with. Allow me to handle this. Damn it. Bardock's fingers whitened from the strain as he gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse to accept this. Why should I rely on you to defeat a formidable opponent? If hiding behind you is the only way to survive, I would rather perish in battle. Before his words could fully dissipate, Bardock stepped forward towards the infected entity. Sun Yu attempted to interject, but Uncle Ollie silenced him with a glance. The pride of the Saiyans. Sun Yu felt a sense of helplessness. In temperament, Bardock bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Their pride and indomitable spirit were precisely what enabled them to attain unparalleled strength. On the Tower of the Heavens, the 3-meter-tall infected being stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the unfolding scene below. Upon witnessing Bardock approach him unscathed once more, he scoffed derisively, saying, Ignorant Saiyan monkey. I have consumed the mother worm and acquired the mightiest power in the universe. You insignificant insects truly know no bounds. Raikum, Bart, Jis, you three shall entertain them. Upon hearing the 3 names uttered by the infected individual, Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly came to realize that the infected person was none other than the captain of the Jinyu force, known for his ability to swap bodies. Jinyu himself. You are Jinyu. Sun Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the figure suspended in the air. Oh, you have heard of my illustrious name. Jinyu remarked with a raised eyebrow, observing Sun Yu with keen interest. Let me assess your combat prowess. Merely 10,000? Little brat, you should return to your mother-ass side. This is no place for you. Haha. At that moment, Rikum, Berta, and Jis had already descended to the ground. Sun Yu noted with puzzlement that they did not adopt the peculiar poses characteristic of the Jinyu force. However, upon witnessing the vacant expressions on their faces, his suspicions were confirmed. Hey, Jinyu, could it be that these 3 have been infected? Although Rikum and the others skillfully concealed their aura, Sun Yu could still perceive the significant surge in power resulting from the parasitic infection. In the original narrative, aside from Captain Jinyu, the combat strength of the other Jinyu force members hovered around 60,000. Yet, the combat capabilities of the 3 before him had astonishingly soared to between 200,000 to 300,000, which was quite unexpected. Enough with the chatter. You go by Jinyu. Correct? Prepare for battle. Bardock bellowed, launching himself into the air toward Jinyu. Sun Yu's eyelids narrowed as he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Bardock. Jinyu stood silently in the void, coldly observing the approaching Bardock, and with a casual flick of his wrist declared, Let your blood witness my ascendance. Advance and tear them apart. Upon hearing Jinyu's command, hordes of infected surged forth, flooding towards Sun Yu and his companions like a relentless tide. Damn it. How can there be so many infected? Uncle Ollie exclaimed, surveying the swarm. Although their overall strength was slightly inferior to his side, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. Rudd quickly informed Tarsal to send reinforcements. We have underestimated the strength of the infected. Lana commanded Rudd with a seriousness that resembled that of a Valkyrie on the battlefield. Rudd promptly lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly tapping into their internal communication network, which was far superior to mere telepathy. As tensions escalated on both sides, resembling a prelude to an epic confrontation, Sun Yu sighed softly and took a stance at the rear, his aura surging explosively. Me. What? Jinyu finally cast a glance at Sun Yu, astonished to find this seemingly handsome youth harboring an unfathomable power within. A quick check of Sun Yu's battle power revealed a staggering figure exceeding 1 million, rapidly climbing higher. Impossible. How can this kid possess over 1 million in battle power? What manner of monster is he? Jinyu gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, after a moment, he grinned. What of a battle power exceeding 1 million? I currently wield 3 million. Even Frieza would struggle against me. What can a mere Saiyan do? He commanded, Go, crush these ants beneath your feet. Me. Me. Sun Yu exuded a formidable aura, creating a swirling vortex of energy in his vicinity, in a radius of several dozen meters. Dust and debris were swept into the air, while the Kamehameha wave in his hands radiated a dazzling blue light, captivating the attention of everyone present. With a powerful shout, Sun Yu thrust his hands forward, unleashing a ghostly blue energy surge toward the airborne horde of infected beings. Run. Though the infected were merely hollow shells, the parasites within them possessed an instinct for survival. Witnessing their comrades being struck by the energy wave and reduced to ashes, they scattered in terror. Yet, would fleeing prove effective? Observing the panicked infected fleeing in all directions, Sun Yu smirked. Do you think escaping will save you? Take this. With a flick of his wrist, the Kamehameha wave surged forth, sweeping horizontally through the crowd, eliciting a chorus of screams from the air. Sun Yu unleashed the Turtle School's Kamehameha, compressing his battle power to an astounding intensity of 2 million. In a single blow, few could withstand the sheer force he wielded. In an instant, a significant portion of the infected army was obliterated by Sun Yu, leaving Uncle Ollie and Lude in a state of disarray amidst the winds. Many had prepared themselves for a desperate fight, yet they never anticipated that Sun Yu would resolve the imminent crisis with such decisive action. With the hindrance of the infected lifted, Bardock soared directly before Jinyu, fully aware of their disparate strengths, yet charging forth to engage in combat without hesitation. One might deride him as foolish or reckless, but if those who can discern their own limitations and avoid danger are deemed wise, then Bardock, and by extension, Sun Wukong and Sun Yu, would gladly embrace the label of folly. They embody the spirit of those brave enough to challenge adversaries far mightier than themselves, pushing their limits to the brink, even to the point of self-destruction, all in pursuit of transcendence. This is the essence of the Saiyan, to act despite the insurmountable odds. Boom. Bardock swiftly closed the distance to Jinyu, delivering a thunderous punch. Jinyu countered with a claw, and their forces collided, unleashing a shockwave through the air. He blocked it. As the onlookers fretted over Bardock's safety, he astonishingly managed to withstand Jinyu's claw, the Jinyu whose battle power had surged to 3 million after devouring the infected motherworm. In the blink of an eye, Bardock and Jinyu exchanged blows, each strike resonating with an intensity that ignited the spirits of those watching below. Go, Bardock. Impressive, Bardock. Take him down, as the saying goes. The untrained marvel at the spectacle while the seasoned observe the subtleties. Sun Yu fixated on Bardock's eyes, noticing a peculiar absence of emotion. He seemed almost puppet-like, yet retained an undeniable vitality. At this moment, it appeared that Bardock was oblivious to the disparity in strength and the boundaries of life and death. The cosmos around him faded into nothingness, leaving only the singular drive to fight. I understand now. I finally grasped why Bardock's aura felt so enigmatic moments ago. It was because he had entered a state of profound clarity. Through his recent traversing between life and death, relentlessly pushing his own limits and embracing the resolve of certain demise, he had cultivated an unwavering belief in his quest for self-overcoming. Sun Yu was suddenly reminded of the anime Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Gods, where Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan God and battles the god of destruction, Beerus. Ultimately, Goku reverts to his normal state, which, theoretically, should render him incapable of enduring even a single blow from Beerus. Yet, astonishingly, he stands his ground against Beerus. The official explanation posits that Goku, having absorbed the essence of the Super Saiyan God, enters a state of profound enlightenment. Indeed, once one reaches such a state of clarity, the vastness of the universe appears as naught but emptiness, leaving only the direction of the heart. Goku's unwavering desire to defeat Beerus and Bardock's singular ambition to surpass the possessed Jinyu unleash a potential that transcends ordinary comprehension, especially for the Saiyans, whose strength grows in the face of adversity. Their evolution is replete with boundless possibilities. Observing Bardock engaged in battle with Jinyu, Sun Yu felt a flicker of fighting spirit ignite within him, realizing that he would not merely be a golden warrior transported to the past. As Bardock, the first Saiyan in history to transform into a Super Saiyan and vanquish the space pirate Frieza, Sun Yu could not help but admire his innate talent. I must strive to improve as well, otherwise, I may indeed be left behind. Sun Yu exclaimed passionately. Indeed, we must also rise. Bardock has grown so formidable. We too shall grow stronger. Let us unite. Lana cried out. Agreed, exclaimed Alankus and the others, their spirits lifted in response to the call. The group on the ground transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky, selecting their targets, and plunging into the remaining infected foes. Sun Wukong stood resolutely around Bardock and Jinyu, for he understood that should anyone intervene in their battle, it would instantly shatter Bardock's state of enlightenment. An outcome that Sun Wukong could not abide. He eagerly anticipated how far Bardock could truly ascend. Jinyu was on the brink of madness. He had believed that after devouring the motherworm and acquiring a battle power exceeding 3 million, he would be unrivaled in the cosmos. Little did he expect the emergence of Sun Wukong, boasting a battle power of 1 million, who swiftly decimated a significant portion of his subordinates with a single strike. Then, out of nowhere, Bardock appeared, fighting with a ferocity akin to a madman, initially possessing only 690,000 in battle power. This seemingly insignificant creature grew exponentially stronger with each confrontation, even as his injuries mounted. Against all odds, he began to force Jinyu into a position of disadvantage. Saiyans were indeed battle maniacs, utterly abnormal. It was no wonder that Frieza had long regarded them as thorns in his side, determined to eradicate them entirely. At this moment, Jinyu, no longer underestimating his opponent, unleashed his full power in a fierce struggle against Bardock. Such terrifying talent. Sun Wukong occasionally cast a glance at Bardock, his eyes reflecting incredulity. However, Bardock, despite his remarkable tenacity, could not match Jinyu's strength. His body was now a tapestry of wounds, presenting a grim sight. His protective armor lay in tatters, and he was smeared with blood, his face marred by several gaping, bleeding scars. Fortunately, Bardock had applied a special ointment that rendered Jinyu's infection parasites ineffective against him. Otherwise, he would have long since been reduced to Jinyu's slave. The air crackled with tension, punctuated by the sounds of battle, as Sun Yu observed the increasingly faltering rhythm of battle exhibited by Jinyu. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Jinyu's formidable combat prowess, acquired through body snatching, was not cultivated through his own training. Thus, he found himself gradually overwhelmed by the relentless might of Bardock. If this continued, Bardock's victory was inevitable. Jinyu, fixating intently on Bardock, suddenly exhibited a sly glint in his eyes. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Bardock, and then unfurled his massive claws before him. The principle of the enemy retreats while I advance was at play, and Bardock, in a state of heightened awareness, acted without hesitation, charging forward with unbridled determination. As Bardock surged towards Jinyu, Sun Yu felt a pang of dread. He was acutely aware of Jinyu's ultimate technique, which allowed him to exchange bodies with another. Clearly, Jinyu recognized his impending defeat and sought to employ this tactic to swap bodies with Bardock. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from Jinyu, aimed directly at the advancing Bardock. Unfortunately, Sun Yu found himself devoid of any means to intervene. There were no frogs, not even a single infected entity within reach to replicate the spontaneous actions of Son Goku from the Dragon Ball anime and thwart this occurrence. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, attempting to delay the soul-exchanging beam emitted by Jinyu, while simultaneously propelling himself toward the oblivious Bardock. Yet, he was a moment too late. By the time Sun Yu reached Bardock, Jinyu had already completed the soul exchange. However, at the very instant Jinyu initiated the soul transfer, Sun Yu had activated his Sharingan, unwittingly allowing him to replicate the peculiar technique. Although this was an exceedingly rare soul skill, Sun Yu found himself perplexed about its potential utility. Did he really need to swap bodies with anyone? What a cosmic jest. He was a scion of boundless potential. Surely it was others who coveted his form. While such a statement might easily be misconstrued, it was indeed the underlying truth. Wait, coveting bodies. Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in Sun Yu's mind. How wonderful it would be to secretly exchange bodies with Lana. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but recall the alluring scene he had clandestinely witnessed at the bathroom door, and he felt a twinge of excitement at the memory. Sun Yu's nosebleed inexplicably flowed forth once more. No, he was a paragon of virtue. How could he entertain such base thoughts? One must embody elegance, not filth. Instinctively, he cast a glance toward Lana's position, where she was fiercely engaged in combat with an infected adversary. Her long, flowing hair danced in the wind, and her exquisite figure sculpted alluring curves, rising and falling in rhythm with her movements, leaving Sun Yu's throat parched. With a soft gulp, he could not suppress the urge to swallow. To hell with being a paragon of virtue. To hell with elegance. Bardock, forcibly thrust into another's body, seemed to have fainted due to the abrupt interruption of his enlightened state. Meanwhile, Jinyu, occupying Bardock's form, rummaged through his belongings and extracted a pouch, pouring out several mystical beans. Weighing them in his hand, Jinyu tilted his head back and consumed all the beans in one swift motion. The sound of crunching echoed as he chewed and swallowed, and instantly, the injuries on his body healed. Indeed, splendid. Jinyu surveyed his newfound physique with satisfaction, stretching his limbs to fully appreciate the power contained within this body. Sun Yu cast a disdainful glance at the Jinyu Force member who had usurped Bardock's body and said with irritation, "If you wish to avoid death, then vacate Bardock's body at once. Otherwise, I shall strike you so fiercely that even your aged mother would fail to recognize you." Haraha. Jinyu lifted his head and looked down at Sun Yu with contempt. "You? Strike me? This body cannot even withstand my 3 million battle power. You merely possess a meager 1 million. Kneel before me now, and perhaps I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Thank you very much. I implore you to come and end my life." Sun Yu scoffed, gazing at Jinyu with a look that invited trouble. With a cold snort, Jinyu spread his arms in a combative stance. "You are utterly foolish. Allow me to demonstrate my terror." With that, he began to unleash his battle power. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Jinyu, while Lana and Uncle Ali exchanged worried glances, anxious about the extent of the power that Jinyu, in Bardock's body, might unleash. With a fierce roar, Jinyu's body became enveloped in swirling energy, the clouds above seeming to fragment as if caught in a tempest. The spectators held their breath, anxiously awaiting Jinyu's ultimate manifestation of power. Oh! Jinyu's aura surged to its zenith as he laughed loudly, surveying all those below with a haughty gaze. "So, have you felt my might? Ha! Young man, declare my current battle power to me." 50,000, Sun Yu replied, nonchalantly tapping his ear. "Ha! Did you hear that? A full 50,000. Ha ha ha. Wait, what did you say? Is your hearing impaired? I said 50,000. Impossible. You must be deceiving me." Jinyu's forehead bulged with veins as he fixed a penetrating stare on Sun Yu, attempting to discern any hint of deceit in his eyes. "Why would I lie to you?" Sun Yu retorted with indifference. "Impossible. I shall verify for myself." Jinyu quickly moved to the fallen Requiem, seized his scouter, and activated it. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter clearly displayed the 5 digits, 50,000. The battle power is truly only 50,000. What is happening? This body is undeniably stronger than I. Jinyu was clearly in disbelief, tugging at his hair in anguish. This cannot be. Sun Yu, flexing his wrist with a mischievous glint in his eye, stated, "First, let me commend Bardock as a rare genius. His strength was forged through relentless training, countless life and death battles, and immense hardships. Yet you, Captain Jinyu, are merely a thief who appropriates the fruits of others' labor. You lack even the most fundamental mastery of ki, How could you possibly unleash the full power of this body? Jinyu, stung by Sun Yu's words, glared with a hint of madness in his eyes. You dare call me a thief? I will end you. With that, Jinyu summoned all his strength and hurled a powerful punch at Sun Yu. As Jinyu's fist approached, Sun Yu slowly raised his hand, and with a decisive smack, he firmly grasped Jinyu's fist. How infuriating. Jinyu finally accepted the reality that this body possessed only 50,000 battle power. He attempted to retract his fist, but Sun Yu's grip was as unyielding as iron. As Sun Yu began to raise his own fist, Jinyu, genuinely frightened, forced a smile and said, Esteemed one, the owner of this body is your friend, correct? You cannot harm me. It would injure your friend. I shall leave at once. I beg for your mercy, friend. Perhaps. However, my approach to friendship is rather unique. I prefer that my adversaries address me as father. Before Jinyu could react, Sun Yu's fist landed brutally against Jinyu's ribs, causing him to feel as though his internal organs had been rearranged, his back arching like a shrimp. Thud, thud, thud. Following that initial strike, Sun Yu unleashed a torrent of blows upon the Jinyu who had usurped Bardock's body. Jinyu was left dazed, his eyes rolling back in his head. To an onlooker, it would appear that they harbored a deep-seated vendetta, a blood feud. Even the fierce Lana covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. The scene was gruesomely intense, akin to silencing a child's night cries. Alas, Bardock lay unfairly caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, it seemed that Lord Kair was in a particularly foul mood today. Indeed. We must tread carefully and avoid provoking him. Goodness, the beating he is receiving is utterly tragic. Before long, Jinyu was nearly out of breath, having absorbed more punishment than he could withstand. He plummeted from the sky, crawling desperately toward the infected being he had previously possessed. Sun Yu quietly observed in the air as Jinyu, with great effort, finally beheld the body he had previously seized. Trembling, he raised his shattered hands, murmuring, Sage. Ange. In a flash of light, Bardock and Jinyu were once again exchanged. It was only then that Sun Yu descended, gazing at the bloodied Bardock below. He retrieved a Senzu bean from his bosom, crushed it, and placed it into Bardock's mouth. This scene felt strangely familiar. After assisting Bardock in swallowing the bean, his wounds began to heal swiftly. However, Bardock merely stirred momentarily before his head drooped, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Who could fathom the trials Bardock had endured? He had entered a state of enlightenment, and had he successfully navigated through it, his combat prowess could have soared to extraordinary heights. Alas, before he could fully awaken, Jinyu had forcibly exchanged bodies with him, followed by Sun Yu's merciless onslaught. When his soul returned to his own body, Bardock finally grasped the weight of existence that life imposes. In short, his heart was a tempest of despair. A good sleep would suffice. Upon awakening, all would be forgotten. Sun Yu casually tossed Bardock to the nearby Arlankus and turned to face the now upright Jinyu. I will kill you. I absolutely will. The infected form of Jinyu glared fiercely, his eyes bulging with fury. If a gaze could slay, he would have annihilated Sun Yu countless times over. Though I too wish to follow in Bardock's footsteps, seeking to challenge those stronger than myself to find a pathway to enlightenment, Sun Yu remarked with a wry smile. Regrettably, you cannot even be deemed powerful. Fighting you is utterly devoid of interest. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Jinyu's rage flared, his chest heaving as he retorted, You wretched brat. Do you know what you're saying? You are merely a piece of trash with a combat power exceeding 1 million. I possess 3 million in combat power, and I shall tear you apart. With a sudden lunge, Jinyu charged forward, his massive form flickering with speed before he appeared behind Sun Yu, striking down with a claw. Prepare to meet your end, brat. Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes and shook his head, stating, Strength that is not garnered through one's own cultivation ultimately does not belong to oneself. Having brute force without purpose is of no use. Just as the colossal claws of Jinyu were about to strike him, Sun Yu's eyes shot open, revealing 3 spinning tomo, and an eerie mist enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. Suddenly, Jinyu realized that Sun Yu had vanished from sight. His massive claws struck the ground, yet, ironically, with such formidable power, he failed to shatter the earth beneath him. What is this? Jinyu glanced around in terror, observing that apart from the crimson sky, the surroundings were engulfed in an abyssal blackness. This was Sun Yu's illusion technique, Super Tsukuyami. As Jinyu frantically searched for Sun Yu's silhouette, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. Looking up, he was confronted by a gigantic figure towering over him by several dozen meters. Whether it was the enlarged form of Sun Yu or a shrunken version of Jinyu in his infected state mattered little. Here, Sun Yu was the sovereign of this realm. Run. Quickly flee. Jinyu gazed at the immense shadow overhead, his mind consumed by a singular thought. To escape this place at once. Yet, no matter how he tried, exerting all his strength to flee, he could not break free from this confined space. Unable to fight back or escape, Jinyu collapsed to the ground, despairing. Please, do not kill me. I can serve you. However, Sun Yu merely smiled, saying nothing as he slowly lifted his foot and brought it down forcefully upon Jinyu. With a soft thud, he exited the realm of Super Tsukuyami and unleashed an energy blast upon the lifeless Jinyu, incinerating him. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock. They had placed their trust in Sun Yu's might. Yet, regardless of one's strength. One would expect that even the most powerful would need to lift a finger to take a life. Sun Yu, however, shattered their perceptions as he simply observed Jinyu until he fell lifeless. What just transpired? Did Lord Kao kill him with a mere glance? Arlinx muttered weakly. Perhaps it was some kind of superpower. Uncle Ollie swallowed hard, conjuring up a more plausible explanation. It cannot be said that the world of Dragon Ball lacks races skilled in illusion. It is merely that in this realm, which draws upon Ki as its energy source, strength is predominantly revered. Therefore, they remained oblivious to Sun Yu's use of illusionary attacks. Regardless, with Jinyu, the leader of the infected, dead, the remaining infected forces were swiftly eradicated, a cleanup operation that required no involvement from Sun Yu. Thus, he returned to the Khufu pyramid with Bardock, entrusting him to his wife, Jine, before boldly making his way to the temple to find Tarsal. With the threat of the infected now resolved, the 5 celestial locks of Veblen planet were reactivated, and the interstellar defense system was engaged, enveloping the sky in a transparent protective barrier once more. Perhaps due to the recent crisis, Tarsal greeted Sun Yu with unusual warmth upon his arrival. Mr. Sun Yu, what brings you here today? Tarsal managed a smile that seemed incongruous with his fearsome appearance. Sun Yu gazed at Tarsal, bewilderment etched upon his face, his lips twitching slightly. Hold on, he said. I address you as chief. Let us converse amicably. Your overly ornate speech is rather disconcerting. Tarsal, feeling the awkwardness, scratched his head. Mr. Sun Yu, I merely wish to convey my goodwill. Thanks to your intervention, we have averted our crisis. Here, I vow before the god Ignaz that my tribe shall remain eternally allied with you, until death do us part. What a melodramatic leader, Sun Yu chuckled. Yet the true calamity lurked ahead. The army summoned by Frieza would soon arrive, and the possibility of Frieza himself making an appearance loomed large. Although blessed with the power of the Sharingan and the formidable Genjutsu, Super Tsukuyomi, rendering him invincible amongst peers, Sun Yu understood that facing a fully unleashed Frieza at 100 would render his illusions a mere jest. Tarsal, the peril is far from over. Do you recall my earlier mention of Frieza? He harbors a deep-seated fear of your mechanical warriors and is resolutely intent on annihilating your planet. Now that we are allies, might you enlighten me about the super mechanical warriors you are developing? Do they indeed exist? And if so, how formidable are they? Sun Yu gazed intently at Tasser, who, upon hearing his words, wore a solemn expression and pondered deeply for a considerable time. Ultimately, Tasser seemed to resolve something within himself and addressed Sun Yu, saying, Since you have inquired, please follow me. The two moved quietly between the 12 bronze pillars, with Sun Yu catching sight of the central pillar, the very one that had been opened to reveal the chamber housing the mechanical deity. However, their current objective was not that pillar. Tasser led Sun Yu through a series of twists and turns to the southern corner, where his hand rested upon a bronze column intricately carved with peculiar insect-like designs. Sun Yu found it somewhat familiar, yet could not recall its significance at that moment. As Tasser activated the mechanism, the column slowly ascended, unveiling a passage leading underground. Please, come in, Mr. Sun Yu, Tasser urged, stepping forward into the darkness. Sun Yu meticulously scrutinized the passageway, where the dim light evoked an inexplicable thrill within him. He lifted his feet to follow Tarsar down the corridor. After traversing a lengthy staircase, Sun Yu's vision suddenly expanded into a vast space, where he felt as though he had entered an ultra-modern technological edifice, featuring 2 circular platforms that directly connected to each floor. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Sun Yu could gaze downwards, observing numerous Veblenians engaged in various peculiar tasks on uniquely designed workstations across the floors. Tarsar explained to Sun Yu, These are the elite researchers of my kind. Allow me to show you our most formidable achievements. Sun Yu replied affirmatively, then silently accompanied Tarsar to the central circular platform. The researchers bustling around them bowed respectfully upon seeing Tarsar, standing at the rear of the platform. Sun Yu and Tarsar positioned themselves as Tarsar pressed a button on the control panel. The platform swiftly descended, its speed rivaling that of ordinary levitation techniques. Despite the rapid descent, Sun Yu was able to discern the activities on each floor. On the uppermost levels, he observed that the researchers primarily focused on ordinary weapon components. As they descended further, he gradually glimpsed some modified life forms, including members of the Veblenian race itself. Approximately 70 floors down, Sun Yu spotted super robots reminiscent of Gundams, as indicated in the intelligence reports. Yet, they were not at the lowest level. The platform continued its descent. Upon reaching the bottom, Sun Yu felt as if he had returned to Earth. Stepping off the platform, he beheld 2 rows of cylindrical vessels lining the corridor, each filled with a culture medium teeming with insect-like exoskeletal creatures. These are the core of our research, a biologically engineered soldier. Alas, despite the passage of centuries, progress has remained stagnant, Tarsar remarked as he led the way forward. Sun Yu walked behind Tarsal, his gaze unwavering from the peculiar creatures within the vessels. These beings were entirely green, their forms predominantly humanoid, adorned with an array of verdant horns atop their heads, their bodies encased in exoskeletons. A familiar name lingered in Sun Yu's throat, yet he repeatedly reassured himself that these were mere coincidences, The diversity of life in the universe was vast, and it could not possibly pertain to the entity he knew. After traversing a considerable distance, Tarsal finally arrived at a distinctive vessel. Proudly pointing to the creature within, he declared, "This is the culmination of our tribe's millennia of dedication. Once our research is completed, it shall become the ultimate weapon, transcending all existence. Alas, it bears a flaw, compelling us to seal it away in sorrow." Sun Yu stared wide-eyed at the creature within the vessel, his heart pounding like thunder. The creature's form, appearance, and its long green tail bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from his memories. "Impossible. This cannot be. I personally killed Dr. Gero. This world cannot still harbor Cell. This organism in the vessel. Who else could it be but Cell? Cell, the ultimate antagonist from the android saga of Dragon Ball, whose power surpassed even that of Super Saiyans. Of course, that was in his perfect form, achieved after devouring Android 17 and Android 18. Yet, the creature before him, reminiscent of Cell, was, according to Tarsal, merely a prototype. "Tarsal, please elaborate on this creature," Sun Yu requested with a furrowed brow. Tarsal, oblivious to Sun Yu's unease, gazed proudly at the entity within the vessel and explained with delight, "This creature is a gift from the great god Ignace. It possesses the ability to absorb the life essence of other species, thereby achieving the goal of infinite evolution. If we succeed in this research, we will create a super life form capable of continuous evolution." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's expression darkened significantly. He coldly remarked, "This life form poses a grave danger. If it were to escape control, it would spell disaster for the universe." Indeed, Tarsal's excitement was extinguished by Sun Yu's words. He sighed heavily and continued, "We are aware of the potential dangers, which is why we incorporated an emergency destruction device during the modification of this super life form. We believe this would suffice to mitigate the risks. But we never anticipated that this creature could evolve into its perfect form by consuming others of its kind that also possess the emergency destruction device. To prevent such an occurrence, we have indefinitely sealed them here until we can devise a solution to this dilemma." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt a cold sweat break out. Was this not the very essence of Cell? The Cell on Earth had evolved into its perfect form after consuming Android 17 and Android 18, both of whom possessed self-destruct mechanisms. Although the remote controls for these devices would be destroyed, the mechanisms still resided within their forms. Considering the chronological developments of the Dragon Ball narrative, Sun Yu formulated an audacious hypothesis. Perhaps in the original world of Dragon Ball, the inhabitants of planet Vegeta had engineered the primordial form of Cell, only for their planet to be obliterated, thereby vanishing from the Dragon Ball saga. The primordial cells, concealed beneath the Pyramid Temple, may have survived the destruction of their homeworld. By some fortuitous chance, they could have reached Earth, where they were discovered by the brilliant Dr. Gero, who ultimately completed their study. Contemplating this, Sun Yu found the notion rather absurd. However, he could discern no superior explanation. He harbored doubts regarding Dr. Gero, a mere Earthling, who lacked even the capability to construct a faster-than-light spaceship. How could he possibly develop androids rivaling the might of Super Saiyans? Furthermore, Sun Yu had witnessed the creations of Dr. Gero firsthand. Be it Android 9 or the android wolf known as X, these were biological forms that had existed on Earth. Yet, Cell was distinctly different. Those familiar with Dragon Ball recognized that Cell's biological form diverged from any species on Earth. He could even revert to an egg, hiding within a time machine to traverse through time to an era before Goku's heart condition manifested. At that time, Bulma remarked that such a creature had never been seen on Earth. In light of these considerations, Sun Yu had ample reason to believe that the Cell appearing in Dragon Ball was a result of Dr. Gero's modifications based on the primordial Cell from planet Vegeta. Thus, the initial form of Cell possessed the capacity to directly confront Super Saiyans. Moreover, Androids 17 and 18 were likely created by Dr. Gero upon discovering the secret of Cell's ultimate evolution. Consequently, everything began to make sense. Sun Yu finally understood why Frieza harbored such fear of the technology from planet Vegeta. What he truly feared was the primordial Cell. Sun Yu rubbed his temples, pondering whether his speculation held any hidden truths or if it was merely a remarkable coincidence, an enigma that eluded his understanding. However, the pressing issue of how to manage these original Cell specimens weighed heavily on his mind. Observing Sun Yu's demeanor, Tarsal inquired with concern, "Mr. Sun Yu, is everything all right?" "It's nothing," Sun Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. The thought of annihilating the original Cell was something he truly hesitated to entertain. After all, it was Cell. Should it evolve into its perfect form, only a Super Saiyan 2 would stand a chance against it. Perhaps the cells in this world were slightly weaker. Yet one must consider that the Cell from the Dragon Ball anime contained the cells of all the Dragon Ball warriors, representing Dr. Gero's most significant achievement. Ensure that these beings are well guarded. I can sense their terrifying potential. Until absolute control is established, do not release them lightly, lest they bring forth catastrophic devastation upon this world, Sun Yu stated with profound gravity. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Tarsal solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Mr. Sun Yu. I swear this on my utmost honor and faith." With Tarsal's assurance, Sun Yu felt a temporary relief and allowed his gaze to wander. Suddenly, Tarsal's computational core received a call request. He accepted it and stood silently for a prolonged moment. Sun Yu was naturally aware of the unique communication methods of the Vebel Knights, so he began to wander about on his own. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Tarsal finally regained his senses, and Sun Yu returned to his side, inquiring, "What troubles you, Chief Tarsal?" "There are two pieces of dire news. Let us discuss them as we walk." Tarsal gestured for Sun Yu to accompany him back to the lift platform. According to the latest reconnaissance reports, Frieza's advance forces have appeared several light years away, and they are expected to arrive within 3 days. If it were merely a few scout units, I believe that even without our intervention, your planet's defense systems could handle them, correct? Thus, the second piece of grim news is that Frieza himself intends to make a personal visit. Through the course of their discussions, Sun Yu had gained a comprehensive understanding of the Vebel Knight's overall strength and, after a moment's contemplation, arrived at this conclusion. Tarsal nodded in affirmation. Indeed, according to the most recent intelligence we intercepted, the individual known as Frieza is traveling aboard the latest model of interstellar jump spacecraft, and he is projected to breach our sector within a month. While other matters can be managed, we currently lack the capacity to confront Frieza directly. Chief Tarsal, I recall you mentioning previously that it was possible to conceal our planetary coordinates. How, then, have they managed to locate us? I did say that. And yet it is peculiar that there is a constant signal emanating from our planet, which they have utilized to pinpoint our location. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu furrowed his brows in concern. It must undoubtedly be the spaceship of the Jinyu Force. Never mind that for now. I shall gather everyone immediately to discuss our strategy. Although Sun Yu was reluctant to confront them so soon, Frieza's arrival was inevitable. Upon receiving the news of Frieza's imminent descent, Uncle Ali and Lana were summoned to the temple. Beneath the 12 copper pillars, Sun Yu and Tarsal sat side by side on the elevated seats, with the assembly divided into 2 rows. One row consisted of the Veblurians, while the other was comprised of the members of the city management team, led by Sun Yu. Bardock had long since awakened from his coma, vaguely recalling the events that transpired. Despite understanding that Sun Yu had acted out of necessity, he could not suppress his resentment, and his gaze towards Sun Yu was laced with animosity. Sun Yu, seated atop the platform, completely disregarded Bardock's glare and cleared his throat. He addressed the assembly. I trust you are all aware that, according to the latest intelligence, the advanced forces of Frieza's army will arrive on this planet within 3 days. However, that is not the most alarming news. The true threat we must be concerned about is our greatest adversary, Frieza, who is set to arrive here in 1 month's time. As you all know, his purpose is to annihilate this planet. Sun Yudon paused momentarily, as a Vebel Knight requested to speak. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Is that Frieza truly formidable? What are our chances of defeating him in direct confrontation?" This question resonated with many present. Sun Yudon nodded gravely and replied, "He is indeed powerful. We stand no chance against him." His succinct declaration instantly ignited a fervor among the audience. Sun Yudon's strength was evident to all. Not only the members of the city management team revered him, but many Vebel Knights also viewed him as an unparalleled force. It was hard to fathom that such a mighty figure would claim to have no hope against Frieza. Just how powerful could Frieza be? I do not belittle myself. It is simply that he is overwhelmingly strong. He possesses 3 transformation stages, and when fully unleashed, his power reaches an astonishing 120 million. Sun Yudon stated calmly. 120 million? A gasp swept through the crowd, including Lana and Bardock. Although they were already aware of Frieza's invincibility, as battle-hungry Saiyans, they yearned for the opportunity to confront a strong opponent. Yet, Sun Yudon, the mightiest on this planet, had a mere battle power of 1 million. Perhaps he had improved during his training, but regardless of any enhancement, their fighting capabilities were not on the same level. How could they possibly engage in battle? Should we not flee at once? Someone suggested, provoking outrage among those assembled. Whether they were proud Saiyan warriors or Vebel Knights who upheld the spirit of the samurai, they all harbored disdain for those who would retreat without a fight. Fleeing is the act of cowards. The great Tarsal and the esteemed Lord Sun Yudon, we are willing to shed blood to uphold the honor of warriors until death. These words invigorated everyone present, and they eagerly knelt, clamoring to join the fray, even if it meant a glorious demise. To Sun Yudon's dismay, Lana and Bardock joined the fervor, and he felt like crying, thinking, "Oh, my aged mother. What is wrong with these people? Why are they so obsessed with martyrdom? How did such indoctrination take hold? I understand you're all fearless warriors." Sun Yudon was overwhelmed. But he urged them to consider the plight of the civilians on this planet. There were hundreds of thousands of ordinary residents on Veblen, individuals devoid of combat power. Even setting aside the situation on Veblen, Sun Yudon had to think about the thousands of Saiyans under his command. He was uncertain whether Frieza had already obliterated planet Vegeta. According to the timeline in the original Dragon Ball, planet Vegeta had already been destroyed by Frieza using an attack called the Supernova. If that was indeed the case, it was highly likely that Sun Yudon's group was the last remnant of the Saiyan race in the universe. He had to preserve the final ember of revolution for this lineage. Upon mentioning civilians, silence fell over the crowd, for in Veblen's tradition, warriors held the duty to protect the innocent. Finally, Tarsal, who had remained silent, spoke. "Mr. Sun Yudon is correct. We do not fear death. But we must not engage in meaningless sacrifice. Given the unprecedented calamity approaching this planet, I propose that we gather all civilians immediately and ensure their safe evacuation. While the suggestion sounded straightforward, it was no simple task. Despite the sparse population on Veblen, tens of thousands of residents still existed, making mass evacuation impossible. Elder, do you have a plan? How long will it take to relocate all civilians? Sun Yudon inquired, his mind racing, wishing to first secure a safe location for his Saiyan followers. After a moment of contemplation, Tarsal replied, I intend to gather all civilians in the temple, which has ample folding space to accommodate hundreds of thousands. Once we have assembled everyone, we can activate the temple's spatial phase jump technology to instantaneously leap out of this star region. Upon hearing this, Sun Yudon felt a surge of relief. There is a saying, technology saves the world. Based on Tarsal's prior explanations of spatial technology, basic space jumping techniques had already been widely implemented in spacecraft throughout the cosmos. Higher-tier techniques were typically reserved for elite armies like Frieza's. The phase jump technology mentioned by Tarsal was akin to the instantaneous movement skill of Metamor, utilizing the principle of phase transfer to traverse space. In fact, the time machine featured in the original Dragon Ball was a form of temporal phase jump device, capable of crossing not only space, but also the timeline itself. That's splendid. How long will it take to initiate the spatial phase jump? Sun Yudon asked. The temple's spatial phase jump requires 1 day to charge. However, we face the pressing issue that relocating all civilians may take nearly 30 days. 30 days? Sun Yudon felt a headache coming on. Honestly, he wished that Lana and the other Scions could leave as swiftly as possible, especially in the face of Frieza. Yet, he longed to see Frieza with his own eyes. If he could engage him, that would be even better, despite knowing how perilous such a desire was. But what could he do? He was a Saiyan. Scions inherently craved combat with the strong. Let it be decided then. Tarsal, concentrate all efforts on gathering the civilians. My city management team will hold off Frieza's advance party. Prepare thoroughly. And Bardock, come with me. I have a powerful technique I wish to teach you. A powerful technique. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at Bardock. Receiving personal instruction from Sun Yudon was something they could only dream of. Lord Kale, may we accompany you to observe? Haranks eagerly asked. Others chimed in, expressing their desire to witness the event as well. Sun Yu turned his head and cast a glance over the crowd, his rare display of authority evident as he commanded, No. Everyone, attend to your duties. The crowd sighed in resignation, but Sun Yu paid them no mind and soared out of the hall. Bardock hesitated for a moment before swiftly following in Sun Yu's wake. As the two figures vanished into the distance, Lana rushed to Tarsal, her voice laced with urgency. Chieftain, do you possess any minuscule spy robots? The kind that would go undetected by Kyle and his cohorts? Sun Yu forbade the crowd from following him, and so they refrained from doing so. However, the absence of their physical presence did not preclude the possibility of dispatching a small spy to observe him, although such actions were not entirely above board. Tarsal's curiosity was piqued regarding what techniques Sun Yu would impart to Bardock. He remarked, as long as Mr. Sun Yu and Mr. Bardock remain on this planet, we can utilize orbital satellites to monitor their activities. Please observe. With that, Tarsal extended his semi-mechanical arm, revealing a dome-shaped transparent orb at its center, which radiated brilliant light in an instant. Before the gathered spectators, a 50-inch holographic projection materialized, vividly displaying the scene of Sun Yu and Bardock in flight. Tarsal slightly adjusted the angle of the surveillance, enhancing clarity for the onlookers. Several dozen miles south of the temple, Bardock and Sun Yu flew in succession, with Bardock trailing behind Sun Yu. Suddenly, Bardock spoke up, Hey, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Why don't you let them come too? Despite Sun Yu's peculiar behavior, Bardock harbored no concerns about any ill intent directed towards him. Rather, due to the previous incident involving the body swap orchestrated by Jinyu, Bardock bore a profound resentment towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu cast a glance at Bardock behind him, a sly smile gracing his face as he spoke. This technique is rather unique. I certainly do not wish to embarrass myself before others. Embarrass oneself? A sudden wave of unease washed over Bardock, as he could not fathom what scheme Sun Yu was concocting. Noticing Bardock's silence, Sun Yu continued, You heard Tarsal's words just now. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we are likely to encounter Frieza's ambush before we can leap out of this star domain at the temple. And what of it? If he dares to come, I shall leave him searching for his teeth. Bardock held his head high, exuding an air of unparalleled pride. Listening to Bardock's words, Sun Yu's body suddenly hovered in the air. He turned to look at Bardock, who had come to a passive stop, and smiled, You truly live up to your reputation. Bardock, I am quite curious about your current combat power, which allows you to confidently proclaim your intent to deliver a severe beating to Frieza. Not to mention Bardock's previous state of enlightenment, but after exchanging bodies with Jinyu and being nearly beaten to death by Sun Yu, he had revived himself with a Senzu bean, which would undoubtedly result in a significant increase in his combat power. If I told you that my current combat power exceeds 1 million, would you believe me? Bardock regarded Sun Yu with a playful glint in his eye. What is there not to believe? Do not treat a combat power of 1 million as something extraordinary, Bardock. Would you like to experience true power? Sun Yu returned Bardock's gaze with an ambiguous expression. Bardock felt a shiver run down his spine under Sun Yu's scrutiny and instinctively took a few steps back, saying, I do not understand your meaning. I hope you can clarify. Have you ever heard of the planet Metamor? It is a remarkable world, home to a mystical technique known as the Metamor fusion. If my memory serves me correctly, this technique can merge two individuals with similar power levels into one, thereby giving birth to a super warrior. After much thought, I find that you are the only one who fits the criteria. Given the current combat powers of Sun Yu and Bardock, even if they successfully executed the Metamor fusion, they might still struggle against a fully unleashed Frieza. However, even if they could not win, at the very least, they could buy some time. What? Bardock's heart jolted at Sun Yu's words. Although he was not entirely clear on what the Metamor fusion entailed, it certainly sounded formidable. I can now clearly tell you that my current combat power limit is 1.3 million. Just imagine how powerful we would be if we were to merge. After a moment, Bardock regained his composure and chuckled softly, shaking his head. Though he yearned for strength and longed to battle formidable foes, he would prefer not to attain power that was not earned through his own training. Bardock snorted coldly and replied, Merge? With you? Lord Sun Yu, please do not forget that my purpose in growing stronger is to defeat you. Rather than engage in some Metamor fusion with you, I would rather die valiantly on the battlefield. With that, Bardock turned to leave. Watching Bardock gradually fly away, Sun Yu called out, I know you are a true warrior who does not fear death, but what about your wife and children? Bardock abruptly halted, standing motionless in the air. Sun Yu continued, regrettably, I must inform you that if Frieza arrives and we are unable to retreat in time, no one will be able to withstand his might. Have you considered the fate of your wife, Jine, and your son, Raditz? Damn it. Bardock clenched his fists tightly. And Sun Yu could see his shoulders trembling, indicating his emotional turmoil. This was promising. Sun Yu's eyes gleamed with hope as he seized the moment. I understand your reluctance to cooperate with me, but the circumstances leave us no choice. Perhaps you are unaware of Frieza's true power. Allow me to give you a glimpse. What? Bardock turned sharply, only to be met by a pair of blood-red eyes, their pupils black, surrounded by a ring of Tomo, evenly distributed in 3. Sun Yu was utilizing his Sharingan to cast an illusion. Suddenly, the earth began to crack, and molten lava surged violently from below. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and lightning danced through the air, as if heralding the apocalypse. Where is this? Bardock searched for Sun Yu's figure, but all he saw was a distant white silhouette. He quickly flew towards it, eager to clarify the situation. This version of Bardock had yet to experience the magical punches of Kane's star, leaving him completely ignorant of the illusion, unaware that he was ensnared within it. As he approached the white figure, Bardock was enveloped by an overwhelming aura emanating from the indistinct silhouette. In that instant, it felt as if what he saw was not merely a person, but a towering, sheer cliff rising to the skies. He struggled to utter those 3 words, but it felt as though his throat was constricted, rendering him utterly speechless. The white figure seemed to sense someone behind it, and slowly turned to face Bardock. A mere glance, dripping with disdain, pierced through Bardock's very being. He felt as though he were being impaled by 1,000 swords, overwhelmed by pain, terror, and exhilaration. The apparition before him was not the true Frieza, but rather a scene simulated by Sun Yu from the Dragon Ball anime, specifically, the moment when Frieza clashed with Goku on planet Namek. In that instance, Frieza had unleashed all his energy, revealing an unfathomable battle power of 120 million. Thus, even a single contemptuous glance nearly shattered Bardock's resolve. Although Sun Yu had intentionally amplified Bardock's horror 1,000-fold, his objective had been achieved. Returning to reality, Bardock was drenched in sweat, still trembling as he inquired. Lord Sun Yu, what was that just now? Was that person truly Frieza? Why did he seem so different from my recollections? That was Frieza in his final form. At full power, an astonishing 120 million battle strength. Sun Yu replied with unrestrained admiration. Humph, though I loathe to admit it, that scene was truly terrifying. Bardock confessed, still shaken. So, you agree to the fusion? Sun Yu asked with a cunning grin. TCH. Bardock turned his head away after a long silence. He finally clenched his fists and declared, just this once. From now on, even if it costs me my life, I will never agree to this again. What must I do? Sun Yu stepped forward and patted Bardock on the shoulder, exuding confidence as he spoke. The Metamor fusion possesses a unique dance step. Simply observe my movements and then mimic them. With that, Sun Yu leaped onto a vacant rock, casting a furtive glance around. Despite his current perceptive abilities, which allowed him to sense even the slightest presence within several hundred miles, he felt a twinge of insecurity. The dance step of this Metamor fusion was exceedingly awkward, arguably ranking among the top 10 most cringe-worthy dances in the Celestial Empire, which was precisely why Sun Yu had refrained from letting others join in. If Lana and the others were to witness this, he would likely bear the shame for the rest of his life. However, unbeknownst to him, the orbital satellites of the Veblen star possessed formidable surveillance capabilities. From the moment they had flown out of the temple, Tarsal had been broadcasting the entirety of Sun Yu and Bardock's special training session. In the temple, members of the urban management team, who had not been assigned any tasks, gathered around Tarsal, their eyes wide as they watched Sun Yu on the holographic screen. There stood Sun Yu alone on the massive rock, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Just as the onlookers were filled with curiosity, Senzu abruptly raised both hands to his chest, spun to the left, and began to chant rhythmically. He sank into a half squat, his steps flowing like a gentle stream. Then, with his left knee lifted, he synchronized his arms across his chest, shouting a fierce battle cry as he forcefully swung his raised leg to the left, both hands soaring above his head while he bent towards the right. Bardock was left in shock, and the friends watching the satellite broadcast from the temple were equally astounded, the atmosphere thick with silence. Even a chilly breeze seemed to carry a few fallen leaves past them. The sheer awkwardness was palpable. Senzu. I believe it would be far more dignified to perish at Frieza's hands. Bardock gulped, his expression one of disbelief as he looked at Senzu. An instinctive desire to flee bubbling within him. Members of the temple hall fainted in droves, questioning whether they had indeed seen the real Senzu. Bardock. I am utterly serious. Senzu rushed forward to block Bardock's path, asserting firmly, do not underestimate this dance step, while it may appear peculiar. It is indeed a powerful technique. Is it absolutely necessary? Bardock asked, his face twisted in despair. Absolutely necessary, regardless of Bardock's willingness. Senzu seized him and leaped onto the massive boulder. Standing side by side, he urged, Bardock, focus your mind. Truly embrace my energy. As Senzu resumed his earlier awkward dance, the onlookers at the temple were on the verge of insanity. Bewildered by the sight of such a prominent leader exhibiting what appeared to be an eccentric penchant. Unbeknownst to Senzu, his every move was being scrutinized by Lana and the city management team, who mistakenly assumed he possessed peculiar inclinations. In that moment, however, Senzu remained steadfast in his earnest guidance of Bardock and mastering the metamorphusion technique. Bardock, your movements were a beat faster than mine. You must feel my energy. Synchronize with our rhythm. Yes, yes. 1, 2, 3, fuse. Bardock mirrored Senzu's actions, yet his embarrassment prevented him from fully committing to the ludicrous motions, resulting in a persistent discordance in their timing. Frustrated, Bardock thought to himself, are you truly jesting with me? I am beginning to regret agreeing to train in the metamorphusion technique with you. Senzu felt a deep sense of grievance. He had already aligned himself closely with Bardock's rhythm, yet they always seemed to fall just short. Bardock-san, I know you find these dance steps absurd, but there is no other way. No one is watching anyway, so please just cooperate with me this once. If it still doesn't work, I won't force you. Bah. Bardock cast a disdainful glance at Senzu, but recalling Senzu's earlier words and the formidable power of Frieza, he ultimately lowered his head and took a deep breath. Let us do this. Seeing Bardock adjust his state, Senzu moved to the left to stand beside him. Fusion. The two uttered the fusion incantation in unison, their voices trailing melodically. Their mastery over ki allowed them to shed their psychological burdens, resulting in a seamless cooperation. Their arms traced elegant arcs through the air as they crouched slightly, taking small steps towards each other. When they closed the distance, they each lifted a leg, their hands crossing at their chests. They shouted simultaneously. Fusion. Their bent legs shot out forcefully, arms raised high above their heads. Their waists bending toward one another, movements perfectly mirrored. Just as Senzu felt a surge of joy, Bardock, in a moment of overexertion, misaligned his right hand by half a centimeter. Nevertheless, a dazzling white light enveloped them. Those far away in the temple gazed in disbelief at the blinding brilliance on the holographic screen, seemingly grasping Senzu's intention. Could this truly be a technique? Moments later, the white light receded, revealing a man clad in the attire of the Metamorians. From his facial features, he bore resemblance to both Senzu and Bardock. Yet, why was he as thin as a monkey, and how could he possess a mere combat power of 2,000? This was utterly ridiculous. The onlookers in the temple stood dumbfounded before the holographic display, their worldviews once again shattered. From the recent spectacle, they comprehended that Senzu and Bardock had merged into one. Yet they pondered why two powerful beings would fuse into a mere weakling with such low combat prowess. A collective sigh echoed through the crowd. It was not that they failed to keep up with the times, but rather that this world was changing at an alarming pace. Outside the temple, amidst a rocky wasteland, the newly formed Bayou, trembling, stood atop a massive stone. His form was gaunt, cheekbones sunken, and deep bags under his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. He lifted his bony, stick-like arm to cover his mouth and coughed, cough, cough. After a prolonged fit, Bayou supported his mummy-like chest, his voice echoing the tones of Senzu and Bardock. Damn it, I'm going to die. As he lifted a leg, he lost his balance and fell flat. Thus, the world's first Saiyan to perish from simply walking was born. Not long after Bayou lost consciousness, his body erupted in a dazzling white light, splitting into two figures, Senzu and Bardock. Upon separating, both knelt on the ground, coughing violently, due to their improper fusion posture. The resulting body faced significant health issues. While being slender was manageable, Bayou appeared as if he could disintegrate with a gust of wind. Bardock, it's all your fault for not extending your fingers properly, Senzu exclaimed in frustration. Are you insinuating that I am to blame? You were the one who hesitated at the last moment, yet you cast the blame on me. Bardock retorted defiantly. Really? You dare say it was my delay? If you had cooperated properly from the start, we would have succeeded long ago. Senzu struggled to restrain his urge to retaliate. However, at that moment, Bardock's eyes were devoid of doubt. After having successfully fused once, Bardock had no reason to question Senzu. Bardock opened his mouth, clearly hesitating to voice his thoughts. With a dismissive snort, he turned away, feigning interest in the scenery. It was evident he wished to attempt the Metamorian fusion once more. Yet he was too proud to admit it. Sun Yu smiled in resignation, recognizing Bardock's stubbornness. Since Bardock was unwilling to initiate, Sun Yu decided to exhibit his own magnanimity. All right, I concede this time was my fault. Let us give it another try, Bardock-san. Fine. Though Bardock feigned reluctance, his body obediently positioned itself to Sun Yu's right. The prideful nature of Science was unmistakable. Sun Yu had long since grown accustomed to Bardock's character. Once they were aligned, Sun Yu and Bardock simultaneously swung their arms, taking small steps while elongating their voices to utter fusion. All movements were executed in perfect mirroring, save for Bardock once again misaligning his finger at the crucial moment. Was it truly so difficult for a martial artist to align their fingers? Predictably, the fusion failed once more. As the brilliant light faded, a large, rotund figure emerged on the temple's holographic screen. Compared to the previous slender form, this pudgy Baiyu appeared rather endearing. With wild hair and distinct features that vaguely hinted at Sun Yu and Bardock, his Metamorian vest was stretched to its limits by his round belly. The overweight Baiyu jogged in place, causing a minor tremor. In truth, neither the ground nor the mountain shifted, only the flab of the chubby Baiyu jiggled. After a few laps, he was left panting heavily. Typically, Metamorian fusion could last 30 minutes, and unless extraordinary circumstances arose, it would not revert automatically. Thus, Baiyu continued to jog in place, alternating between resting and running, a rather pitiful sight. Crying like a 300-pound child, there was no greater sorrow in life than this. The following 30 minutes felt interminable. Sun Yu and Bardock felt as though they had endured 30 years. Eventually, the two were once more split apart by a beam of white light. Upon reverting from the fusion, Sun Yu and Bardock lay flat on the ground. Having just experienced the transformation from a 300-pound individual to a normal one, they felt as if they had lived two distinctly different lives. Yet, they had no desire to relive such an experience. Bardock-san, we were so close. We were nearly successful. Sun Yu refrained from blaming Bardock for the error. Sensing that Bardock also harbored a yearning for this fusion, eagerly anticipating the birth of a super warrior. Bardock responded with a nasal tone. Meticulously recalling the steps of the Metamorian fusion, silently attuning himself to Sun Yu's essence. Given Bardock's current martial prowess, cooperating with Sun Yu is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lay in establishing mutual understanding and a shared mindset. The essence of fusion resided in unity of purpose. Both must think as one and feel as one. Otherwise, the fusion would not achieve perfection. In his heart, Bardock reflected on his journey with Sun Yu, ever striving to surpass him, using Sun Yu as his benchmark, diligently training with the hope of one day exceeding him. However, beneath his indomitable spirit, Bardock harbored a profound respect for Sun Yu. It was solely due to Sun Yu's presence that he was able to broaden his horizons and realize the extent of his own ignorance and insignificance. After receiving Sun Yu's unwavering guidance, Bardock's combat prowess surged remarkably. Although his own diligence played a crucial role, no one could deny the merits of Sun Yu's influence. Such is the essence of gratitude for being recognized. Lord Sun Yu, I wish to try once more, Bardock declared with unwavering resolve. Huh? Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, hardly believing that such words could emanate from Bardock, who had always been reluctant to engage in such awkward displays. I have come to a realization, Bardock exclaimed. Springing to his feet, he stood tall, gazing at Sun Yu, and professed, if it means I can protect Karin and Raditz, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. At this juncture, Bardock suddenly paused, turning his face aside and uttering softly, moreover, it is an honor to merge with you, Lord Sun Yu. What? Sun Yu was utterly bewildered, pondering the sudden shift in Bardock's demeanor. Clearly, Sun Yu could not fathom Bardock's thoughts, attributing the change to his own charismatic influence. In that case, let us attempt it once again. Having expended a considerable amount of energy during their previous two attempts at the Metamorese fusion technique, both Sun Yu and Bardock consumed a Senzu bean to replenish their strength. As the beans took effect, their vitality was instantly restored. Standing side by side, they began to chant the fusion incantation in unison, their hands gracefully moving through the air. Taking small, measured steps closer, they silently attuned themselves to each other's presence. Their movements, breaths, and expressions exhibited an astonishing resemblance, an almost imperceptible sense of similarity transcending the spatial divide, reaching the holographic projections of the temple spectators. Have you noticed? Bardock's movements are significantly more fluid this time. Uncle Ali was the first to observe this change. Others readily concurred, affirming, indeed, from their movements alone, they appear to be perfect reflections of one another. It is highly likely they will succeed this time. Lana, with a beaming smile, gazed at the duo on the screen, feeling an inexplicable anticipation for the outcome of this endeavor. In the climactic moment between Sun Wukong and Bardock, their dance reached its zenith. With a resounding cry of fusion, both extended their hands, their index fingers touching at the tips. A soft luminescence blossomed from their connection, rapidly enveloping their forms. The gentle glow intensified to a blinding radiance, merging their silhouettes into one, a figure slightly taller, with a balanced physique brimming with explosive power. This being donned a vest of the Metamorans, cinched at the waist with a fabric red belt, and wide white trousers billowed in the wind. Kaidak has arrived. As the brilliance faded, Kaidak struck a striking pose with hands on hips, speaking in the weighty tones of both warriors, following the naming conventions of the Dragon Ball universe. The fusion name was derived from half of each original name, placing Sun Wukong's Saiyan name first, resulting in the name Kaidak. However, Sun Wukong was taken aback to discover that the memories of the two did not merge. His consciousness largely dominated. I feel as though my power has transcended the heavens. The personality of the fusion was characterized by an overwhelming arrogance. In that moment, Kaidak was filled with a sense of invincibility, yearning to teleport immediately before Frieza and engage in an epic battle. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had never mastered the technique of instant transmission. Clenching his fists tightly, Kaidak's aura surged dramatically, sending forth a terrifying shockwave into the sky. As Kaidak unleashed his energy, the ground trembled slightly. Even those far away in the temple could distinctly sense the formidable and domineering presence, akin to a ferocious beast sweeping across the planet. Lana, Uncle Ali, and others gazed in astonishment towards the direction of Sun Wukong and Bardock. That power is chilling, even from such a distance. Indeed, the force was truly fearsome. Tarsal, who had remained silent, could not help but exclaim, for within him resided an energy detector capable of assessing any individual's full strength. In Tarsal's view, as Kaidak's aura continued to expand, his combat power skyrocketed. 5 million, 6, 89 million, 8, 5 million, 13 million. Yet, as Kaidak's power reached 13 million, Tarsal trembled violently. The energy detector within him was on the brink of overload. Yet Kaidak showed no signs of abating. Kaidak's black hair stood upright amidst the violent winds, surrounded by a striking golden flame. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbling as if heralding an unprecedented storm. The earth began to sink slowly, the surrounding rocks appearing to defy gravity, floating and swirling in the air. With a mighty shout, Kaidak's aura erupted to its pinnacle, the terrifying golden flame collapsing the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. Whoosh! Enveloped by the golden flames, Kaidak emitted a piercing howl, standing in the void like a golden war deity. The temple's inhabitants gaped at the holographic projection of the golden figure. Although Kaidak's hair had yet to transform into gold, the golden aura surrounding him evoked a legendary tale among the Saiyans. It was said that every millennium, a Super Saiyan would emerge, their bodies ablaze with golden flames and possessing unimaginable combat prowess. Did Lord Kaidak and Lord Bardock fuse into a Super Saiyan? Someone suddenly inquired. Previously, one might have dismissed the notion of a Super Saiyan as mere myth, but now they witnessed with their own eyes the transformation of the fused warriors, resembling the legendary description almost perfectly. In truth, Kaidak had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, but rather a pseudo-Super Saiyan. This form differed from the traditional Super Saiyan transformation. It could be seen as a transitional phase toward becoming a Super Saiyan. This state had appeared in the Dragon Ball films, notably when Goku faced Frieza on Namek. It is noteworthy that when Goku transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, his pupils vanished and his consciousness dulled. However, Kaidak exhibited none of these symptoms, possibly due to the nature of his fusion or Sun Wukong's unique abilities. Regardless of the reason, aside from a bit of exhilaration, Kaidak remained stable. Nevertheless, this transformation inflicted severe strain on the body and substantially accelerated energy consumption, making it unsustainable. After some time, Kaidak's energy quickly dwindled, the golden flames extinguishing as a flash of white light enveloped them, causing the two figures to plummet. Sun Wukong and Bardock had exhausted their energy and reverted from their fusion. As the holographic image of the golden warrior faded from the temple's projection, Tarsal finally exhaled in relief. His energy detector had nearly malfunctioned. Reflecting on the tremendous power exhibited during the fusion, he felt a lingering unease. As Sun Wukong and Bardock re-emerged from their fusion state, the ominous clouds dispersed, an array of sunlight bathed the earth anew. Sun Wukong reclined against a fragment of stone, smiling at Bardock. "We did it, Bardock." In the temple, everyone remained transfixed by the holographic display, still enveloped in the shock of the recent events. They had never witnessed a technique capable of merging two beings into one, nor had they felt such an overwhelming force akin to an ocean's vastness. "Let us go see Lord Kaidak." Arinx, who had observed the entire fusion process, felt an inexplicable admiration for the technique. The previously unassuming Vistor also appeared excited, chiming in, "Indeed, Lord Kaidak seems quite weak. We should bring him some Senzu beans." "Two fools." Lana slapped her forehead, admonishing them. "You too, at least come up with a better excuse. You merely wish to learn that fusion technique." After being exposed by Lana, Arinx and Vistor placed their hands behind their heads, laughing boisterously. With Tarsal occupied with other matters, he refrained from joining this venture. Thus, Arinx and Vistor led the charge towards Sun Wukong's location, with Lana, Uncle Ali, and the others trailing closely behind, transforming into a streak of light as they soared through the sky. After resting for a while, Sun Yu noticed several familiar figures flying towards him from a distance. Sitting up and focusing his gaze, he saw Alanx and Wister, two spirited youngsters, approaching with expressions of excitement. "Oh, what brings you two mischief makers here?" Sun Yu inquired curiously, rising to his feet and stretching his shoulder joints. Although Alanx and Wister were only a few years younger than Sun Yu, the strength and maturity he exhibited commanded their respect, leading them to accept the playful title of mischief makers. "Lord Kyle, could you teach us the technique of fusion?" Alanx blurted out, inadvertently revealing their secret observation of Sun Yu and Bardock's training. "What?" Sun Yu's eyes brightened, and he cast a sharp glance at Alanx, raising his hands to deliver a playful punch to their heads. "Did you two little rascals witness everything just now?" Feeling the ominous aura emanating from Sun Yu, Alanx and Wister quickly sought refuge behind Lana, gazing at her with pitiful expressions, hoping for her intervention. Lana shook her head and swiftly diverted the conversation. "Kyle, we just sensed a terrifying energy. What was that about? Have you transformed into a Super Saiyan?" In this place, aside from Sun Yu, no one was aware of the existence of the hypothetical Super Saiyan. Thus, Lana's question was not surprising. Sun Yu explained, "You could say so, but it is not entirely accurate. Perhaps you have already perceived it." Sun Yu cast a fierce glare at Alanx, who, frightened, quickly retreated behind Lana. Sun Yu continued, "Bardock and I have mastered a technique known as the metamorph fusion, which allows two individuals with similar strength to merge into one, creating an extraordinarily powerful warrior. This fusion results in a formidable fighter that approaches a state akin to that of a Super Saiyan, which we shall tentatively refer to as the Pseudo-Super Saiyan." The others gasped in astonishment at the mention of the Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Sun Yu nodded and explained, "The so-called mimetic Super Saiyan can be understood as the initial stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, typically achievable only in a state of extreme rage. However, upon fusion, entering this state appears to be considerably easier. Yet, once one attains the mimetic Super Saiyan state, there is a risk of losing rationality, and the energy consumption is exceedingly vast. Lord Kale, I implore you to guide us in mastering this technique." Those present had personally experienced the terror of the mimetic Super Saiyan, and to claim they were not envious would be disingenuous. Aranx, disregarding whether Sun Yu would hold a grudge over their previous act of eavesdropping on their training, directly pulled Vister to kneel before Sun Yu, pleading fervently. In truth, the conditions for the metamorph fusion technique are quite stringent. As Sun Yu gazed at the two kneeling before him, he was suddenly reminded of Goku and Trunks from the Dragon Ball anime. Lana, standing nearby, encouraged, "Kale, I believe they are worth a try. I truly envy you both. I cannot even find a female Saiyan of comparable strength and stature." Despite the presence of many female Saiyans training on Viblinstar, none matched Lana's age and combat prowess, leaving her without a companion for the fusion technique. "Very well," Sun Yu consented, recognizing that with formidable adversaries looming, nurturing fresh talent was indeed advantageous. He turned to the silent Bardock and said, "Bardock-san, please demonstrate the metamorph fusion dance steps for these two youngsters." Bardock, suddenly called upon, stiffened and retorted, "Why must it be me? Why don't you demonstrate it yourself?" Sun Yu chuckled to himself, pondering who would dare to demonstrate such an awkward dance step. Unbeknownst to him, Alanx and Vester had already witnessed the intricate movements of the metamorph fusion technique. With a smile, they replied, "There's no need for that, Lord Kyle. We are already familiar with the steps." "Ah, then do perform it for me," Sun Yu exclaimed, plopping down onto a rock, his gaze fixed intently on Alanx and Vester. Lana and Uncle Ollie also displayed expressions of eager anticipation, while Badak, indifferent, turned to leave, stating, "I shall not partake in your frivolities. I would rather devote this time to training. Farewell." With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards Sun Yu's Khufu pyramid. Disregarding Badak, Alanx and Vester exchanged glances, recalling Sun Yu and Badak's movements, and endeavored to replicate each gesture. "Fusion," they proclaimed, extending their index fingers to connect. Regrettably, no transformation occurred. Sun Yu, dissatisfied, remarked, "You two, your steps are utterly misguided. Truly immerse yourselves in each other's rhythm." After offering some guidance, Alanx and Vester resumed their attempts at fusion, yet consistently met with failure. Gradually, impatience grew among Sun Yu and the others, for the duo's lack of synergy was glaringly evident, leading to a plethora of mistakes, even failing to initiate any semblance of a fusion. In a moment of inspiration, Sun Yu procured a pair of ordinary handcuffs and secured Alanx and Vester together, issuing a serious command. "Listen closely, you two. From this day forth, you shall eat and reside together until you cultivate a sense of harmony." "Please, no." The two lamented in unison. Sun Yu was intent on reprimanding the two, but unexpectedly, Tarsal hurriedly flew over and upon meeting, exclaimed, "Urgent situation, Mr. Sun Yu. According to satellite reconnaissance, Frieza's advanced troops are approaching, expected to arrive in approximately 12 hours. Tarsal's subordinates have been dispatched to various regions of the planet to gather all civilians, leaving no manpower to organize defenses. Although the interstellar defense system of Vebulon could neutralize a significant portion of the enemy forces, the sheer number of opponents necessitated Sun Yu to send reinforcements to address any remaining threats. "Very well, Aranx West, you two shall head to the front lines. Remember, do not break the handcuffs, understood?" Sun Yu commanded the duo. They dared not defy his orders and nodded obediently. Lana, Uncle Ollie, Frieza's overall military strength should not be excessively formidable. You may deploy some Scions with combat power between 500 and 10,000 for training. Please ensure their safety. I do not wish to lose a single Scion. Yes, I will assign someone to oversee this, Lana immediately assured. Everyone present understood that such a level of combat did not require Sun Yu's direct involvement, for he needed to dedicate his time to training and preparation for the impending confrontation with the formidable Frieza. Once all matters were arranged, Sun Yu returned to his pyramid, initially wishing to train alongside Bardock, whose strength was the closest to his own. Unfortunately, Bardock dismissed Sun Yu's proposal without a moment's hesitation. With no other option, Sun Yu proceeded alone to the gravity training chamber. At that moment, he truly wished for a sanctuary akin to the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, where a year inside would equate to merely a day outside. If he could devote an entire year to intense training, the diminutive Frieza would pose no threat at all. Sun Wukong contemplated whether Tarsal could replicate a sanctuary of spirit and time, but alas, the Vebel Knights excelled solely in the mastery of spatial technologies, remaining utterly ignorant of temporal intricacies. Thus, the vanguard of Frieza made a grand entrance. In the cosmos, the name Frieza evokes nightmares across civilizations, leaving in its wake a trail of arson, murder, and planetary plunder. Few civilizations possess the capacity to resist Frieza's onslaught. However, upon the arrival of Frieza's advance forces on Veblen, they encountered the most devastating defeat since the inception of their legion. Out of the 9,000 sentinels, half were obliterated by the concentrated fire of the interstellar defense system upon breaching Veblen's atmosphere. The remaining invaders, having narrowly navigated myriad obstacles to land, scarcely found their footing before being annihilated by the Scions, who had long awaited their arrival. These Scion warriors donned battle attire specially crafted by Tarsal. While not quite matching Sun Wukong's outfit, it surpassed Frieza's combat armor in both comfort and defense. After several skirmishes, the air resonated with the anguished cries of Frieza's vanguard. Lord Frieza, save us. The Scion rebels. Lord Frieza, we request reinforcements. Far away, Frieza sat upon his hovering chair, his countenance dark and foreboding. He listened intently to the latest reports from the front lines while rhythmically striking the ground with his tail. An oppressive atmosphere of menace enveloped the command room, and all present sat rigidly, fearful of incurring the wrath of this harbinger of death. Sabin, how many days until we reach Veblen? Frieza's voice was flat, yet the underlying threat was palpable. Sabin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cleared his throat, responding. Approximately 20 days. No, 15 days will suffice. Please, Lord Frieza, be patient. With a resounding crack, Frieza's tail struck the ground, sending fissures sprawling towards Sabin's feet, causing him to shudder. A pack of useless fools, incapable of managing a mere planet. Deploy troops immediately. I expect no Scion to escape before my arrival. You know what must be done. Frieza's gaze was icy as it bore into Sabin. Yes. As time passed, Frieza's subsequent forces gradually arrived. Fortunately, their numbers were substantial, possessing a combat strength of around 8,000, bolstered by the presence of Lana and Uncle Ali, ensuring minimal casualties among Sun Wukong's Scions. Through this conflict, the overall prowess of Sun Wukong's Scions surged dramatically, with Arlinx and West forging a profound synergy. When the moment was ripe, they accomplished the fusion technique of Metamor. The two amalgamated into Arlant, who bore the physical traits of both Arlinx and West, adorned in a Metamoran vest identical to that of Keldak, exuding an air of arrogance and overflowing confidence. Due to the ease of entering the state of Mimic Super Scion post-fusion, Arlant swiftly mastered the transformation, fostering a sense of invincibility. Ignoring the tens of thousands of Frieza's adversaries, Arlant boldly approached Sun Wukong, proclaiming a challenge. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Sun Wukong, he delivered an elaborate declaration of challenge, only to be interrupted as the Mimic Super Scion form dissipated due to energy depletion. In a flash, Sun Wukong swiftly dealt with Arlinx and West, almost bringing them to their knees in submission. How many times must I reiterate? The Mimic Super Scion state is incredibly energy-intensive. Unless faced with a formidable opponent, I advise against employing this technique. The Mimic Super Scion form is fraught with uncertainties, and considering the strength of Arlinx and West, their combined combat power in this state was around 9 million. Impressive, yet insufficient against Frieza. Arlinx and West were sent back to the front lines, while Sun Wukong returned to the gravity training chamber to continue his regimen. Thus, time slipped by, with Tarsal visiting several times to update Sun Wukong on the latest civilian evacuation developments and other matters. The folded space at the temple had been fully deployed, efficiently accommodating the civilians. Sun Wukong often pondered how he could have protected planet Vegeta, for as a Scion, he yearned for the prosperity of his race. In the ensuing days, Sun Wukong persisted in his fervent training until, one fateful day, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura locked onto the entire planet. Sun Yu was aware that Frieza had arrived. Ever since the advanced troops of Frieza's army reached the planet Veblen, relentless reinforcements had been dispatched to this location. Unfortunately, the continuous battles over the past month had yielded no results. The defenses of Veblen were as solid as a fortress. The war had devolved into a protracted stalemate. However, With the arrival of a terrifying presence, the space not far from Veblen began to ripple and undulate, resembling a boiling cauldron. Suddenly, a colossal spaceship materialized from the void, its silhouette gradually growing more defined until it became a flat, oval-shaped vessel that obscured the sky. Countless cannon ports were meticulously arrayed along the ship, and its mere appearance stirred excitement among the soldiers of Frieza's army, who had been embroiled in battle for days. As the hatch atop the spaceship slowly opened, a floating chair emerged, with Frieza reclining leisurely within it. The sight of Frieza unleashed a torrent of pent-up emotions among the tens of thousands of soldiers below. Their hardships during this time found an outlet, and in that moment of seeing Frieza, their feelings erupted. Look, it's Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza has come. We can finally end this battle. Lord Frieza will surely teach those detestable Saiyans a lesson. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of Frieza's army, Sun Yu and the Saiyan warriors felt an unprecedented sense of dread. They were acutely aware of Frieza's terrifying power and recalled the fear he had once instilled in them. Under the 12 bronze pillars of the temple, the civilians had nearly completed their assembly, and the temple had entered a state of pre-warm-up. After establishing a flight path, they commenced the final countdown for the leap, now just 1 hour away. Despite Frieza's army launching a full assault on the temple and approaching its gates, the enemy's high-end combat capabilities were insufficient to breach the defenses further. Sun Yu advised Lana and the others against intervening, as he needed to create an illusion of being cornered before Frieza. Only this way could he buy enough time for the temple's leap. Frieza is here, Bardock. Let us confront him, Sun Yu declared solemnly. Indeed, it is time to teach that fellow a lesson, Bardock replied confidently, while Jine, standing behind him, clasped her hands tightly against her chest, gazing at her husband with concern. We want to go too. Lana and Uncle Ollie exclaimed simultaneously. No, your powers are too weak. You would be of no assistance, Sun Yu replied sternly. He rarely reprimanded Lana, but this time he could not allow her to be reckless. Furthermore, the temple could not be left unguarded. If the enemy were to infiltrate the temple, all their efforts would be in vain. It was a rather clumsy excuse, yet no one dared to dispute it. So it's settled then. Bardock, let us move. Sun Yu exchanged a glance with Bardock and strode purposefully outwards. Taser, holding a blue jade stone the size of an egg, blocked Sun Yu's path and said in a deep voice, Mr. Sun Yu, I believe this may be of some assistance to you. Sun Yu instantly recognized the blue gemstone before him, which bore the same aura as the one that had originally aided him in evolving his Sharingan into the three-tomo form. Chief, this is a fragment that split from the original ethereal stone. I hope it proves beneficial to you. With that, he presented the stone to Sun Yu. Upon receiving the azure gemstone, Sun Yu felt a remarkable surge of energy that compelled him to activate his Sharingan. Watching as the three black tomo danced endlessly within his eyes, the Sharingan could absorb this energy directly, and astonishingly, he sensed the potential for further evolution. A wave of fear washed over Sun Yu. He understood the importance of this gemstone to the Vibronians and chose not to dwell on why it had not been presented sooner. Lord Sun Yu, focus on absorbing this energy. I shall go teach that Frieza a lesson. Bardock clapped Sun Yu on the shoulder dismissively before launching himself into the sky. Give me 10 minutes, and I will surely arrive. Bardock-san, please don't die. Sun Yu contemplated that every increment of strength could enhance their chances of victory, leading him to determine whether he could fortify his Sharingan. Sitting cross-legged, he held the gemstone before his eyes, watching as the ethereal energy transformed into wisps of smoke that drifted into his pupils. With his Sharingan now in the three-tomo form, he wondered what its evolution might bring, perhaps a kaleidoscopic Sharingan? It could not be, for such a transformation required the death of someone most dear to him. A deed Sun Yu could never commit. Perhaps a new evolution awaited him instead, he mused. Outside the temple, Bardock ignored the onslaught of minions attacking the structure, soaring vertically into the sky. Any unwise foes who dared approach him were swiftly dispatched with a single strike. Suddenly, he sensed two familiar auras behind him. Turning, he saw Ranks and Vister. Hey, you two. What brings you here? Bardock glared at them. Lord Bardock, please do not be angry. Vister and I can surely assist you. Ranks chuckled nervously. TCH, as long as you don't get in my way, I can handle this alone. Bardock replied coldly. Understood. Ranks and Vister responded promptly. The trio transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the horizon. As they ascended higher, a sea of figures emerged in their line of sight. Those were the legions brought by Frieza. At the rear of the army stood 3 figures, one of whom Bardock recognized instantly. Frieza. Ha ha ha, so you were the leader of those Saiyans? Dodoria, assesses battle power. Frieza sneered at Bardock. At once, Lord Frieza. The corpulent Dodoria stood to Frieza's left, poking at the scouter on his ear. Beep beep beep. The scouter quickly registered 3 readings, 20, 000, 13, 000, and 12, 000. Lord Frieza, this Saiyan leader possesses a battle power of 20, 000, and the little ones behind him are quite formidable as well, registering 13, 000, and 12, 000. Dodoria expressed surprise at Bardock and his companion's strengths, though he did not take it to heart. Frieza's cold gaze settled on Bardock as he spoke slowly. Zaban, Dodoria, I find the sight of Scions repulsive. Kill them. Receiving Frieza's command, Zaban and Dodoria stepped forward, surrounding Bardock and his companions, ensuring no escape was possible. Ready. Dodoria barked, prompting every member of Frieza's army to raise their weapons, aiming at Bardock's group. Fire. In an instant, thousands of lasers shot toward Bardock and his companions. A cacophony of explosions erupting as the beams illuminated their faces, shrouding them in thick smoke. A smirk crept across Dodoria's lips. Lord Frieza, these Scions are not so formidable. Watching the apparent lack of resistance, Zaban felt his tension ease, while Frieza wore a bemused expression. After a while, the firing ceased and the smoke dissipated, revealing Bardock and his companions unscathed. Oh dear, that was rather dull. Bardock taunted Dodoria with a casual gesture of his pinky finger. How dare you belittle me? Infuriated. Dodoria lunged toward Bardock, intent on a one-on-one confrontation. Like a rolling mass of blubber, Dodoria bulldozed through the ranks, reaching Bardock in no time. Die, you wretched Saiyan monkey. Frieza coldly regarded Bardock from behind, allowing Dodoria's reckless charge to unfold, curious about the capabilities of these rebellious Scions. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1. Dodoria barreled towards Bardock, ready to strike. However, Bardock's eyes narrowed, inhaling deeply before unleashing a single word. Get lost. A wave of invisible energy radiated from Bardock, dispersing enemies within a radius of several dozen meters. Dodoria was flung back by the force, soaring through the air in a graceful arc toward Frieza. As the pressure wave struck, Zaban instinctively shielded his head, but by the time he realized Dodoria was about to collide with Frieza, it was too late. Oh no. Lord Frieza, watch out. Worthless. Frieza's eyes burned with malice as he raised his hand, preparing to launch an energy sphere at Dodoria. When the sphere collided with Dodoria, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, leaving the unfortunate Dodoria unaware of his demise as he was reduced to mere dust in the air. Zaban stared in shock, paralyzed by fear of Frieza, too intimidated to question his actions. Instead, he vented his frustration on Bardock. That insolent Scion dared to offend Lord Frieza. Someone Zaban. Frieza interrupted, slowly rising to his feet, his gaze icy as he addressed Bardock. What a commendable warrior race the Scions are. Remarkable. Though I do not comprehend why your battle power appears low, you consistently deliver unexpected results. Regardless, you cannot surpass me. Today, you shall all perish here. Frieza showed no fear of the Scions. His true concern lay with the legendary Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan. As the ultimate foe revealed himself, Bardock could not afford to be complacent. He turned to the eager Aranx and Vister, instructing, hey, you two, refrain from acting recklessly. I will do my utmost to hold him off until Lord Sunyu arrives. Bardock's only apprehension was that Aranx and Vister might succumb to impatience and rush into danger. Though Bardock often boasted that he could single-handedly defeat Frieza, he was merely inflating his own confidence. Deep down, he knew that once Frieza unleashed his full power, a mere flick of his finger could obliterate them all, along with the entire Vibronian planet. Yes, Lord Bardock. Although reluctantly, Aranx and West agreed with a nod. Frieza was ready to strike, and all members of the Legion dispersed in all directions. Unaware of Bardock's true strength, Frieza took his time, approaching Bardock in his usual form. Scion, if you have any last words, you better say them quickly, or you'll have no chance. As he spoke, Frieza emanated a powerful aura that made those around him shudder, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Unfazed by this intimidating pressure, Bardock immediately threw a punch at Frieza. But Frieza was already aware. Just as the attack was about to land, he swiftly ducked and twisted his body, delivering a sidekick at an incredible angle to Bardock's back. With a thud, Frieza's foot penetrated Bardock's form. As he focused, he noticed Bardock's image gradually fading away. Momentarily puzzled, he wondered why this was happening. Haha, this technique is called the Phantom Fist. That kid taught me. At that moment, Bardock's voice came from behind Frieza. Sensing danger, Frieza turned to look, only to feel a powerful kick to his lower back. It felt as though a mountain had collided with him, sending his body flying uncontrollably. Damn Saiyan monkey. After being propelled several meters back, Frieza steadied himself, glaring furiously at Bardock, his anger boiling within him. With a sudden burst of speed, Frieza charged at Bardock, his form flickering like lightning as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Bardock adeptly countered, their afterimages dancing through the sky, while the eyes of the Legion members struggled to keep up with their speed. In his normal state, Frieza's combat power was 530,000, whereas Bardock's had already approached 200,000. If they truly unleashed their full powers, Bardock would gain the upper hand unless Frieza transformed into his second stage. However, that advantage was inconsequential. Bardock was merely biding time, as they had less than 50 minutes until the temple's energy charge was complete. If he could just stall for that duration, his wife, children, and kin would be safe. Yet, the more Frieza fought, the more he sensed something amiss. He could feel that this Scion was not exerting his full strength, which he perceived as an insult. Damn Scion, you dare to hold back in my presence. Very well. We, the Frost Demons, are born warriors. While others rely on transformations to enhance their power, we suppress our combat power to conserve energy. Today, let me show you my third transformation. The mention of the third form made Bardock's heart race. Wait, shouldn't you start from the first stage? Why jump straight to the third? Can't you follow the usual progression? Within the temple, Senzu was focused on absorbing the energy from the gem, three spinning tomo visible in his Sharingan. At that moment, an overwhelming force descended, akin to a beast breaking free from chains before the gathered crowd. Is this Frieza's power? Lana felt despondent. Acutely aware of the opponent's strength, yet powerless to assist Senzu. Sensing Lana's anxiety, Senzu offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Just give me a little more time, and I'll soon teach that Frieza a lesson. Hearing his words, Lana chuckled softly. Although Senzu's energy was currently inferior to Frieza's, she had unwavering faith in his capabilities. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, Senzu focused intently on accelerating his energy absorption, sensing that his Sharingan might undergo a significant transformation. Meanwhile, Frieza completed his third transformation in an instant, his initially short stature towering as he became extraordinarily robust, muscles bulging and grotesque features developing. Finally, he returned to a more compact form, his sharp angles vanishing, his head becoming round, and his body adopting a sleek, aerodynamic shape. You were fortunate to witness my most perfect form. Yet, you are also unfortunate, for you shall soon meet your demise. Frieza stood tall in the void, arms outstretched, reveling in his power as he coldly surveyed Bardock and his companions, exuding an air of dominance over the realm. Damn it! Bardock, locked in Frieza's murderous gaze, felt his hands tremble involuntarily. With 1,200,000 combat power against 3,000,000, the outcome was painfully obvious. Cold sweat trickled down Bardock's forehead as he exclaimed, Senzu, what on earth are you doing? Aranx and West recoiled slightly from Frieza's aura, exchanging glances before silently retreating. All eyes were now fixed on Frieza, who derisively taunted Bardock. What happened to your earlier bravado? Come, attack me, Saiyan. Despite repeatedly reminding himself not to act impulsively, Bardock could not contain his anger in the face of Frieza's arrogant mockery. How dare he look down on others? Die, Frieza. Bardock's form flickered as he appeared before Frieza, enveloping his fist in energy and striking fiercely at Frieza's chest. The explosive energy detonated against Frieza, creating a powerful shockwave. However, Frieza remained unyielding, gazing at Bardock with pity. What? Bardock felt a chill as his attack proved utterly ineffective. With no retreat left, he unleashed all his power in a desperate assault against Frieza. If this is all the strength you possess, how truly pathetic. Frieza struck like lightning, seizing Bardock by the throat. Allow me to show you what true power is. He delivered a brutal punch to Bardock's abdomen, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes as he relished the sensation of controlling another's life, especially that of a Saiyan. Bardock spat blood at Frieza, desperately trying to free himself, but Frieza's grip was like iron, unyielding. Frieza's rage peaked at Bardock's defiance. He disdainfully regarded him, loosening his hold just enough for Bardock to fall. Raising a finger, he conjured a brilliant energy sphere. Supernova. Go to hell, Saiyan. Despair washed over Bardock as he gazed at the immense energy orb atop Frieza's finger, its size swelling ominously. It resembled a fallen star hurtling toward Bardock, toward the entire planet. Am I to die? Bardock coughed blood, staring blankly at the sky, hopelessness enveloping him. At that moment, a voice rang out nearby. Fusion. A flash of white light appeared as a figure caught Bardock, forcing a Senzu bean into his mouth, and with a layered voice said, Rest easy, Bardock-san. Watch how I teach that Frieza a lesson. Bardock swallowed a magic bean, and the wounds on his body immediately began to heal. Frieza, astonished by this spectacle, felt an unsettling pang in his heart. Before Bardock stood a short Saiyan, clad in a stylish vest adorned with the attire of the Metamor tribe, who hovered in the air with an air of arrogance. Aranti, he exclaimed, Indeed, it is I? Aranti turned to Bardock and gave him a thumbs up before launching himself upward, effortlessly catching Frieza's supernova with both hands. Stop, Frieza commanded, but as Aranti's aura surged explosively, a faint golden energy enveloped him. With a powerful sweep of his arms, he lifted the supernova, which was the size of an asteroid, overhead. What? This kid? Frieza was momentarily stunned, as were the rest of his legion, well aware of the destructive power of Frieza's supernova, capable of annihilating any planet. Yet, this formidable technique had been caught by a seemingly youthful Saiyan. Surprised, are we? Here. Take this back. Aranti waved his hand, sending the supernova hurtling back toward Frieza. Sabo, who had been watching from the sidelines, thought to himself, this is bad. Just as he intended to intervene, he saw Frieza furrow his brow and casually wave his hand. In an instant, the massive supernova began to rotate slowly, veering off course toward Sabo and his companions. This sight terrified Sabo and the others. Lord Frieza, save me. Run, everyone run. Faced with Frieza's signature attack, the group had no means of resistance and scattered in panic. Yet, no matter how they fled, they could not escape the reach of the supernova's destructive force. Both Aranti and Bardock felt a surge of rage at this scene, unable to believe that Frieza could be so cold-blooded as to endanger his own subordinates. Dodoria did not die in vain. Once the supernova burst out of the atmosphere of Veblen Star, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing violent shockwaves that swept across the entire planet. The chaotic aftermath ruffled Aranti's hair as he stood poised in the air, watching Frieza warily. Bardock, however, reluctantly retreated to the sidelines, knowing he lacked the strength to confront Frieza before Goku's arrival. "Who are you?" Frieza asked, feigning indifference to Aranti's sudden appearance, though he was keenly aware of the potent energy emanating from him. Even without a power scouter to gauge his strength accurately, Frieza could ascertain that this individual was formidable. "Science. Why are you Science becoming increasingly powerful? You are merely a band of savage monkeys." Boom. Frieza shattered the debris surrounding him with a terrifying energy surge, raising his wrist and unleashing a brilliant beam from his fingertips. Death beam. Whoa. Aranti, intent on delivering a pre-battle declaration, was caught off guard as Frieza attacked without warning, narrowly evading the death beam, which severed several strands of his hair. "How dangerous. Cursed be it, my hair must remain unruffled." "Die!" Aranti shouted, conjuring a barrage of small energy spheres and launching them toward Frieza. "Take this, raging bombardment." Boom. Countless energy spheres exploded around Frieza, enveloping the sky in smoke. Aranti, filled with pride, flashed a victory sign at Bardock. Frieza is nothing but this, due to their fusion. Both Aranti and the fused entity Gogeta from the Dragon Ball series shared a significant flaw: arrogance, bordering on hubris. "Fool, Frieza is unharmed. Get away," Bardock shouted in exasperation. "Huh?" Aranti paused, turning his gaze toward Frieza. As the smoke began to dissipate, Frieza emerged from it, suddenly launching a punch at Aranti. However, Aranti and his partner were seasoned warriors, having faced numerous battles, especially during their weaker days. Their combat instincts rivaled those of Frieza, who seldom trained. With a swift motion, Aranti blocked the blow, countering with a punch and a sidekick that sent Frieza flying. His fluid movements nearly drew applause from Bardock. "Huh, this Frieza is nothing special. I can finish him off without waiting for Lord Kale," Aranti boasted, striking a pose he deemed impressive. Yet, Frieza received these words like thunderclaps, clenching his fists tightly as the air around him thickened with fury. "You dare underestimate me? I, Lord Frieza, cannot be ridiculed by a mere child." "Who is this Lord Kale you mentioned? Is there someone among the Saiyans even stronger than you?" Upon hearing Frieza's inquiry about Goku, Aranti hesitated for a moment, then answered seriously, "Indeed. Lord Kale is the strongest being in the universe. I can never defeat him." A bolt of disbelief coursed through Frieza as he widened his eyes. The repeated revelations about Bardock and Aranti had reshaped his perception of Saiyans. Now, learning of another even stronger Saiyan yet to appear conjured an image of a golden warrior in his mind. Could it be? No, it cannot be. Super Saiyan is merely a trivial legend, and Saiyans are just a tribe of barbaric monkeys. Today, I shall eradicate you all. In times past, Frieza had dismissed the Saiyans, not considering them a threat when they were unable to harness their true combat potential. However, Bardock and Aranti's presence forced Frieza to confront the undeniable truth. The Saiyans were growing increasingly powerful. Even though Frieza still dismissed the notion of the Super Saiyan as a mere fable, his principle was clear: anything that could threaten his dominion must be obliterated. Pitiful Saiyans, prepare to witness a fraction of my power. Ah! With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed another surge of power, his immense energy erupting like a dam bursting, a torrent of fury flooding forth. Ugh! Both Bardock and Aranti found themselves overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, struggling to breathe under its weight. Like a solitary boat adrift in a tumultuous sea, even the smallest wave threatened to plunge them into an abyss. After an indeterminate time, Frieza finally ceased his display of strength, inhaling deeply and smiling. "Heh, your expression seemed rather astonished." Aranti gazed up at Frieza in the sky, suddenly feeling that Frieza's power had surpassed the fusion state of Sun Wukong and Bardock from that day. A sense of helplessness welled up within him. But after a brief moment, Aranti resolved to make his final stand. Although Lord Kale had repeatedly warned him against hastily transforming into a mimetic Super Saiyan due to his currently low strength, which could not sustain such a form for long, he realized there was no alternative left. With this thought in mind, Aranti raised his arms high into the air, preparing for the impending fury. Frieza, noticing Aranti's raised hands, mockingly remarked, "What is this, boy? Are you planning to surrender? But I assure you, I won't let you off that easily." Just as he spoke, Aranti suddenly pulled his hands back, arching his back and emitting deep growls. What is he doing? Based on past experience, Frieza surmised that this individual was likely about to transform. However, he knew that Saiyans were only capable of transforming into great apes. Aranti's body crackled with arcs of lightning, golden energy flames enveloping him like a raging inferno. This transformation was different from the last. Now, Aranti's mimetic Super Saiyan form was more complete. His eyes turned entirely white, hair standing erect, his visage contorted into a fearsome expression, seemingly devoid of reason. What the? Frieza was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Aranti's figure encased in golden flames, his expression darkening as he realized the implications of this transformation. Golden energy. Frieza's mind echoed with the words of his cosmic pirate ancestor. "Zild, tell your kin to be wary of the golden flames of the Saiyans." Could it be that he was a Super Saiyan? Aranti's golden aura shone like a lone star, radiating brilliance in the dark, violently clashing with Frieza's energy, producing a cacophonous roar. Fear of the unknown enveloped all. Yet Frieza displayed more astonishment than dread. He was baffled as to how these Scions could possess such formidable power, especially with the emergence of a golden Scion, a being his ancestors had feared. In that moment, he forgot to attack. Under the immense pressure exerted by Frieza, Erin's transformation into a mimetic Super Saiyan became even more profound. He had completely lost his senses, his wide eyes glaring fiercely at Frieza as he lunged forward. He unleashed a series of meaningless roars, his fist raining down upon Frieza's abdomen and chest with ferocious speed, each strike producing a thunderous sound that made Bardock, watching from afar, shudder. Such strength. Is this the power of the mimetic Super Saiyan? On the battlefield, Erin's fists fell like a torrential storm upon Frieza, who seemed to have no opportunity to retaliate as he plummeted from the sky. Just as Frieza was about to crash to the ground from a great height, Erin delivered a powerful kick to his body, using Frieza as a springboard to propel himself into the air. Frieza's body slammed heavily against the ground, creating a vast crater, while Erin, suspended in the air, unleashed his energy attack, raging torrent bombardment. Golden energy spheres rained down upon the earth, explosions echoing throughout the sky, shaking the ground, reducing everything within hundreds of meters to rubble. After a while, the golden aura surrounding Erin began to dim, and he sensed a momentary collapse, indicating his energy was nearly depleted. Indeed, Lord Kale was correct. Transforming into a mimetic Super Saiyan was still a bit too much for him. As Erin shed his golden flames, he struggled to maintain his fused state, anxiously glancing at the collapsed ground. Had he perished? Even Frieza, under such an assault, could not possibly emerge unscathed. Bardock flew to Erin's side, producing a Senzu bean from his pocket and urging him to replenish his strength. After consuming the bean, Erin's nearly exhausted energy was finally restored. Ha ha ha, is this the might of the Super Saiyan? As the dense fog still lingered, a chilling laugh echoed from below. The figure of Frieza gradually emerged from the mist, casually brushing off the dust from his attire, taunting. It appears the legends are merely that, exaggerated tales. A Super Saiyan is nothing but this. With the release of 50 of his power, Frieza's combat strength soared to 60 million. In the original tale, even Sun Wukong's 20-fold Kaioken had failed to defeat him, only achieving victory after transforming into a Super Saiyan due to the rage from Krillin's death. Erin, transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan, had not even reached a combat strength of 10 million. Naturally, he stood no chance against Frieza. He is utterly unscathed. Bardock and Erin's hearts raced, and Frieza mistakenly believed that Erin's previous form was that of a Super Saiyan, when in fact, it was merely the preliminary stage. The mimetic Super Saiyan. Yet, what significance did this distinction hold? The mimetic Super Saiyan was already their strongest form. If they could not defeat Frieza in this state, Bardock truly had no idea what to do next. What a pity. I almost thought I was going to die. I didn't expect the so-called Super Saiyan to be this level. Frieza laughed coldly. Boom. Bardock and Erin blinked, and before they knew it, Frieza had appeared before them, delivering twin punches to their abdomens. So fast. They gasped, clutching their stomachs in shock, attempting to retreat, but Frieza's speed surpassed theirs. Trying to flee? Not so easily. Prepare to meet your end. Imperial Split Slash. Energy coalesced in Frieza's hands, transforming into a giant blade aimed at Bardock and Erin. It's over. Bardock and Erin looked on in despair as the massive blade descended upon them. Their hearts sank, for if struck by that blade, even a Senzu bean would be of no help. Just then, a ghostly blue energy wave surged forward. Tenfold Kamehameha. Boom. The tenfold Kamehameha arced through the air, colliding forcefully with Frieza's Imperial Split Slash. Though it didn't completely negate the attack's force, it at least diverted its path, saving Bardock and Erin. Crack. The Imperial Split Slash struck the ground, creating a gaping chasm that left Bardock and Erin, who had just narrowly escaped death, trembling in fear. Who goes there? Frieza seethed with rage, incensed that just as he was about to slay the two detestable Scions, an unexpected figure had intervened. A silhouette appeared on the horizon, and Bardock and Erin needed no confirmation to know who it was. The only one capable of unleashing a tenfold Kamehameha could only be Sun Wukong. He had finally arrived. Bardock felt the tension in his nerves gradually dissipate, and it seemed that Arland also glimpsed a ray of hope, continuously gesturing towards the approaching Sun Yufei. Frieza turned his gaze to Sun Yufei as well. Upon seeing him, his eyes narrowed, and he instantly understood that this individual was indeed the strongest Scion they had spoken of. Is this the so-called strongest Scion you mentioned? He appears rather unremarkable. Frieza scrutinized Sun Yufei from a distance, finding it somewhat preposterous, for in his mind, powerful Scions were always burly figures, certainly not youthful boys like Sun Yufei. Sun Yu appeared to be merely a few years older than Alante. If one were to overlook his robust muscles, Sun Yu bore no distinction from an ordinary young man, which may explain Frieza's incredulity. In mere moments, Sun Yu soared from a distance to stand before them, not even glancing at Frieza. And with a smile directed at Bardock and Alante, he said, "My apologies for my tardiness. I hope you are both well." On March 10th, 2017, at noon, this book officially became available. Indeed, it has been nearly 2 months since its release. 2 months is neither excessively long nor particularly short, due to the author's commitments. He finds time to write primarily at night. For those readers who have joined the author's QQ group, you may be aware that he often types away until 2 or 3 in the morning, only to rise early for work the next day. Claiming it isn't exhausting would be a falsehood. While readers may finish a chapter in just a few minutes, the author dedicates approximately 2 hours to crafting each chapter, and that is without encountering writer's block. He truly puts forth great effort, and thus hopes for your understanding. In principle, the author strives to maintain a schedule of 2 updates daily. However, should work become particularly demanding, there may be only 1 update. But he assures that any missed updates will be compensated later. For example, during the preparation for this release, there will only be 1 update over the next 5 days. Hence, on the day of release, he will provide 10 updates to make up for it. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have consistently supported me. Your encouragement fuels my desire to continue writing this book, and I promise to enhance its quality, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations. We often say that one's achievements do not solely define a hero, yet for a hero, success and failure signify the difference between life and death. The prosperous thrive, while the defeated plummet into despair. This truth is particularly evident in every author's journey. Thus, the author yearns for success, hoping to demonstrate that sitting before the computer to type away whenever time permits is not in vain. He desires to prove that the effort and dedication he invests will yield rewards, even if those rewards are initially minuscule. I kindly seek your support in subscribing to this book. The cost amounts to merely the price of a few bottles of soda over a month, which I believe is a trivial matter for you, yet it holds profound significance for me. A common inquiry I receive from readers is about the avoidance of TJ, the term for ceasing updates. Many threaten to send me knives, explosive phones, and an array of peculiar items if I were to stop updating. Here, I solemnly declare that this book will not undergo TJ. As long as there are readers engaging with this work, I shall persist in writing. I initially contemplated promising additional updates upon reaching a certain subscription milestone, but I hesitated, uncertain of what achievements might lie ahead for a newcomer like myself. Nevertheless, I can assure you that if the book performs well after its release, I will certainly increase the updates. If you treat me with sincerity, I shall not let you down. Bardock waved dismissively and quietly inquired, "We are all fine. What of the temple? Are they prepared?" Sun Yushin understood intuitively that Bardock, as a father, was undoubtedly concerned about his wife and child. He softly remarked, "Everything over there is normal. We should be able to warp in about 30 minutes. You have all worked very hard." Upon hearing that it would take another 30 minutes for the temple to warp out of the star region, both Bardock and Alante's expressions darkened significantly. They had just experienced the terrifying might of Frieza, and the thought of enduring for another 30 minutes seemed almost insurmountable. Moreover, Alante's fusion time was drawing near, rendering him unable to assist Sun Yu during this critical period. Upon noticing the low spirits of the two, Sun Yu swiftly deduced the cause. He sensed through their auras that Frieza had unlocked 50% of his power, with a combat strength now reaching an astonishing 60 million. Engaging such a formidable adversary would indeed pose a significant challenge. "Do not wear such sorrowful faces. There will surely be a way," Sun Yu reassured them. Meanwhile, Frieza, observing the exchange with a cold demeanor, could not help but emit a derisive laugh. "I apologize for interrupting your nostalgic reminiscing, but if you're indeed the strongest Saiyan they speak of, I must admit my disappointment." Sun Yu then turned to Frieza, noting that the real Frieza, compared to his portrayal in the anime, possessed an even greater penchant for arrogance, seemingly forever adorned with the expression of being the supreme ruler. He spoke to Frieza in a deep voice. "I am not the strongest Saiyan. I am merely someone who intends to defeat you." "Oh?" Frieza appeared to have heard an exceptionally amusing joke, clutching his stomach as he laughed heartily for an extended period, before looking down at Sun Yu with disdain. "Then what are you waiting for? Come and defeat me. If you fail to conquer me, this planet shall surely suffer the consequences. Would you kindly wait a moment?" Sun Yu, seeing no objection from Frieza, turned and soared towards Bardock. "Bardock, let us merge quickly." Bardock was taken aback. He had expected that after Sun Yu absorbed the energy from the blue gemstone given by Tarsal, he would exhibit some remarkable changes. However, it appeared that he was no different from the beginning, ultimately still relying on the metamorph fusion technique. In truth, Sun Yu had undergone a transformation. His Sharingan had indeed mutated. Yet, this ability was his ultimate trump card, and he could not unveil it immediately, just as no one would reveal their strongest hand in a game of cards right from the start. Very well. With no other options available, Bardock reluctantly acquiesced to Sun Yu's request. "By the way," Sun Yu suddenly added, "during this fusion, your consciousness may fall into a slumber, which means I may assume absolute control over this fusion." "What?" Bardock and Aranite exclaimed in unison. In the metamorph fusion technique, the two participants do not share memories, and their souls temporarily merge into one. This is why the voice of the fused entity resonates with a peculiar emphasis. However, their souls cannot completely align. Thus, the more powerful soul will dominate, yet the weaker counterpart will still possess a degree of presence, influencing the fused entity's speech and actions to some extent. This time, Sun Yu expressed that if he were to merge with Bardock, he would assume absolute dominance, rendering Bardock merely a tool to enhance Sun Yu's power. No one is willing to be a mere instrument for another's elevation, and Bardock is no exception. Although this is merely my conjecture, it is unlikely to be incorrect. Bardock, I am aware of your thoughts, yet I hope you can comprehend, Senzu stated solemnly. Following the absorption of the blue gemstone bestowed upon him by Tarsal, Senzu's Sharingan underwent an unimaginable transformation, along with a qualitative leap in his mental fortitude, or rather, his soul's intensity. The most direct consequence of this was that Senzu's ocular techniques reached an unparalleled pinnacle, with the accompanying effect being that upon merging with others, only Senzu's consciousness remained in the fused entity. Very well, Bardock thought of his wife, Jine, and their eldest son, Raditz, and ultimately, with a resolute heart, consented to the fusion with Senzu. Consequently, Senzu and Bardock stood side by side, mirroring each other's movements as they recited the incantation in unison. Fusion. Frieza observed the peculiar fusion dance of Senzu and Bardock with a bemused expression. The two extended their fingers toward each other, their four fingers meeting. A radiant white light emanating from their fingertips. What is happening? Frieza watched in astonishment as Senzu and Bardock merged into one. A young man bearing a striking resemblance to both appearing before him. Ah, so this is the fusion technique. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in this manner? How naive. Let's see what you've got, came the voice. Devoid of any accentuation, it was indeed Senzu's voice. It seemed that, as Senzu had surmised, the merged entity retained only his consciousness. Henceforth, referring to him as Kael'dark holds no significance. Although traces of Bardock's visage lingered, particularly the two scars on Bardock's face, Senzu's appearance dominated. So we shall continue to refer to this fused entity as Senzu. After Senzu fused with Bardock, he effortlessly entered the state of the ascended Super Saiyan, with Frieza having already unlocked 50% of his power. Senzu decided to transform into the ascended Super Saiyan all at once. He was unperturbed by the prospect of Frieza unleashing 100% of his combat strength. For in the original narrative, Goku had exposed a critical weakness of Frieza. Upon fully unlocking his power, his body would be unable to withstand the strain. This was precisely why Frieza had chosen to unleash his full strength only in the final 5 minutes before the destruction of planet Namek, culminating in his ultimate confrontation with Goku. Consequently, Senzu felt no need to overly concern himself with Frieza's formidable combat power of 100 million in his full form, as Frieza would not recklessly utilize it unless absolutely necessary. Senzu simply needed to endure for the next 30 minutes to secure victory. Resolute in his decision, Senzu let out a powerful shout, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being, resembling a colossal wave of golden energy that roared outward in all directions. The golden flames enveloped Senzu's form, spiraling upwards towards the heavens like a tornado descending from the sky, shattering the earth and lifting countless fragments. TCH. Yet another so-called Super Saiyan? Truly a bunch of oblivious fools. Frieza jeered at Senzu. Earlier, when Eren transformed into an ascended Super Saiyan, Frieza had indeed been taken aback. However, he quickly realized that Eren's foundation was far too weak. Even in his transformed state, Eren's combat strength was insufficient to challenge Frieza, who had unlocked 50% of his power. This realization extinguished any lingering fear Frieza had harbored towards Super Saiyans, and he regarded Senzu with a hint of pity. The tempest of energy surrounding Senzu gradually subsided, his combat prowess having ascended to approximately 50 million. This represented the pinnacle of his capabilities after merging with Bardock and transforming into a simulated level Saiyan. Upon hearing Frieza utter the term level Saiyan, he glanced at the golden aura enveloping him and suddenly comprehended, smiling as he clarified, No, my current state does not constitute a level Saiyan. The true level Saiyan possesses far greater strength than what I exhibit. I merely harness a fragment of that power. Much like your current form embodies only half of your actual strength. What? The words of Senzu sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. Although Alante had previously been aware of Frieza's immense power, the revelation that such a formidable entity was merely at half of his ultimate form ignited a sense of despair within them. What astonished Frieza, however, was Senzu's assertion that he was not yet a level Saiyan and his acute awareness of his own strength being only a fraction of his true potential. While Frieza remained oblivious to Senzu's capabilities, this sensation of being seen through was profoundly unsettling. Enough with the pleasantries. Frieza, draw your weapon. Senzu's eyes narrowed as he assumed an offensive stance. Frieza sneered, hovering in the air, fixating his gaze intently on Senzu. The battle was imminent. Alante could barely process the scene as Senzu and Frieza simultaneously vanished from their positions. The sky resonated with the sounds of their clash. Yet when they sought to locate Senzu amidst the cacophony, they could only discern a few fleeting shadows. So swift. Their eyes struggled to keep pace with the two combatants. Almost in unison, the phantoms of Senzu and Frieza appeared and disappeared across the heavens and the earth, their energies intertwining like two vibrant ribbons, one golden, the other purple, colliding and dispersing in a spectacular display, resembling meteors plummeting to the ground, creating crater after crater. As their energies clashed, a fierce whirlwind erupted, rapidly engulfing the entire planet. The sky shattered, and mountains crumbled, manifesting as scenes reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. This was true combat. Alante stood transfixed, witnessing the cataclysmic display, finally grasping the vast chasm that lay between him and Sun Yu. Lost in thought, a flash of white light enveloped his form, splitting him into two figures. Having transformed into a simulated-level Saiyan, Alante's fusion time had significantly decreased, and he finally reverted to a lankisant vest. The aftermath of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza swiftly spread to the vicinity of the temple. Tarsal intended to utilize an energy detector to gauge the intensity of the battle occurring nearby, but as soon as he activated the device, a muffled sound erupted, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Chief, what's wrong?" Lana rushed to support Tarsal. He waved her off, sorrowfully stating, "It is Mr. Sun Wukong engaged in combat with Frieza. Their might exceeds my imagination. Everyone, focus on your duties. We must not let Lord Sun Wukong's efforts go in vain." Lana's words provided a modicum of comfort to those engulfed in fear. The temple's teleportation charge had reached 80, and in less than 20 minutes, they would be able to leap out of the star region. At that moment, the universe would be vast, and even Frieza would be powerless against them. At the eye of the storm, two figures suddenly appeared. Sun Wukong merged with Bardock, and Frieza, who had unlocked 50 of his power. They stood facing each other, suspended in the air, both bearing numerous wounds and panting heavily, eyeing one another warily. In truth, Sun Wukong's condition was more precarious. The energy consumed during his transformation into a pseudo-mystic Saiyan was several times that of his normal state, leaving his body struggling to cope. Conversely, Frieza, despite sustaining considerable injuries, only bore superficial wounds that were largely inconsequential. It was evident to any onlooker that if this continued, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly be defeated. Lord Kakarot, quickly consume a Senzu bean. Aaron shouted to Sun Wukong. Indeed, consuming a Senzu bean at this juncture might prolong his endurance. However, Sun Wukong fixed a cold gaze upon Frieza. He was acutely aware that the moment he retrieved the Senzu bean, Frieza would seize the opportunity to strike. Frieza had witnessed Bardock utilize a Senzu bean before and knew that it could heal injuries instantaneously. He would not foolishly allow Sun Wukong to consume one without consequence. With a battle power of 50 million pitted against 60 million, the disparity, though seemingly slight, was undeniable. In terms of strength and speed, Frieza held a distinct advantage over Sun Wukong. An opening. Behold my death beam. Frieza seized the moment when Sun Wukong was momentarily distracted, raising his wrist. A potent beam shot towards Sun Wukong's heart, aiming for his life. After their recent exchange, Frieza acknowledged his previous underestimation. Sun Wukong's strength was formidable and should not be taken lightly. Frieza resolved that he could no longer allow the Saiyans to grow unchecked. He must eradicate all Saiyans. The legacies of his ancestors and the tales of the elite Saiyans would no longer matter. Oh no, Sun Wukong thought to himself, realizing he should not have allowed himself to be distracted. Now, mere physical evasion was futile. With a frigid gaze, he activated his Sharingan. Sun Yu's body was pierced by Frieza's death ray, yet his eyes remained unchanged, not activating the Sharingan. In a fused state, the Sharingan cannot be awakened. It was a cruel twist of fate. Sun Yu was on the verge of tears. He had previously believed that as long as his consciousness dominated the fusion, awakening the Sharingan would be a trivial matter. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. In this fused state, the Sharingan could not be activated. Fortunately, he reacted in time, and Frieza's death ray did not strike his heart. Otherwise, Sun Yu would have met a tragic end on the spot. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Sun Yu separated from Bardock, both bearing dark, gaping wounds in their chests, indicating they had shared the damage. To commemorate the birth of the first Alliance leader, there would be additional updates over the following days. The metamorphic Super Saiyan consumed a great deal of energy, and with his chest grievously injured, Sun Yu had to disengage from Bardock. Cough, cough. Sun Yu clutched his wound, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, Frieza's death beam had not pierced his heart. Otherwise, Sun Yu would have already succumbed to death. Bardock, are you all right? Sun Yu glanced at Bardock, whose face was ashen, devoid of any color. In haste, Sun Yu retrieved a Senzu bean from his bosom, intending to place it into Bardock's mouth. So naive, Frieza hovered in the air, raising his hand to unleash a ray that struck Sun Yu's wrist, shattering the Senzu bean. Frieza mockingly declared, "After all, you are all destined to die. Why struggle in vain? That green object in your hand seems capable of instant healing, does it not? Hand it over, and I may grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, there are no more." That was the last one, Sun Yu retorted angrily while cradling Bardock. Though there were still 2 jars of Senzu beans left, Sun Yu was resolute in his refusal to surrender them to Frieza. Absolutely not. No more? In that case, you are of no use to me. Prepare to die? Frieza furiously raised his palm towards Sun Yu and Bardock, a terrifying energy fluctuation emanating from it. To harm Lord Kyle, you must first step over my corpse. A heavy voice echoed unexpectedly, and Frieza turned to find it was the young boy who had previously transformed into a pseudo-super Saiyan. You have fused again. Frieza snorted coldly and launched an energy sphere at Alante. Instead of evading, Alante roared, his golden aura surging as he unleashed a barrage of golden energy blasts. Now, Lord Kyle, take your chance. Sun Yusen understood immediately. He leaped away with Bardock in his embrace, simultaneously retrieving 2 magical beans from his pocket. He placed one into Bardock's mouth before consuming the other himself. As they both swallowed the beans, a delightful crunch resonated, and their injuries rapidly healed. "Thank you, Sun Yu," Bardock said, casting a grateful glance at him. Sun Yu smiled faintly and said, "Bardock, let us hasten our fusion." Before Sun Yu's words could fully resonate, Frieza suddenly unleashed a devastating Emperor's Split, exclaiming, "Do not harbor any foolish illusions. This is bad, quickly evade." Sun Yu and Bardock suddenly leaped in opposite directions as a colossal blade cleaved through the air, striking the ground where they had just stood. The earth shattered, revealing a vast chasm, unfathomably deep. "Ha ha ha, foolish scions. Why do you persist in this futile struggle?" Frieza remarked coldly, lifting the bloodied errant by one hand. His gaze fixed on Sun Yu and Bardock. Upon seeing errant ensnared by Frieza, Sun Yu was consumed by rage. "Frieza, if you dare lay a finger on him, I will ensure your utter annihilation," he roared. "Ha ha." Frieza laughed heartily, mockingly gazing at Sun Yu. "Your threats are truly terrifying, aren't they?" As he chuckled, he tightened his grip on errant, causing the latter to wince in agony. His eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he desperately clutched Frieza's fingers in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, Frieza's strength was overwhelmingly superior, far beyond that of a mere errant. "Damn it," Sun Yu exclaimed in frustration. His desire to save errant was palpable, but without merging with Bardock. His current power was insufficient to challenge Frieza. Perhaps he could exploit the power of his mutated Sharingan to cast a super Tsukuyami, but he needed to bide his time. After all, a being of Frieza's caliber possessed a mental prowess that was equally formidable. Without seizing a moment of his guard being down, Sun Yu had no hope of drawing him into the realm of the super Tsukuyami. As Sun Yu pondered how to create such an opportunity, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind Frieza. The group turned towards the source of the sound, which seemed to emanate from the direction of the Silver Pyramid Temple. "What is happening?" Bardock asked, approaching Sun Yu, having also noted the explosion's origin and growing concern for the safety of his wife and children. A familiar aura. Sun Yu felt a twinge of unease. Logically, at this time, the temple should have completed its charging phase. Moreover, Frieza's remaining forces had been nearly eradicated. Frieza glanced momentarily behind him, but quickly redirected his attention to Sun Yu, still wary of the potential merger between Sun Yu and Bardock. In Frieza's eyes, regardless of what transpired on this planet, the Scions must perish. After the initial explosion, silence enveloped the area, as if it had all been a mere figment of everyone's imagination. Frieza soon grew impatient. He lifted errant high, resolved to eliminate this troublesome individual first. Sun Yu realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The moment Frieza made his move to eliminate Erranti was when he had let his guard down. Had he unleashed his eye technique at that instant, even Frieza would have fallen victim. Moreover, Sun Yu sensed several faint auras approaching, which filled him with unease. A name surfaced in his mind. "Cell, die," Frieza exclaimed. Raising Erranti high, his death ray aimed directly at the heart. At that very moment, the rocks beneath Frieza suddenly shattered, and several green figures burst forth. They encircled Frieza in perfect unison, their tails striking like venomous serpents towards his exposed flesh. Bardock, Sun Yu, and Bardock leapt into the air, evading the sudden assault of the primal cell. Sun Yu and Bardock are adept at sensing energy, and even if the original cell conceals his presence and quietly hides underground, he cannot escape their scrutiny. Soaring through the air, Sun Yu showed no sign of hesitation as he abruptly charged towards Frieza, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly blue hue. Indeed, after Sun Yu's Sharingan absorbed the energy of the Azure Jade, the Tomo in his eyes transformed into a striking blue. This blue Tomo Sharingan possesses formidable abilities, capable of nearly freezing time itself. Eye technique, time freeze. At that moment, it felt as if the temperature of the world had vanished entirely. Frieza, taken aback, turned to gaze at Sun Yu, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Sun Yu, in a moment of vulnerability during battle, foolishly gazed into the eyes of the wielder of the Sharingan. It was an act bordering on self-destruction. The eye technique, death illusion. This mere illusionary skill was employed by Sun Yu to momentarily ensnare Frieza. However, with the emergence of the original cell, Sun Yu's resolve to continue fighting Frieza dissipated entirely. His sole desire now was to rush to the temple to ascertain what had transpired and whether Lana and the others were safe. Rescuing errant, Sun Yu delivered a powerful kick to several incoming original cells. The strength of these original cells varied significantly, perhaps considering Sun Yu and his companions as minimal threats. Consequently, the cells attacking him and Bardock possessed only a battle power of 3 to 4 million, while the cell that stealthily assaulted Frieza was the very one Tarsal had shown Sun Yu, boasting a power level comparable to Errant's in his transformed state. Currently, by temporarily ensnaring Frieza with his illusion, Sun Yu inadvertently provided the original cells an opportunity to voraciously absorb Frieza's life essence, growing stronger with each morsel they consumed. Bardock, we must hasten back to the temple, Sun Yu decisively proclaimed, lifting Errant and soaring towards the temple S direction. Bardock, airborne, dispatched several pursuing original cells. Casting a glance back at Frieza, now ensconced by those cells, silently condemning him for his self-inflicted plight. At that moment, Frieza remained entrapped in Sun Yu's illusion, seemingly witnessing a horrific vision, oblivious to the 4 or 5 cells entwined around him, each tail piercing into his flesh, greedily siphoning his life essence. What repulsive creatures! Bardock exclaimed in disgust, trampling a few original cells beneath his feet before vaulting into the air to catch up with Sun Yu. By now, Errant had consumed a Senzu bean, his injuries mending, and he flew alongside Sun Yu and Bardock in the sky. The temple was not far from their location, and the trio swiftly approached the Silver Pyramid Temple. Along their route, they encountered several original cells fleeing in panic, some attempting to ambush them. However, these adversaries proved feeble, quickly dispatched by the trio. Upon nearing the temple, Sun Yu was greeted by a harrowing sight, a multitude of desiccated corpses. A chill ran down his spine, particularly as he noticed the furry tails adorning some of the withered bodies. His heart sank, for he recognized them as Saiyan corpses. What a dreadful occurrence! What has transpired here? Sun Yu and Bardock hastily quickened their pace into the hall beneath the 12 bronze pillars. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The floor was strewn with the corpses of the original cell, alongside those of Science and the Vebernites. As Sun Yu and his companions returned, Taser, Lana, and others swiftly gathered around them. Without uttering a word, Lana threw herself into Sun Yu's embrace, clearly shaken by the horrifying images of Cell draining the life from others. In an effort to console her, Sun Yu gently patted her back and reassured, "It's all right. Sister Lana, everything will be fine as long as I am here." Uncle Ollie, with a grim expression, reported, "Kale, we have lost half of our forces. Now, only a little over 900 Scions remain." What? Sun Yu and his companions were taken aback, staring in disbelief at Uncle Ollie. The once thriving group of over 1,000 had now dwindled to merely over 900. Tarsal, what on earth has happened? Sun Yu demanded, his anger palpable. The primitive cell was the focus of their research, and now these beings had escaped. He bore an undeniable responsibility. Tarsal's lips quivered as he lowered his gaze and replied, "I apologize, Mr. Sun Yu. These creatures took advantage of our withdrawal of a portion of the guards and escaped. Did you not claim there was a remote emergency termination device? Why was it not utilized? This uprising was evidently premeditated, something we truly did not foresee. Therefore, Mr. Sun Yu, please do not be angry. We have also suffered significant losses." Infuriating, Sun Yu struck a nearby copper pillar with a fierce punch, creating a substantial dent with a resounding crash. Tarsal stood before him, head bowed like a child who had erred, despite his towering height of over 2 meters. "How is the temple's energy charging? Can we initiate the jump?" Sun Yu decided not to press further. Their primary concern was to ensure everyone's escape. As for the fallen Scion warriors, at the very least, he could beseech the dragon to resurrect them. "Just give me 3 more minutes, only 3 minutes, and we can activate the temple's jump," Tarsal announced. "Can you directly jump to Earth in the solar system?" Sun Yu inquired. Tarsal silently searched for Earth's location within his mechanical core, his expression darkening as he responded, "I'm afraid that isn't possible. However, we can jump to the vicinity of the North Galactic System." "Very well, hurry." Sun Yu exhaled in relief. Escaping this place was paramount. Afterward, Sun Yu gathered more information regarding the primitive cells. Their numbers were vast, and they exhibited an understanding of teamwork, although most had vanished without a trace. It was somewhat reassuring that the primitive cells seemed unaware that absorbing their companions could lead to their evolution into their perfect forms. While the immediate threat of perfect cells was temporarily alleviated, Sun Yu felt no joy. It distressed him that since his arrival in this Dragon Ball world, the narrative had deviated from its usual course. In the final 3 minutes, many busied themselves with the preparations for the impending departure. Bardock had gone to check on his wife and child, while Yolante remained in a fused state, accompanying Uncle Ollie to inspect the various levels of the temple. Sun Yu stood at the edge of the hall beneath the 12 bronze pillars, with Lana nestled closely beside him. He gazed into the distance at the location where he had previously battled Frieza, unconvinced that Frieza could be vanquished by mere native cell. A wave of anxiety washed over him, fearing that Frieza might pursue them. 3 minutes would be a blessing if they could endure. Yet what if Frieza ultimately tracked them down? Given Frieza's temperament, the likelihood of that was over 90%. As the countdown entered its final minute, the walls of the hall began to descend, forming a constricted structure. Tarsal approached, requesting Sun Yu to accompany him to the command room. Just as Sun Yu was about to follow Tarsal, a dark spot appeared in the distant sky. A fierce and tempestuous aura surged forth, causing their hearts to tremble. They turned mechanically to behold Frieza. He had indeed come. Sun Yu sighed in resignation and turned towards the exit of the temple. "Kale, no." Lana grasped Sun Yu's arm tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she fervently shook her head, imploring him not to leave. Frieza, who had seemed so distant moments before, now stood near the temple, looking battered and disheveled, with many dents across his body, as if much of his life essence had been siphoned away by the native cell. Frieza's right arm appeared thin and parched, a remnant of native cell's tail still clinging to it. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson, a clear indication of his extreme rage. Upon seeing Sun Yu, he bellowed, "I will make it so that you cannot survive, yet cannot die." With half of the hall's walls already fallen, Frieza's countenance was grotesque, and he began to gather terrifying energy at his fingertips. Sun Yu gently pulled Lana's hand away, offering a slight smile as he declared, "I will buy us a bit of time. You must leave at once. Do not worry, I shall be fine. If worst comes to worst, you can use the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect me." With that, Sun Yu resolutely turned and soared out of the temple, his figure growing ever more imposing. Lana gazed at his retreating silhouette, tears cascading from her eyes like pearls falling from a broken string. "Kale!" Lana cried out, weeping as she called Sun Yu's name. She attempted to dash out of the temple, but was halted by Tarsal. "Miss Lana, if we waste any more time, we will all perish here." The walls of the temple hall began to descend slowly after Sun Yu's departure, the entire structure trembling slightly, as if preparing for a distant leap into the unknown. The emergence of Sun Yu successfully captured Frieza's attention, or rather, it was beyond Frieza's expectations that such a towering structure could leap forth from hundreds of thousands of light years away in an instant. "Ah, Saiyan, thanks to you, I have been transformed into this wretched state. But fear not, I shall torment you thoroughly and then eradicate all of your kind," Frieza uttered, his voice laced with malice. Sun Yu remained silent, silently brewing a tempest of rage within his heart. Should a conflict arise between the two, he could swiftly transform into his merged Super Saiyan state. He had witnessed Arlen's transformation into a merged Super Saiyan and thus replicated it. However, due to the absence of fusion with Bardock this time, his transformation would undoubtedly be significantly weaker than before. Fortunately, Frieza was not in optimal condition either. Given that Frieza had absorbed a considerable amount of life essence from the original cell, Sun Yu could sense that his combat power had diminished to 40 million. Yet, this 40 million was merely Frieza at 50 of his capacity. Sun Yu could not ascertain how much power Frieza would retain upon unlocking his full potential at 100. But it was certain that it would exceed 100 million. Frieza, feeling ignored by Sun Yu, was consumed by an unnameable fury. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the previously gathered energy sphere towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu stood his ground, for he knew that if he evaded, Frieza's energy sphere would inevitably strike the resplendent silver pyramid temple behind him. With a thunderous roar, he enveloped himself in a radiant golden aura, instantly entering the state of the ascended Super Saiyan. A colossal golden cyclone surged into the sky, accompanied by flickering bolts of lightning that danced around him. The very earth beneath trembled violently, and tiny stones defied the pull of gravity, soaring upwards and dispersing into a cloud of floating debris. Sun Yu abruptly thrust out his palm, sending the approaching energy sphere soaring away. The sphere, propelled by Sun Yu's force, traced an arc before crashing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying mushroom cloud erupted from the distant earth, and the violent gusts of wind tousled Sun Yu's hair. He cast a cold gaze towards Frieza, inwardly praying for a safe leap away. The temple behind him emitted a series of piercing roars, and at this moment, even Frieza, no matter how foolish, should have realized that Sun Yu was not here to meet his demise, but rather to buy time for others. "How dare you mock me?" Frieza bellowed, his form darting like lightning towards the temple's direction. Sun Yu's heart suddenly trembled, and an eerie crimson light flickered in his eyes. The surrounding air seemed to be enveloped in an intense chill. Just before Frieza charged towards the temple, he activated his Sharingan. Time freeze. With a series of cracking sounds, Frieza's body became encased in solid ice. Sun Yu swiftly darted behind Frieza, his hands slipping through Frieza's armpits, and then he crossed them to tightly grip Frieza's neck, securing him firmly. "Damn it!" Frieza exclaimed in frustration, desperately attempting to break free from Sun Yu's grasp while viciously striking Sun Yu's back with his tail, seething. "Do you really wish to die this way?" Sun Yu remained taut, scarcely daring to breathe, for he perceived the immense strength of Frieza, knowing that even the slightest lapse in concentration could grant him an opportunity to escape. The thunderous roar of the temple intensified, ultimately transforming into countless beams of silvery light that vanished into the void. With the temple's disappearance, the atmosphere around them surged violently, causing Sun Yu to lose his balance and allowing Frieza to break free. "Emperor's Cleave, you shall perish." Frieza retaliated, unleashing a colossal blade towards Sun Yu. The razor-sharp edge tore through the fabric of space and, with a resounding thud, pierced through Sun Yu's body. Sun Yu gradually lifted his gaze towards Frieza, his eyes ablaze with a sinister crimson hue. Suspended eerily in the air, only half of his body remained. Yet the gaping wound inflicted by the colossal blade was visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Frieza stood transfixed, observing this surreal spectacle, and it was only then that he noticed the blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky. As he turned his attention back to Sun Yu, he was astonished to see him fully restored, standing unscathed before Frieza. In Sun Yu's eyes, the blue whirl of the Tomo spun endlessly, casting ethereal shadows and shades of deep blue. With a smile, he addressed Frieza, "Welcome to my world, Super Tsukuyami." At this moment, the realm of Tsukuyami differed from any previous encounters. Having absorbed the essence of the blue gem, his Sharingan had been endowed with a unique characteristic. As he unleashed Tsukuyami, the atmosphere turned bitterly cold, with occasional dark flakes of snow drifting from the sky. Frieza stared in astonishment at this dreary realm, having never encountered such a phenomenon, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Where is this place? What have you done?" "You need only to know that this is your tomb, Frieza." Sun Yu advanced toward him, a long sword having materialized in his hand without him noticing. Frieza smirked coldly, taunting, "Do you think that broken sword can do anything? Kill me?" Don't make me laugh. With a flick of his finger, a supernova coalesced at his fingertip. I will reduce you and this planet to cosmic dust. Haraha. Yet, in the instant Frieza swung his hand, the formidable supernova vanished. What is happening? Frieza, undeterred, attempted to conjure the supernova once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. As he cast it, silence enveloped the surroundings. Save your breath. Senzu had reached Frieza, raising his sword to pierce his throat. I am the sovereign of this world. Here, time, space, and mass are all under my dominion, so do not waste your efforts. Frieza, who had lived long enough to know many things, found Senzu's assertions unfathomable, even beyond his comprehension. He would rather believe in the existence of Super Saiyans. Super Tsukuyomi is indeed terrifying. As for the sword, Senzu merely emulated Trunks, for in the Dragon Ball saga, only the future Trunks wielded a sword. With a swift motion, Senzu plunged the sword into Frieza's throat. Frieza clutched his neck, thrashing in a frenzy, yet it was all in vain. He collapsed to the ground, unable to breathe due to his severed throat. Recognizing Frieza's formidable physique, which even Goku's spirit bomb could not obliterate in the Dragon Ball comics, Senzu did not naively believe he could defeat Frieza with mere physical attacks, even after Frieza had absorbed a significant amount of life essence from the original cell. Thus, Senzu opted to unleash Super Tsukuyomi, delivering a devastating blow on a mental level. It was as if Frieza believed his throat had been cut, leading him to suffocate from the lack of breath. In reality, severing Frieza's throat was no simple task. However, within the realm of Tsukuyomi, it was considerably easier. With a mere thought, Frieza would perceive his throat as slashed, triggering a reflex that prevented his brain from receiving signals from his lungs, resulting in suffocation. Yet, Senzu overlooked one crucial detail: Frieza could survive in the vacuum of space. Even without breathing, his life would not be compromised. The moment before, Frieza's expression of agony abruptly vanished, replaced by a smirk of derision at the corners of his mouth. Raising his right hand, he bellowed, "Death beam." A blinding ray pierced through Senzu, shooting toward the heavens. Even within Senzu's Tsukuyomi world, the death beam's power remained terrifying. I warned you. Enough with the chatter. Imperial Death Beam. Frieza sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with a fearsome light as he swiftly moved his hands, unleashing a barrage of death rays from his fingertips. In the face of this tempestuous assault, Senzu's Tsukuyomi world trembled slightly. Although Frieza had suppressed his power to 50, his mental strength still belonged to that of a creature with a battle power of over 20 million. Could it truly be that there was no way to vanquish Frieza? Senzu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. If he could not contend with Frieza in his Tsukuyomi world, then he would stand no chance in the outside world. Thus, Senzu resolved to exert even greater mental pressure on Frieza. If he could not withstand such pressure, Senzu would have the opportunity to shatter Frieza's mental realm. Our great leader once said, to defeat an enemy, one must first destroy him on a mental level. To shatter his will. If you wish to fight, then fight. After all, this is the realm of Tsukuyomi. Here, Senzu could render Frieza utterly incapacitated and questioning his very existence. Death Ray. Frieza, undeterred, continued to unleash a massive energy wave bombardment upon Senzu. Senzu raised his sword, leaping above Frieza with astonishing speed. What incredible speed! Frieza's first reaction was one of shock, for in this realm, where time and factors were under Senzu's control, his velocity was nothing short of extraordinary. In a flash, Senzu's sword pierced Frieza's chest, causing his pupils to constrict in pain, his expression shifting between shadows of anger and despair. Damn it! Frieza lashed out with a fist, the winds howling from the force. Yet he struck nothing but air. With an astonishing agility, Senzu evaded Frieza's punch, his longsword spinning in a flourish. A searing pain radiated from Frieza's left arm, and as he glanced down, he indifferently discovered a deep gash that exposed bone. Purple blood erupted like a fountain. Frieza howled in rage, his visage contorting into a grotesque mask of fury. Since his birth, he had never endured such a wound. You damned Saiyan, I shall kill you. I will end your life. The agony stripped Frieza of his sanity, and he unleashed an unearthly shriek, wildly swinging his fist in a desperate attempt to vanquish Senzu. Alas, Frieza's speed was severely hampered by Senzu's dominion over this space, the realm of Suki. Frieza struggled fiercely, yet he could not even graze the hem of Senzu's garment. Meanwhile, Senzu relentlessly wielded his sword, etching thousands of shallow and deep lacerations upon Frieza's form. Indeed, thousands of wounds. Had he been an ordinary individual, such an onslaught would have driven him into the depths of madness. Yet, Frieza, with his extraordinary resilience, endured. A true monster. He was. Senzu's grip on the hilt trembled. Throughout the days spent in this illusionary realm, he had lost count of the blows he had struck. Though all of this was but a mirage, his nerves felt utterly fatigued. Fortunately, Frieza teetered on the brink of collapse, his body a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. Kneeling motionless upon the ground, Senzu sensed victory was within his grasp. Slowly, he raised his long sword high and brought it down with ferocity towards Frieza's neck. The neck, the conduit to the brain, is the ultimate vulnerability of all living beings. Even in this illusory world, severing the neck would convey the fatal message to the brain, plunging it into a state of cerebral death. I have won. Senzu suppressed the joy swelling within him. To slay Frieza in the realm of Suki would undoubtedly lead to his demise in the real world, for illusion and reality often converge upon the same path. Crack. Crack. The long sword in Sun Yu's hand penetrated Frieza's neck by half an inch. Yet this mere fraction rendered Sun Yu utterly unable to strike down any further. At that moment, Frieza slowly lifted his head, the hatred in his eyes growing ever more intense. Suddenly, the climate of the moon-reading world began to spiral beyond Sun Yu's control, inexplicably unleashing a fierce hurricane. The sky darkened ominously, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing ominously. The source of all this turmoil was none other than Frieza himself. Sun Yu was astonished to witness Frieza erupting with an overwhelming aura. His form gradually rose from the ground, exuding a presence that transcended mere combat prowess, eluding verbal expression. It was as if a mere glance possessed the power to dominate all. This was a force emanating from the depths of the spirit. With a roar, Frieza's physique surged upwards, perhaps having endured too long under suppression and torment. Rather than being obliterated by Sun Yu, his spirit unleashed its full potential, his breath intensifying as the muscles in his limbs swelled ominously. Sun Yu's heart trembled as he recognized Frieza's form. It represented the complete unleashing of his power at 100. Meeting Frieza's gaze, Sun Yu felt a sudden constriction in his chest, and to his astonishment, a fissure appeared in his Tsukuyami world, a realm renowned for its impenetrability. Under the overwhelming might of Frieza, signs of collapse emerged. In this form, Frieza exuded a terrifying pressure and intensity that made Sun Yu feel as though he might kneel. Frieza, known as the Cosmic Emperor, displayed a strength that befitted such a title. With a cough, Sun Yu expelled a mouthful of blood, bitterly reflecting that Frieza could unleash his full power even within his Tsukuyami world. Remarkably, his combat strength had surged to an astonishing 12 million. Despite the formidable nature of his opponent, this was Sun Yu's domain, where he reigned supreme. No one could compel him to kneel. Yet, did Frieza think he could make him bow? Such delusions were futile. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Boom. In that moment, the Tomo in Sun Yu's eyes spun wildly as he ceased to restrain his aura, unleashing his full might. With a battle cry fueled by rage and defiance, he was enveloped in a golden blaze, transforming into a pseudo-super Saiyan, glaring at Frieza without an ounce of fear. The Tsukuyami world seemed unable to withstand the tremendous energies of both fighters. The barriers began to fracture, the sky roiled tumultuously, and the earth cracked, resembling apocalyptic scenes. Crack, crack, boom. Suddenly, the spatial barriers collapsed, and through Sun Yu's Sharingan, the blue Tomo shattered. He and Frieza remained in their previous positions, as if the events within the Tsukuyami were but a fleeting dream. However, Frieza was no longer as he once appeared. His body and limbs had expanded, muscles solid as stone rippling across him. This was the entirety of Frieza's power. Ha! Saiyan, you have lost. I am invincible. Yet, I must thank you for awakening my long-dormant strength. Frieza locked his overwhelming aura onto Sun Yu, his combat prowess of 12 million radiating with a force that could shake the very foundations of existence. Sun Yu did not shy away from the glaring disparity in combat power. He is a Saiyan, a warrior of the Saiyan race. Challenging formidable foes is his source of delight, and the scars and pain etched upon his body only serve to heighten his exhilaration. The blood of the Saiyan surges and roars within him. Boom. A golden aura ascends to the heavens. As the might of the pseudo-super Saiyan Sun Yu escalates once more, shattering Frieza's purple energy and rendering him incapable of exerting further pressure on Sun Yu. Aha! What a thrill! Frieza, come and fight. The Tomo in his Sharingan shatters, and Sun Yu's eyes are suffused with a deep crimson hue. Suddenly, an unparalleled sense of clarity and elation envelopes him. His mind is solely occupied with the thought of battle, his heart yearns only for combat. Bang! Sun Yu surged forth from his position, unleashing a deafening sonic boom. The ground beneath his feet disintegrated into dust in an instant. The terrifying aura and murderous intent emanating from him seemed capable of piercing the heavens and flattening the clouds on the horizon. This boy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Frieza's eyes. He had previously heard of this golden-hued transformation known as the mimetic Super Saiyan, which had been employed by Arlen, as well as by the fusion of Sun Yu and Bardock, both of whom had fallen to Frieza's might. Yet now, the overwhelming force radiating from Sun Yu, disdainful of the universe and unafraid of all, instilled a sense of unease within Frieza. Do not underestimate me, boy. Frieza's countenance darkened as he discerned Sun Yu's attacking trajectory. Raising his arm defensively, he bent his body downward, narrowly evading Sun Yu's relentless strike. However, as Sun Yu's fist missed its target, his knee shot upwards, connecting squarely with Frieza's face. Bang! Damn it! Frieza staggered back a few steps, clutching his face, the gravity of the situation intensifying his aura as his peak battle power surged once more. A palpable wave of energy swept across the sky, while Sun Yu's golden light flickered like stars, yet surged forth with the ferocity of an uncontrollable wildfire towards Frieza. As their energies clashed, Sun Yu and Frieza became entwined in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows in a brutal display of flesh against flesh. Even in his transformation into a pseudo-super Saiyan, Sun Yu's combat prowess pales in comparison to the fully unleashed Frieza. Yet, like a rabid dog, he relentlessly pursues Frieza without the slightest intention of retreat. Shadows of fists intertwine and energy surges forth, rendering the entire planet devoid of life. This desolation allows Sun Yu to unleash his full potential without reservations. He no longer worries about the safety of his subordinates or the well-being of Lana, for they have long since departed from this place. The thought invigorates him. He can finally engage in a true battle without holding back, and even if it leads to his utter destruction, he bears no regrets. With each wound he sustains, his nerves become increasingly electrified, and as his injuries intensify, every cell within his body pulses with vitality. In truth, there exists no absolute dichotomy of pure evil and good in this world. Such concepts are merely reflections of an untroubled state of mind, differing only in the convictions one chooses to uphold. At this moment, Sun Yu's mind was devoid of distractions. He existed solely for the purpose of battle, embracing death to find life anew. Despite his body nearing its limits, an exhilarating fervor surged within him. He relentlessly tapped into the latent potential within. Every cell vibrating with fervent energy, a torrent of golden power erupting forth. I strike. I strike. Previously, Frieza could discern Sun Yu's movements, but now, his speed had reached an unparalleled zenith. His tempestuous assaults left even Frieza struggling to respond. Not only was his velocity escalating, but his strength was also on the rise. Sun Yu suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, the force of his blow accompanied by a fierce golden aura. Frieza hastily raised his fist to meet it. Boom. The collision of their fists resonated with a violent clash, unleashing chaotic energy that spiraled outward in formidable shockwaves. In an instant, Sun Yu and Frieza were thrust apart, only to charge at each other once more with their mightiest blows. Boom, boom, boom. They engaged in rapid exchanges. Their speeds now so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them. They deftly shifted their positions, leaving no trace of their presence, save for the incessant sonic booms that attested to the ongoing battle. In the midst of the conflict, Frieza was horrified to notice that Sun Yu's hair and eyebrows intermittently glimmered with a golden radiance. Initially, he dismissed it as an illusion, but as the battle intensified, the golden flicker became increasingly frequent. With each shimmering pulse, the transformation of the Saiyan reached a new phase. Sun Yu's eyes flickered between clarity and a fierce crimson. Yet the combat raged on. Bang! As Sun Wukong and Frieza engaged in a fierce clash of fists, something unprecedented occurred. This time, Frieza distinctly felt a tingling sensation in his wrist, and to his astonishment, he realized that his own strength had failed to counteract Sun Wukong's formidable force. Sun Wukong's fist, unwavering and relentless, struck Frieza squarely in the face. Impossible! Frieza's visage swelled dramatically from the impact, and his body was uncontrollably hurled through the air, tumbling and twisting. After crashing through countless mountains, he finally became deeply embedded within a rocky expanse. Sun Yu stood his ground, emitting a series of resounding roars. The dark clouds above thickened ominously, and thunder rumbled incessantly. At that moment, he resembled the eye of a typhoon. The formidable aura radiating from him manifested as an invisible force, carving deep ravines into the earth below. Roar! Sun Yu roared towards the heavens, feeling a surge of golden energy coursing chaotically within him. It was precisely his inability to harness this golden energy that hindered his ultimate transformation. Anger. He needed to channel that power through his fury. Transforming into a Super Saiyan could not merely be achieved through rage. It required both physical and mental states to reach a certain pinnacle. At this moment, Sun Yu's body and mind met the criteria for transformation. And now he needed to direct the energy within him through his anger. There were countless reasons in this world to feel anger. Sun Wukong's fury erupted upon the tragic death of his dear friend, Shaolin, while Vegeta, consumed by the desire for strength, found himself frustrated by his inability to surpass his limits. As for Sun Yu, his anger stemmed from his own weakness. From the very first day of traversing the Dragon Ball universe, he had vowed to become a formidable force, to seize control of his own destiny. No one could dictate my fate. Not you, Frieza. Not you, Cell. Not even that god of destruction, Beerus. I must grow stronger. Stronger. As he recalled his past vows, Sun Yu's anger reached a fever pitch, and it erupted forth uncontrollably. His once crimson eyes finally returned to their original pupils, the shattered azure tomo re-emerging, intertwining and forming the shape of a swirling blade. With the clarity returning to his gaze, the golden aura surrounding him blazed intensely, his golden hair shooting upward, and his battle power skyrocketed by an astonishing 50-fold. At last, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this moment, Sun Yu felt an unparalleled exhilaration. His nerves were in a state of mild excitement, yet the cold aura emanating from his eyes kept his mind alert. With each movement, it seemed as though the very fabric of the universe was stirred, as if Sun Yu needed only a thought to obliterate all existence around him. This was the essence of an unrivaled sovereign, both above and below. Frieza, from a distance, stared in stunned disbelief at Sun Yu's transformation, astonished as he exclaimed, "Who exactly are you? What are you?" Sun Yu's eyes, devoid of emotion, gazed at Frieza, the azure swirl in his eyes radiating an innate disdain. The corners of Sun Yu's mouth curled slightly as he spoke with tranquil resolve. "I once possessed a serene heart, awakened as a legendary warrior by rage. I am the Super Saiyan, Sun Yu." Damn it! Frieza recoiled involuntarily at the cold stare of Sun Yu. Why had the color of this man's hair and eyes transformed into gold, And why did his aura provoke a tremor even in Frieza, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe? It was unfathomable. You're talking nonsense. The Super Saiyan is merely a ridiculous myth. Do not attempt to deceive me with such tales, for I am Frieza, the cosmic sovereign. Frieza's visage contorted into a snarl as he fixated on Sun Yu, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Do not attempt to frighten me with your theatrics. With that, Frieza unleashed a powerful punch towards Sun Yu, his entire being erupting with energy, a thunderous explosion resonating through the sky, only to suddenly cease. Sun Yu merely raised his wrist with a nonchalant demeanor, effortlessly neutralizing Frieza's assault. With an air of indifference, he remarked, "It's futile. Although your combat power exceeds 120 million, you have drained far too much of your life essence from the original cell. Your true fighting strength cannot even reach 70% of its potential. Meanwhile, I stand at the pinnacle of my abilities. As one falls, the other rises. My power has far surpassed yours." Through a series of intense battles, Sun Yu's combat prowess had surged explosively to an astonishing 2,700,000. Now, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power had amplified 50-fold, reaching a staggering 135 million. What filled Frieza with despair was the realization that Sun Yu's strength had not merely spiked in an instant. Rather, it had gradually escalated throughout their confrontation. In essence, due to Sun Yu's instinctive ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity, he had relentlessly tapped into his own potential during their clash, thus meeting the conditions for transformation and seamlessly evolving from a pseudo-Saiyan into a true Super Saiyan. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Frieza's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness as he roared, "I care not for any legendary Super Saiyan. I will slay you and prove that I alone am the emperor of this universe." With that, Frieza abruptly retreated. His entire form enveloped in a crimson aura as he bellowed, "Prepare yourself." Frieza unleashed a powerful strike, a crimson flash erupting forth. Sun Yu's eyes narrowed. This was Frieza's ultimate technique, the last emperor. In the original Dragon Ball storyline, Frieza had used this desperate attack against Goku just before the explosion of Namek. Had Sun Yu still been in his pseudo-Saiyan form, he would never have dared to confront such a move. But now, he was a true Super Saiyan. My technique. Time freeze. Suddenly, it was as if the very fabric of reality surrounding Sun Yu had been paused. Everything came to a standstill in that instant. Employing the same technique, Sun Yu's current power was on an entirely different level. Sun Yu's figure swayed and he appeared before Frieza, raising his right hand to rest against Frieza's chest, coldly declaring, "I am not as merciful as Sun Wukong. I have never shown leniency toward my adversaries." As he spoke, a crystalline radiance ignited between his palms, and in an instant, a cylindrical beam of energy, half a meter in diameter, erupted forth. With a resounding bang, the immense energy explosion engulfed Frieza's form. As the effect of time freezing dissipated, Frieza let out a scream of unimaginable despair amidst the energy blast. In the tranquil corner of the universe, the planet Vibulin suddenly illuminated with a burst of white light, akin to a fleeting bloom of a night blooming Sirius under the moonlight in the boundless cosmos. A deep indentation marred the planet's surface, marking Sun Yu's most formidable strike against Frieza. Observing the desolate terrain within a radius of several thousand meters, where his energy had evaporated everything, and beneath him, the molten lava churned, Sun Yu shook his head in resignation. For a Super Saiyan, annihilating a planet is a trivial matter. A single uncharged Kamehameha could shatter the planet's core, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. However, should Sun Yu trigger the planet's destruction, he too would perish in that instant. To avert inadvertently damaging the planet's core in the future, he must wield his power with utmost caution, especially when unleashing his most potent techniques, ensuring he refrains from targeting the core, thus safeguarding the planet's vital essence. Uncertain whether Frieza had succumbed in the recent explosion, Sun Yu silently attuned himself to the energy fluctuations around him. With a mere thought, he discerned several clusters of powerful auras scattered across the planet, likely the native cell variants. Given Sun Yu's current prowess, vanquishing these native cells would be as effortless as crushing a few cockroaches. Nevertheless, he had no intention of seeking them out at present. Upon further scrutiny, Sun Yu detected a faint energy source over 1,000 meters to his left. Despite its feebleness, it still emanated considerable strength. "Frieza, you truly are the cockroach that cannot be killed." Sun Yu mused, then leapt into the air, propelling himself at full speed towards the source. Boom. A sonic boom reverberated through the sky as the distance of 1,000 miles vanished in an instant. Sun Yu hovered in midair, impassively gazing down at Frieza, who was ensnared in the fractured ground. The earth lay in ruins, and Frieza's lower body appeared to have lost sensation. He crawled upon the ground, desperately using his hands to support himself, attempting to escape from the fissures. Sensing Sun Yu's approach, Frieza mechanically turned his head, his eyes reflecting a fleeting moment of stupor, quickly replaced by humiliation and agony. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you." Frieza's fingers contorted as he tightly closed his eyes and bowed his head, pleading with Sun Yu. "I will mend my ways. I implore you, spare my life." Hearing Frieza's desperate pleas, Sun Yu chuckled. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Frieza had feigned surrender after being defeated by Sun Wukong. Sun Yu was well aware of Frieza's true nature. Thus, Frieza's insincere demeanor repulsed him. "You have run out of chances. Anyone who wishes to kill me must be prepared to face their own demise." With no desire for further dialogue, Sun Yu's gaze hardened, and his aura erupted with overwhelming force. Golden flames soared skyward, and the fierce gust of energy shredded the clouds above. Sun Yu stood defiantly, his golden hair billowing. And within his mesmerizing Sharingan, ethereal blue tomo shimmered. 10 times. Sun Yu extended his arms, and in each hand appeared an energy orb the size of a basketball. Me. Sun Yu withdrew his hands to his waist, intent on compressing 2 spheres of energy into one. The orbs, each the size of a basketball, collided, forming a layer of crackling lightning around them. As these 2 masses of energy were gradually brought together, the air around Sun Yu grew dense, and the rocks beneath his feet shattered, defying gravity as they floated upward. Frieza stared wide-eyed at Sun Yu in the sky, his heart pounding with trepidation. He sensed that Sun Yu was determined to kill him, relentlessly pursuing his demise. Death itself is not fearsome. What terrifies is the knowledge of one's impending death, helplessly awaiting its arrival. Damn it! Damn it! Frieza pounded his fists against the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. As the Emperor of the universe, how could he perish here? Anger surged within him, and with it, a surge of malevolence. Suddenly, Frieza realized there was still a glimmer of hope. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he gathered energy in his hands and struck the ground with force. Supernova, he declared, conjuring a supernova that shattered the very core of the planet. If Sun Yu sought his death, Frieza would take matters into his own hands and obliterate this planet. Eager to see who would ultimately emerge victorious, the already fractured Earth could no longer withstand the onslaught. After Frieza's supernova decimated the planet's core, molten lava began to erupt from the shattered surface. Frieza, Sun Yu observed the scene before him, momentarily halting the energy he had amassed for a tenfold Kamehameha wave. Was Frieza truly prepared to perish alongside him? No, that could not be. Frieza would never willingly embrace mutual destruction. He had not detonated the planet immediately. Its gradual collapse was merely a ruse to afford himself an escape, allowing him to thrive in the cosmos. Indeed, Saiyans are nothing but foolish monkeys. It is a bitter irony that the vanquished may live on while the victors face death. If you unleash that energy wave, the planet will explode instantly. Even if you do nothing, in a minute, this planet will meet its end. Your fate is sealed. Death awaits you. Frieza sneered at Sun Yu with contempt. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sun Yu's forehead as he silently cursed Frieza's mother. He was taken aback by Frieza's unexpected strength to unleash a supernova to obliterate the planet, a stark deviation from the original narrative. In the original tale, it was Frieza who first destroyed the planet, leaving a mere 5 minutes for a showdown with Sun Wukong. Damn the original story. Sun Yu berated himself for not adhering to the conventional plot since his arrival in this world. He hastened the accumulation of energy in his hands, intent on reducing Frieza to mere particles before making his escape aboard the void ship he had arrived in. He still had time. This plan was nothing short of perfect. Fool, the one destined to perish is you, Frieza. Sun Yu remained utterly unconcerned that his tenfold Kamehameha might instantly detonate the planet, for he would never allow the Kamehameha to touch the ground. After all, the Kamehameha could change direction. With a swift flick of his wrist, Sun Yu unleashed an energy wave as thick as a water barrel, which, just before it was set to collide with the ground, unexpectedly veered sharply, gliding parallel to the surface towards Frieza. No, I cannot perish. Frieza cried out in terror, his eyes brimming with despair. Just as the tenfold Kamehameha was about to obliterate him, the space-time in front of Frieza abruptly warped. It resembled the shattering of a mirror, revealing a small, distorted void. The Kamehameha surged into it. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated, and Sun Yu stared in bewilderment at the warped void before Frieza, certain that it was not a technique belonging to Frieza. The latter, equally stunned and perplexed, mirrored his confusion. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a pink figure emerged from the distorted void, revealing itself to be a girl. As she stepped out, Sun Yu finally discerned her features. She was petite with an alluring figure, donned in attire reminiscent of the Kais, and adorned with a pair of patera earrings dangling from her elongated ears. Upon catching sight of her adorable and innocent visage, Sun Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "Time Realm King God? Aren't you a character from the Super Universe? You actually recognize me." The Time Realm King God fixed a piercing gaze upon Sun Yu, and from her disheveled hair, it was evident that she had recently been affected by Sun Yu's tenfold Kamehameha. Sun Wukong realized he had misspoken. He shed his Super Saiyan form and reverted to his ordinary appearance, smiling as he remarked, This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 7. He inadvertently mentioned you." To Sun Wukong, the appearance of the god of time was utterly bewildering, as she was not merely a character from Dragon Ball Super, but an actual being, now standing before him. In response to Sun Wukong's explanation, the god of time puffed her cheeks in indignation and retorted, "Nonsense. The realm of time exists in a dimension above the 12 universes, known only to the Omni King and the Grand Priest." "Oh, I remember now. It was Aquan who informed me." Sun Wukong continued his earnest fabrications, relishing in his tall tales without the burden of taxation. Speaking of which, back in the day, Aquan, feeling bored, specifically summoned the East Kai to take me to the Omni King's palace to entertain him. We chatted for 3 days and nights, and it was during that time he mentioned you. The god of time regarded him with a look of disbelief, her expression suggesting he was jesting. She stared at Sun Wukong with a gaze that conveyed incredulity, unable to comprehend how a mere mortal could claim to have interacted with deities, and furthermore, to refer to the great Omni King as a Quan. Such a person must surely be mad. Sun Yu felt a chill run down his spine under the gaze of the god of time, and he continued to plead, "Do you not believe me? That fellow, a Quan, the short one with the round head, speaks in that high-pitched tone, and his attendant, the Grand Priest, the father of Whis and Beerus, who doesn't recognize them." Just as Sun Yu was rambling on, he suddenly realized that this planet was on the verge of explosion. There was no time for idle chatter. With a forced chuckle, he turned to the god of time and said, "Well, this planet is about to blow up. As a deity, could you please take me away from here?" The god of time seemed still taken aback by Sun Yu's earlier description of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. She gazed at him in disbelief. For every word he uttered was indeed true. A mere mortal might hear the name of a god, but it does not guarantee knowledge of their visage. The higher the deity, the more enigmatic they become. It could be said that among the 12 universes under the Omni King, aside from the Supreme Kais, Destroyers, and Angels, hardly anyone knew of the Omni King's existence. Yet Sun Yu was fully aware, as if he were recounting familiar tales. The god of time rubbed her temples, deciding not to pursue the matter further. She gestured to Sun Yu, reassuring him, "I have halted the flow of time here, so there is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing her words, Sun Yu finally noticed Frieza behind the god of time, still lying motionless on the ground. His expression frozen in astonishment. Sun Yu let out a sudden sigh of relief. Just as he was about to inquire whether altering time was not a violation of the law, he was interrupted by the Time Realm King. "Do you know why I have come to seek you?" The Time Realm King, it seemed, would not have approached Sun Yu merely for idle conversation. Sun Yu shook his head, signaling her to continue. With her arms crossed before her, the Time Realm King fixed her luminous, expressive eyes upon him and paced back and forth, stating, "Can you comprehend the concept of time travel?" Sun Yu nodded, thinking to himself that it was rather redundant. After all, he had been a modern individual before his journey through time. The concept of temporal travel had been prevalent for decades. Observing Sun Yu's understanding, the King of Time continued, "Traveling through time can lead to certain degrees of temporal deviation. However, time possesses a self-repairing nature, as long as the deviations are not substantial. Time can mend itself. Yet, if a traveler creates irreparable discrepancies, then time will fracture, giving rise to a parallel world with a divergent historical trajectory." Sun Yu interjected, "Indeed, I did not expect you to be aware of this." The King of Time regarded him with a hint of amusement, her intentions unmistakable. As a time traveler, Sun Yu had irrevocably disrupted the historical continuum of this realm. After a moment of silence, Sun Yu resumed the conversation, "Esteemed King of Time, I presume your visit is not solely concerning the matter of parallel worlds?" In the original Dragon Ball narrative, instances of time travel had occurred without the King of Time intervening. Thus, her interest in him must transcend merely the disruption of historical events. "Ah, I must admit, you are quite perceptive." The King of Time expressed her surprise at Sun Yu, realizing she was increasingly unable to fathom this young man. With a resigned shake of her head, she remarked, "Indeed, for those residing in the fifth dimension of time, the creation of parallel worlds is akin to a few additional branches sprouting from a historical tree. However, regardless of how many branches emerge for higher deities, history invariably culminates in a fixed outcome." Sun Yu comprehended the essence of what is meant by a predetermined conclusion in history. Take Trunks as an example. In the future world, androids annihilated civilization. Trunks, utilizing a time machine, returned to the past and altered the fate of Sun Wukong through a miraculous drug, ultimately conquering both the androids and Cell. Despite the apparent changes, Trunks' temporal history remained utterly unchanged. In that timeline, Sun Wukong still succumbed to a heart disease, and the future world was devastated by the androids. His return to the past merely created a splendid parallel universe. However, this beautiful alternate reality had its conclusion predetermined in a higher dimensional realm from the moment of its inception. This exemplifies the theory of historical inertia. But the Supreme Kai of Time continued. This universe diverged from a historical trunk approximately 6 years ago. From its inception, the history of this universe has lacked an ending. No ending? Sun Yu chuckled. Wasn't it preferable to have no conclusion? After all, it is often said by so-called oracles that they cannot foresee the protagonist's future, subsequently declaring that the protagonist's future is filled with infinite possibilities. Just as Sun Yu dismissed this notion, the Supreme Kai of Time's tone escalated. "How can you still find amusement? The absence of an ending signifies that this universe is destined for annihilation, an endless destruction." Annihilation? Why? Sun Yu appeared utterly bewildered, yearning for something to unfold in accordance with conventional patterns. This was due to the world being tainted by elements not belonging to the original historical trajectory, or rather, by beings. Consequently, time and space would strive to eradicate those entities, and higher realms of the cosmos would invade this world, even consuming it. Now, Sun Yu regarded the Supreme Kai of Time with a look of incredulity, weakly inquiring, "Do you truly have any control over these matters?" "Of course," the Supreme Kai of Time replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. "Maintaining the temporal balance of various universes is, after all, the duty of the time realm. I shall dispatch agents to eliminate all abnormal historical factors within this universe. And you are the principal architect of this universe's altered history. I suspect you wield powers beyond my comprehension. The Supreme Kai of Time mused, curiously observing Sun Yu. Transform into that golden form you displayed earlier. That is the Super Saiyan. Sun Yu affirmed, then enveloped himself in a radiant golden aura, flames of golden energy igniting around him. His hair shot up and changed to a brilliant gold, and his eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as the blue, blade-shaped tomo of the Sharingan activated. Since the Supreme Kai of Time had just witnessed Sun Yu's Super Saiyan form accompanied by the activation of the Sharingan, Sun Yu activated it as well. Lord Supreme Kai of Time, this is the Super Saiyan form. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Yu's aura shifted from its usual amiable demeanor to an imposing presence. Resembling a sovereign who gazes down upon the heavens and the earth, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, the Kaishin of Time fixed his gaze upon Sun Yu's eyes for a considerable duration before slowly articulating, "It is quite peculiar. Your eyes seem to belong to another realm. One I have never encountered even in my extensive experience. They must be the source of all this. Why do I detect a trace of divinity within your eyes? Though faint, I can certainly perceive it. Divinity?" Sun Yu felt somewhat bewildered. The Kaishin of Time discerned his confusion and elucidated. "Your emergence has altered the fate of the indigenous populace of this planet. This civilization venerates a lesser deity who wields the power of time. And a fragment of that divine essence has been infused within you. Though minuscule, it is sufficient for you to transcend the realm of mortals." This revelation prompted Sun Yu to recall the azure jade stone once presented to him by Tarsal. After absorbing its energy, his Sharingan had significantly enhanced its capacity to freeze time and space. It dawned on him that the deity worshipped by Tarsal and his kin was indeed one who commanded the forces of time. Yet, how curious it was that their skills were predominantly focused on spatial technology. This was, quite frankly, illogical. Sun Yu was almost convinced that the deities worshipped by Tarsal had vanished, possibly due to their own frustrations. The Time Realm deity, unaware of Sun Yu's thoughts, stepped forward earnestly and said, "To prevent this world from spiraling further out of control, I suggest that you leave this realm. You may accompany me to the Time Realm, where you can learn from me and perhaps even grasp the Tao of Heaven to attain divinity in the future." "Thank you, but I must decline." Sun Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. The Time Realm deity was clearly taken aback by Sun Yu's abrupt refusal. The opportunity to become a deity was something many would yearn for, yet this young man had turned it down. With a huff, she inquired, "Will you not reconsider?" "Reconsider what?" Sun Yu thought to himself. He understood that the life of a deity was far from the idyllic existence it was often made out to be. It was, in fact, exceedingly monotonous. He firmly believed that Zamasu from Dragon Ball Super had been driven to madness by the tedium of serving his master day in and day out. Any theories regarding humanity's inherent evil were mere excuses. That individual had simply lost his mind and sought to kill. Moreover, Sun Yu had numerous ties in this universe, and he could not abandon his life here so easily. His presence might even bring calamity to this world. Yet, his arrival in this realm was not by his own volition. The fault did not lie with him. Thus, he would not leave. And regardless of the crises that may arise in the future, Sun Yu vowed to protect those who were dear to him with his own hands. "There's no need to contemplate further. I will not accompany you," he declared. "Great Time Realm deity, if you would kindly step aside. I must deal with that fellow and return to Earth post-haste, lest my friends grow anxious." Sun Yu pointed towards Frieza, who stood behind the King of Time, clearly not having forgotten about him. Although time on this planet had been momentarily halted, the crisis was far from resolved. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the King of Time rubbed his forehead with his right hand and said helplessly, "Did you even listen to what I said? You will come to regret this." Whether or not he would regret it could be considered later. For now, he insisted, "Let me deal with this fiend. You must not let him perish at your hands." "If I had not witnessed this, it would be a different matter. But since I have, I cannot turn a blind eye. What do you propose we do?" "I shall take him away and strive to minimize the temporal distortions." The King of Time ignored Sun Yu, lifting the immobile Frieza effortlessly and waving her hand to open a distorted passage behind her. Before departing, she solemnly warned Sun Yu, "I hope you reflect carefully on this. I wish to avoid taking drastic measures before you create a significant disaster. Take heed." With that, the King of Time disappeared into the warped passage without looking back. Sun Yu scoffed, dismissing her words. "Oh please, you claim to hesitate in taking strong measures against me. True, you are a high-ranking deity, but as far as I know, you lack any combat prowess." Sun Yu suddenly perceived that the motivations of the Time Kaishin in taking away Frieza were far from innocent. Despite her appearance as a cute little girl, she was, in fact, an ancient being who had lived for countless ages, harboring malevolent thoughts. Lost in contemplation of the spot where the Time Kaishin had vanished, Sun Yu failed to notice a spark igniting in his hair. Sizzle. A wisp of blue smoke began to rise from Sun Yu's golden locks, and he abruptly realized something was amiss, frantically patting his scalp. Ouch. Even a Super Saiyan could feel pain. Boom. Not far away, a surge of molten lava erupted, and Sun Yu felt an overwhelming urge to curse. That Time Kaishin had left without a moment's notice, granting him no time to escape. Given the current circumstances, this planet had at most 40 seconds before it would explode. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Let me never encounter her again. Otherwise, I shall ensure to make her regret it. Sun Yu surged into the sky, propelling himself to the utmost limits in search of the strategic void ship he had previously boarded. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens reverberated with a series of sonic booms as Sun Yu swiftly arrived at the location where the warship had once docked. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged aboard, navigating the familiar corridors until he reached the command room. To his dismay, the command room was deserted. He pressed the ship's ignition button and urgently addressed the onboard artificial intelligence. Initiate the ship's systems immediately and set the course for the southern region of the Milky Way. Solar System Earth. As the course was being set, the ship prepared for launch, commencing the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Please, hurry. Sun Yu's fingers turned white from the pressure as he thought. Even with the Dragon Balls granting him a revival, he still wished to live through this ordeal. 3, 2, 1. The ship's engines were primed and ready. Shall we set sail? Yes, yes, yes. Quickly. Now. With every ounce of strength, Sun Yu shouted these words. Feeling as if he were on the brink of collapse, the Veblen planet teetered on the edge of explosion, and through the holographic screen, he beheld the landscape surrounding the spaceship engulfed in a sea of lava. The crust was sinking, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a raging inferno. Merely gazing upon it was enough to sense the searing heat of 6,000 degrees Celsius emanating from the Earth's core. To be roasted alive was undoubtedly one of the most undesirable fates Sun Yu could imagine. Initiate spaceship launch. Sun Yu felt a subtle tremor in the ship's structure, and the holographic screen transformed into an expanse of boundless darkness. Due to the rapid activation of the exploratory class strategic void vessel and its remarkable internal stability, Sun Yu found himself outside the atmosphere of Veblen Star without perceiving a hint of acceleration. His vision merely flickered. Almost simultaneously, a brilliant red light emanated from the holographic display, signaling the catastrophic explosion of Veblen planet. It resembled fireworks bursting forth in the night. And as Sun Yu gazed at the scattering sparks, he could not help but marvel. It suddenly dawned on him why Frieza was so enamored with the spectacle of planetary explosions. It was undeniably beautiful. Within the imagery, Sun Yu's gaze was captivated by several peculiar white spherical objects. Upon closer inspection, he inhaled sharply. They were single capsule spacecraft, 5 in total. They appeared to be the very vessels used by the Jinyu Force upon their arrival to this planet. But why had they materialized here now? Sun Yu contemplated a possibility. The original Cell. In the Dragon Ball anime, Cell had regressed into an egg form and traveled back in time aboard Trunks' spaceship. Now, those original cells possessed intelligence that rivaled that of ordinary humans. They were likely aware of the impending peril facing their planet. Hence, they located several spaceships and successfully escaped. As he watched the 5 spaceships recede into the distance, Sun Yu seethed with frustration. Knowing that the original cells could strengthen themselves by absorbing the life essence of other beings, this meant that many civilizations in the universe would be in jeopardy. AI, can you lock onto those single capsule spaceships behind us? Sun Yu inquired urgently. I'm sorry, Commander, the preset course cannot be altered. I recommend switching the spaceship to manual mode. Manual mode? Who can operate that? Sun Yu cursed in exasperation. At this juncture, regardless of the historical deviations that allowing the original cells to escape might cause, Sun Yu chose not to dwell on it. With too many lice, one does not itch, and with too much debt, one does not worry. He turned and exited the command room. The journey of the void ship to Earth would take approximately 1 year and 3 months. Sun Yu intended to take a good rest before continuing his training. As the crisis foretold by the Kaishin of time loomed over him like a sword hanging by a thread, he had to compel himself to grow stronger. Striving to surpass the Super Saiyan at the fastest pace, 5 months slipped by at the southern edge of the Milky Way, and the Golden Pyramid Temple carrying Lana and her companions had nearly reached the solar system. While escaping was generally a cause for celebration, the absence of Sun Yu cast a shadow over their joy. When they learned that Sun Yu had set off alone to confront Frieza, Bardock and Alanx nearly urged Tarsal to turn around and return to Vibrant Star. However, they were informed that the spatial probe had detected the explosion of Vibrant Planet, which had vanished from the cosmos. Everyone assumed Sun Yu had perished, and the atmosphere in the conference hall became oppressively silent. At that moment, Lana informed them of the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth, which could grant any wish, including the resurrection of Sun Yu. They seemed to glimpse hope once more. Subsequently, Lana, Bardock, and Alanx all retreated to their respective training rooms, engaging in intense training for 5 whole months. After the temple arrived in the solar system, Tarsal decided to dock on Mars, considering that hundreds of thousands of civilians still slumbered in their folded space. Releasing them all on Earth would certainly cause panic. Additionally, Tarsal believed that Mars' ecological environment could be more easily transformed into a suitable habitat for them, so he decided to settle there first. Upon docking on Mars, Lana and Bardock's family intended to head straight to Earth. Lana was eager to visit Dr. Briefs to retrieve the Dragon Balls and revive Sun Yu, while Bardock's family was concerned about their younger son, Sun Wukong, and wished to accompany her. Tarsal arranged a small spacecraft for them, and when they approached the Earth's atmosphere, many powerful beings on the planet were left terrified. Through 5 months of rigorous training, Bardock's combat power stabilized at around 2 million, while Lana was not far behind. Though not as extraordinary as Bardock, she boasted a combat power of 1.6 million. Even if she tried to conceal it, an aura of immense power emanated from her. Additionally, they had Bardock's eldest son, Raditz. Despite being merely 12 years old, he had laid a solid foundation in martial arts and, through efficient trainings, had elevated his combat power to 50,000, far surpassing his peers. On Karin Tower, the old god sensed the arrival of unfathomably powerful beings, his expression darkening. He spoke to his attendant. We've got some very formidable guests this time. One of their energies feels somewhat familiar, while the other is terrifyingly unfamiliar. It seems Earth is about to face turmoil once again. Bardock and his companion spaceship landed near North City. However, for beings of their caliber, distance was no constraint. Relying on her memory, Lana flew eastward towards Dr. Brief's residence. Karin was carried on Bardock's back, excitedly discussing her youngest son, Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. Lana found it difficult to engage, as she had never met this little boy when Sun Wukong first arrived on Earth. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. And the situation in East City had changed considerably, especially for the Briefs family. In those 6 years, the formerly richest family in East City had transformed into the wealthiest family in the world. The Briefs' residence had been completely renovated, rivaling that of a royal palace, though its architectural style still bore the distinctive circular roofs of the Dragon Ball universe. True to the original story, the Briefs family had welcomed all Namekian refugees. The world of the affluent was like the starry sky, visible yet incomprehensible. From a distance, Lana spotted Mrs. Briefs tending to her garden with several maids. She hurriedly approached Mrs. Briefs and exclaimed, "Mrs. Briefs, I am Lana. Where are the Dragon Balls that son you left at your house?" Startled by Lana's sudden appearance, Mrs. Briefs smiled warmly. "Oh, Miss Lana, the Dragon Balls have been with Bulma. I'll have someone fetch her. Please, come in for some tea." After instructing a maid to find Bulma, Mrs. Briefs welcomed the group into the living room, noticing the unfamiliar individuals accompanying Lana. Curiously, she inquired, "Why hasn't Mr. Sunyu come with you?" At the mention of Sunyu, the expressions of both Lana and Bardock's family darkened instantly. Just then, the living room door burst open, and a vibrant figure leaped into view. Bulma, bursting with youthful vitality, rushed in upon hearing that a girl named Lana was here to reclaim the Dragon Balls, clutching the box containing them. "Brother Sunyu." "Oh, Lana, is Brother Sunyu not here? And who are these people?" Bulma asked, scanning the unfamiliar faces in the room. Lana glanced at Bulma, who was now blossoming into her own, and inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. With an expressionless demeanor, she stood and took the box from Bulma's hands, stating, "Sunyu is dead. I came to retrieve the Dragon Balls to revive him." "Brother Sunyu is dead?" Bulma's previously cheerful countenance froze as she processed Lana's words. Realizing that Lana was not deceiving her, she fainted on the spot. "Ugh, I said he could be revived. Why such a dramatic reaction?" Lana muttered, feeling a twinge of envy towards Bulma, who could freely express her emotions, smiling when happy and crying when sad, never needing to disguise her feelings. Mrs. Briefs was startled, but fortunately, Bulma quickly regained consciousness. After hearing Lana explain that the Dragon Balls could bring Sunyu back to life, she finally calmed down. The group moved to the courtyard, where Lana opened the box, spilling all 7 orange, transparent Dragon Balls onto the ground. Bardock's family gazed at the Dragon Balls with curiosity, as it was their first encounter with them. Having witnessed Sunyu summon Shinran before, Lana emulated his actions, shouting at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, "Come forth, Shinran." Buzzing resonated in the air as Lana summoned forth the 7 Dragon Balls, which began to emit a dazzling radiance from the ground. The group held their breath, their eyes fixed intently upon the orbs. "Arise, divine dragon. Grant my wish." Dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky above the eastern capital, casting an ominous shadow across the midday sky. Nature itself stirred, as thunder rolled and lightning flashed. In a moment of brilliance, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted, soaring skyward in a serpentine dance. As the brilliance faded, a colossal figure emerged in the heavens. It was the divine dragon. "Speak your wish, mortal." The dragon's jaws parted slightly, and a deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the firmament. "O divine dragon, please resurrect Sun Wukong," Lana proclaimed, her voice ringing with fervor. "I comprehend." The dragon raised its majestic head, its eyes aglow with crimson light. After a protracted silence, it shook its head and pronounced solemnly, "It cannot be. I can only resurrect those who have departed. Sun Wukong yet lives. Sun Wukong yet lives. What splendid news!" The group erupted into tears of joy, embracing one another in a fervent display of relief. Even Bardock's usually stoic visage cracked into a rare smile. "I knew that rascal would not succumb so easily. Well then, since Sun Wukong still lives, might I trouble you, divine dragon, to bring him to Earth?" Bulma interjected eagerly, her longing to see her brother's son Wukong palpable. "That is a simple task," the dragon replied, its eyes igniting once more with crimson brilliance. Yet, the ensuing revelation left everyone astounded. "It is still not feasible. I must decline." "What does his refusal entail?" "It means precisely what it says. I regret to inform you that he wishes you to know he is sorry for the concern he has caused." and he hopes you can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Saiyans who fell victim to the original cell. The dragon articulated. Sun Wukong and Lana had previously mentioned that the Dragon Balls of the Eternal Dragon could only resurrect those who had perished within the year. Therefore, Sun Wukong was reluctant to squander this opportunity to utilize the Dragon Balls. Very well, let us revive those who were slain by the original cell, Lana declared. This is quite simple, but the resurrected individuals can only return to the place of their demise. Is that acceptable? The Eternal Dragon kindly reminded them. No problem. Sun Wukong and I have already brought the bodies of the deceased. The dragon responded, its eyes glowing red once more. In the Silver Pyramid Temple. In the chamber where the bodies were preserved, those who had been slain by Cell's absorption of their life essence suddenly opened their eyes. A phenomenon that was far from mere reanimation. These individuals had truly returned to life. Your wish has been granted, so farewell. With that, the dragon, enveloped in a golden glow, coiled its massive form in the air, and the shadows of the 7 Dragon Balls appeared. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into white stones, scattering in all directions. Lana had contemplated emulating Sun Wukong by catching all the Dragon Balls before they flew away, but after some reflection, she found such an unprincipled act beyond her capacity. With matters resolved, Lana and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were uncertain when they would see Sun Wukong again, they firmly believed he would return. Now that the deceased have been revived, can we go and meet Kakarot? Bardock asked, a hint of nervousness in his gaze as he looked at Lana. Certainly, your child should still be at the Payaz Mountain. Allow me to introduce you. Lana said, pulling Bulma's hand for an introduction. Bulma, these are the biological parents of the Saiyan child you and Sun Wukong found, Bardock and Jine. You are his parents? Bulma immediately recalled the child they had discovered at Payaz Mountain, realizing they wished to see him. Let us go. I will pilot the aircraft. No need. We can fly there directly, Lana stated, not waiting for Bulma to refuse as she lifted her into her arms. Then, after bidding farewell to Mrs. Briefs, soared towards Payaz Mountain with Bardock and the others. The group soon arrived at Payaz Mountain, located on a plateau at the junction of West City and South City. The periphery was a desolate expanse of desert, while the central area was marked by steep cliffs and vast primordial forests, a paradise for many wild beasts. Lana had visited this place 6 years prior, so she vaguely remembered its location. After traversing a mountain range, they arrived at the small cabin on Payaz Mountain. Upon reaching Grandpa Gohan's cabin, they were delighted to find the 7-year-old Goku living alone there. Indeed, Grandpa Gohan had ultimately succumbed to his fate. Despite Sun Wukong's repeated warnings to Gohan to keep Goku from witnessing the full moon and to cut off his tail if possible, Gohan had unfortunately let his guard down once. One night, under the full moon, Goku's tail had grown back, and during a late-night trip to the restroom, he accidentally saw the moonlight. As Jine laid eyes on Goku for the first time, she was unable to restrain herself and rushed forward to embrace him, weeping uncontrollably. While Bardock excitedly told Goku he was his father, Goku, however, was quite bewildered. Yet, once they released the tails entwined around their waists, he was astonished to discover that these unfamiliar individuals also possessed tails. Since everyone had tails, they could no longer be strangers. And Goku happily accepted the notion that this pair were indeed his parents, blissfully naive to the point of innocence. Though Raditz harbored some disdain for his seemingly weak younger brother, he dared not act out of line under Bardock's authority. Since Goku was unwilling to leave Payaz Mountain, the place where he had grown up with his grandfather, Bardock's family decided to temporarily settle there, as he wished to properly guide Goku's training. Lana and Bulma understood that this was a moment for family reunion and chose not to intrude, departing after a brief while. Time passed quietly, and 7 months flew by. At last, on this day, the Silver Pyramid Temple on Mars received a communication request from the cosmos. It was from Sun Wukong's exploratory strategic void vessel, which was expected to arrive in the solar system within a day, bringing great joy to all. Tassel analyzed the preset course shared by Sun Wukong and quickly deduced his landing location, which was precisely in a wilderness to the southwest of Earth. Soon, Tassel, Uncle Oolong, and Alanx, among others, headed to Earth to rendezvous with Lana in preparation for Sun Wukong's arrival. An hour before Sun Wukong's arrival, the group eagerly awaited in the southwestern wilderness. Bulma, relentless in her enthusiasm, insisted on accompanying them. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky with a captivating crimson hue, the group grew more excited rather than bored by the wait. Suddenly, a distorted space appeared in the sky, revealing a small, upright, oval-shaped shuttle descending gracefully, its 3 supports landing securely on the ground. Is that my brother Sun Wukong? Bulma stepped forward, her voice trembling with anticipation. Bardock abruptly stepped in front of her, his expression serious as he responded, that is not Sun Wukong's energy. Although the visitor is trying to suppress their presence, we can sense their formidable strength. Bardock's instincts were keen, and Lana and the others shared the same sentiment. Uncertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe, Bardock and Lana took position at the forefront, prepared to protect the others should any danger arise. With a hiss, the top of the vertically oriented oval shuttle slowly opened, and a striking figure emerged, a tall young woman. Regardless of the realm, a beautiful girl invariably captures attention, and the moment she appeared, she captivated the gaze of all present. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, donned in a light blue uniform, with snug shorts that revealed her long legs. Her lustrous black hair framed her face, bathed in the golden light of the sunset, her delicate pink lips gently pursed, evoking a sense of affection. Seemingly aware of the attention she garnered, the girl awkwardly offered a shy smile to the onlookers, then tilted her head toward the sky, as if awaiting something. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Bardock, unyielding in his vigilance despite her charm, asked coldly. Taken aback by Bardock's inquiry, the girl hesitated briefly before softly replying. "I am here to wait for someone." Waiting for someone? Under normal circumstances, Lana would have been reluctant to engage with a stranger. However, with Sun Wukong's imminent arrival, she was unwilling to let an unfamiliar presence disrupt the warmth of their reunion. Thus, she stepped forward and said, "Hey, are you out of your mind? A young lady like you shouldn't be wandering around in the wilderness. It's best to head home. I truly am waiting for someone." The girl stomped her foot in frustration, glancing at her watch. "The person I am waiting for will arrive in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The group exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, they collectively exclaimed, "You can't possibly be waiting for Sun Wukong." Both parties were awaiting the arrival of Sun Yu. The girl, startled by the crowd, took a step back. Lana and Bulma reacted most intensely, their eyes filled with a murderous glare as they demanded, "Speak. What is your relationship with Sun Yu? When did you meet? Be honest. Or else you shall see how I deal with you." The girl stared blankly at Bulma for a moment before letting out a soft laugh. In a melodious tone, she replied, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I do not know Sun Yu. I am here waiting for him because I have a matter that requires his assistance." Upon hearing that they were unfamiliar with each other, Lana and Bulma exchanged awkward chuckles. Aerings leaped in front of the girl, striking a pose he deemed cool, and arrogantly proclaimed, "If this lovely lady needs assistance, she can seek me out as well. Though I may not possess the strength of Lord Kyle, I am certainly one of the rare strong beings in the universe." The crowd cast disdainful glances at Aerings, who took pride in his self-aggrandizement, boasting about his past exploits. The girl smiled gently and replied, "If you truly wish to assist me, then focus on your training. For now, I can only await Sun Yu." Upon hearing her words, Aerings' spirit deflated, resembling a defeated rooster returning home with its feathers ruffled. At that moment, Bulma noticed a detail. The shuttle the girl arrived in bore the logo of the Universal Capsule Company, yet she swore her family had never produced such a model. "Why does your device bear our company's emblem? Who exactly are you?" Bulma inquired, furrowing her brow in confusion. "Moreover, you must also be a Saiyan, correct?" Bardock remarked, eyeing the tail wrapped around the girl's waist. After a brief pause, the girl explained, "Indeed, this device is a product of the Capsule Corporation, but it will not be manufactured until 30 years from now. As you can see, I come from the future. My name is Sun Wuyue." The revelation of Sun Wuyue sent shockwaves through the crowd, as the implications of her existence were monumental. On one hand, there was the concept of time travel, and on the other, "Miss Wuyue, could it be that Sun Yu is your?" Bardock ventured, his mind racing with possibilities. Noticing that someone had guessed correctly, Sun Wuyue no longer concealed her identity, boldly declaring, "Yes, I am indeed the daughter of Sun Yu." Well, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This revelation was far more sensational than the notion of time travel itself. Bardock, realizing something amiss, questioned, "If Sun Yu is your father, why did you claim not to know him when Lana asked about your relationship?" The others shared his curiosity, turning their puzzled gazes towards Sun Wuyue. "Because I have never met him since I became aware of my surroundings. A great deal has transpired in the future. I will elaborate further once he arrives." Sun Wuyue responded. The group chose to trust her words and agreed to allow her to wait for Sun Yu alongside them. As they engaged in idle chatter, Lana and Bulma became increasingly interested in learning about Wuyue's mother. They flanked her, employing subtle tactics to extract the identity of her mother, while Bardock and the other men strained to eavesdrop. However, when it came to the identity of her mother, Sun Wuyue remained tight-lipped, as her parents were not yet together. Any slip could jeopardize her existence. Thus, no matter how much they prodded, she resolutely withheld any information. Taser, captivated by the time machine Wuyue had arrived in, expressed a keen interest in its design. His clan possessed exceptional knowledge of spatial technology but was entirely ignorant of temporal mechanics, so he sought to study it further. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed, and a small black dot appeared in the sky. The crowd gazed upward, and as the dot grew larger, a colossal void ship materialized before them, prompting cheers of joy. Sun Yu had finally returned. Once the ship came to a halt, the side hatch opened slowly, and Sun Yu emerged, descending gracefully before the gathered crowd. "Hello, everyone. I'm back." Before Sun Yu could steady himself, Bulma rushed into his embrace, clinging tightly to his neck. "Wow, it's been years. Little Bulma has grown so much." Sun Yu marveled, "Quite substantial, indeed. At least a 30-60. Goodness, she's still just a child." Bardock and Taser joined the gathering, and Sun Yu greeted each of them with nods. Upon noticing Sun Wuyue, he paused in surprise and asked, Who is this beautiful lady? I've never seen her before." Had he not inquired, all would have remained well, but as soon as Sun Wuyue was mentioned, Bulma and Lana simultaneously pinched Sun Yu's sides, causing him to wince in pain. Ouch, what are you two doing? That hurts. The two women coldly huffed in unison. You asked her. Bardock and the others exchanged helpless glances, leaving Sunyu utterly perplexed. When he turned to the girl, he found her gazing at him with equal curiosity. To be fair, anyone could find it difficult to remain composed under the innocent gaze of a pure and charming young girl, and Sunyu was no exception. He scratched his head and approached Sun Wuyue. Sunyu's sudden movement evidently startled Sun Wuyue, causing her to momentarily lose her composure and instinctively take a step back. Unfortunately, she stumbled over a stone, her figure swaying precariously as she was about to fall. It would be utterly unconscionable to ignore the sight of a beautiful girl tumbling before him. Consequently, Sunyu swiftly grasped Wuyue's delicate hand and gently pulled her into his embrace. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, quickening his heartbeat. Witnessing this scene, onlookers cast murderous glares at Sunyu, branding him as a lecherous beast, a hypocrite of refined appearance, a monster with a human face but the heart of a beast, an unworthy father who would not spare even his own daughter, unaware of the thoughts swirling in others' minds. Sunyu cleared his throat and displayed what he believed to be a gentlemanly smile, inquiring, "May I ask for the name of this fair maiden?" Sun Wuyue fluttered her long eyelashes, gazing enchantingly at Sunyu for quite some time. She endeavored to suppress the excitement of meeting him for the first time. Her crimson lips parting as she involuntarily exclaimed, "Dad." Huh. Sunyu stood frozen for 3 seconds, his expression blank as he stared at Sun Wuyue. Can one truly imagine a young woman, only a few years younger than oneself, calling you father? It is utterly bewildering. That heartfelt utterance of dad left Sunyu feeling as though the entire world owed her an Oscar statuette. He let out a dry laugh and glanced at the others. Sensing a whiff of conspiracy in the air, "I see now. You all conspired to play a prank on me. Please, come up with a more convincing lie. This one is simply not amusing." The onlookers maintained their piercing gazes, making Sunyu's heart race. An unsettling premonition of impending fatherhood washed over him as he weakly insisted. "She truly is my daughter." In unison, they nodded in agreement, and Sun Wuyue, with an awkward smile, forced out a response. "I apologize for the lack of clarity. You are indeed my father, but that is a matter pertaining to 10 years in the future. To explain, my name is Sun Wuyue, and I have traveled through time in a time machine from the future. Certain events have transpired, and I require your assistance." Upon hearing Sun Wuyue's words, Sunyu found it much easier to comprehend. After all, a similar narrative existed in the original Dragon Ball, albeit with the time traveler being Trunks instead. Although Sunyu still struggled to perceive a girl of a similar age as his daughter, he had no choice but to passively accept the reality of being an unexpected father, with a daughter of such an age. It was indeed a lamentable situation for him to remain single. How exasperating. As for the matters mentioned by Miss Wuyue regarding the future, Sunyu quickly recalled the crises that the Supreme Kai of Time had previously alluded to. It seemed that these were not mere fabrications. As the sky gradually darkened, Sunyu proposed they convene at Bulma's residence to discuss the matter further. The group unanimously agreed, and Sun Wuyue stored the time machine within a capsule. Sunyu instructed Tarsal to oversee the handling of the void ship before they all took to the skies towards Bulma's home. They soon arrived at Bulma's living room, with Tarsal accompanying them, now a staunch supporter of Sunyu, and thus, not excluded from their gathering. Once seated, Sunyu was the first to speak. "Miss Wuyue, since you have traversed time and space to seek us, I presume that significant events must have transpired in the future. I am eager to know how we fare in that time." This was the crux of Sunyu's concern, if everyone was safe and sound in the future. Then Sun Wuyue would have had no reason to exert herself in such a monumental endeavor. However, the reality was grim. Sun Wuyue's expression grew somber as she struggled to maintain her composure. "Father will go missing in 10 years, Uncle Sun Wukong will succumb to heart disease, and all the remaining Saiyans will perish in battle." Sun Wuyue's words struck like a thunderclap in a clear sky, causing everyone to leap to their feet in astonishment, glaring at Miss Wuyue. "You lie. How could this be possible? How could it be? I am not lying." The aura emanating from Sun Wuyue erupted with a thunderous force, a surge of golden energy soaring into the heavens. In that fleeting moment, her shoulder-length hair transformed into a radiant gold as she cast aside her previous serene and composed demeanor, embodying the essence of a reawakened beast, exuding an overwhelming presence. She had become a Super Saiyan. Bardock and the others felt their hearts tremble. They had known since Sun Yufei returned to Earth that he could now transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, according to Sun Yu's account, the true Super Saiyan form vastly surpassed the pseudo-Super Saiyan in strength and caliber. However, when Sun Wuyue transformed before them, they could sense the terrifying energy radiating from her, far exceeding their imaginations. The suffocating sensation was utterly astonishing. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, it was not merely a slight enhancement over the pseudo-Super Saiyan. Yet, why could she also transform into a Super Saiyan? "Because I am the daughter of the mightiest Super Saiyan, Sunyu." Sun Wuyue's breathing became somewhat rapid, likely influenced by the slight exhilaration following her transformation into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Sunyu calmly patted her shoulder, signaling her to compose herself. "Wuyue, I believe you are not lying. Please share with us what you know about the future." Sun Yu's words truly calmed Wu Yue, dissipating her golden aura as she settled beside him. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled and spoke softly. The world of the future is terrifying. There are many dreadful foes. Over half of the civilizations in the universe, including Earth, have been obliterated. The survivors were taken to the depths of the cosmos by Grandfather Tarsal, using the Silver Temple to escape disaster. Bardock stared intently at Sun Wu Yue and asked, "Did we truly perish in battle?" "Yes, Grandfather Bardock, Uncle Alante. You fell during the conflict with the evil Super Saiyans. Ultimately, it was my brother Goku and brother Vegeta who fused to become Gogeta and defeated the malevolent Super Saiyans. However, the enemies that followed grew increasingly powerful. Goku succumbed to heart disease, passing away prematurely. His death extinguished our final hope." Wait, Bardock found the implications of Wu Yue's words overwhelming. Struggling to accept the notion of his own demise, he queried, "The Vegeta you mentioned, could it be the son of King Vegeta? And if we died, why didn't he the Dragon Balls resurrect us?" The others nodded in agreement, voicing their concurrence with Bardock's inquiries. Upon hearing Bardock's question, Sun Wu Yue's eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured, "The Dragon Balls truly exist? This isn't merely a fairy tale fabricated by my mother to comfort me?" It appeared that the future world lacked the Dragon Balls, sending a shudder through those who had recently witnessed their resurrection capabilities. Since the Kaishin of time had approached Sun Yu, he had mentally prepared for such revelations. However, what truly concerned him was the reason behind his disappearance a decade later. He inquired, "Wu Yue, you mentioned that I would vanish in 10 years. Could you share what you know with me?" Wu Yue softly affirmed, continuing. "My mother told me that when I was a year and a half old, a strangely dressed young lady came to seek my father. My mother secretly listened to their conversation, which seemed to involve something about the realm of time. Afterward, my father left with her and never returned." At this juncture, Wu Yue's expression grew somewhat despondent. Sun Yu, with a wry smile, thought to himself that this so-called young lady must indeed be the Kaishin of time. It became clear that his disappearance was connected to her. Regardless of her role, Sun Yu would not easily place his trust in her, for she would rob him of witnessing his daughter's growth, a transgression unforgivable. Noticing the somber atmosphere among those present, Sun Yu cheerfully encouraged everyone. "Let us not wear such sorrowful expressions. Now that we are aware of the immense crisis the future holds, it is even more imperative for you to devote yourselves to rigorous training. This is no longer merely about your fates. I promise you, regardless of what transpires, I will not leave you. I will stand by your side. Indeed, we must train diligently. I refuse to be surpassed by that rascal Kakarot." Bardock's fighting spirit ignited. For as warriors of the Saiyan race, they had never feared battle. No matter how formidable the enemy, let them come. We shall not retreat. Sun Yu's words profoundly moved Sun Wu Yue. She smiled as she gazed at her future father, realizing her mother's words were indeed true. Her father was a truly remarkable man. No matter the challenges he faced, he would resolutely charge to the forefront, embodying the essence of a hero, one who brings hope to all his kin. Sun Yuko was blissfully unaware that, inadvertently, he had established a towering presence in the heart of a certain adolescent girl. Observing his future daughter gazing at him in secret, he leaned in and inquired, "Pray tell, could you confide in me who my future daughter-in-law might be?" "Father." The young lady, Wu Yue, shot him an exasperated glance. She elaborated, "I cannot prematurely disclose the identity of my mother, for doing so could result in a distortion of history. The gravest consequence could potentially jeopardize my very existence." Sun Yu chuckled lightly, indicating his comprehension. He inquired further, "Wu Yue, your journey from the future must serve a purpose beyond merely informing us of future events. Pray tell, what brings you here? If my presence could alter the course of the future world, it would be most fortuitous." However, Grandfather Tarsal deduced that the past and the future exist as two independent realms of time. She seems to lean towards the notion that I should receive my father's guidance and cultivation, and once I have attained sufficient strength, I shall endeavor to save the future world," Wu Yue replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu nodded thoughtfully and cast a meaningful glance at Tarsal. He mused that this chieftain, whose technological pursuits seemed rather misguided, had finally made significant progress in the study of time, thus achieving something worthy of his faith in the divine. However, the god of time had once imparted to Sun Yu that in this world, no history is irrevocably set. Every change bears significance. At present, Sun Yu chose to remain reticent. Clearing his throat, he addressed the gathering. "Everyone, please disperse for now. Bulma, take Wu Yue to find a room to settle in. Bardock, Tarsal, I would like you to stay for a moment." After his words, everyone rose and departed, leaving only Sun Yu, Bardock, and Tarsal in the living room. "Lord Sun Yu, do you have any special instructions for us?" Tarsal inquired respectfully. Sun Wukong nodded and spoke in a solemn tone. "I believe I have discerned the identity of the malevolent Super Saiyan. It may very well be Broly. Broly is a legendary warrior, appearing only once in a millennium, whose fighting prowess escalates with the passage of time. Given a decade, one can scarcely fathom the magnitude of his strength. Are you referring to the boy born on the same day as Kakarot?" Bardock seemed to recall something. Having heard rumors in the past, it was said that there existed an infant, born on the same day as his son, who exhibited immense combat power from the moment of birth, yet was subsequently exiled by King Vegeta. Such information belonged to the upper echelons of planet Vegeta's society, and Bardock had only come to know of it due to his connection with Kakarot. Indeed, it is that very infant born on the same day as Sun Wukong. He reacts to Sun Wukong's cries, and unlike Sun Wukong, his battle power was a staggering 10,000 at birth, marking him as a Super Saiyan, a rarity that appears once every millennium. His nature is bloodthirsty and ferocious. As he matures, Broly's strength will only amplify, rendering him a maniac solely devoted to combat. Sun Wukong paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, these are merely my conjectures, and I am only sharing them with you in a private conversation. If the future malevolent Super Saiyan truly turns out to be him, he would indeed pose a formidable challenge. The Dragon Ball movie mentioned that King Vegeta, fearing Broly's potential, ordered the assassination of Broly and his father, discarding them in a refuse dump. However, Broly and his father did not perish. Rather, they eluded the eyes of everyone. When Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Broly exhibited astonishing power, creating a protective shield that allowed them to survive in the cosmos. Later, Broly's father, Paragus, commissioned a control device to manage him effectively, successfully subduing Broly. Therefore, what does Master Sun Wukong imply? Tarsal inquired. If he is a ticking time bomb, such a perilous existence must be eliminated sooner rather than later. Are we to keep him around for the festivities? Sun Wukong replied matter-of-factly. Sun Wukong speculated that Frieza had yet to annihilate planet Vegeta. Due to his actions, King Vegeta's schemes had unraveled, and he had inadvertently attracted all of Frieza's wrath. Thus, planet Vegeta remained intact, and Broly and his father continued to reside there. However, Master Sun Wukong expressed a desire to wait until Broly had fully matured, so that he could defeat him in a fair and honorable manner. Bardock, filled with righteous indignation, voiced his frustration. As Sun Wukong understood Bardock's reluctance to accept a future filled with death and battle, he yearned to alter his fate through sheer determination. In all honesty, Sun Wukong empathized with Bardock's sentiments. Nevertheless, one must grasp the current circumstances. As the Moon Maiden had stated, future adversaries would grow increasingly formidable. Why then? Worry about the lack of worthy opponents? Sun Yu waved his hand and said, if this fellow truly is the malevolent Super Saiyan spoken of by Wu Yu, I certainly shall not spare him. However, I cannot bring myself to bully a child who still has the capacity to fight back. First, we must locate him. As for other matters, we shall address them in due course. Noticing that Sun Yu had left some leeway, Bardock cast a grateful glance in his direction. At that moment, Tarsal inquired, Lord Sun Yu, when do you plan to set off in search of this individual named Broly? Let us first attend to some recent affairs. By the way, I heard from Lana that your temple is temporarily docked on Mars. Tarsal, you wouldn't be contemplating settling on Mars, would you? Sun Yu regarded Tarsal with a hint of intrigue. After a brief silence, Tarsal replied earnestly, if it pleases Lord Sun Yu, I must confess that I am quite fond of Mars' ecological environment. We have now completed the transformation of Mars' atmosphere, allowing even ordinary Earthlings to thrive freely on its surface. Sun Yu smiled awkwardly and remarked, I have no objections, but should I refer to you as Martians from now on? Tarsal and Bedak found nothing inappropriate about this, and Sun Yu did not wish to delve deeper into the matter. As long as the Saiyan race maintained their nomenclature, that was sufficient. Given this, I propose the construction of an interstellar transit gate in the northwestern region of the solar system, which would facilitate swift travel to various planets within the Milky Way. That sounds promising. Once your interstellar transit gate is completed, how long will it take to travel from Earth to planet Vegeta? Tarsal lowered his head to silently calculate, and then replied, approximately 1 day. Excellent, excellent. Sun Yu smiled, genuinely surprised by the news. How long will it take to construct the interstellar transit gate? It will require 3 months, and the necessary resources can be directly extracted from Mars, Tarsal answered. Very well. I appreciate your efforts. In 3 months, we shall set off for planet Vegeta. With that, Sun Yu stood up, intending to conclude the conversation. After a moment of hesitation, Bedak inquired, Lord Sun Yu, may I also transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Yu, struck by a sudden realization, found himself bewildered by the events surrounding Sun Wu Yue upon his return. He had not seized the opportunity to elucidate the concept of Super Saiyans to his companions. Thus, he stated, I cannot ascertain whether others possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, but I firmly believe that Bardock certainly can. However, your training has yet to reach its zenith. I will expound on the specifics with everyone soon. For now, you should return, as the hour grows late. According to the annals of history, Bardock would, at the moment of Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta, plunge into a temporal rift, subsequently traversing back to the bygone planet Plant. There, in a fierce battle against the cosmic pirate Child, he would achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, thus giving rise to the legendary tale of the Super Saiyans. Therefore, Bardock's innate talent is beyond dispute. With diligent training and the right timing, his transformation into a Super Saiyan would be a natural progression. After hearing Sun Yu's words, Bardock's previously tumultuous emotions began to settle. The events of the day had been overwhelming, yet Sun Yu's encouragement rekindled his confidence, motivating him to intensify his training efforts. Upon leaving the living room, Dr. Briefs had prepared a sumptuous late-night feast to honor Sun Yu, who wished to invite Bardock to join them. However, With a wife and children awaiting his return, he graciously declined the offer. At the dining table, Dr. Beerus presented an exquisite imported liquor, while Lana indulged in her meal. And Bulma eagerly engaged Senzu, imploring him to recount his experiences over the years in the cosmos. Senzu, too, expressed a desire to learn more about Senzu. Senzu contemplated meticulously and realized that he had spent the majority of recent years aboard a spacecraft. In addition to his cultivation, he had engaged in battles with various individuals and, incidentally, rescued a group of civilizations that had misallocated their technological advancements. As he recounted these experiences casually, Bulma and Wu Yue listened with great attentiveness. The group continued their lively discussions until late into the night before each retired to their respective rooms to rest. After Senzu finished his ablutions and lay down, he soon heard the door creak open. Raising his head, he was astonished to find that the visitor was none other than Wu Yu. As Senzu raised his gaze, he happened upon Wu Yu's slightly anxious eyes. And the two locked their gazes. In a confined space with a solitary male and female, it was inevitable for one's thoughts to wander. Just as Senzu felt somewhat at a loss, the young lady, lowering her head, softly called out to him, "Dad." This single utterance of dad struck him like a bucket of cold water, drenching him from head to toe. It was indeed a formidable challenge for him to regard this innocent and charming girl, who was of similar age, as his daughter. Any individual with a modicum of normalcy would find it impossible to do so. "Please, take a seat. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Senzu rose from the bed, awkwardly meeting Wu Yu's gaze. However, Wu Yu seemed entirely oblivious to his discomfort. She buried her face in his embrace, her chest rising and falling erratically, as if she were silently sobbing. From Wu Yu's perspective, her plight elicited sympathy. Trapped in a nightmarish future world, rife with death and despair, the remnants of humanity could only cling to survival. While the once innocent girl found herself bearing the weight of an entire world on her shoulders, having temporarily escaped that tragic future, Wu Yu now stood before her father, the man revered as a legend by those in that time. She felt that at last, she could indulge in the simple pleasures of being a normal girl, seeking affection from her father, for after all, she was just an ordinary girl. Senzu's body was tense as he awkwardly patted Wu Yu's back, offering words of comfort. "Do not cry, do not cry, I will protect you." In the face of Wu Yu's tears, Senzu felt a profound pain, as if his heart were being twisted by a knife. He was no savior with a saintly heart. The ones he wished to protect were simply those who held significance in his life. For the sake of Wu Yu's smile, Senzu vowed to safeguard both her and her mother. Yet, he was also curious about the identity of the child's mother. Upon hearing Senzu's words, Wu Yu lifted her tear-streaked face, resting it gently against his shoulder, and softly declared, "I believe in you." After speaking, she nestled closer into his embrace, silently closing her eyes. Senzu was on the verge of tears, pondering the absurdity of the situation. The thought of replacing Wu Yu with a 7 or 8-year-old girl did not faze him. He felt entirely capable of embodying the role. However, his own daughter was not significantly younger than he was. To ensure Wu Yu could drift into a peaceful slumber, Senzu remained utterly still in his position, silently reassuring himself, "This is my daughter, this is my daughter, this is my daughter." A sleepless night passed. And as the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, Bulma eagerly dashed to Senzu's door, intending to rouse him for breakfast. Yet, upon opening the door, her entire worldview shattered. There lay her brother Senzu, sound asleep, cradling the lovely Wu Yu. Bulma gasped and burst into tears, her mind swirling with countless inappropriate thoughts. Slamming the door behind her, she ran sobbing to Lana's room, exclaiming, "Sister Lana, brother Senzu slept with Sister Wu Yu last night." Wu. Meanwhile, Dr. Beerus was pushing a cart laden with breakfast treats, humming a cheerful tune as he approached Senzu's room. Suddenly, he heard Bulma's voice, and his body jolted. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he feigned realization, exclaiming, I just remembered I have an experiment report to finish." He hurried off, determined to act as though nothing had transpired. In his heart, Dr. Beerus silently commended Senzu for his audacity. It was truly impressive. Just as Lana finished her morning routine, Bulma rushed in, tears streaming down her face. After grasping the situation, Lana gently tousled Bulma's hair and smiled, saying, "Yesterday, Wu Yu spoke of Senzu with such fondness. It's understandable given that she has not experienced a father's affection. Thus, I thought it best for her to seek out your brother. Rest assured, they are merely father and daughter. There is nothing to worry about." Despite Lana's comforting words, Bulma pouted, visibly displeased, contemplating whether she too might visit Senzu one night. After much effort, Senzu finally fell asleep, only to be abruptly awakened by Bulma. Just as he was feeling disgruntled, he suddenly noticed Wu Yu gazing at him with a gentle smile, her cheeks flushed. She inquired, "What are you laughing at? Do I have flowers on my face?" "No," she replied. "It seems you didn't sleep well last night. Your dark circles are quite pronounced. It's all my fault," Wu Yu said with a hint of remorse. Senzu waved his hand in acknowledgement, rising to stretch lazily as he remarked, "It's nothing. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, going a night without sleep is hardly an issue. By the way, Wu Yu, shall we train together today? I am quite eager to ascertain your strength." After sharing breakfast, Senzu invited Lana to accompany him to the outskirts of East Capital. intending to engage in a friendly competition with Sun Wu to gauge her prowess. This time, Bulma did not join them, as Tarsal was at her home, collaborating on the time machine brought by Wu Yu. As expected, the camaraderie between two intellectuals fostered a deeper connection, and Sun Yu looked forward to seeing what they would invent. Upon arriving at the designated location, Bardock had already been waiting for them. Tarsal had equipped them all with communication devices, and prior to their departure, Sun Yu had coordinated with Bardock to meet in this suburban area of East Capital. Accompanying Bardock were his two children, Sun Wukong and Raditz, the latter of whom recognized Sun Yu. Back on planet Veblen, this mischievous child had once spoiled one of Sun Yu's good deeds, nearly facing dire consequences at his hands. Thus, upon seeing Sun Yu, fear gripped his heart. For little Wukong, this was his first encounter with Sun Yu since he could remember. He noticed that Sun Yu also had a tail wrapped around his waist, which filled him with joy, recognizing him as part of his family. The area surrounding them was characterized by steep, desolate mountains for hundreds of miles. Sun Yu and his companions descended onto a vast plateau atop a mountain, where he and Sun Wu Yu stood in the center, facing each other. Wu Yu, unleash your utmost strength. Do not hold back simply because I am your father. Understood? Sun Yu said with solemnity. Sun Wu Yu nodded, her gaze sharpening as an overwhelming aura enveloped her, transforming her presence entirely. With a commanding shout, a golden flame encased her, and her momentum soared, exerting an unprecedented pressure on those around her. Observing the effort Wu Yu was exerting to unleash her power, Sun Yu could not help but smile, genuinely impressed. Remarkable. You are indeed my daughter. I never anticipated your combat prowess to surpass that of Frieza by such a margin. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Yet, he knew that surpassing Frieza was merely a stepping stone, for the Super Saiyan state was not the ultimate destination of training. Throughout the year-long journey to Earth, Sun Yu continuously pushed himself to cultivate diligently, determined to transcend the Super Saiyan form in preparation for the impending crisis. To his astonishment, Wu Yu's strength was formidable. Sun Yu hoped he wouldn't have to teach her a lesson. Bardock felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from Sun Wu Yu, one that was far more terrifying than facing Frieza. Raditz cowered behind Bardock, while little Goku gazed at the two with wide, starry eyes. Lana chuckled nervously and remarked, isn't Kale also capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? She shouldn't be any weaker than Wu Yu. You are too naive. Bardock clenched his fists tightly and replied, Sun Yu once mentioned that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, the body approaches its limits, making each incremental gain in power exceedingly arduous. However, each improvement brings about monumental changes, for even the slightest difference can yield a vast chasm. The Super Saiyan form directly amplifies one's base combat power by 50 times, hence the minute discrepancies in base form are magnified 50-fold. Moreover, the Super Saiyan state is merely a starting point. There exists a broader spectrum beyond it, such as Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, and even Super Saiyan God. In the arena, Sun Yu sensed Wu Yu's aura gradually stabilizing, indicating she had reached her peak. After a brief estimation, he surmised that her combat power as a Super Saiyan was approximately 200 million. As the power levels escalated, Sun Yu found it increasingly challenging to gauge her energy with precision, settling for a rough estimate. I am ready. What are you waiting for? Do not tell me you're intimidated by my aura. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wu Yu's gentle demeanor shifted dramatically. In her exhilarated state, a fierce determination glimmered in her cold eyes. Sun Yu shot a glare at Sun Wu Yu, feeling exasperated. He thought to himself how this little girl truly lacked respect, and he would show her just how to discipline her. With a thunderous roar, Sun Yu ceased to suppress his power, adjusting the gravity settings on his combat suit to 0, unleashing his full energy without reservation. The golden energy roared and surged around Sun Yu, forming a spiraling current that ascended. In that instant, his hair shot up, transforming into a brilliant gold, while his deep blue pupils displayed 3 interconnected, blade-like tomo. Bardock and Lana sought to perceive the entirety of Sun Yu's strength, yet no matter how hard they tried, his aura resembled a boundless ocean, shattering all vessels that dared to reach its shores amidst the tumultuous waves. How could it be? Sun Yu was astonishingly powerful. Bardock felt a pressure that sent shivers down his spine, repeatedly reminding himself that this was the essence of a Super Saiyan, and he too must transform into one. I'm going in. Sun Wu Yu, seeing Sun Yu ready, took the initiative. A piercing gust of wind rushed toward him as her figure darted like lightning, aiming directly for Sun Yu's face. A powerful punch sliced through the air, creating a brief vacuum. Whoosh. Sun Yu's demeanor remained composed. Even without the insight of his Sharingan, he completely discerned Wu Yu's movements. With a subtle pivot of his foot, he altered his stance, narrowly evading Wu Yu's strike by mere centimeters. He then seized her delicate wrist with his left hand, while his right hand gracefully rose, flicking a finger gently towards her forehead. Although it was merely a finger, the audience was startled by a resounding crack, as Wu Yu was propelled several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground. Combat is not solely reliant on brute strength. One must learn to observe the opponent's actions and identify their weaknesses, defeating them with minimal cost. Despite the overwhelming disparity in fighting prowess within the Dragon Ball universe, Sun Yu firmly believed that training is far from futile. The philosophy of martial arts is not merely ornamental, but serves as a formidable enhancement. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Wu Yu appeared somewhat calmer. Her attacks ceased to be mere displays of speed and raw power. Instead, she began to adopt a defensive stance while simultaneously launching her own assaults. Sun Yu could not deny that Wu Yu possessed an impressive foundation. As a descendant of the Super Saiyans, her potential was evident. After Sun Yu's guidance, she quickly matched him in their spar, even in his relaxed state. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat reverberating with the dazzling clashes of energy that flickered across the sky. As time progressed under the blazing sun, Sun Yu estimated it was time for a meal and decided to halt the battle. Dispelling his golden aura, he descended to the ground alongside Wu Yu. Smiling as he spoke, Wu Yu, it was exhilarating to spar with you. Thank you. Wu Yu, having released her Super Saiyan form, leaned on her knees, panting heavily as she looked at Sun Yu with a pout. After all this time, you didn't even break a sweat. Dad, are you intentionally holding back? Hey, if you learn to control your breath effectively, minimizing unnecessary expenditure of energy and unleashing your power only at the moment of attack, you could achieve my level as well. Regardless, you performed admirably. Here, take this Senzu bean to replenish your strength. With that, Sun Yu produced a Senzu bean from his pocket and offered it to Wu Yu. The actions of Sun Yu left Wu Yu perplexed, prompting her to inquire, Father, what is this? You actually do not know about the Xiando? Exclaimed Bardock and Lana in unison. They have been saved by this miraculous item numerous times. And now we use unfamiliarity with the skin dough imply that it might not exist in the future world. This, known as the Xiando, is something I brought from the sacred land of Karin on Earth. It can instantly heal injuries and replenish energy, Sun Yu explained to Wu Yu. Despite having 2 large jars of stock, the consumption of Xiando and its production were disproportionately mismatched. Sun Yu realized that relying solely on the existing stock was not a sustainable solution. He contemplated a journey back to the sacred land of Karin to explore ways to assist Master Karin in increasing the production of Xiando. If that proved difficult, he could consider obtaining seedlings of the Xiando vines for Tarsal to study, placing his faith in the power of science. Wu Yu consumed the Xiando handed to her by Sun Yu, and indeed, her energy was restored in an instant. At that moment, a timid little Wukong gathered his courage and approached Sun Yu, shyly requesting him to teach martial arts. Although Bardock was a genius, he lacked patience when it came to teaching children. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported little Wukong's desire to become Sun Yu's disciple. The thought that the future god of destruction would seek him as a master brought an inner joy to Sun Yu, even as he maintained a calm exterior. Hiding behind Bardock, Raditz displayed a look of disdain towards little Wukong. Yet Sun Yu understood that while little Wukong's combat power was currently low, his future potential was boundless. Imagining the day when the formidable Super Saiyan Sun Wukong would respectfully address him as master, Sun Yu felt a surge of delight, though he feigned reluctance, saying, Though I am not inclined to take you as a disciple, for the sake of your father's reputation, I shall reluctantly accept you as an honorary disciple. Wukong, you must train diligently and never bring shame upon your master. Come forth and bow 3 times before me. Little Wukong, with a cute expression, looked up at Sun Yu, momentarily confused about what was required of him. At that moment, Raditz gently kicked little Wukong from behind, urging, Idiot brother, hurry and kneel to Lord Sun Yu. After being nudged, little Wukong, holding his bottom and pouting, walked up to Sun Yu, dusted himself off, and cheerfully declared, Master, please accept this disciple's bow. The adorable sight of little Wukong made Wu Yu and Lana burst into laughter. With little Wukong now accepted as a disciple, Sun Yu naturally intended to take him to Bulma's home. Bardock expressed his desire to return to Mars to continue his training in the temple. Witnessing Sun Yu and Wu Yu transform into Super Saiyans was a significant blow to him. He yearned to break through his limits and reach the realm of the Super Saiyan. Thus, Bardock entrusted little Wukong to Sun Yu's care while he planned to return to Mars with his wife, Jine, and eldest son, Raditz. Sun Yu and his companions continued their journey back to Bulma's residence, indulging in a life of leisure and abundance. During these days, Sun Yu frequently playfully teased and guided the young lady Wu Yu in her training. He could not help but acknowledge her exceptional talent. She grasped the martial philosophies from Earth effortlessly after just one explanation from him, progressively applying them in practical situations. As for his newly acquired pupil, the young Goku was still too immature to comprehend the profound martial concepts, prompting Sun Yu to recollect the training methods employed by Master Roshi and the old Kai from the original Dragon Ball series. However, despite these efforts, Goku's progress remained sluggish. At such a tender age, Goku was at the prime moment to establish his foundational skills, yet Sun Yu lamented the lack of time to supervise his training. He felt a profound sense of frustration. With the looming crises of the future world, he needed to enhance his own strength. However, neglecting Goku's training would undoubtedly lead to the loss of a precious gem. In a moment of contemplation, Sun Yu furrowed his brow and realized that there was no need to emulate Master Roshi and the old Kai's training methods. He could simply entrust Goku to them. Additionally, he wished to consult with Korin regarding the magical beans, seizing the opportunity to have the old Kai oversee Goku's training and retrieve him in a few years. Perfect. As a professional overseer, Sun Yu's life philosophy was to delegate troublesome tasks to his subordinates. Although the old Kai was not technically one of his subordinates, Sun Yu bore the significant responsibility of maintaining world peace, at least in name. Thus, requesting the old Kai's assistance in child rearing was not an unreasonable demand. Without hesitation, he inquired if anyone wished to embark on a one-day excursion to the sacred land of Korin. Lana expressed her desire to push her physical limits to achieve her breakthrough and transform into a Super Saiyan. Bulma and Tarsal had made new advancements in their research on spatial compression technology. Once she became engrossed in her scientific pursuits, she seemed to forget her brother, Sun Yu, who felt somewhat disheartened. Ultimately, Wu Yu agreed to accompany Sun Yu to Korin, wishing to spend more time with her future father, and Sun Yu naturally accepted. Thus, Sun Yu, accompanied by Wu Yu and the young Goku, soared towards the sacred land of Korin. As the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, the sacred land had historically attracted countless martial artists to pay homage. However, with the advancement of technology on Earth, the number of those pursuing martial arts had dwindled. When Goku eventually married Chi-Chi and had their son Goten, martial arts had become a pursuit deemed frivolous, with education and career taking precedence in life. Sun Yu found himself unable to judge the validity of such a notion. Regardless, he took refuge in Dr. Brief's abode, indulging in the comforts of free sustenance and enjoying a carefree existence. Soon, the group soared to the sacred land of Karlin, ascending to the towering heights of the Korinta. The barrier established by the ancient deity posed no hindrance to Sun Yu and his companions, allowing them to glide effortlessly into the divine palace. At that moment, the ancient deity stood at the edge of the celestial palace alongside Mr., awaiting the arrival of Sun Yu and his entourage. "Greetings, Lord Deity and Mr. It has been far too long," Sun Yu proclaimed as he descended before the ancient deity, extending a warm salutation. The ancient deity, noticing the moonless maiden and little Wukong accompanying Sun Yu, expressed surprise and curiosity, inquiring, "Dear young friend Sun Yu, is this your wife? My, how your child has grown." The words left Sun Yu nearly breathless, and after a few awkward coughs, he stammered in explanation, "Ancient deity, please refrain from such remarks. How could I possibly explain this to you? I doubt you would believe me if I did, so perhaps it's best left unsaid." Suddenly, the usually stoic ancient deity broke into a mysterious smile and, feigning seriousness, remarked, "What is there that cannot be explained? Is it not simply your future daughter traversing through time to seek you out?" Upon hearing the words of the old celestial deity, Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon comprehended the gravity of the situation. The old celestial possessed a divine ability that allowed him to observe all that transpired in the world from the edge of the celestial palace. The old celestial had been keenly aware of their activities since the day Lana returned to Earth. Thus, it was certain that he had knowledge of Sun Wu's arrival on that fateful day. "Ah, you sly old fox, deriving amusement from my predicament." Sun Yu shot the old celestial a reproachful glance, forcing a laugh as he added, "Surely you must know the purpose of my visit." The old celestial gestured towards the little Wukong behind Sun Yu and remarked, "When you first arrived at the celestial palace, you sought my guidance in your cultivation. Bringing a child now reflects the same intent. After all, wisdom is often found in age, having lived for countless years." The old celestial's discerning gaze could easily penetrate Sun Yu's intentions. "Dear celestial lord, have you consented?" Sun Yu inquired. "Wukong, why not introduce yourself to the celestial lord?" In response to Sun Yu's prompt, the little Wukong stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Grandfather Celestial. My name is Sun Wukong, and I am 6.5 years old. I look forward to your guidance." The old celestial scrutinized the young Wukong for a moment before nodding in satisfaction, exclaiming, "This child possesses a pure heart, a raw gem waiting to be shaped. With proper guidance, his future achievements are beyond imagination. However, my young friend Sun, are you truly at ease in trusting this child to me? Although you have concealed your true strength well, I can sense that you have surpassed the levels I once understood. What is there to worry about? I have long stated that a true master is defined by their accomplishments. Your martial philosophy transcends the very fabric of this era. Entrusting little Wukong to you fills me with unwavering confidence." Sun Yu had articulated his thoughts so clearly that the celestial deity could no longer refuse. He advised the little monkey king to heed the words of the divine being, and after engaging in a discussion concerning martial arts, he reluctantly descended from the celestial palace with Wu Yu. Below the divine palace lay the abode of Master Karin, who was basking in the sun upon his chair, startled by Sun Yu's sudden appearance. Upon recognizing Sun Yu, Master Karin's expression turned to one of excitement, akin to a child eager to showcase a prized toy. He exclaimed, "Sun Yu, you finally arrived. I have something splendid to show you." Curiosity piqued, Sun Yu inquired, "What is it that brings you such delight?" "The elixir bean wine." "What, pray tell, is an elixir bean?" Sun Yu could hardly believe his ears. With a firm grip, he brought the revered Karin to his presence and demanded, "Enlightened one, please elucidate what you have done with the magic beans." Karin, noticing Sun Yu's lack of gratitude, widened his small eyes and glared at him in anger, retorting, "Was it not you who stated that if the magic beans are left for too long, they would undergo anaerobic respiration, producing alcohol and carbon dioxide? Thus, I thought it prudent to steep them all in wine." In a moment of furious exasperation, Sun Yu exclaimed, "You dare to discuss anaerobic respiration with me? How scientific is that? Yet, He recalled that Lana had once indulged in several centuries-old alcoholic fairy beans. Thus, he had spoken without forethought, never anticipating that this fool would actually use the fairy beans to brew liquor. I shall end you. Sun Yu's fury ignited, exuding an aura of chilling terror that sent shivers through the very core of the venerable Karlin. Calm down, young Sun Yu. Do not act impulsively. Karlin, nearly in tears, realized that had he known Sun Yu would react so vehemently, he would have thought twice before using the fairy beans for brewing. Observing the tiny fairy in Sun Yu's grasp, Wu Yu felt a wave of compassion wash over her. She rushed forward to plead, "This little creature is so pitiful. Please do not torment it." Women often harbor an innate tenderness for animals. Pitiful. This creature is nearly 800 years old. Sun Yu countered, revealing Karlin's true age. Wu Yu stared incredulously at Karlin, realizing that this adorably naive little being was, in fact, an ancient entity. Suddenly, it lost all its charm for her. Since Wu Yu had spoken up for Karlin, Sun Yu reluctantly released the elder being. Karlin, still trembling, patted his chest in relief, but then suddenly pondered a pressing question. Sun Yu, have you made a mistake? Those fairy beans are mine. Mine. What business is it of yours how I use them? Huffed Karlin, plopping down on the ground with his cane. Realizing the validity of Karlin's grievance, Sun Yu sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "My apologies, Karlin. I was merely caught up in the moment. You see, the fairy beans I previously acquired from you saved numerous lives. If we were to tally it, it would all be credited to your benevolence. Truly a divine healer." Sun Yu Tian shamelessly fabricated tales, causing Karlin the immortal to twitch its ears. Despite its petty nature, it possessed a kind heart, and, crucially, Karlin genuinely relished receiving compliments. In response to Sun Yu's flattery, Karlin raised its head proudly, exclaiming, "What divine being? This cat has long been an immortal." Humph. Indeed, you are the most formidable immortal. By the way, does the elixir brewed with celestial beans still retain its healing properties? We mustn't squander its efficacy. Sun Yu inquired, puzzled. Of course it does. I brew it with super sacred water. The effects are extraordinarily potent. Would you care to try it? Karlin the immortal grinned mischievously at Sun Yu. The super sacred water is a miraculous substance capable of unlocking human potential. However, it imposes a significant burden on the body. Anyone lacking sufficient strength who consumes super sacred water will not only fail to unlock their potential, but may also succumb to toxicity due to bodily overload. Thus, for the potent and capable, super sacred water is a divine remedy. For ordinary folks, it is a deadly poison. Karlin had no doubt that Sun Yu would not perish from the super sacred water. Yet witnessing Sun Yu suffer debilitating side effects would serve as a twisted form of revenge. All right, Sun Yu, thrilled by Karlin's invitation to taste the celestial bean brew, turned to his daughter Wu Yu and asked, "Wu Yu, do you drink? Let us partake together. It could enhance your strength." Wu Yu had never consumed alcohol before and initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Sun Yu mention its potential to augment her power, she bit her silver teeth and acquiesced. "Very well, I shall trouble you." Seeing both of them in agreement, Karlin wore a sly expression, humming a little tune as it led Sun Yu down the stairs to the brewing area. It was a spacious room, with a round stone table at the center and several jars against the wall, 3 of which were empty. Karlin gestured for Sun Yu and Wu Yu to take a seat and retrieved one of the sealed jars, placing it on the stone table, and produced 2 small bowls for Sun Yu and Wu Yu. Upon unveiling the jar, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, as if a single breath could lead one to inebriation. Karlin, cradling the jar, poured a measure for Sun Yu, grinning, "Enjoy slowly. This is a fine brew aged for 500 years. Wait, 500 years? Are you daft? 6 years ago, I inspired you to brew celestial bean wine. How did it suddenly become 500 years old?" Sun Yu gazed at Karlin with a look of incredulity. "You are the foolish one. I stored this jar in the dimension of spirit and time." Karlin retorted hoarsely. "Huh? Isn't it said that if one stays there for over 2 years, they may lose themselves in the void? That applies to living beings. But celestial bean wine is not alive." "Fine, that works too." Sun Yu felt his worldview shift once more and decided to refrain from further debate with Karlin. He chose to savor a sip of the 500-year-old celestial bean wine brewed with super sacred water, lifting the small bowl before him. Sun Yu drank the clear wine in one gulp, exhaling with satisfaction, delightfully sweet with a robust aftertaste. "Excellent wine. Waiter, refill my bowl." Another bowl followed, which Sun Yu downed in one go, slamming it back on the stone table. "Refill it. Fill it to the brim." Karlin watched in dismay as Sun Yu consumed its painstakingly brewed celestial bean wine as if it were mere water. Yet, calculating that Sun Yu had nearly reached his limit, Karlin reluctantly poured another serving. After several cups, Sun Yu staggered to his feet, suddenly clutching his throat and emitting low, agonized sounds. Wu Yu, alarmed, rushed to support him, anxiously asking Karlin, "What is wrong with him? Is there something amiss with your wine?" "Humph, my wine is perfectly fine. He chose to drink it." "How can you blame me?" Karlin turned its head away haughtily, secretly reveling in the situation. "Wu Yu, you must leave this place. I can no longer contain the energy within me." Sun Yu pushed Wu Yu away, speaking through his pain. "Dad." "Ah." Sun Yu clenched his hands tightly, closing his eyes as he unleashed a thunderous roar. Energy surged within him, enveloping his body in a faint blue mist that exuded an inexplicable chill. As his fury intensified, the ethereal blue vapor around him began to writhe restlessly, while flickers of silvery lightning danced fleetingly through the air. Dad, what's wrong? Wu Yu observed Sun Yu's condition with a heavy heart. Suddenly, Sun Yu's hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, resembling a blazing inferno. His combat attire strained against his bulging muscles, as torrents of fierce wind erupted from within him. The small room trembled under the force of his overwhelming presence. Cracks began to form on the walls, plaster peeling away, and the floor quivered as if an earthquake were unfolding. Stop. Please, stop. This kid is going to go wild. The immortal Karin, clutching a wine jar, was thrown against the wall by the force of Sun Yu's aura, feeling utterly exasperated. Wu Yu fared slightly better. A delicate layer of golden energy enveloped her, shielding her from Sun Yu's pressing force, sparing her the same fate as Karin. Fortunately, Sun Yu did not unleash chaos like a drunken ruffian, otherwise, there would be no one on Earth capable of restraining him. After his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the rapid flow of blood and accelerated metabolism diluted the alcohol within him, allowing him to regain a semblance of clarity. Sun Yu supported himself on the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wu Yu rushed over to assist him, gently wiping the perspiration away and inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Sun Yu's imposing aura gradually receded, and the ethereal blue mist in the air began to dissipate. He gazed at his hands, clenched his fists, and smiled as he remarked, "Although I still feel a bit dizzy, I am perfectly fine now, and my strength has ascended to a new level. A rough estimation reveals that my regular combat power is at least 5 million. After consuming the magical bean wine, the most notable transformation was the significant increase in his muscular strength, evident to even the most discerning observers. What Sun Yu did not vocalize was that the bean wine had even enhanced his Sharingan. He sensed that his ocular power was stronger than ever before. At this moment, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power soared beyond 250 million. Should he encounter Frieza again, he could easily overpower him even without the use of his Sharingan techniques. It appears that this magical bean wine is indeed a remarkable substance. Wu Yu sighed softly, helping Sun Yu to his feet while her eyes incessantly darted towards the wine jar in Master Karin's hands. No way. Master Karin clutched the jar of magical bean wine tightly, initially hoping to witness Sun Yu's embarrassment. Little did he know that this time, misfortune would befall him instead. Master Karin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. "You have no choice in the matter," Sun Yu said with a mischievous smile, his eyes glowing with an eerie crimson light as the distinct, blade-shaped tomo of the Sharingan materialized in his gaze. "My technique, time freeze." Sun Yu cast the time freeze technique upon Master Karin, who stood bewildered and motionless, resembling a statue in his stillness. Indeed, as the legends foretold, his father possessed a pair of formidable eyes. Sun Wu Yu, with a gentle smile, gazed at Sun Yu and remarked on the extraordinary prowess of Master Karin. The effects of the time freeze were magnified immensely in the presence of such strength, yet Sun Yu had been remarkably cautious, exerting only 1,000th of his power. Even so, this was sufficient to render Master Karin immobile for a full 10 minutes. Encouraged by Sun Yu, Wu Yu finally mustered the courage to take a small sip of the spicy celestial bean wine, which caused her to cough violently. Sun Yu, concerned, stepped forward to pat her on the back, conceding that if she could not drink, perhaps it was best to refrain altogether. Sun Yu was just about to seize the small bowl from Wu Yu's hands when, unexpectedly, Wu Yu forcefully swatted his hand away and snatched the celestial bean wine jar from the stone table, tilting her head back to gulp it down in one go. "Stop fooling around. Have you lost your mind?" Sun Yu exclaimed, watching the precious celestial bean wine spill as Wu Yu drank. His heart ached at the sight. This wine was not merely worth a fortune, but was an irreplaceable treasure, squandered so recklessly. Snatching the wine jar from Wu Yu's grasp, he glanced inside, noting that only a small portion remained. With a sigh of resignation, he tossed out a universal capsule, storing the remaining wine carefully within it. Turning back to Wu Yu, he found the girl raising her hand to slap him. "How audacious. You dare to strike me. Your manners are truly appalling." Sun Yu was well aware that Wu Yu was intoxicated. Despite her typically demure demeanor, she was, at her core, a volatile force of nature. Now, under the influence of alcohol, her true nature was unleashed, and she unexpectedly engaged in a confrontation with Sun Yu. "Drink," Wu Yu exclaimed, her eyes glazed, as she forcefully struck out at Sun Yu, her palm cutting through the air like a thunderous gale. With a casual gesture, Sun Yu unexpectedly found himself pushed back several steps by Wu Yu's seemingly immense strength. "What on earth was that monstrous force?" he exclaimed, astonished by Wu Yu's unexpected power after indulging in drink. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Noticing Sun Yu's retreat, a glint of determination flashed in Wu Yu's eyes as her hair and brows transformed into a striking golden hue, and she unleashed a fierce punch directed at him. "Wait. You're coming again." Sun Yu quickly crouched down, but Wu Yu's fist struck the wall of Master Karin's abode with a thunderous crash, reducing it to rubble. Indeed, after this experience, Sun Yu vowed never to allow Wu Yu to drink again. What kind of girl transforms into a violent powerhouse upon intoxication? Grasping Wu Yu firmly, she struggled desperately in his embrace. When she bit his ear in defiance, the pain was excruciating. Sun Yu felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. After all, she was his daughter. Were it someone else, he wouldn't hesitate to explain why the flowers bloom so red. Accepting his role as her father, he lifted Wu Yue by the nape of her neck, positioning her across his lap, and delivered a sharp slap to her backside. That portion of her body resembled a firm, round jelly, quivering with every light tap. "Let us see if you still act drunk," he declared, delivering another slap. Truth be told, the sensation was quite delightful. Thanks to Wu Yue's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the alcohol within her system began to dissipate, and with each slap from Sun Yu, her intoxication faded considerably. With a flushed face and a dazed gaze, she whimpered, "Daddy, please stop." The scene almost caused Sun Yu to lose his composure, but he managed to regain control and gently set Wu Yue down. However, as soon as she touched the ground, she stumbled and fell back into his arms, her youthful fragrance mingling with the rich scent of alcohol. "Don't stop now," came a voice from behind them. Turning around, they were met with the sight of Master Karin, who was leaning in with keen interest, observing the duo with amusement. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. "Actually, I was primarily hoping to find out if there's a way to increase the yield of the divine beans." Sun Yu awkwardly remarked that he had long wished to rid himself of this foolish creature countless times in his mind. The once normal Miss Wu Yue, recalling the embarrassing scene that had just unfolded before the immortal Karin, felt her cheeks flush with shame and sought refuge behind Sun Yu, too timid to show her face. Sun Yu inadvertently glanced back, only to suddenly notice that his daughter seemed to have become more voluptuous. He had consumed the immortal bean wine to enhance his muscular strength. Yet the changes in his daughter had unexpectedly occurred during this time, although he was unaware of the extent of her combat prowess. The mere observation of this transformation compelled Sun Yu to commend Master Carlin. Unbeknownst to Sun Yu, Master Carlin had not noticed his peculiar demeanor and, with an irritated flick of his tail, remarked, "The production of immortal beans cannot truly be increased, as the super holy water used for irrigating them is exceedingly rare, compounded by intricate craftsmanship, making mass production of immortal beans a formidable challenge. By the way, Sun Yu, where have you hidden my jar of immortal bean wine? Are you unwilling to return it to me?" Sun Yu, with his insolent demeanor, remarked as he shattered the wall with a careless gesture, "Alas, I inadvertently dropped that jar of wine. My sincerest apologies, it is entirely my fault." Were it not for the fact that the venerable Carlin could not best Sun Yu, he would have been inclined to use his staff to smite him. "Why don't you pluck a tender sprout from the celestial beans for me? I shall take it back for further study. Perhaps it holds the key to enhancing production," suggested Sun Yu. "On what grounds? You scoundrel, rogue, thief." Carlin glared fiercely at Sun Yu, wishing he could vanquish him with a mere glance. With a cunning smile, Sun Yu retrieved a box filled with universal capsules from his pocket, a thoughtful gift from Dr. Beerus that featured delicacies from various regions. Among them, a capsule was labeled delicious fresh fish. Raising an eyebrow, Sun Yu extracted the capsule, pressed it, and tossed it onto the stone table. Before the smoke had dissipated, the nose of the immortal Carlin twitched, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at the table. Could it be? Indeed, it was salmon, steamed base, spicy boiled fish. Sun Yu pointed at the array of delectable dishes, observing Carlin's reaction with a composed demeanor. Having resided on Carlin Tower for several centuries, the immortal's daily diet lacked fresh and exquisite fish. If not for his profound cultivation, such a mundane existence would have been unbearable. Yet now, the very fish he longed for were within reach, tantalizingly displayed before him. "Do you wish to partake?" Sun Yu inquired, narrowing his eyes at Carlin. After a moment's hesitation, Carlin unconsciously nodded, only to suddenly realize and shake his head vigorously. Noticing Carlin's reluctance, Sun Yu let out a soft huff and remarked, "Wu Yue, it appears Carlin has no appetite for these. Let us enjoy our meal and return home." "Okay," Wu Yue replied softly, sitting beside Sun Yu. "Wait," Carlin shouted, his voice trembling. "The most distant sorrow of the mortal realm is not the inability to savor beloved fish, but rather the torment of witnessing others indulge while one can only watch." For Carlin, this was a fate more harrowing than the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. "Just a small piece?" he proposed, gesturing toward a segment with roots. "I will ensure that fresh fish is delivered to you monthly. What do you say? Deal." Before the words had left his mouth, Carlin dashed away, returning moments later, exhilaration radiating from him as he grasped a pale green vine. Here, he presented the vine to Sun Yu, explaining, "The immortal bean vine requires pruning each year. I have cut you a segment over a meter long, complete with roots." Realizing that the core issue was not the vine itself, but the sacred water and intricate techniques required for mass production, Sun Yu acknowledged Carlin's growing shrewdness. Nevertheless, he chose not to be overly pedantic. Instead, accepting the abundance of immortal beans from Carlin would enhance the quality of his life, serving as a form of restitution. After all, a simple conversation with Dr. Beerus would suffice to arrange regular fish deliveries to Carlin, though he had intended to glean more cultivation knowledge. Carlin was already insatiably fixated on the feast before him, leaving little room for conversation. With a heavy heart, Sun Yu bid farewell to the immortal and, alongside Wu Yue, exited through the shattered wall. Upon returning to Dr. Beerus' residence, Sun Yu encountered the doctor alongside a wolf-like humanoid named Yax. who now assumed the role of a full-time bodyguard and driver. Sun Yu discussed the plan to supply fish to Karin, and the doctor assured him that he would treat Sun Yu's affairs as his own and execute them diligently. With some immortal bean wine remaining, Sun Yu decided against letting Wu Yue partake, concerned about her poor drinking habits. He considered sharing a little with Lana and Badak, recalling Badak's impressive drinking capacity. Sun Yu speculated that male Saiyans would undoubtedly experience a significant boost in muscle strength after consuming the immortal bean wine. As for the female Saiyans, he saw an opportunity for Lana to try some as well, should her transformation mirror that of his daughter Wu Yue. Sun Yu would deem it a monumental discovery in the annals of Dragon Ball history. Lost in thought, Sun Yu sighed, realizing he had perhaps strayed from his former innocence. Dad, your smile is rather lewd. Are you contemplating something wicked? Wu Yue shot him a disapproving glare. How could that be? I was merely contemplating the issues of universal peace. Sun Yu replied solemnly, placing a hand over his heart as if to convey sincerity. Wu Yue burst into laughter, shooting him a teasing look. I wish to practice in the gravity training chamber for a while. I feel my combat power has significantly increased. Sun Yu waved his hand, bidding farewell to Wu Yue, and turned to enter Lana's training room. Lana was still engrossed in her practice, and upon noticing Sun Yu's arrival, she momentarily paused. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu produced a jar of celestial bean wine and presented a small portion to Lana, embellishing the wine's effects on enhancing combat prowess with fervent enthusiasm. Although his claims were somewhat exaggerated, the visibly bulging muscles on his frame were undeniable, and his aura indeed hovered around 5 million. Considering these factors, Lana wholeheartedly believed Sun Yu's assertions. I'll accept this, but you must leave quickly. Do not hinder my training, Lana insisted, pushing and shoving Sun Yu out of the training room. This is unfair. I protest. Sun Yu grumbled reluctantly as he was evicted. Sister Na, given your propensity to become inebriated from just a sip, I feel it is my duty to protect you. What if a nefarious individual were to target you? Don't think I'm unaware of your cunning schemes. You yourself are the villain, Lana retorted, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. With a cold snort, Sun Yu muttered in dissatisfaction, Sister Na, what nonsense are you spouting? Setting that matter aside, he retrieved the magical bean vine and strode purposefully towards Bulma's laboratory. As expected, Tarsal and Bulma were engrossed in the study of a spatial compression device, an idea directly inspired by Bulma's versatile capsules. Previously, the Tarsal clan's spatial technology leaned towards a broad concept of space-time jumps, while Bulma's innovations perfectly complemented their deficiencies in the realm of microscopic spatial technology. The intricate scientific theories eluded Sun Yu entirely. In essence, Tarsal and Bulma were embarking on the development of portable space. As Sun Yu entered the laboratory, he found Bulma and Tarsal engaged in a fervent debate at a workstation, conversing in the universal language of the cosmos. Tarsal towered over Bulma, standing at least twice her height, which rendered their exchange a comical spectacle as Bulma had to tilt her head upwards to address Tarsal. Suppressing a smile, Sun Yu spoke with a hint of apology. I beg your pardon for interrupting you both. The argument abruptly ceased as Bulma, upon seeing Sun Yu, excitedly leaped into his embrace. Tarsal, with utmost respect, stepped forward and bowed, inquiring, Mr. Sun Yu, how may I be of service to you? Indeed. Sun Yu, not wishing to be overly formal with Tarsal, promptly produced a segment of the magical bean vine, asking, is there a method to facilitate the mass production of this plant? Tarsal gingerly accepted the vine from Sun Yu's hands, nodding thoughtfully. I have confidence in my people's scientific capabilities. Over a millennium ago, the ecological balance on Veblen was shattered, and all plant life teetered on the brink of extinction. However, we utilized biotechnological advancements to postpone this extinction by 8 centuries. Listening to Tarsal's words, Sun Yu's lips twitched. He felt both sorrow for the plight of Veblen and admiration for the might of science. I appreciate your efforts. By the way, I possess some holy water specifically for nurturing this plant. You may take it for analysis. Sun Yu handed Tarsal a vial containing the holy water, along with a few magical beans. Tarsal recognized the beans. He had consumed one during a previous encounter with an infected being, vividly recalling their healing properties. Rest assured, Mr. Sun Yu, I will not fail in my mission. Sun Yu nodded in satisfaction, preparing to depart when Tarsal called out. Mr. Sun Yu, may I request a favor? What is it? Sun Yu asked, momentarily taken aback, curiosity piqued. We require highly extensible materials for our portable spatial device. Might I borrow your combat suit? So that was the matter. Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively. The combat suit he wore had originally been crafted by Tarsal, since they needed it temporarily. Returning it was of no concern. Without further ado, Sun Yu reset the gravity adjustments of the suit to 0, crossed his arms, and removed it, revealing a physique of remarkable muscularity. With prominently defined pectorals, a six-pack of abs, and an alluring V-line, every muscle was perfectly sculpted. Adding one more would be excessive, while subtracting one would be insufficient. Bulma gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with infatuation, her admiration unmistakably evident. Sun Yu smiled shyly. His physique was not originally so exaggerated. However, thanks to the miraculous effects of the fairy bean wine, His body now possessed a nearly perfect visual impact. Tarsal completely disregarded Sun Yu's flawless physique and gratefully accepted the battle suit that Sun Yu offered, saying, "Mr. Sun Yu, I shall merely borrow this for the time being. And once my research is complete, I will certainly return the battle suit in pristine condition." "No problem, no problem," Sun Yu replied as he playfully flicked Bulma's forehead, lost in admiration, before turning to leave. "So handsome," Bulma exclaimed, nearly drooling as she watched Sun Yu depart. After leaving the laboratory, Sun Yu casually donned a t-shirt and went to check on the progress of Wu Yu's training, noting that her combat power had stabilized around 470,000. Sun Yu and her companion engaged in simulated combat without resorting to the use of qi. Observing Wu Yu's attacking patterns now revealed a certain finesse, showcasing considerable improvement since her arrival on Earth. The only challenge for Sun Yu was the unique effect of the celestial bean wine on female Saiyans, which caused Wu Yu's ample form to sway enticingly, leaving Sun Yu momentarily dazzled. After a long evening of practice, the two concluded their training session. Following a light meal, Sun Yu retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower and then returned to her room, ready to rest. However, upon opening her door, she was greeted by a potent scent of alcohol. Initially unperturbed, she continued towards her bed, only to be met with the sight of a bare body before her eyes. Sun Yu was perplexed. How could he have gone astray when his room was situated to the east and Lana's to the west? However, considering that Lana had likely indulged in some elixir of immortality, it was entirely plausible that in her inebriated state, she could not distinguish between east and west. Sun Yu, adhering to the principle of observing propriety, gently nudged Lana, who was wrapped in a bathrobe and reclining on his bed. "Hey, Sister Na, wake up. You should go back to your own room to sleep." After several attempts to rouse her with no response, Sun Yu's hand began to wander restlessly. As his movements grew bolder, Lana's breathing became increasingly labored. Slowly awakening, she lifted her head, her gaze hazy and entranced as she looked at Sun Yu standing beside the bed, her long eyelashes fluttering as she offered a tipsy smile. "Kyle, what brings you to my room at this hour?" Lana mumbled, her words slurred. She extended her porcelain-like arm, attempting to caress Sun Yu's cheek. "Please, this is my room." Sun Yu shot her an exasperated glance, yet his hand did not cease its movement. Instead, it grew ever more audacious. Lana pinched Sun Yu's cheek, her body instinctively writhing as if to evade his advances, yet she seemed to simultaneously relish the sensations he elicited. The night was hazy and tranquil as water, and with a sudden exertion, Lana pulled Sun Yu off balance, causing him to tumble beside her. She wrapped her arm around his neck, her breath laced with the intoxicating scent of alcohol, whispering into Sun Yu's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Sun Yu felt as if he were a barrel of gunpowder, ignited by Lana's spark. He turned over and kissed her fiercely. Lana furrowed her brows, seemingly sensing Sun Yu's rudeness, whimpering incessantly, her hands instinctively grasping at nothing, her slightly intoxicated cheeks flushed as if they could bleed. With a swift motion, Sun Yu ripped away her bathrobe, revealing a vast expanse of pristine white. He marveled once more at the miraculous effects of the celestial bean wine, planning to take action, when suddenly the door creaked and was pushed open once again. A delicate figure appeared in the doorway. It was Bulma. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her expression shifted from timid to one of sheer terror. "Ah!" Bulma let out a frantic scream, prompting Sun Yu to leap forward and cover her mouth with his hand. "You foolish girl, do you wish to wake the entire household with your shrieks?" After Sun Yu's admonition, Bulma snapped back to reality, gazing at him with her innocent, wide eyes. "I will release my hand from your mouth, but you must not scream. Understood?" Bulma obediently nodded, allowing Sun Yu to breathe a sigh of relief as he withdrew his hand. "Could you please put on your pants first, brother Sun Yu?" Bulma inquired, her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting shyly towards him. Sun Yu's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing her words. Looking down, he realized he was entirely bare, his little brother proudly pointing towards the ceiling. "I can explain," he stammered, hastily pulling on a nightgown and muttering, "Well, you see, your sister was injured, and I was assisting her with some energy healing." "Yes, that is precisely what happened. There are matters you wouldn't quite understand at your age." Bulma pouted, her chest puffed out defiantly as she retorted, "I am not a child." Sun Yu raised an eyebrow as he observed that Bulma was clad in a button-work uniform. When she puffed out her chest, the buttons on her attire strained precariously, almost bursting open. Despite her youth, it was evident that she had developed quite impressively. Well, you're not a child anymore. That said, what brings you to my room at this late hour?" Sun Yu quickly averted his gaze and inquired, "Why is it that both Wu Yu and Sister Lana can come, yet I cannot?" Bulma protested, her cheeks puffed out in defiance. Sun Yu, with a sense of helplessness, gently ruffled Bulma's hair and remarked, "At your age, it is perhaps best to refrain from delving into the world of adults. Now, be a good child and return to your slumber." With that, he firmly pushed Bulma out the door, locking it with a resounding thud, ignoring her persistent knocks. Today, he had important matters to attend to. Opportunities such as these are fleeting. Approaching the bedside, he discovered that Lana had already awakened, her cheeks flushed, as she nestled herself deep beneath the covers, leaving only her pair of eyes visible, fixed intently upon Sun Yu. Sun Yu zhuang, gathering his courage, approached with the intention of indulging in his cherished activities. Kyle, do you love me? Suddenly, Lana posed this question, causing a jolt in Sun Yuzhuang's sturdy frame. She had become considerably more lucid, and upon noticing his lack of immediate response, her gaze fell, revealing a profound sense of despondency. She pressed on. Is Wu Yue truly my child? Do you genuinely love me, or is this merely a fleeting amusement for you? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yu spoke slowly. Whether I love you or not remains uncertain, but what I do know is that you hold immense significance in my life. At times, I find myself wishing to keep you by my side for eternity. No one else shall dare to mistreat you, nor shall anyone be able to take you away from me. If you insist on labeling this sentiment, perhaps it could be called love. Upon hearing Sun Yu's heartfelt confession, Lana's face grew even more enchanting, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she turned her head away, embodying a demeanor that invited admiration. With just a glance, Sun Yu felt a surge of confidence. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Sun Yu embraced Lana's delicate form, leaning in closer, only to be met by the gentle pressure of her hand against his forehead. What about that little girl, Bulma? She seems rather fond of you, he remarked casually, inadvertently revealing a truth. You incorrigible flirt, get away from me, Lana exclaimed in exasperation, delivering a swift kick that sent Sun Yu sprawling. Before wrapping herself in the blanket and storming out, Sun Yu was on the verge of tears, wishing fervently that he could slap himself twice for uttering the truth. Especially at such a critical moment, he felt that he had brought this misfortune upon himself. Watching Lana storm out and Bulma peeking from behind the door, Sun Yu sighed deeply. Poor little brother, I have wronged you once again today. However, the silver lining was that his relationship with Lana had finally been solidified. They merely awaited a propitious moment to proceed further. The road ahead was long and arduous. In the days that followed, it was as if Sun Yu had experienced a sudden epiphany, as he effortlessly deployed an array of charming techniques to woo women, from wall slamming to gentle head pats. He found ways to make the proud Lana relent. Unfortunately, just as he was about to reach the final stage of his endeavors, Bulma would invariably appear to disrupt his plans. As the saying goes, what an uncle can endure, an aunt cannot. Sun Yu nearly resolved to include Bulma in his schemes. But this notion was met with vehement disapproval from both women. While Saiyans were known for their fierce temperament, Lana was still but a girl, and she expressed the need for a bit more time to mentally prepare for that final hurdle. Sun Yu felt a deep sense of helplessness. Yet he understood that some matters cannot be forced. He possessed the patience to wait a little longer. However, given the current dynamics of his relationship with Lana, she had nearly concluded that Wu Yu was her daughter, showering her with unparalleled care and attention. As for Bulma, she also approached Wu Yu with warmth and concern, asserting that it was premature to definitively declare who Wu Yu's mother was, for the true battle had only just begun. Thus, the days passed, and 3 months swiftly elapsed, bringing the latest news from the Mars base. The Stargate, serving as a space jump station, had been completed, and the spacecraft was ready to embark towards planet Vegeta. Tarsal extended an invitation to Sun Yu to inspect the Mars base. As the leader of this group, Sun Yu had not made an appearance since returning to Earth, so he gladly accepted Tarsal's invitation. Accompanying him were Dr. Briefs and Bulma, both of whom were deeply intrigued by extraterrestrial technology, thrilled at the prospect of visiting other planets. Consequently, Tarsal led Sun Yu, Lana, and the Briefs' father-daughter duo to the Mars base. Although referred to as a base, the site had developed into a significant establishment. As Sun Yu gazed down from a height, an expanse of endless buildings came into view, featuring orderly rows of pyramidal structures of various sizes that left him and his companions in awe. That is Kale City, constructed in honor of our great King Kale, Tarsal proclaimed proudly. Oh, I see. Wait a moment, are you referring to me as King Kale? Sun Yu suddenly realized, his Saiyan name being Khaleesi's. Could it be that Tarsal was indeed speaking of him? Tarsal scratched his bare blue head sheepishly, admitting, initially, we believed you had perished in battle, so we posthumously conferred the title and erected a statue in the city center. No sooner had he spoken than he pointed towards a silver temple. Sun Yu focused his gaze and indeed saw a large black statue, comparable in size to the temple itself. The spacecraft docked smoothly within the temple, and as Sun Yu looked through the familiar hall supported by 12 bronze pillars, he beheld the imposing statue not far away. The statue, entirely black and clad in a black training uniform, bore a stern expression. If the hairstyle were changed to resemble that of Sun Wukong, the statue would unmistakably embody a dark version of him. For clarification, Dark Wukong is a popular antagonist from Dragon Ball Super. However, Sun Yu felt a surge of disbelief. Who could remain composed upon seeing their own commemorative statue? Sun Yu truly felt exhausted and disillusioned. At that moment, Tarsal approached Sun Yu, introducing, thanks to our modifications of Mars' atmosphere, we can not only exist in the Martian air but also cultivate plants in its soil. The research center dedicated to the mystical bean vines you previously instructed us to investigate has been established on Mars and has already made significant progress. Sun Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging the progress made. After all, he held no expectations of achieving mass production within these 3 months. It was likely that even the Dragon God of Earth would find such a feat beyond their capabilities. The Z warriors from the original Dragon Ball series were not foolish. If the Earth-S dragon could remedy their issue with the production of Senzu beans, they certainly would not hesitate to enlist the dragon goddess assistance. Subsequently, Tarsal retrieved the combat suit he had previously borrowed from Senzu. He elaborated. The space compression technology we discussed with Miss Bulma has now reached a point of broad applicability. We have enhanced your combat suit by creating a spatial fold at the waist, capable of storing up to 100 cubic meters of items. The retrieval and storage of objects are facilitated through neural connections embedded within the suit, and I am confident that you will master its use after a few attempts. However, due to technical constraints, the personal space cannot currently accommodate living beings. Senzu was overwhelmed with joy as he swiftly changed out of his original t-shirt and donned the modified combat uniform. The current attire bore a closer resemblance to the training garb traditionally worn by Sun Wukong, though it was a shade of brown, complemented by a form-fitting black bodysuit underneath. A bead of cold sweat formed on Sun Yu's forehead as he realized that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Wukong. He felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Suddenly, he spotted a throng of people in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the Saiyans he had rescued from planet Vegeta, despite suffering significant losses during the battle against the original Cell on Veblen Star. They had ultimately been revived using the Dragon Balls. Sensing their energy, Sun Yu discerned a marked enhancement in the overall strength of these Saiyans. Except for a handful of youths and women not adept in combat, the majority of the Saiyan warriors boasted battle powers exceeding 10,000, with many gifted individuals reaching between 90 to 100,000. Over 1,000 Saiyan warriors gracefully descended before the temple, kneeling on one knee in unison, their voices ringing out, "Long live King Kale, our sovereign." Goodness, what is wrong with these people? Sun Yu was taken aback by the display of reverence from the Saiyans on the ground. Hey, Tarsal, didn't you say that King Kale was a posthumous title for me? It feels rather inappropriate for a living person to be addressed in such a manner. Since you are indeed alive, it does not constitute a posthumous title. These Saiyans regard you as their ruler, hoping you will lead them to unify the cosmos. Tarsal replied nonchalantly. Sun Yu was drenched in sweat, while Lana poked the stunned Bulma behind her and inquired, "Do you not think that your brother Sun Yu possesses a remarkable potential to become a formidable villain?" Bulma nodded in agreement, adding, "Especially with this outfit. He resembles a final boss who would only make his appearance in the last episode." Upon hearing Lana and Bulma's remarks, Wu Yu's face lit up in delight, indicating her concurrence. Sun Yu, however, sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose, grumbling through clenched teeth, Hey, I can hear you both. Enough already. Uncle Ali." Sun Yu bellowed. Hearing this, Uncle Ali hurried over from behind, smiling as he asked Sun Yu, "Kyle, is there something you need?" Sun Yu smiled wryly at Uncle Ali and remarked, "Uncle, it seems that these Saiyans are now under your jurisdiction. May I offer a suggestion? When you have the opportunity, perhaps you could visit Earth and procure some literature on moral and ethical education. It would greatly benefit in enlightening these individuals consumed by thoughts of violence and conflict. We aspire to foster a harmonious society." Upon hearing this, Uncle Ali felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead, reflecting inwardly that the most discordant individual here is. In fact, you. However, he dared not voice this thought in front of Sun Yu. Despite their familial bond, the disparity in their strength instilled an inexplicable pressure within him. He nodded in agreement and said, "Rest assured, I will certainly take it upon myself to educate this group of Saiyans." Sun Yu patted Uncle Ali on the shoulder and addressed Tarsal, "Let us embark for planet Vegeta." Upon hearing about the interstellar journey, Bulma insisted on joining. Although Dr. Briefs remained silent, the fervor of a scientist was evident in his gaze, prompting Sun Yu to shake his head helplessly and say, "Do not jest. This trip to planet Vegeta is not a game. We are on a mission to investigate the malevolent Super Saiyans." Bulma, pouting in discontent, muttered, "You must want to leave me behind to engage in some inappropriate activities with Sister Lana." The moment those words left her lips, the hall fell silent. Uncle Ali, with a look of surprise, glanced back and forth between Sun Yu and Lana, who was blushing profusely, while Sun Yu pretended to count the stars. The awkwardness persisted. Fortunately, Sun Yu had a thick skin. He casually tapped Bulma on the back of her head and cheerfully declared, "This time, Arancus, Vester, Lana, and other Saiyans shall accompany me to planet Vegeta. Additionally, considering the need for constructing an interstellar gate on planet Vegeta, Rudd and other technical personnel will also join us. That is all." As for Bardock, Sun Yu knew that he was engrossed in crucial training and would certainly not wish to visit planet Vegeta. Moreover, it was essential to leave some capable individuals behind on Earth to maintain order. With a flick of his hair, he elegantly turned to leave. Tarsal, observing Sun Yu's retreating figure, coughed lightly. "Mr. Sun Yu, you are heading the wrong way. The teleportation portal to the interstellar gate is this way." "I came over here because I heard someone mention my charm," Sun Yu explained, turning toward the teleportation portal. The interstellar gate was a cosmic space station located in the southeastern direction between Mars and Earth, with a platform nearly as vast as 100 international airports. At the end of the space station stood a 1,000-meter-high arched steel frame, pulsating with the power of space. Rudd, on the bridge of the spaceship, Elaborated to Sun Yu and the others, the ship will accelerate along this 10,000-meter track and then launch from the interstellar gate, allowing it to leap across hundreds of thousands of light years in an instant. Impressive, Rud, Sun Yu exclaimed, resting his hands behind his head. Let us set forth. Our destination is planet Vegeta. Yes, Lord Sun Yu. Rud responded promptly, pressing several buttons. Everyone sat upright as the ship gradually accelerated along the track, covering the 10,000-meter distance with increasing speed. As they neared the interstellar gate, the air within the bridge was suddenly vacuumed, causing everyone to feel a painful tearing sensation in their bodies. After a dizzying whirl, the space stabilized once more, allowing Sun Yu and the others to exhale in relief. Upon glancing through the holographic screen, they realized they had already arrived hundreds of thousands of light years away in an instant. This is the vicinity of Planet Plant. Nearly a day's journey from Planet Vegeta, Rud announced respectfully to Sun Yu and the others, as their arrival at Planet Vegeta was anticipated for the morning local time. The group retired to their sleep pods for a brief rest. Rud and the engineering technicians, being a blend of machine and organic life, would not tire and remained at work on the bridge. A day swiftly passed, and Sun Yu's spacecraft circumnavigated the spaceport of Planet Vegeta, docking directly in the outskirts of the royal city. This act was an overt provocation to the highest ruler of Planet Vegeta. The strongest of the Saiyans, King Vegeta, swiftly gathered his elite members upon receiving the news. Even before Sun Yu and his companions made their appearance, they had encircled the spacecraft. After more than 7 years, King Vegeta stood proud and imposing. A year prior, they had heard of the disappearance of the once mighty Emperor Frieza of the North Galaxy, with the last reports indicating that he perished alongside a group of Saiyans on a border planet. Upon hearing this news, King Vegeta had joyfully slammed his fist on the table, for he knew well who those Saiyans were, Sun Yu and his companions, having witnessed them depart for the North Galaxy himself. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Upon learning of the simultaneous disappearance of Frieza and Sun Yu, King Vegeta decisively reclaimed most of the territories in the Northern Galaxy within a few months. Had it not been for King Cold's watchful eye over the North Galaxy, King Vegeta would have almost declared himself the new emperor. Without a formidable adversary, King Vegeta expanded his army within a year. Though he refrained from claiming the title of emperor, it did not signify a lack of ambition. Today, upon receiving word from the spaceport of an unauthorized spacecraft docking in the outskirts of the royal city, King Vegeta immediately assembled a squad of elite troops, intent on making an example of the intruders to assert his dominance. Listen within. You have 3 minutes to surrender, otherwise our illustrious and formidable King Vegeta will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. One of the subordinates bellowed through a megaphone towards Sun Yu's spacecraft. King Vegeta stood atop a hill, coldly observing the spacecraft. He was genuinely curious about the foolhardy individual who dared to challenge his authority at this moment. With a hiss, the spacecraft's door slowly descended, and a group of individuals strolled out. Seeing them emerge, the earlier soldier assumed his threats had intimidated them and boasted more brazenly, "Very good. Very good. You are quite sensible. Hurry and line up to kneel. Ah, there are even a few beauties among you. Men, seize the males, the females, hehehe. Take them to King Vegeta for his pleasure." As the soldier finished his sentence, a squadron rushed forward, laser guns raised towards Sun Yu and his companions. From a distance, King Vegeta, observing with a cold gaze, suddenly recognized a familiar figure among the group. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was a young boy clad in black training attire, who stirred within King Vegeta painful memories he wished to forget. Kakarot? Impossible. King Vegeta recalled the scene vividly, disregarding the odd looks from his soldiers, and shot forward towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu sensed the approach of another and casually glanced skyward, recognizing the figure as King Vegeta. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Ah, if it isn't King Vegeta himself. Quite imposing. I see you've been faring well in recent years." The underling, perceiving the mockery in Sun Yu's tone, stepped forward in indignation, exclaiming, "How dare you? A mere wretch like you has the audacity to utter the name of King Vegeta? Kneel." This insolent remark ignited a blaze of fury within King Vegeta. It was not that he feared Sun Yu. Rather, he felt compelled to exercise caution. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years, until he could ascertain Sun Yu's current prowess. It would be wise to avoid conflict. He bellowed from above, "Begone." The underling, reacting instinctively to the king's command, pointed at Sun Yu and shouted, "Did you hear that? The king commands you to leave. I said, get lost." In a sudden burst of fury, King Vegeta surged forward, swinging his arm and sending the insolent fool flying several meters, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, pondering what had come over the king to strike one of his own. Some among the crowd, possessing keen insight, speculated that King Vegeta was wary of the strength exhibited by Sun Yu and his companions. They promptly activated their power level scanners, and a series of data surged forth, revealing the undeniable combat prowess of Sun Yu's group. To their astonishment, they discovered that each member of Sun Yu's entourage possessed a power level uniformly set at 50,000. Except for a woman standing in the second row, whose power level astonishingly reached 100,000. This was, of course, a result of Senzu and his companions slightly suppressing their true strength. Due to Lana's temperament, her power level was difficult to keep below 100,000 unless she actively restrained it. Maintaining such a level under normal circumstances was already a considerable feat for her. King Vegeta was aware that Senzu had the ability to suppress his power, and the uniformity of his companions' power levels, each precisely at 50,000, was indeed suspicious. The corners of Vegeta's mouth twitched as he struggled to muster a smile, failing to achieve anything but a grimace that resembled more of a frown than a friendly gesture. He addressed Senzu. It has been a while. I wonder what brings you to planet Vegeta? Have you lost your mind, old man? We are Saiyans. Why should we not visit planet Vegeta? Lana retorted, her dissatisfaction with King Vegeta's demeanor palpable. She had long coveted the throne of planet Vegeta and had no intention of granting the king any semblance of respect. How dare you speak to the king in such a manner? Shouted one of Vegeta's subordinates toward Lana, though they did so with an evident timidity. Fully aware of her formidable power, Sun Wukong gently patted Lana's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, as he carefully scrutinized King Vegeta. In a soft tone, he remarked, "It has been years since our last encounter, and your martial prowess has evidently flourished, King Vegeta, boasting a battle power of 90,000. No wonder you now exude such authority." Upon hearing these words, King Vegeta felt a pang of unease. He examined Sun Wukong and his companions, noting the absence of any battle power detectors on them. The fact that Sun Wukong accurately disclosed his current battle power instilled in King Vegeta a sense of inadequacy and defeat. According to the narrative in the original Dragon Ball series, King Vegeta's battle power was merely over 10,000. Occupying a high position, he seldom engaged in life-threatening battles. Especially after unifying planet Vegeta, he had little need to be present on the front lines, resulting in his battle power remaining at a modest level. Yet now, as he observed himself, Sun Wukong was astonished to discover that King Vegeta's battle power had surged to 90,000. However, Sun Wukong was only momentarily taken aback. To him, such power was akin to that of an insignificant insect. Though Sun Wukong possessed the capability to easily overpower King Vegeta, he held no desire to bully the weak, unless King Vegeta willingly provoked him into action. Should King Vegeta pursue his own demise, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly ensure he regretted his existence in this world. Noticing King Vegeta's silence, Sun Wukong stepped forward with a smile and inquired, "King Vegeta, I have come primarily to seek information about an individual named Broly. Have you heard of him, Broly?" King Vegeta exclaimed, taking several steps back in shock, and then hurriedly shook his head, vehemently denying, "I know nothing of anyone named Broly." Lana, unable to contain herself, let out a soft snort from behind and muttered, "This uncle can't even lie properly. His anxious expression practically screams deceit." Senzu refrained from further pleasantries, gesturing with his hand as he said, "Since King Bei has not encountered Broly, I shall take my leave. You may return to your affairs." With that, he turned to depart. King Vegeta cast a wary glance at Lana, his expression shifting from anger to a restrained composure. Clenching his fists tightly, he endeavored to calm his emotions and addressed Kale. "Mr. Kale, might I have the honor of inviting you to the royal city for a visit?" Senzu pondered for a moment, feigning seriousness, before addressing those around him. "Although your disheveled place is both filthy and chaotic, and the food leaves much to be desired. If you sincerely extend your invitation, I suppose I could reluctantly grace you with my presence." As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Wu struggled to stifle her laughter, while Lana abruptly pinched Senzu's lower back and whispered in his ear, "Well done." The expression on King Bei's face was nothing short of remarkable, a whirlwind of anger, humiliation, and restraint flashing across his features. Senzu observed King Bei's countenance for a moment, shrugged, and chuckled, "I was merely jesting. Ha ha. Ha ha. I knew Mr. Kai was just joking." King Bei forced a smile, gesturing toward the royal city, and declared, "Please." The soldiers under King Bei stood agape, staring at him as though he were a stranger, unable to reconcile the notorious and ruthless King Vegeta they had heard of with the figure before them. It must be a false King Vegeta, surely. Rude and the others remained aboard the spacecraft, leaving only Senzu, Lana, and a few others to follow King Vegeta to the royal city. Wu stealthily approached Senzu and inquired, "Dad, why did you say such things? I feel as though you're hiding something from me." Lana leaned in as well, expressing her own curiosity. Senzu smiled subtly and replied quietly, "Of course, I intended to provoke him. I never anticipated he would endure it." Why would he endure? From his perspective, with his current combat prowess, he has no reason to fear us. Perhaps my displayed strength was too overwhelming. My apologies, Kyle. I should have restrained myself a bit more. Lana regarded Senzu with a look of pity. Sun Wukong playfully flicked Lana's forehead and chuckled. He has long been aware that we possess the capability to suppress combat power. The first time we clashed, Aranx revealed his battle prowess to him. Given the inexplicable increase in his combat strength, I suspect he will continue to grow stronger. When King Vegeta believes the time is right, he will undoubtedly strike at us. Let him come. I am more than willing to teach him a lesson. Lana rolled up her sleeves, her expression brimming with eagerness for a confrontation. Sun Wukong did not concern himself with King Vegeta's ambitions. If the king harbored any schemes, he would gladly play along. However, their primary objective was to locate Broly, so that Sun Wukong could ascertain whether Broly was indeed the malevolent Super Saiyan. Before long, they arrived at King Vegeta's palace. After arranging accommodations for Sun Wukong and his companions, one of the king's attendants approached him, stating, "Your Majesty, these individuals are quite audacious, disrespecting your authority. Shall we send someone to eliminate them?" Although the attendant spoke casually, he was acutely aware that among Sun Wukong's group was an individual with a combat power of 100,000. These were not foes to be trifled with. King Vegeta regained his former haughtiness, casting a cold glance at the attendant before slowly replying, "No need for that. My plan is only halfway through. It is not the time to stir up trouble. Once my scheme is complete, I shall personally make them suffer, teaching them the consequences of crossing me." Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, the attendant wisely withdrew, leaving the king alone in his chamber. He removed the white glove from his right hand, gazing obsessively at a dark golden bracelet in his possession, murmuring, "The humiliation of twice shall be repaid 100-fold. By then, do not think that just because you are a mere child, I will spare you, nor will I regard that curd fellow with any respect." Haha. That night, King Vegeta hosted a lavish banquet in the palace, inviting Sun Wukong and his companions to join the festivities. Naturally, one could not refuse an invitation to dine, and Sun Wukong and his group attended with enthusiasm. However, upon seeing the spread prepared by King Vegeta, Lana's appetite instantly vanished. Although the dishes were considered delicacies on planet Vegeta, they appeared rather coarse to those accustomed to Earth's culinary delights. Let us consider this an experience of life. Sun Wukong hastily reassured the others. At that moment, a tall youth, approximately 12 or 13 years old, entered through the palace doors. His hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of King Vegeta. Sun Wukong recognized him immediately. He was the famed Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. Could this be the Saiyan Prince? His Highness Vegeta? Sun Wukong raised his glass, observing the young prince with keen interest. King Vegeta stood and laughed heartily. "Please do not mock us, everyone. This is my son, Vegeta. Vegeta, come forth and greet Mr. Kale." Upon hearing his father's words, Vegeta coldly regarded Sun Wukong's group, disdain evident in his gaze. "Is this what you call strength? Merely a bunch of clowns." Sun Wukong felt a surge of annoyance at the young boy's insolence. Yet he refrained from lowering himself to the level of a child. King Vegeta continued, "You must not be disrespectful to Mr. Kale, Vegeta. You possess great talent, but you must train diligently to keep up with Mr. Kale." While this statement appeared to praise Sun Wukong, he understood perfectly well that King Vegeta's words were deliberately directed at Vegeta, knowing that the proud prince could not tolerate any implication of inferiority. As expected, Vegeta erupted in fury at his father's words, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I am the prince of the Saiyans. They should be the ones striving to catch up to me." He cast a scornful glance at Sun Wukong and stated in a low voice, "I do not know how you have deceived my father. But if you think you can fool me, you are gravely mistaken. I will grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Otherwise, you should slink back to your humble origins." Lana, incensed by the boy's audacity, slammed her palm onto the stone table, causing cracks to spread across its surface. "Are we going to fight or not? Come, let me show you how it's done." To her surprise, Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly retorted, "I do not strike women." "What did you say, you insufferable brat?" Lana fumed. King Vegeta, adopting a benevolent demeanor, interjected, "Mr. Kale, my son did not mean to offend. Surely, you would not hold it against him. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for you to guide his training?" Sun Yu smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, "You old fox, while pretending to guide my training, you are actually probing my strength." On the surface, King Bei treated Sun Yu as an esteemed guest, and under the pretense of sparring, he urged Sun Yu to instruct Vegeta in his training. Consequently, during their exchange, Sun Yu had to ensure he did not seriously harm Vegeta, as doing so would be akin to bullying the weak. Meanwhile, Vegeta was determined to give his all. In this back and forth, King Bei was unperturbed by the prospect of Sun Yu not revealing his true strength. However, in his intricate scheming, King Bei had miscalculated one crucial detail. Sun Yu's current power far exceeded their wildest imaginations. In the face of such overwhelming strength, all plots and schemes were but ephemeral illusions. With this in mind, Sun Yu decided to indulge the young prince in a little play. He slowly rose and walked to the open space before the dining table. All eyes in the room were fixated on him. As King Bei and the others held their breath in anticipation, silently observing Sun Yu, attempting to discern his secrets through his every action. Vegeta, on the other hand, assumed a fighting stance, eager to prove his prowess. "Vegeta, aren't you going to check my battle power with your scouter first?" Sun Yu inquired, hands resting on his hips. "Bah, that's unnecessary. You are not of noble birth. No matter how hard you train, your power could never exceed 10,000. For your information, my current battle power stands at 12,000. Vegeta boasted proudly. Observing Vegeta's arrogance, Sun Yu could only sigh in resignation, thinking, ignorance is indeed bliss. Had it not been for Wu Yu's prior mention that in future battles, Vegeta and Sun Wukong would stand united, eventually merging to become Gogeta to combat the evil Super Saiyan. Sun Yu would have had no qualms about eliminating him. Thus, he patiently said, "Then, I invite His Highness Prince Vegeta, with a battle power of 12,000, to make the first move. How dare you look down on me? You seek death," Vegeta roared, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he leapt into the air, launching a punch aimed directly at Sun Yu's heart. King Bei and his companions watched with delight, satisfied with Vegeta's performance, as even they felt the gravity of his full power assault. However, to their astonishment, Sun Yu appeared utterly unfazed, remaining stationary as if he had not perceived Vegeta's attack at all. This fool is overestimating himself. A punch from Prince Vegeta can shatter steel. Yet he stands there without defense, believing his flesh to be tougher than iron. While King Bei's cohort was gripped with anxiety, Lana and her companions remained relaxed, laughing merrily, seemingly indifferent to Sun Yu's fate. Vegeta's fist, like a dragon in flight, trailed a phantom as it struck Sun Yu's chest. Just as King Bei and the others anticipated Sun Yu being sent flying, a dull thud echoed, and ripples, barely perceptible, radiated from Sun Yu's chest. His battle suit had automatically absorbed Vegeta's strike. Sun Yu remained steadfast in his position, immovable. "Impossible!" Vegeta exclaimed, his frustration mounting as he realized that his most powerful strike had yielded no effect. Determined, he launched another assault, attempting to attack Sun Yu from every conceivable angle. Yet, no matter how he approached, he could not budge Sun Yu even the slightest bit. His attempts felt as futile as a child's playful tickling. It cannot be. It cannot be. Vegeta's worldview seemed to shatter before him, while King Vegeta and the others wore grim expressions. Although they had not unraveled Sun Yu's secrets, it was evident to any discerning observer present that Sun Yu and his companions were not to be trifled with. Enough. There is nothing impossible. Suddenly, Sun Yu reached out, lifting Vegeta effortlessly, and pressed him down onto the ground with a mischievous grin. If the little brat won't listen, he deserves a spanking. With that, he delivered a sharp smack to Vegeta's backside, prompting gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. Wu Yu, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but recall a similar incident at the Karin sacred land, where, after partaking in the sins of bean wine, she had found herself on the receiving end of Sun Yu's playful punishment. The memory flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. Vegeta initially screamed in fury, vowing to kill Sun Yu. Yet Sun Yu remained unfazed, increasing the intensity of his actions. Unable to bear the sight any longer, King Vegeta spoke softly, "Mr. Care, your martial prowess is impressive. It seems my son still has much to learn." With King Vegeta intervening to ease the tension, Sun Yu released Vegeta and returned to his seat. Observing the murderous glare from Vegeta, who could only see it in silence, resembling a scorned spouse, Vegeta, having been humiliated by Sun Yu, lost all appetite. While Sun Yu and his companions engaged in light-hearted banter, treating the feast laid out by King Vegeta as a reminder of their humble beginnings. It was akin to a group of former wealthy individuals reminiscing about their struggles and hardships. Lana, Alan, and the others were unfazed. They had endured far worse fare in their childhood. Sun Yu and Wu Yu, however, were more discerning, finding the food less than satisfying. Finally, Sun Yu lamented, "It is astonishing that Beerus did not obliterate Planet Vegeta. This food is fit only for swine." In response, Lana playfully pinched Sun Yu's side and chided, "Care. You are teasing them again." Sun Yu winced in pain, rubbing his lower back, and quietly advised Lana, "Be careful where you pinch. It pertains to your future happiness." Upon hearing this, Lana pinched even harder. Ultimately, the dinner was unsatisfactory for both hosts and guests, and Sun Yu and the others retreated to their rooms to rest. In the dead of night, beneath the luminous moon, Sun Yu summoned everyone to his room and confidentially stated, "I suspect that